Computer. Woo! Welcome, one and all. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, it is a fantastic Friday here in Southern California. And yes, you are listening to D. Fish and Decker right here live on the new 97.1 The Fan right here in Los Angeles. Maybe you're driving around and you're starting your LA commute. Maybe you're listening to us live on the Odyssey app. Maybe you're listening on the iHeart app or checking us out live right now on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. Where can you find us? At The Fan LA. And of course, our phone number. We want to hear from you all day because we got so much to cover. Yes, the Dodgers. Yes, we're going to talk Game 5 of the NBA Finals. We got World Cup, baby, in LA.
It's happening. It's here.
But you know who's not in LA? D-Fish, what's up, my guy? How is life in the world of Phoenix, Arizona this morning?
It's hot this morning. I can tell you that.
It's hot every morning over there in Phoenix, Arizona, my guy.
It's sizzling in Phoenix, Arizona.
Bro, I'm not going to lie to you. It's like Phoenix for parts of the year is located a quarter mile from the sun. Spring training every year in Phoenix, perfectly fine because it's spring, it's nice. But dude, when you're in Phoenix, when you get close to those summer months, June, July, August, dude, 115 every day. Oh, it's a dry heat. Shut up. Don't say that to me. You're a monster if you say it's a dry heat.
Yeah, there's no such thing about dry heat. It's just heat.
It's just heat. It's just heat that permeates from everywhere, and there's no escape when you're in Phoenix, Arizona. But welcome. Glad you're here, my guy. And what's going on over there? Basketball, tournaments? What we doing over in Phoenix this weekend?
Yeah, we got some high school hoops this weekend, Cody. Crespi High School, man. That's where I'm the boys basketball coach, and so we have a couple live viewing events, man. College coaches coming out. We got a great class of guys that'll be seniors coming up this year, so
nice.
They're all ready to try to show out and do their thing, and we got to make sure I get out of their way enough to allow them to be successful.
Dude, you and me got like really cool stuff this week. So you're in Phoenix this weekend. I'm going over, and those of you that are in LA, you know this place, or maybe you don't, and I can get the opportunity to like introduce you. I'm going to Catalina Island this weekend. Those of you that don't know, Catalina Island is a little island off the coast of LA. It's like a little like European getaway in LA. It's the absolute best. And I'm not going to mince words, dude. I'm gonna live like a Hunter S. Thompson-like life this weekend. Just going to be drunk off my ass at a beach. I'm really, really excited to watch me some soccer, drunk at a beach, and Raj is very jealous.
No, I don't know what's so different from every other weekend for you.
Because this time I'll be drunk on a beach.
Not at the pool.
I'll be drunk on a beach.
Got you. Fair enough.
A completely different thing, Raj. All right, so got a lot to yeah, Raj is definitely on one today because he's all fired up. He's rocking a Brazil jersey today. He's feeling real sexy that the World Cup has begun. And why not just start with that? D-Fish, did you catch any of the World Cup yesterday? We had the Mexico taking on South Africa down there in Mexico City in high elevation. Good 2-0. I'm sorry, let me say that again. Not 2-0. I got to say it right. 2-0. You're welcome. See, I got that right. 2-0 yesterday where, of course, Mexico beat South Africa. Who were you rooting for, and why was it Mexico?
Yeah, I mean, you answered the question already, so thanks for that. I mean, Mexico is kind of sneaky team this year. You know, they're going to play most of their games. I think what I understand is if they continue to win, they could advance as far as the quarters at home in Mexico.
That's be pretty
yeah,
sick
okay.
But I was rooting for him because I saw Lethal Weapon 2. You know, I've always been very adamant that the villains in Lethal Weapon 2 should never be rooted for. You know, that guy, diplomatic immunity.
What?
You never seen Lethal Weapon 2?
Yes, but I don't know what that has to do with World Cup soccer. I don't remember that.
Because they played South Africa, and the villains in Lethal Weapon 2 were South African. I agree, okay. It's a stretch, but I need to pick a villain somehow.
I got you. All right, you stretched it out really good this morning. You were active. You got your yoga in. You got your mobility work done. You are ready to stretch.
That was quite. That was. I don't remember who asked the question to Kobe that one time when Kobe said, "That's a stretch." All right, well, guys, we got lots to cover, but of course, let's go over and check out that wonderful goal, the first goal of the World Cup in Mexico City, right here by Mexico.
Bros played against each other in the 1986 World Cup. Chitole was caught out there, and there's a lovely goal for the Mexicans. Quinones, big goal.
Of course, that was Mexico's first goal of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. That, of course, sound from Fox. It was the hottest play of the game from Next Gen, the next generation of home comfort. And listen, it's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. We got the first match tonight in Los Angeles. We got U.S. taking on Paraguay. That's going to be a fun day. That being said, I have to drive on the 405. So everyone remember, plan accordingly in your LA commute today. I think down by Inglewood, LAX is going to be a bleep show if you plan on driving anywhere. D-Fish, we got to talk about the Dodgers because the Dodgers are going to be a conversation all day long today. We got let's just say some scary moments yesterday in their 8-6 victory. And let's not mince words, dude. Shohei Ohtani got pulled out of the game after, of course, hammering a home run earlier on in the game. I believe it's 14th of the season, but pulled out of the game due to some knee inflammation. He stole a bag, and while rounding second base, Dave Roberts said they're going to evaluate and make sure he's okay. It seems like, for the time being, nothing to panic about. But D-Fish, at the end of the day, that is a knee for a guy that is a two-way player. He doesn't have the load of a normal player. So I get a little bit more worried knowing that I don't even know which knee it is. I don't know if it's his right knee. Okay, then it's the knee he needs to push off on the rubber on the mound. If it's his left knee, great. Now it's the leg he has to land on after he pushes off on the rubber. So it's a damned if you do thing no matter which leg it is. I'm concerned, but I'm not panicked.
Yeah, my understanding is it's the left knee. So to me, like if he's a right-handed pitcher, which leg is he landing on or pushing off?
He'll be pushing off his right leg, but he'll be landing on his left. I'm not sure what the plan going forward is going to be.
Yeah, with him being a two-way player, it made sense to me when I saw like this happening. He seemed fine. He winced a little bit when he went into the dugout, but I'm not surprised that he had some inflammation in that left knee. Because he's playing both sides. You know, he's hitting running bases, sliding into second base. You know, pitching 6 2/3 innings at a really high level. So he's going to have inflammation at times in the knees that just you can't necessarily avoid. And clearly they're going to have to be really careful and cautious with what his return is.
Yeah. No, and they should be. And I mean, keep in mind, the Dodgers get to play with this kind of full deck that not a lot of people get to play with. As we mentioned when we had Dave Roberts earlier on this week, this is a team that constantly calls up incredible players. Look no further than yesterday and how they got this win. I mean, this Dodger team has got a farm system that is extremely deep. And, you know, one of those names, of course, is Justin Robleski, who started yesterday's game and was pitching a pretty damn good game. The issue is he also came out of the game. And D-Fish, you and I have discussed this already, and I've already gotten into a lot of fights with a lot of mouth-breather baseball fans over this. And I'm going to reiterate it again because, damn it, I'm right and they're wrong. I can't stand this, and it's driving me insane.
Hold on. Mouth breathe.
Yes. There's a lot of them. What? Now, I'm not saying it's a high percentage, and not in Los Angeles, obviously, because Los Angeles produces the smartest potential baseball fans. But D-Fish, let's not pretend there's not a decent amount of mouth breathers that still wish Major League Baseball was in 1947 for some reason.
I've seen them.
Dude, it's amazing. Just, but Ted Williams, those type of guys.
Okay, I'm glad you clarified.
No, I'll give you another example. I'll give you the basketball example, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, the type of guy I'm talking about. Yeah. Shaq was good in his day. Yeah, Shaq was great in his day. But you know, he's no Meadowlark Duncan. You know, he's no Moses Malone. You know, Moses Malone is the greatest basketball player.
They're carrying the ball every day. That's a carry.
They're stepping left and right.
The crossover is a carry. What are you doing?
I don't get it. What's with all the looks?
Havlicek would never do that.
Those guys.
Havlicek only dribble with his right. You only need your right. Why do you got to dribble with your left hand?
What's with the threes? What's with all the threes? I don't get it. What? Because of math? That's stupid.
All right, I got it. So we're talking about Rocky Marciano again.
A little bit. Kind of a Rocky Marciano. Yeah, why is every time I got to bring a Rocky Marciano? Every single time. I agree with that. It's all we got.
Okay, now we're clear.
So mouth-breathing baseball fans truly hate what I said last week. And I am right back there again, D-Fish. I'm just there. I'm actually way past there. It's driving me nuts. Justin Robleski yesterday got injured. Well, we'll see about the injury, of course, but we will find out. He got taken out of the game, and it was a scary moment. And it was a scary moment that we see all too often. And this is another thing that drove me nuts. D-Fish, this is a thing we see all the time. And I'm tired of seeing it. And it's why we need a double bag at first base, or what others call a safety bag at first base. If you're reasoning that you don't like the safety bag at first base, which, by the way, they have in soccer, they have in college baseball, they have in banana ball. I hate that banana ball is acting more professional than Major League Baseball in something, but this is where we're at. It's very simple. It's just an extra bag that is in foul territory. Why is this a good thing? D-Fish, multiple reasons. I'll just start with this. It creates a lane for the base runner so he can just run safely through the bag. It solves a lot of problems. Is the main problem preventing injury? No. But it's a nice bonus that it can prevent injury, because Justin Robleski got to the bag a little late, tripped over the bag with the runner at the same time, and they both went down. It is so maddening to me. And I would love, D-Fish, if there's like a basketball equivalent, because right now, this is such a simple fix. It's driving me nuts that we're not doing it. And it's so simple that if your only reason is it looks soft, dude, slap yourself in the face.
You mouth breather.
You mouth breather.
Here you go, Derek. Derek's coming to the dark side.
Get him! I knew we'd get Derek on our side.
I agree with this. I never, I don't remember or recall it happening as often as it seems to be, maybe because we're talking about it now.
Well, it's 2 weeks in a row, and they're both times Dodgers.
Yeah, so that obviously brings it to the forefront for us in LA, but there's no way it's just a cosmetic reason why you wouldn't want to protect players. I mean, player safety has to be at the forefront of almost every rule in every sport. I don't know of a sport that isn't focusing on player safety for the most part. We've even seen the evolution of rules in the NFL, which fans, we don't always love, right? That football has changed to some degree, but who says we have a right to want guys to knock themselves into concussions every Sunday for the sake of not changing the rules?
Yep.
So it's okay to change the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Give those guys. Okay, Raj?
D-Fish, you know what this song means? It means it's time for the injury report.
Yeah, that's right, fellas. And, of course, we're talking about Justin Robleski. You know we always got some new twists for you on this damn show. We don't stop. So you guys were talking about the injury that happened last night. People are like, well, what's happening? What's going to go on with him? Well, manager Dave Roberts, of course. Can we say friend of the show since he's only been on our show recently?
I call him best friend of the show.
All right, best friend of the show. Dave Roberts said Thursday that Robleski, which it was a hamstring, is expected to make his next start, if you believe it or not. Yeah, so and of course that next start is next week at home, the 17th against the Tampa Bay Rays.
Man, phenomenal work right there, Raj. And of course, the injury report brought to you by Ozeran Law, the injured worker hotline. D-Fish, like, the thing about this is, you know how this goes. You mentioned, like, the NFL and the concussion protocols and everything they've had to go through. Like, Major League Baseball, they're going to eventually implement a safety bag at first base. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of when. This is the problem that I have with it. And this is what I hate about all sports when we do this. They're always reactive in nature rather than proactive. This is a very, very simple fix, and we could prevent some injuries. I feel like it's only going to happen, though, when a major injury happens to, like, a star player. Like when a collision at first base happens to Aaron Judge, or if it happens to Mike Trout, or if it happens, God forbid, to Shohei Ohtani or a Mookie Betts, there will be a safety bag at first base the next day. What are we waiting for?
You help me understand that thought process. I don't understand which players are getting injured and having these collisions, would play a part in a rule change that doesn't seem to take away from the competitiveness of the game.
Not even a little.
It doesn't increase the length of time. I know a lot of sports leagues are concerned about that in terms of fitting into that television broadcast window. So I don't see how that extra base at the bag changes some of those things that really impact the bottom line of the business. So it's strange to me, other than, like you said, just a cosmetic look.
Yeah.
And historically, it's not something that has happened in the past, so we're not necessarily going to bring it into today's game. But we all want to see the best players on the field.
Always.
And we don't want to see them walking off the field due to collisions. It's not football.
No, but Major League Baseball baseball did this a couple of years ago. They changed some rules at home plate and how you have to slide into home plate. And why did they change it? Because the superstar player in Buster Posey got injured, badly injured in a collision. So they made that rule change. And this is what we always do. We wait till something bad happens, and then we fix the problem that we already had the fix for. It drives me nuts, and that's a Major League Baseball thing. But by the way, later on in the show, joining us very shortly, actually, Charles Davies coming in to talk about all things World Cup. Very excited to talk to Charles. And in case you don't know who he is, well, he's a great analyst over at CBS Sports and a former U.S. men's national team striker, Olympian, you name it, he's done it. And also, like Raj, a fellow Bostonian. These are facts. These are facts.
I don't know how this even got on the schedule today.
Yeah.
Other than Raj.
Yeah, Raj is calling all his Boston peeps, and he wants to make sure we can get our Celtic pride on the show for some reason. This monster. But also, that's not all. D-Fish, that's not all we're going to be talking about today, because there is a potential real scandal coming to Major League Baseball, and it's a very, very, very unique way. We will get into it later on in the show, but Dr. Neil Elytrage is arguably the most famous orthopedic surgeon in the world out of Curlin Job. How famous is he? He was my doctor at one point, because I used to see Frank Job.
Mine too.
He was D. Fish's doctor at one point. He was also the doctor of just about every major leaguer, D-Fish, that has gotten a surgery in the last couple of years, including Shohei Ohtani, Tarek Skubal, and the list goes on and on and on and on. Well, he seems to have found himself in a little bit of a scandal here, because he also worked with Conor McGregor when he had a broken leg in 2021, and there's a lot of questions coming out about Conor McGregor and PED use at the time, of which allegedly was overseen by Dr. Neil Elytrage. So now there is rumors that Major League Baseball is now going ahead and looking into that. Hey, Raj, is your mic on? Thank you.
Those fingers.
Professional show. So we will be talking about the potential Neil Elytrage scandal, because Major League Baseball has announced that they are going to investigate Dr. Neil Elytrage, which opens a very serious can of worms. We will discuss the details of this later on the show, but also more importantly than that, we want to hear from you guys. 855-97-LA-FAN. We're also going to be giving away some more Sparks tickets today, so you got to listen closely to when we're going to be giving away those Sparks tickets. And of course, that phone number, 855-975-2326. Make sure you're getting in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. We got lots to discuss today. How are you feeling about the World Cup? Who's your team? Who did you put your money on? That's the most important question. Raj, what'd you put your money on?
France.
Cool. Ooh, you went with France. A little longer odds, not with my Spain?
No, I love Spain. I love Cucurella and them and Yamal. Watch Yamal on the right side, the right winger, and Cucurella on the left back. But France, I love N'Golo Kante and obviously Mbappe. You see what I got there? They got a lot of brothers on there. They have the Africans on the team.
Here's the good news. I knew one of those guys.
Right?
I know Mbappe.
Brazil is my squad. That's my squad. That's the guys who I love, but we're not that strong this year. So my money went on France.
And D-Fish, who is your team in this World Cup?
I just want to hear Raj roll all of these syllables again.
Yeah, can you roll some of those R's while you're at it, dude? Guys, we got a lot of show for you today. Lots of World Cup, lots of Dodgers. Yes, we'll be calling our shot, and we want to hear from you. What do you guys want to talk about? What are you guys getting ready to do in your amazing LA weekends? Guys, it's time to get started with D-Fish and Decker right here for the next 4 hours, right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Decker, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. 855-97 LA Fan. That is 855-975-2326. Got a lot going on for you today. Of course, we'll be joined shortly by Charles Davies, a former U.S. men's national soccer player and, of course, an Olympian and host and analyst at CBS Sports. We're going to be talking some World Cup with him, of course, talk a little bit about Mexico and South Africa yesterday, and, of course, today, U.S. versus Paraguay right here in the beautiful, beautiful SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles, California. Get in the chat at The Fan LA and join the show right now on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. Let us know what you're talking about. But D-Fish, we got ourselves a Game 5 tomorrow, and it's still blowing my mind the world we're currently in, my guy, because we talked about it yesterday. The amount of points that this team has given up after being up has been staggering. I mean, giving up, what was it, a 16-point lead, a 12-point lead, and now a 29-point lead in each of their losses for the San Antonio Spurs. And I still keep saying this out loud, and maybe it's a little hyperbolic, but my guy, there is an argument that the Spurs should have already swept this damn series.
Yeah, there is that argument because they have had an opportunity to win all four of these games, to be honest. They obviously won one, but it's been their play. You have to give the Knicks a ton of credit for battling back, for being resilient, for not giving in when things looked difficult for them. But the Spurs have had every opportunity. Excuse me. The Spurs have had every opportunity to be ahead in this series, and it actually provides us a level of confidence for them going into Game 5 that a lot of times, teams wouldn't necessarily have. If you're down 3-1, what confidence can you really have as a group? And I believe the Spurs still think in their minds they can figure out a way to win Game 5 and put themselves in position to still have a chance to win this series. I don't think they doubt that. Can they go out on the court and execute it? That's excuse me, that's different. But that's different. It's got to be choked up thinking about that.
I get it. I feel the same way, my guy.
Yeah,
we need to call security over there.
Nah, we're good. It's just early. It's hot. You know what I mean? I need to drink some water. Make sure I'm hydrating, Raj. But I think the Spurs, I do believe the Spurs believe in their ability to make this a series still. It's part of their youth, right? Where they can take advantage of, like, they don't have a ton of playoff series behind them where, they got down by 3-1 and it was just over. All they know is to continue to compete and continue to fight. And they've shown that so far. They just haven't been able to finish these games out. And, we hope as fans, at least, that they can figure out a way to finish out Game 5 in a stronger fashion and, get us to Game 6, man. Get us back to the Garden. Who's performing at halftime at the Garden in Game 6, Cody?
I don't know. I don't know if they've announced it yet, but I'm hoping, man, if you got Wu-Tang in Game 4, you better figure out how to get a Tribe Called Quest out there.
No, but what about in San Antonio Game 5? What about the music legends there, guys?
Hey.
I mean, there's too many to count. Fisher, who would you book from San Antonio for Game 5 coming up here tonight for halftime? What San Antonio music legend would you go with, my friend?
Why,
Hello?
Raj, why would you ask me that question, Raj?
Such a well. Here, I just looked it up.
I have no interest in who the Spurs are choosing for entertainment.
Neither does America, but let's see what they have to offer.
Well, they could play. They could bring in this legendary band, the Architects of the West Side Sound.
Oh.
And they were from the late 50s and 60s. They were apparently good. The Tejano and Conjunto Pioneers are apparently very good.
That sounds very ethnic.
Rock Indian pop icons. Oh, I'm sorry.
Huh? What you got?
Christopher Cross.
Oh.
Sailing. Sorry. You get Christopher Cross's house out there.
Hey.
That's a guaranteed win for Game 5,
They've
baby.
got to get hype.
Dude. Sailing. Sail. D-Fish. If we got some sailing playing, they're going to beat some ass.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, Dak. I'm not sure.
Fish not into the yacht rock. I'm
Yeah,
sad to
no,
hear it.
no, not the yacht rock at all. No disrespect to Christopher Cross. We love all
I'm
music.
sorry. Yeah,
I mean, it's all good.
Give. All right, how about this? Shawn Michaels can perform. He's a San Antonio guy. He can sing "Sexy Boy."
Oh yeah,
Yeah, WWE Hall of Fame
No,
legend.
have you guys seen the Red Panda do her thing?
Oh, she's with the bowls and the bicycle or something.
Yeah,
I haven't seen
bowls and the
Yeah,
and the
she got hurt this year,
person.
right? She crashed.
Well, I think it was like a couple years ago. I think she's back this year.
Okay,
I think I saw
all
her
right.
perform a few times this year. That
Very
would be
flexible.
a good
The Red
entertainment.
Panda.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Bring her back.
I'm saying, man.
Bring her back and have Christopher Cross sing her onto the stage.
I thought you meant Chris Cross from Criss Cross, like Christopher
Oh
Cross.
no, I
Yeah.
love
I thought the
Chris
Mac
Cross
Daddy
too.
or the Daddy
no, I
Mac.
love the Mac Daddy and the Daddy Mac. Make no
Okay.
mistake.
All right.
But give some respect to Christopher Cross, my God.
No, I love. Sing it again for me, Cody.
Sailing, sailing. God,
Yes.
beautiful
Beautiful.
stuff.
Oh, man.
My
You know what?
falsetto's not ready at 6:30 in the morning, my guy.
Studio audience loves it.
You
Good job.
cannot make me do falsetto at 6:30 in the morning.
All right.
You got to wait for an 8:30 for that to happen.
That
the
was
power
good.
hour in this show.
And of course, we'll call our shot later for this game
We
5. But you
will-
can call your shot anytime you want at the phone line.
Of course. Hey, who do you think is going to win this game? 855-97-LA fan. That being said, I got a quote for you, and I want to hear what you think of this, D-Fish, because, here at the new 97.1 The Fan LA, our counterpart over in New York is a kind of a legendary sports station, WFAN. And they have a show over there called Evan and Tiki, and it's with Evan Roberts and Tiki Barber, former New York Giant, very handsome, very talented guy, Tiki Barber. But he was breaking down this game, and he was going all in on Wemby in a very unique way. And I want your thoughts on this quote. And I quote, "He's a cocky ass, Wemby is. He really is. There's no humility to his game." I thought that was really interesting, and I just wanted to hear what you thought of that. I don't know where he's getting the idea of the humility to his game, but I think maybe he was referring to that time where he was kind of trolling that he was in Cat's head early in the game. But what do you think? Humility to his game, my man?
Yeah, I mean, who said this again?
Tiki Barber, our counterpart over there at WFAN Afternoons with Evan and Tiki.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't think, humility to your game does not have to necessarily show up while you're competing at the game. Like, imagine a boxer or a mixed martial arts fighter, in the ring showing humility. That's how you get knocked out.
Yeah, the funny thing is, I think he shows so much humility post game too.
Yeah, no, it's clear he's a very grounded and humble person. I don't know if that needs to show up in like his turnaround jumper, right? Like how do you compete for, one trophy, 2 teams? Like how do you compete for it and want it more than anybody else, and then also show humility while competing? I understand if he feels like some of the plays where Wembanyama's been assessed, flagrant fouls, or if he feels like he's been dirty or, made some illegal plays at times. Okay, you can have that conversation, but I don't know about a conversation around lack of humility, confidence, belief in self, belief in his teammates. To me, that all comes together. But I haven't seen anything that tells me he's not humble in his character, in his integrity. Like those are 2 different things to me. But I don't necessarily want to see him, being a super nice guy, shaking everybody's hand, smiling in everybody's face.
I want him to be a bully.
we're trying to win the NBA Finals. And so the greatest players to ever play are very similar to this. I don't remember Kobe being a nice guy.
Yeah.
But was
Shaq a nice guy in the paint? I felt like he was throwing guys through the stands.
Yeah, Shaq wasn't supposed to be a nice guy. Like every time he stepped on the court, he wanted to dominate his opponents. Like that's the mentality that you're supposed to have. And so, we all can obviously have our opinions and our perspectives on things, but I'm not sure I would see it as a lack of humility.
Yeah, and what do you think? What do you think this cat's going to need to do? Like in this next game, obviously we got 1 minute to break, but like, what does Wemby need to bring to the court in Game 5?
Well, I think the Spurs will need to continue to find. Like I think his game will be there. I think the question that they're learning in real time that they need to find an answer for is how do they rest him? When do they rest him? And, in the NBA Finals, when the season is on the line, can you stick to or maintain your normal substitution pattern, right? Like Wemby normally takes breaks at the same time, during the quarters. If you notice in Game 4 the other night, they took a shorter break for Wemby. He came out of the game, I think, in the fourth quarter, and he was right back on the court in about a minute, in game time. Maybe it was a little longer in real time, but I think that's really the key because of how different a team they are when he's off the court. And so I think they may have to find a way to figure out how to rest him and when to rest him so that he could play with the necessary force that he needs to play with. I also would not be afraid to consider playing the two bigs together and Luke Cornett and Wemby on the court at the same time, because Luke Cornett can still give you a lot of that rim protection and rebounding at the basket. He's also great in pick and roll, rolling to the basket, finishing around the rim. And then you can use Wemby as a floor spacer in terms of shooting. But then he may be able to roam a little bit more on the defensive end with Cornett there on the backside of it. So obviously the Spurs know what they're doing. Mitch Johnson's done a fantastic job getting his team to this point. But just in terms of a suggestion, that would be not a suggestion, a thought about how to use Wemby differently so that he can finish these games in a stronger fashion.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we later on the show will call our shot. Why don't you guys call your shot? 855-97-LA-FAN. And coming up, the chat is going to be so happy because we're going to do it. We're talking aliens in Top 5 right when we come back right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. That's right. Let's bring in the crooked hype man himself, Raj. Let's play some top 5.
Hey, fans, don't turn on me now. Come on, guys.
He's a crook.
We're in this together. That's right, guys. Listen, this is a historic day, especially on this show, because I don't know if you know this. This is history, Fish. This day in 82, actually. This day in 1982, we had the premiere of this movie. That's right. This is E.T., my friend.
You don't
E.T.
need to explain John Williams' masterful score.
All right.
How
Just
dare
making
you?
It's not to the recognizable part to me yet, but yes. E.T. came out in 1982, of course, Phone Home, Elliot, and all that stuff. It's just so much to break down with that movie. But it got me to thinking, because on this show, you know how we get down. Who are your top 5 aliens? That's right, top 5 aliens. Fisher.
Wait, are these alien movies or aliens?
It could be aliens, whatever. Just, you know what I'm saying? It could be sci-fi, it could be a show alien, it could be one.
Okay. I have not met them before.
All right, what you got at number 5, Fish? Top 5 alien.
Quiet Place?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
No, yeah, okay. All right. I'm making sure you guys are still here. Got it. Okay.
Oh, yes.
No, The Quiet Place. Yeah, those aliens dropping down, and you can't think about not being able to make noise or breathe or do anything, or you are going to get gobbled up. Like the concept of that movie blew me away. So that's a 5 for me.
Okay, all right, I like that.
I like
5
it.
for you. Yep.
Did not see that one coming, but you know what? I'm going a little left field as well.
Oh, surprising.
John Carpenter made an amazing alien movie in the 80s, and that movie is called They Live, starring Roddy Piper.
Hey, yo.
It is such a great movie, and what the plot of this movie is that we are already being controlled by aliens, and what does Roddy Piper have? A pair of glasses that he could see the aliens in real life in person. It's an amazing movie, and that's where we got the line, I have come to chew bubble gum and kick ass. Yes. And I am all out of bubble gum.
Uh-oh.
Badass.
That's a great movie, Fish. You ever see that one?
It's number 4 on my list, so let's go ahead and go to number 4.
No way!
They Live.
My God! It's the best! I love They Live!
What you got, Fish? What you think about that one?
Yeah, the concept of it was, some of these movies were ahead of their time. Like, think about the fact that movie was made in 1988. And so for them to already kind of be showing us this concept that, like, there could be people living amongst us that we just don't see. And the glasses were allowing him to see these people blended in right with us at the counter at a grocery store, at a cafe, drinking coffee, whatever. Yep. And at 14 years old, that concept just kind of blew my mind when that movie came out.
Yeah,
and
great movie.
The faces were scary.
Oh, dude, it absolutely holds up. And also, can we also agree the greatest fight scene of all time was Keith David and Roddy Piper in the alley? Just a brutal,
I remember that
punch up.
Yeah,
it's the funniest.
Good. That was good stuff. Okay, your number 4 alien.
Here's another outside the box one, but I honestly think it's the best alien movie released in the last 30 years.
All right.
You see the movie Arrival starring Amy Adams. It's an unbelievable movie, and these aliens come here to try to communicate with us, and they look like these big squid creatures. It is such a unique design, an outrageously smart concept of a movie, and just a real wonderful full circle story. Cannot stress it enough. The aliens from Arrival is one of my absolute favorites. Amy Adams, if you've never seen it, go see it.
Is that when they're in the sphere or something and they learn to communicate?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. I thought it was interesting. I didn't see that until about a year or two ago.
It's so good.
Yeah, okay. I like that. I like the concept of, we're getting good. Okay. Fish, your top 3 alien. Who's your third alien? Of course, E.T. came out today in 1982. What you got, Fish?
Cody, I like that movie, man. That's a good selection, brother.
I'm sorry.
Yes. At 3, I'm going with The Predator.
Oh, that is an alien indeed. Oh, yeah, that must feel so. Yeah, what you got? Oh, man, I love that film. Talk to me about it, Fish. The Predator.
Yes. No, like not just the concept of there being aliens, but like when he took that mask off, when he finally had to take the mask off, and that and that face opened up, and the teeth and the fangs came out, and you really could see what was behind the mask. And then he got injured, and you see the blood is green, and it just man, I I didn't think that one was real. Like the way it looked, you could. For me, it didn't feel as real as some other alien movies, but it was just a way out idea that somebody would literally be preying on anything on Earth.
So good. So good. Ladies and gentlemen, number 3 for me. D-Fish and I are just on the same page today, baby. I'm loving this so much. I got the Predator number 3 because if it bleeds, then we can kill it. I can't stress enough, dude. The scariest part of that movie, I thought, because the movie opens up like a normal actioneer starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. They go in there and they obliterate this foreign force at the beginning of the movie. They're like, oh man, he even says a catchphrase, throws a knife at a guy and it sticks him to the wall. He's like, stick around.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we're watching a Commando Arnold movie. And then the alien shows up, the Predator shows up, and you're like, oh, we're not watching an Arnold movie.
Yeah, right.
Arnold's being hunted and they're being obliterated. Carl Weathers again for the win. Maybe the best death scene in movie history is Carl Weathers in that movie. But the scene when they all unload all of their guns into the jungle. All unload. And the guy comes back, sir, we hit nothing.
Not a damn
thing.
thing.
The scariest thing ever said out loud in the movie. Love it. Predator.
It was like John Starks in that game, in that closeout game against Houston. All right, that's a great one. Yeah.
Wow.
All right, what you got, Fish? Your number 2 alien of all time. Hit me with it.
Are you guys watching John Starks' finals on the baseline? He's literally like out on the court.
I didn't say it. Game, Rod said it.
He is in the game. I love to show. Number 2, man, I'm going with the alien. I'm going Xenomorph from the Alien. Sigourney Weaver, classic. Just yeah, man. That is, and I mean the original too. Like I know they made a few more, but the original is like it's before it was normal, you know, for them to like these images of these more kind of refined, nuanced type of alien creatures. They used to be completely like the same look, but the Alien took it to another level, man. Sigourney Weaver was off the charts.
My number 2, my God, great minds think alike, Alien. The Xenomorph from Alien. And of course, I'm going with my personal favorite, and I know this is controversial. My personal favorite was number 2, James Cameron's Aliens with an S.
Plural.
And by the way, apparently how he pitched the movie to Fox, and it's apparently a legendary story. He goes into the room with the board executives. There's a big like chalkboard or whiteboard on the wall. He just writes down the word alien and then just puts the letter S at the end with a $sign. And he apparently got greenlit off of that.
I love it. That's the way to sell a project, my
baby.
friend. Okay, Fish, your number 1 alien of all time is?
The OG, which is why we're even doing this, man. I am going with E.T. Phone home. Let us know where you're at, what's going on. Are you safe? When are you coming back? You better be home by the time the street lights come on. All of it. I'm going with E.T., man.
I'm going in a different direction. I'm going to where it really all started.
Oh.
The time when we heard William Shatner say, space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. To boldly go where no one has gone before. Ladies and gentlemen, number 1. Star Trek.
And he boldly went where no man has gone before.
Dude, he made out, had sex with all
he slept with
aliens.
a lot of aliens.
That guy.
Wilt Chamberlain got nothing on him.
Yeah, Captain
Wilt
Kirk.
Chamberlain might have the world record, but Captain Kirk got the universe record.
Captain Kirk is out there starting new species, is my guy.
How did this turn into a conversation about William Shatner and...
That's what they did. Did you see the show?
Wasn't that the plot of the show? We're going to places to have sex with aliens?
No, just like James Bond. He did, he just instead of spies, he liked aliens.
Yeah.
I thought we were talking about the Vulcans from Star Trek, not.
Well, I have
many
no
times
doubt that he slept with a couple of Vulcans too.
Spock's cousin. That episode with Spock's cousin.
Yeah,
that was
Spock's
dirty.
cousin.
That was sneaky.
Let's
He
be
should at
real
least
clear.
said something to Spock.
Let's be real. No, how about there's the Borg, there's the Romulans, there's the Klingons. I can go on and on and on with all of the litany of aliens. The Cardassians, not to be confused with the Kardashians, which I often do. And the list of Star Trek aliens goes on and on and on, and it all started with that. And yes, Will Shatner slept with them all. Love it.
Shouts out to you, Will.
Love you, Bill. You still got it, my guy. Well, guys, we got a lot to talk about today. Of course, World Cup. We're going to call our shot later on in the show. Dodgers running into a potential scary injuries. And Charles Davies of CBS Sports coming on to talk all things World Cup and more. It's D. Fish and Decker right here for the next 3 hours here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Decker right here live on the new 97.1 The Fan LA, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. Of course, the crooked hype man Raj over there on the ones and twos, keeping us honest and doing his very best to produce this wonderful, wonderful show and channel. We thank you all for joining us. What is our phone number? 855-97 LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. And of course, we want to hear from you. We got a lot going on today. We got World Cup that is finally launched yesterday between Mexico and South Africa. Of course, as you know, we've already discussed D-Fish and I very much behind Mexico in that matchup. Me specifically because I love Lethal Weapon 2 and always root against South Africa because of it. That being said, we also got to talk about the Major League Baseball of it all. The Dodgers. Man, the Dodgers winning their series yesterday against the Pittsburgh Pirates, but potentially at a very real cost. Both Justin Robleski and, scarily enough, Shohei. The word is, as of now, touch and go. We will see and be day to day and find out more information as we get it on both Robleski and Shohei Ohtani. Later on in the show, D-Fish and I are going to be calling our shot on Game 5 of the NBA Finals, which will be taking place over there in San Antonio. Looking very forward to talking about that. Not to mention LeBron James and where his future is. There are some more words from him and his agent, Rich Paul, that we will get to. But right now, as we already mentioned, it is in the midst of the World Cup, D-Fish. We are right in the thick of it, and today is the day. U.S. and Paraguay right here in beautiful Southern California, Los Angeles SoFi Stadium. And who better to bring on right now to talk about it and everything World Cup? He is a former U.S. men's national team striker. He is an Olympian. He is an MLS legend. He is just a legend in general, and he's an analyst and host right now at CBS Sports. The one and only Charles Davies, live right here with D-Fish and Deck. Charles, how you doing, my guy?
Fantastic. How are you guys doing?
Dude, we are pretty good. We just started our World Cup, and we are fired up about it. And here's the deal, man. Yesterday, Mexico, South Africa. Mexico goes ahead, gets a 2-0 lead early on in the match. But the conversation, man, has all been about them red cards. 3 red cards? Talk to me, dude.
Yeah, I mean, let's say the energy is high, and the environment, it's suffocating. Playing in Azteca, when I played in 2009 there was 110,000 Mexican supporters. And D-Fish, I know you know what these intense environments are like, but this felt like war. You're talking about altitude, heat, and the fans throwing batteries and coins and the chants that are being thrown at you throughout the match. But I knew South Africa just weren't ready. You could tell the inexperience and the magnitude of that match was going to be too much for them. So when they went down 2-0, I could start to see the frustration boiling over. You see a couple of the red cards. I mean, questionable, maybe the first one. Certainly the second one is a red card. And then the third one, Cesar Martinez, I don't just know what you're doing in that situation. I didn't think the ref would give a red card there, but I can see a scenario where you're saying, hey, he gets by this player, he's going to get a shot on goal.
Mm-hmm.
How experience in the World Cup really can have impact on players out on the pitch.
Yeah, you know what? When you're playing in these big games, when there's a lot of pressure, it takes time to understand how to find success. You know, your typical success, you're scoring goals, you're creating goals, but there's a lot more to it. Winning fouls, slowing the game down, being able to change the tempo and play the way that is going to help your team at certain moments without getting that goal or assist. And it takes some time. I remember as a young player, the game felt so fast. And so maybe after a year or so of playing at the highest level, it finally clicked for me, and I understood, okay, now I know where to be, body positioning, being aware of where certain players, defenders are, where my teammates are. But it's a lot when you can't hear your teammates on the pitch because it's too loud. That's the environment at Azteca. You cannot hear any of your teammates. No coaches. You can scream at the top of your lungs and it goes nowhere. So it's an incredible environment, but for South Africa, they didn't necessarily have the quality, and then you throw in the inexperience, and it's an uphill battle.
We are talking with Charlie Davies, of course, analyst and host of CBS Sports, former U.S. men's national team striker and Olympian. And you mentioned you played at Estadio Azteca down there in Mexico City. This is also a place with a staggering elevation of 7,200 feet. Is that going to affect other players coming in playing over there in Mexico City? It seems like it would be a decent home court advantage over there for Mexico.
Cody, D-Fish, it was always my dream to play against Mexico. Since I first saw the U.S. men's national team play against Mexico in 1997. Fast forward to 2009, you fly right in the night before. They tell you all of these. It's almost like folklore. These legendary stories of the altitude and the heat and the fans, but they stormed our hotel with 1,000 fans with air horns. Then they're circling the hotel, 1,000, 2,000 cars deep, blaring music, flashing lights. Like you understand what it means to the fans in Mexico. Then on game day, you're driving into the stadium. There's 10,000 fans outside the stadium. They delay the bus to getting to where you need to get to walk into the stadium. Finally, you get to your locker room. You see oxygen tanks at every locker. Then you're saying, you're 23 years old at the time. I'm thinking, I don't need oxygen tanks. I'm fit. I'm young. I'm ready to go. It's 98,000 fans in the stadium 2 hours before the game. So when you're talking about an intimidation factor, that's what Azteca throws at you. It's that intense environment where you feel the heat, but you also feel that support that the Mexican fans are giving to their side. And they play with a real intensity and aggressiveness. But you make a few runs, and all of a sudden, you're not getting that oxygen that you're used to. You can't recover. And by the end of the first half, you're praying for halftime. You're praying for that oxygen tank.
Charles, the World Cup being in Los Angeles this year, man, in 2026, when you were young, you had that in-person World Cup experience that you've noted changed your life as a young person. Talk to us about, your hopes for young boys and girls in the U.S. that are going to get that same experience here in 2026.
Yeah, I'm sure you're familiar with soccer back in the day. I was born in 1986, and I never saw a professional kick a ball until the World Cup in 1994. And it was that match, South Korea versus Bolivia, that inspired me to play the game. And by the way, it wasn't the actual game. It was 0-0. It was probably the worst game of the whole World Cup. But the environment, the atmosphere, how the fans invited you into their spaces at the tailgate, you tried different foods, you're playing, pickup games. I was like, this is for me. I felt seen, I felt embraced, and I got to learn about all these different cultures and ethnicities, and so it hooked me. And then you're seeing the 1994 U.S. men's national team kind of do the improbable. They beat Colombia at that time, which was a top 5 national team in the world. So next thing you know, 1996, the league is born in Major League Soccer. So now I have a team I can support and I can watch. And look how far we've come to 2026. These guys have an incredible opportunity to inspire our country, inspire all the kids in this country, so that soccer is at the forefront. All I've ever wanted as a player is that soccer could be considered in the same conversation in the NFL, and get the respect it deserves around that it does in the rest of the world. You know, I played in Europe, France, Sweden, Denmark. Right? It's a religion. Fans give everything they can to come to games, and when you win, it's free meals. You know, you're invited everywhere. But when you lose, I don't know if you've experienced this, D-Fish. When you lose and you go out, fans are telling you better get your ass back in your house.
That's why I didn't go. I never went out.
You're not allowed to hang out. You're not allowed to have fun.
Of course, we are talking with Charlie Davies, analyst and host at CBS Sports, former U.S. men's national team striker. And I want to read you this right now because this is in the chat right now. And I quote, Charlie Davies was him. And the reason why I bring up that quote right there is because I got to ask you about Team USA's him. Is Christian Pulisic him?
He should be. He can be. And I believe in him that this will be his World Cup.
All right.
He's got all the talent. It's time for him to really show that he's him.
Let's go. What do you think it's going to take though? Like, is it going to be just that moment? Is there something that you need to see from him that's really going to make him take that step? Because I know he's had a couple of rough months, kind of leading into the World Cup.
He has. But when you see the match against Senegal and he gets a goal and assist and he looks lively, you completely forget about what this past year has been for him in Italy. Germany had some really good moments, but what it's going to take for him to be him and for everybody to rally around Christian Pulisic and the rest of this U.S. men's national team is those big moments. We remember when Landon Donovan in 2010 scores that goal against Algeria, and you could feel the whole country get behind the team, and it was inspiring, and that goal inspired Christian Pulisic. So can he have some of those moments where he's inspiring the future players of this country? When we're talking about those big goals or those moves where he's beaten 3-4 players and creates a goal for someone else, that's what I'm hoping we see from him, and we see it from him consistently.
Charles, we got a little pool going here at 97.1 The Fan, and I need some help. I selected, we did a blind draft. I selected Germany, Morocco, and Turkey as like my three teams that I'm following this World Cup. Do I have any shot at all of even winning a match? I don't know.
For real,
I don't.
Morocco was in the semifinals of the last World Cup, so you have a legit squad there. Germany, they have a new coach in Julian Nagelsmann, who I think is very proactive and aggressive and trying to always implement new tactics and strategies. They have some real talent in midfield, some young stars. They're going to surprise some teams as well. So you got two good picks. Turkey,
nice.
now,
Thank you. I
somebody
appreciate
from Turkey, they'll tell you, hey, we can get to a semifinal. We can be better than the famous 2002 Turkey side. But from my opinion, their defenders aren't the best, and we're going to beat them. We're going to take first place in the group, and they're going to take second place in the group.
Nice.
All right, Charlie, before we let you go, and of course we are talking with the great Charlie Davies, analyst and host at CBS Sports, former U.S. men's national team striker, and of course an Olympian, played everywhere, and as the chat has already described him as, he is him. My guy, I got to ask you this because he just mentioned our poll. This is the teams I pulled, and I feel real good about it. I did pull right out the gate Spain, followed by U.S., followed by Senegal. But here's the thing. I made a trade with Senegal. I made a trade with one of our other hosts, Bill Reiter, who is our afternoon host here. And I'll freely admit, on paper, it makes no sense, this trade. I just did it for the vibes. I traded for Scotland. I love that Scotland is in this. Tell me right now, I traded Senegal for Scotland. Tell me I made either the greatest decision or the worst decision of my life.
I'm going to go, it's up there with your worst decision. It's probably not the worst decision, but it's up there. It's up there. I think Scotland, they bring the vibes for sure, and they're going to have two matches in Boston, which I'm excited about. But at the end of the day, I think they're going to get out of that group as a third place team, which is which is still exciting. They'll win at least one game in this tournament.
Mm-hmm. It's something.
Senegal, they have the power to make a deep run.
Darn it! That's the worst part. That was my long shot team, and I decided to go ahead and trade for a longer shot. What's your long shot team, Charlie?
Long shot, I would say Portugal is flying under the radar, and I don't know why. Portugal's never won a World Cup, and I don't know why they're so underrated, given that their midfield is phenomenal, top world class, and then you throw in Cristiano Ronaldo, a little sprinkle of greatness, someone who's trying to get to the mountaintop with Lionel Messi because he needs that World Cup, in his opinion, to say, hey, I'm right there with Messi. I won a World Cup. He won a World Cup. I'm the greatest. He's not the greatest. So when you have a player like Cristiano Ronaldo in the World Cup, I wouldn't mind seeing Argentina-Portugal final, because then you have two of the icons of our sport for so long playing against each other. But I would like to see Portugal, a new country win. There's only been 8 countries to win a World Cup. I'd like to see a new country take the trophy home.
Absolutely. Well, Charlie, we can't thank you enough for joining D-Fish and Decker today, my guy. Charlie Davis, analyst and host of CBS Sports, former U.S. men's national team striker, Olympian, and all-around just total badass. My guy, please just enjoy the greatness of this tournament, and we can't thank you enough for joining us today, man.
Hey, much respect. Thanks for having me on. And D-Fish, enjoy all the games.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Charlie. Appreciate you, man.
My man, Charlie Davis, as the chat described him, he was him. And I'm looking very, very forward to today's matchup for U.S. and Paraguay. It's going to be a lot of fun. I will admit this. D-Fish, I worked at Fox the last World Cup, and Fox has a lot of the World Cup games. I have a really sweet custom U.S. sweater that I'm going to be rocking today this afternoon. I'm really kind of fired up. Now, granted, I'm going to feel a lot less fired up when they score their first goal, because those of you that don't know, and I'll get Raj to actually get this queued up. Raj, could you play the beautiful music that will be sung from the U.S. crowd after Pulisic makes his first goal?
Yes, of course. I'll do over here. Because we support the U.S., the U.S., the U.S., and that's the way we like it. We like it. We like it. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Wait, I'll let you know. You missed the line.
What?
We like it. We like it.
We love it. I'm not bad. I'm not practicing that song, so I'm sorry I missed that line.
Yeah, we're not going to be practicing it either. We really are not. You know what we should do, D-Fish? D-Fish, we should get the best songs from all of the countries and figure out which songs wrote their best
it's easy.
ones.
It's easy.
Oh, wow, you're going to say Brazil right out the gate?
No, they got a hot one. I think France's is the best.
Really?
Yeah, we'll do it some next week. I'll load them and we'll have some fun with it next. They got hype stuff. I mean, it's pretty good. But Brazil's always good, of course.
D-Fish, when you were was there ever like a World Cup going on when you guys were in the finals?
Well, not during. I think in 2010. Remember, that's when I really first kind of got hooked on the World Cup. We won the title in 2010, and a week later, I'm watching the World Cup for the first time on television, and Kobe's at the game in Rio, and I was like, "Hold on, how did he get on a plane that fast and get to Rio?
He was here yesterday
to watch this World Cup. He was here yesterday. That's literally what I was thinking, and so I was like, if a sporting event is like big enough and massive enough to get him on an airplane that fast to go to Rio, I should pay closer attention. And so since 2010, that's kind of when I just started lightly keeping up with the World Cup. But I'm still learning, the ins and outs of it and which teams are the best. And, obviously as soccer has grown in the U.S., I'm getting more familiar with player names and, because we're talking about it a lot more in the U.S. as well in sports news.
Yeah, we are.
So I still have a ways to go, but 2010 is when I really first kind of got lit up about the World Cup.
Yeah, and it's one thing that Charlie just mentioned. We just had Charlie Davies on the show. Of course, go back and watch it on YouTube. Make sure you listen on the Odyssey app, and we will replay it later on in the show. But the one thing he said was, the idea of getting soccer more respect here in the United States, which I totally understand. Every soccer player in the United States wants that. And we're in Southern California. Southern California, you and I, D-Fish, we talk about youth sports all the time. Southern California's soccer youth sports is as big as basketball is, as big as baseball is. Soccer might be the most popular sport for Southern California youth right now.
Yeah, in terms of participation numbers, I wouldn't argue with that at all, Deck.
Those are facts.
I think, yeah, I mean, you talk about especially boys and girls. I think soccer is one of the sports that in the U.S. that for young girls, there's a lot of inclusion. You know, you can participate at several different positions, and it's a game that you can learn to have skill in. A lot of other sports at the early ages, if you're not skilled enough already, you kind of struggle to play it, and that can be frustrating for young people. So I think soccer provides an opportunity for you to just get out there and move around and be active, and whether you score a goal or not, like, you're still part of the action, and that's the great part about soccer.
Yeah, so he might get his wish. The way soccer youth has really kind of blown up in the last 10, 15 years here in the United States, and very specifically here in Southern California, who knows? Maybe soccer does make that massive jump that we all hope for. Uh-oh! Let's bring in our crooked hype man, Raj. We got some breaking news, my guy?
Yeah, of course. Just came on. Charlie Davis, of course, former Team USA, a number 9, which for you that don't know, that's a striker in soccer. He's going to be our weekly correspondent on the World Cup, so he will be back weekly, and next time it'll be on video, y'all. We get to see his wonderful face there
now
and
we're talking.
waxing loquaciously with us about the great world
Look
game.
at us. What a get, Raj.
Yeah,
Okay,
man.
Charlie
Raj.
Davis, I don't even know this. According to the chat, he was him.
That's what, yes.
So I'll take that all day, man. Looking very forward to cutting it up with him weekly through this tournament. Cannot wait to have it on video. And D-Fish coming up. Boy, oh boy. LeBron James and Rich Paul might have a massive, massive demand for the Lakers. And it might have some Laker fans a bit shaking in their boots. I know I am. We're going to discuss right here in the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back, D, Fish, and Deck right here, the new 97.1, The Fan LA, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you, of course. We got Crooked Hype Man Raj on the ones and twos doing all of this work, of course, and we just had the one and only Charlie Davies, who is going to be our incredible World Cup correspondent going forward on this show. I'm really excited to have him because it's not a bad day when you can get a legend like Charlie Davies, especially a U.S. men's soccer legend like Charlie Davies coming on our show weekly to talk all things World Cup D-Fish. So very excited to have him. We will be replaying that interview with Charlie Davies later on in the show, so stay tuned for that. And if you did miss it, you can go back on the Odyssey app and on YouTube right now at The Fan LA and check us out and just check out all the things. Get in the chat and, of course, give us a phone call, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And, yes, you better believe it. We're giving away Sparks tickets today. We'll let you know when that is so you can call in. Today it's going to be Caller 9 later on in the show. Caller 9 later will get their hand on a nice set of Sparks tickets over here at Crypto.com Arena. D-Fish, LeBron James's camp is talking, and it's not great. It's not great, Bob, because we've been talking quite a bit over and over and over that we all agree his numbers 100% allot a certain pay. We know that. He's LeBron James. He's the GOAT. You can make the argument for max contract all day because of the numbers that he put up last year, because forget the age 41. D-Fish, you've said it. Those numbers do not lie, and those numbers do not show an aging superstar.
No, the numbers don't lie. The production doesn't lie. The impact on the bottom line doesn't lie. But ultimately, the Lakers organization, LeBron as well, like it's about winning. So, you have to have business conversations in these situations for sure, but it's still going to come down to winning. And we've talked about this. I mean, as you get into actually what was said, and we break that down, like it will align with what we've talked about on the show the last few weeks. It's like a credit card, Deck, like you get a certain amount of credit, and as long as you maintain it a certain way and you manage it a certain way, you will get extended more credit. And it's essentially, that's what it comes down to when you're trying to conduct business with the best players in the world. If they are going to choose to accept less money, you still have to start from the max. Like, that's always the starting point for a A-list headliner. Let's start with the max. Then let's have a conversation about how are you going to use any money that I go below the max, right? So in music, right, you've heard a lot of music artists, they collaborate with record companies, entertainment in terms of their concerts and how much they're going to spend on lighting and staging, and all of that stuff comes out of their money. So they're making choices on dancers, lighting, smoke, pyrotechnics, all these things. And some music artists pare it down and they just kind of streamline it so that they can take home more money from the concert tour. And then other artists have an elaborate production on stage because they are big time A-list performers that they have to put on a big show. They have to put on a great show for the fans. They're charging premium ticket prices. And guess what? They are who they are. So you're going to pay the price and they can afford it. And so it's the same thing here. Like LeBron is a max player that will then choose based on what you present as a plan on accepting less than that. Like, as long as you're going to use it the right way and you confirm that it's used that way, we can figure this out. But if you're just going to kind of go out there and go shopping with the extra money and buy things that we don't need, then no, I'm not giving that.
Yeah.
I'm not giving that to you.
Yeah. And by the way, what are we referring to very specifically? Well, here it is. LeBron and his agent, Rich Paul, are reportedly going to ask for the max contract from the Lakers and want to know how the Lakers plan to spend that money if they are offering less, which is really a complicated way of saying they want to know basically what the Lakers' plans are. And you and I have discussed this multiple times. It makes all the sense in the world. The question really that it's looming right now, D-Fish, let's just start here. If he's going to ask for the max contract, do you expect LeBron James to get the max contract?
In theory, yes. It's we have to look at it as in this way. He is going to get the max contract, but also like smartly decide that's not necessarily in my best interest at this point in my career. So they're also literally telling everybody that, yeah, I'm worth the max. That's where we always should start this conversation. And then as we move forward and you kind of lay out how, you're going to utilize any additional resources, salary that is available, like then we can kind of figure out what the right number is, where the right place is to land. But if the Lakers were to strike out in free agency with player A, B, C, and let's say the only move that's really made is you get Austin Reeves locked in, and maybe some of the other possible names and scenarios don't work out as well. So now LeBron's looking at a team that may or may not compete in the Western Conference or win a title, and you're not going to actually pull off some of the player transactions that additional cap space is there for. Well, no, all the money should be spent on him as still one of the best players in the league. So I think, yes, he'll receive the max, but then also collaborate and work with the Lakers organization and a team on like what the right things are to do in order to maximize whatever room that he provides for them to utilize in going out to get other players. It's like an interior designer and a homeowner, man. We're going to work together, put this furniture in. You're not going to just put any kind of furniture in my house.
I'm approving said furniture.
Yeah, we got to figure this out together.
And by the way, not everyone can do that. LeBron James can absolutely do that. But also on top of that, I mean, I'm starting to think, man, there's got to be a fire lit under the Lakers' ass a little bit, because if the reports are coming out more and more and more, and according to Mark Stein of the State Line, the Warriors remain legitimately, and this is a direct quote, legitimately interested in adding James to their veteran core, which I got to say, yeah, it doesn't help them get younger, to say the least, but that's productivity I really don't want to see in San Francisco as a Laker fan.
No, you don't. You really don't.
Really don't.
Part of why Steph Curry has been beat up so much the last couple of years is like the workload that he's had to carry to create offense and generate scoring opportunities for himself and for his teammates. Draymond Green's passing and his basketball IQ are elite, but they've missed out on the additional gravity that Klay Thompson used to create. They've missed out on the playmaking and versatility of guys like Andre Iguodala and Kevin Durant and other guys that complemented Steph and Klay at a really high level. And so now it's become so heavily one-dimensional on Steph Curry's greatness that leads to Steph breaking down, Steph wearing down, teams being able to really defend the Warriors better than they have in the past. And so when you think about a player, take LeBron's name off of it, just think about LeBron's style of play, his versatility, what he can do in terms of defensive rebounding, defensive IQ, his assist numbers at 7.2 assists per game. Like you add playmaking, you add physicality, you add basketball IQ and intelligence, and the Warriors team is exponentially better if somehow he were to land there. And that's all you need is one team, right? To keep your current team honest in free agent discussions. You need one team to be a legitimate option, regardless of the money, right? The Warriors can't pay him the max, but if they are legitimately interested in adding him, it's still going to hold the Lakers and other teams at a certain line that they're going to have to, at a minimum, offer a better deal than anybody else would offer.
And let's be real clear, like it is an old team. It might be the oldest team ever assembled, but I mean, the prospect of a short term with LeBron, Steph, Jimmy Buckets, and Draymond Green. I mean, that alone, I've mentioned it before. If it happens, I'll be furious. I will also watch all the games.
Yes, we will. We would definitely watch all the games.
I hate that I'm saying it. I hate that I'm admitting it, but I will watch every one of those goddamn games.
Yeah, it would be great TV. I think the Warriors have also added some youth around, quietly, similar to other teams that have won at high levels for several years. They don't draft high in the draft, so they've had to be really intentional about developing, two-way players, G League players. There's a kid named Santos that signed a new contract with the Warriors in the last couple of years. That's a versatile forward, can shoot the three. There's a big guy, 7-footer, that also can shoot the three and a good passer, Quentin Post. Brandon Podziemski is also another, younger player that the Warriors have started to lean on and rely on. And then Will Richard from University of Florida is also a player that got some big minutes for the Warriors this past year. DeAnthony Melton was there in Golden State this past year. Not sure if he'll return, but they've added enough young guys around. If they somehow were to add a player of LeBron's caliber, even if it's not LeBron, but someone with that type of size and versatility and experience, like that could get really tricky because, again, the Warriors have been in the play-in scenarios the last few years off of like Steph having to do everything offensively. And so if you added experience, playmaking, and scoring next to Steph, the Warriors are now talking about, a 6 seed maybe and staying out of the play-in. And then imagine having to play the Warriors in a 7-game series instead of being able to beat them on one night. That could be tricky.
Yikes. Well, guys, this will be a discussion as the offseason vastly approaches. Of course, we got ourselves a Game 5 we will be calling our shot on later on in the show. Not to mention the Dodgers win their series, but at a potential really high cost. And coming up, airlines are running out of beer. What was that? We got to blame someone for it, and we are going to, as D. Fish and I hit it or quit it right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. find out if D. Fish and I want to hit it or quit it, my guy.
Let's find out indeed, my friends. And I'm going to turn this music down for just one hot second, but because we got a serious story here, everybody. You know, Fish and Cody, I'm just going to find my spot here. Airlines, that's right. Airlines are complaining. Airlines are running out of beer thanks to the Scottish fans drinking every drop of it on flights to the World Cup. Now, before you guys laugh,
Those are my guys.
those are your guys. Fish, my English buddies, when they come out, or they've come out like for the Ricky Hatton Mayweather fight years ago, their airline, they drink it dry, the whole plane. They started rocking back and forth. We want beer. So this is the thing. So what do you think about Fish, the Scottish? You going to hit it or quit it at them drinking the damn airlines out of beers?
Well, it sounds like I'm hitting it because it sounds like this is just who they are. It's how they show up. They don't.
That's how they roll, man. That's how they roll.
What?
So,
the whole plane is out of beer?
The whole plane.
The whole plane. They drink it all out.
Dude, if you know a
lot of beer,
Scotsman the
man.
way I know Scotsmen, yep. That sounds right on par for my countrymen. And yes, I am calling them my countrymen. I am like 10% Scottish. I'll take it. And they're also my long shot team. And
That's right.
I went to Scotland last year, and I will freely admit this. I am not a beer drinker. I do love me some libations, but no, beer is not really on my list.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I get too bloated. It's
Same.
full.
That's why I don't
Yeah.
drink it. But that being
All
said, when I was in Scotland, you bet your ass I drank me some
You
Scottish
do
beer.
what you do.
You do what you do in Scotland. You do
That's
what the
right.
Scots do, and you know what the Scots do? They drink beer. You know what? I'm no longer mad about the airline running out of beer. They weren't prepared for the Scottish.
Gotta prepare. Gotta be prepared, Fish. All right, getting back to it. Now, hey, guys, you sent a video yesterday of Karl Anthony Towns asking the Knicks fans to crowd the out-of-bounds line when the Spurs were inbounding the ball.
I didn't see it live.
Hit it or quit it. That's cheat. Well, Fisher, I know you're a master of the dark arts and cheating, but hit it or quit it that the Knicks were cheating.
Who is this crook, D-Fish? Who is this crook we're dealing with today?
You gonna hit it or quit it, Fish?
Uh-oh. We seem to have lost D-Fish's sound. That's all right. We'll get it. We'll get it back up.
See?
No.
That's justice.
He's not avoiding your question. He's going to answer your question, and he's going to give you
back.
crap.
I'm back.
Hey, thank God.
Okay.
Thank God.
Matt.
Yell at this man.
I think Raj
So
hit
hit
the
it or
button.
quit.
I think Raj hit the button.
What you
That's
say,
what
Fish? Hit
happened.
it or quit it on the Knicks were cheating, crowding the baseline.
No, it wasn't cheating. It was just weird. I had not ever seen that. Maybe it's happened before, but I really had not seen that happen before. And actually, fans do it. One, and then two, the referee didn't have any sense at all that these two fans were literally standing on top of a player trying to take the ball out of bounds. It was
It's
great.
nuts.
It was great.
It's
So,
nuts. And you know what?
I quit it. It wasn't cheating.
Okay.
I quit it.
I thought he was going to hit it, say he was cheating, but I think he's quitting it. D-Fish, are you mad you didn't come up with this?
Yeah.
Yes, possibly. There's a couple times that we got burned out of it.
All right, I'm going to quit it too. It's
All
not
right.
it's not cheating. It's actually genius. It's brilliant. Well done, Cat. Refs, please watch out for this going forward.
Yeah. There's a lot to watch
Yes.
for refs. I do
get
there's
it.
a
I
lot
get
to
it.
look at. That's one
But
thing.
man, it didn't even cross my mind that was even a thing. Well done.
I heard that. Hey, why don't we go to the baseball world there? If I can find my baseball. There it goes. Aroldis Chapman. Now, Fish used to be a closer for the Yanks.
Twice.
Twice, that's right. When I hear my music, there it goes. And there's a potential trade to the Yankees from the Bo Sox because the Bo Sox are stinking it up this year, Fish. So Chapman heard about this rumor and was asked about it, and he said, if so, I believe someone from this organization, who be the Yankees, should apologize first. Now, he's talking about their GM. So
Brian Cashman.
hit it or quit it on the GM having to apologize to a player before trading for him, Fish. What say you?
Ooh, that's a tough one. It depends on
former
the
player.
situation.
Yeah,
I don't know what may or may not have happened. So let me
He
preface
felt
it
the
with
GM
that.
did him dirty on the way back. So if you were to return to one of your former teams, would you hit it or quit it on that GM needs to apologize if you felt if you felt he did he did you dirty?
Well, here's the thing. The general manager doesn't necessarily sign your check, but they do have a lot to do with you getting your check. So if I were a player still in this scenario, like if the Yankees are in a better competitive situation, have a chance to compete for a World Series, I'm on board with that. As soon as I land in the Bronx, though, let's go have a meeting and let's talk about what happened on the way out last time, just so we can clear the air now that I'm back. But I wouldn't necessarily be out front saying he should apologize first, because what could then happen is you could get traded to a much worse situation. You could end up costing yourself a lot of money and opportunity, and you don't want to do that. So I quit it on this one.
You know what? I'm going to disagree with D-Fish. I'm going to hit it.
Okay.
I'm going to say right here, Mr. Brian Cashman, get on your knees, pucker up, and get ready to kiss that man's ass. You want to get to a World Series? You need a closer. Here's what I'm going to quit it on, though, real quick. What the hell are the Red Sox doing trading to the New York Yankees? Do you have absolutely no shame at this point, Mr. Warner, owner of the Red Sox? Do you guys not care about any of your history? That is the blood feud rivalry in American sports. It's Red Sox, Yankees, it's Lakers, Celtics. And you're going to trade over... D-Fish, can you see a world where you were getting traded to the Boston Celtics by the Lakers?
He would love that.
No, I cannot. There was one free agent opportunity, but traded to the Celtics or vice versa, I can't see that happening. No,
exactly.
not at all.
All right.
So what are the Red Sox doing? My God, what a fall from a storied franchise.
Yeah, I heard that. Hey guys, Swifty, who's accused of Swifty of being a fake fan base? Elaborate on that a little bit, Cody. There.
Well, Monica McNutt was caught on a fortunate hot mic during the game, talking about Taylor Swift and being very upset that she was really excited about the Knicks guy. And she said, and I quote, "She's a fake fan." Ooh. And unfortunately, this is caught on a hot mic. And let's just say Swifties acted very normally, D-Fish.
Oh, got it. Okay, they came after Monica McNutt. They
came after Monica McNutt for mentioning that Taylor Swift is a fake fan, which I'm sorry. Hey, Swifties, I love Taylor Swift too. She's absolutely a fake Knicks fan. There's nothing wrong with that.
You didn't see her jumping up and down after that made shot?
No, stop it. She's from what, Tennessee? Knock it off.
They don't have an NBA team. They have
That's
to support
close
something.
to Memphis.
Oh. Is that where that
Where is
Memphis is in
Memphis?
Tennessee, Rod.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah,
Memphis is in Tennessee, Rod.
All I think about is the bridge in Memphis. I don't think about no damn
the
city.
The bridge takes you to Arkansas, dude.
All right.
Wrong state.
All right. Is there something called Bojangles or something out there, Fish?
Yes.
Okay,
Think of pie pies or Louisiana fried chicken type of vibe.
Oh, yes.
Y'all
now
mixed
we're
together.
talking. Give me some Popeyes.
All right, guys. Last one from me. They did a poll, and a third of soccer fans think they could score a World Cup winning penalty kick. A World Cup winning penalty kick.
People have lost their damn
That's
minds.
what they said.
They've
so
lost their goddamn
hit it or
minds.
quit it, Fish, that you think you could score a World Cup winning penalty kick.
Okay, let's separate the two things. You know me, I'm a both could be true guy. One, I could possibly do it because I'm a former professional athlete.
You are a former. You're different. I agree. I give you that. But what about the general public, true. A fan, just Bob from accounting walking around?
Yeah, but me and Bob from accounting could not score a penalty kick in a penalty situation against a world-class World Cup goalie. Yeah. Not a chance. They would see that ball coming before we even started moving.
Yeah. Or would you even? It's not as easy with the pressure just getting it in the goal. Go ahead, Cody. Do you think you could kick one? And what about a fan?
No and no. Yeah.
So both knows.
After I'm done scoring in the World Cup, I'm going to go D up Shaq in the paint. Yeah. All these things super possible.
Yeah.
But I go up and punch God. All these things are going to take place.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Get out of here. People are nuts.
A third of soccer fans think they could.
Yeah, a third of soccer fans are absolute bat bleep insane if they think that
they
at
are,
any
actually.
point.
They are. As we can see,
Insane.
by the way they act at the game.
So, Fish, real
not
quick,
lying, dude.
if you ran up and kicked the goal, and we got like 30 seconds, so quickly, would you kick it with your toe like you're taught, or would you try and kick it with your inside of the foot? What would you do?
I would try to
I'ma
kick
tell
it
you if you
with
guys can-
my toe, but then that would go
That's
like
where you're
way
not.
to
See,
the
that's
left
why you would
hand.
miss. You're not supposed to kick with your damn
But-
toe.
I understand that, but if I try to kick it with the inside of my foot, it's going to go like half a mile
You're
an
gonna
hour.
spray
It's
it,
not even going to
Fish.
get there. It's, that's
right.
not,
I'll
it's not
go
gonna work.
inside of the foot, but I'm going to miss regardless. Who cares?
Correct.
Your toe will
That's
spray.
my
I
whole
used to
point.
coach some soccer. You think you're supposed to kick with your, it'll spray all
The
over the place.
inside of my foot will spray it. Like, who
Yeah.
cares?
All right. What do we got?
All right, guys. Coming up, it's time for D. Fish and I to call our shot. That's right. We got Game 5 tomorrow. Who's going to win, and what do you guys think? Join the chat and join the show. 97.1 The Fan. up, LA? The new 97.1 The Fan. You got D-Fish, you got Deck, and you got all of you. The hype man Raj back there on the ones and twos. And, of course, you are listening to us live right here on 97.1 on your morning commute here in Los Angeles, California. Or maybe you're taking us on the go with your Odyssey app. Maybe you're taking us on the go with the iHeart app. Or you're joining us live on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch right now at The Fan LA. Get in the chat. Join the conversation. Let us know what you think about everything we're talking about today. Of course, earlier on in the show, if you missed it, don't you worry. We had Charlie Davies, former U.S. men's national team striker and current analyst and host at CBS Sports, talking all things World Cup, because that is true, people. The World Cup has made its way to Los Angeles, California tonight as the U.S. takes on Paraguay this evening at SoFi Stadium. Of course, we talked a little about LeBron and his upcoming demand with the Lakers. We've discussed the Dodgers, of which we will be discussing the Dodgers again because the Dodgers did win their series in Pittsburgh. But it may have come at a very serious price, D-Fish, and we will discuss. But right now, my guy, we got to talk some NBA Finals. Game 5 tomorrow. San Antonio. Right there deep in the heart of Texas. We are going to call our shot. But before we do, my guy, let's just get to the game itself and how we even got here. Because what is your thoughts on what the San Antonio Spurs can do to basically come back from what that was the greatest NBA Finals comeback of all time? A 29-point come-from-behind victory from the Knicks. And by the way, I was looking at some numbers yesterday. In the NBA Finals history, and this is true, in the history of the NBA Finals, any team that was losing by 20-plus points lost that game by double-digit points, except one. Everything in here is minus 17, minus 12, minus this, going all the way back to 1975. Except for one. Plus one, the New York Knicks coming back from over 20 down to win the game. That is not rarefied air, my guy. That is one time ever.
That's New York City, right?
Yeah.
Like just, the grit, the resilience, just being scrappy, kind of against all odds, being comfortable with being uncomfortable. This Knicks team is showing all of those characteristics. It's why the city loves them. Knicks fans love this team. They're actually a fun team to watch. I mean, Jalen Brunson
so fun.
Is obviously the star of the show, but they do play a really good brand of team basketball that is enjoyable to watch just as a fan. And so, they're one win away from, having a chance to hold that Larry O'Brien trophy, and it's such a special experience. I do believe they'll eventually get there. I think in this series, although the Spurs are obviously more than capable of winning Game 5 and pushing this series back to Madison Square Garden in Game 6, and having like different championship experiences. Like I would say, like the first championship team I was on, we won in LA at Staples Center, and then the fifth one and the last one we won at Staples Center in LA. The ones in between were all won on the road, and I will tell you, the ones they're all just as amazing and they're all sweet. You wouldn't trade any of them back, but winning at home is like no other experience you could ever have in your life, man. The entire city is unfortunately there were actually some real fires after winning a few championships, but you really, like, the Knicks winning Game 6 at Madison Square Garden would be made for TV, basically. And so, my hope is that the Spurs win Game 5. They're more than capable of it. And then anything can happen as the series moves forward. And so we'll just have to see how things line up tomorrow night and see, if both of these teams can bring their best to the table when that game tips off.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think they can too. Right. By the way, right now, as we currently stand for tomorrow night's Game 5 matchup in San Antonio, the Spurs are 5.5 points favorites right now going into this matchup. For Game 5, they are currently down 3-1, but it's just amazing. This team, the Knicks, have each one of their wins were all come from behind victories, 12 points, 17 points, and of course the 29-point game. It seems like this Knicks team, D-Fish, like it only. You ever see the movie Seabiscuit?
Yes.
The horse race movie starring Tobey Maguire and all that. Like, so there is a scene in that movie where one of the horse trainers is explaining to the new jockey that's going to ride Seabiscuit against War Admiral, the much bigger and supposedly much faster horse, and he explains to him, and when you get down to the final furlong, I want you to do this, and he closes the door. He doesn't want anybody to hear him. I want you to pull Seabiscuit back a little bit. I want you to pull him back and get him right next to the horse. And he's like, why? He said, because once he sees that other horse's eyes in that when they're neck to neck, Seabiscuit will take off. He will not allow himself to lose. He just needs to let this other horse see that he can win, and then he'll take off. That's what it feels like for the Knicks. It's like the Knicks need to be down to see what's in front of them, so then they could just go and take off. I've never seen a team that seems so much more comfortable being down than they are being up.
Yeah, some people are more comfortable being underdogs. Some people don't necessarily need to be the star or up front or, to be considered the favorite, to be a person that everybody's telling them how great they are. This Knicks team is comprised of a number of guys that, have kind of been journeymen in the league. They haven't been all-stars necessarily in the NBA. I can't remember if OG Anunoby made an all-star team in Toronto or not, but Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, I believe, have been all-stars. But the rest of this group is really a group of blue-collar, intangible, glue guys, role players, guys that have been cut from teams, traded from teams, on their last leg to some degree, and they just keep fighting because that's who they actually are as people. So they're not necessarily trying to emulate something for the NBA Finals, right? Like they're playing basketball authentically and in alignment with just who they are. And I think that's what allows them to kind of maintain this competitive spirit. They don't quit and give up on games even when things get hard, because most of them wouldn't even be in the NBA still if they quit and gave up when things got hard. So they're just kind of showing up as they are, and it's working out really well for this team.
It's amazing. That last game, we'll always call it, maybe we'll call it Game 4. Maybe we'll call it the comeback from whatever it's going to be called, that Game 4. I'm going to call it the OG game. And the reason why is not only because of the tip, not only because of the incredible block that happened 8 seconds earlier in the game. I think that OG has a very, very good argument to actually be the MVP of this series, man, and it's not just that game. I'm going to read you a stat that is mind-blowing, and I think it's somehow gone under the radar for how good OG has actually been in this series. And here's the stat. The highest true shooting percentage among all players who have averaged 20 points per game over a 4-game stretch in NBA Finals history. So that stat right there. Here are the names on the top 10 list of all time for the highest true shooting percentage among all players averaging 20-plus points per game in a 4-game stretch in the NBA Finals. Number 9, Anthony Davis. Number 8, Klay Thompson. Number 7, Kevin Durant. 6 is also Kevin Durant in a separate year. Ray Allen, Kawhi Leonard again. Number 2, Magic Johnson. And number 1, the highest true shooting percentage among all players ever since 1974 who have averaged 20 points per game in a 4-game stretch in NBA Finals history, OG Anunoby, 78.4%, beating out Magic Johnson at 77.4%. OG should be the MVP of this series, man.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda is a nice phrase. But you you don't get top billing just because you're doing an amazing job as a co-star. There's a reason why you are a co-star. And OG Anunoby has been an like elite level co-star. Now, to your point here, if this series continues to move forward to Game 5 and Game 6 and he continues to do those things, yes, it will be hard to see a world where he isn't at least considered and receives some votes. But there's you cannot, like, Jalen Brunson is for sure the most valuable player.
It's
going to Brunson, man. It just is, and you know, unless something dramatically happens again, that, like, you know, OG Anunoby scores 40 points in Game 5, and, you know, or just something really crazy. But he deserves a ton of credit. I thought you were about to say Shaquille O'Neal at the top of that list, not OG Anunoby.
No. Crazy though,
Shaq's numbers were crazy numbers in the finals.
But how nuts is that? That of those names on that list, it's Hall of Fame central, top 70 of all time names, except OG Anunoby's at the top of the list.
Yeah, he's just, you know, playing within himself. Even you listen to it, like his post game sound, the press conferences, etc. Like,
so calm,
he seems to just
collect.
Like the same guy. And then we've talked about heart rate a lot, right? And specifically related to Jalen Brunson. But OG Anunoby seems to also have that type of wiring and personality where, almost regardless of the moments, like he can be the same guy. Like he's not getting overly excited when things go amazingly well. And he's also not getting necessarily down on himself or negative self-talk or, you know, heart rate speeding up because he's stressing out and getting anxious. Like, he's just kind of riding the waves as they come. And, you know, I've never surfed, but surfers seem to be that type of personality as well, where, like, there's a calmness when they're riding the waves and on the water. It's a chill vibe to it. And Jalen Brunson carries it. OG Anunoby carries it. And it's a big reason why the Knicks are in the position where they are.
Absolutely. And by the way, you are listening to D. Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. And, of course, we are going to be giving away Sparks tickets very soon in this hour. So stay tuned. Be ready to listen, because we are giving away 2 tickets to Sparks this hour. Make sure you give us a call, 855-97-LA-FAN. Of course, we will be, when it's time. It's not time yet, but when it is time, it is going to be caller number 9 today. And D-Fish, we are talking about the NBA Finals, Game 5 tomorrow in San Antonio, Texas. My guy, coming back from a 29-point deficit. On the other side of that, and I know that the Spurs are currently favored, but man, that's a backbreaker type of loss. How does a team like that is as young as the Spurs be able to somehow come back and kind of reassess and get themselves right after what, frankly, I would assume a lot of them feel pretty embarrassed about?
Well, this is where I think young players and young athletes have kind of cornered the market. They care a lot about their experiences and what happens on the court or in competition, but they also have an ability to kind of water off the back and move on to the next thing better than I think athletes historically have been able to. It's not an imposter or like overconfident in the wrong ways. It's more of like a genuine belief that, okay, we tried our best, we lost. Yeah, it sucks the way we lost, but there's an ability, and I think it's kind of part of where we are as a society as well, right? Like, think about how quickly we turn the page on almost everything now. Like something crazy happens in the news, something crazy happens around the world, and it's like breaking news, and then boom, we're on the
social media effect,
on something
man.
else.
Like we're
we're
so
scrolling
quick to move on to the next thing.
Yeah, we're scrolling. And so I believe when you think about young athletes right now, they have that ability to kind of scroll to the next thing. They just saw something really weird or really gross, and they just scroll to what's next. And so I do believe the Spurs have that ability as a young team to just kind of move on to the next thing. The challenge, I think, in Game 5 though is when you're the one carrying the weight of, like, you have to win or your season is over. Like, even if you can move on from the last game, there's still the anxiety and the performance pressure that comes with winning an elimination game that you have to carry. And regardless of whether you're inexperienced or crazy experienced, those are really hard games to win because all the pressure is on you and you feel like you have to do everything right. Every shot needs to go in. Every pass needs to be on target. Every defensive closeout needs to be the best. And sometimes you can crumble under that pressure even though you aren't weak. It just squeezes a little too tight, and all of a sudden the Knicks jump out to a great start because they're playing more relaxed and more free and with more confidence. And you could end up with, like, the Knicks could have a 29-point lead in Game 5, and now the Spurs have to find a way to come back from a big deficit, which I don't know. We haven't necessarily seen that as much. I think they were down 11 in Game 2 or 12 they made to come back in the third quarter. But we're going to have to see the Spurs battle through some really hard things in Game 5 to give themselves a chance to extend this series.
Yeah, I read a really interesting take last night, and I didn't really consider it at the time, but I want to hear what you think real quick because, you know, a lot of flack is being thrown De'Aaron Fox's way. We talked about it yesterday, and I don't think those voices have quieted down a little bit as much as we would have liked them to. That being said, a lot of people are kind of starting to point out, man, why didn't the Spurs bring back CP3? Do you think that would have been a good move for the Spurs to have a veteran presence like CP3 as a starter for this team?
It's tricky with mixing veteran players that have high expectations with young teams, right? Like the Spurs have veteran players like Bismack Biyombo, Kelly Olynyk. I don't want to make a mistake on the Plumlee brothers. It's like three of them. It's either Miles or Mason that is
one of
like,
the Plumlees.
Yeah, that's also on the Spurs. Harrison Barnes is also a super vet, but none of those four guys have really played in this series, right? Like they're just being great teammates. They helped the Spurs get to this point, but there's no expectation of playing time for them. You see Dylan Harper's ascension. You see Stephon Castle's ascension. You see, De'Aaron Fox has had some good moments and still played some good basketball, but Julian Champagne's hit big shots. Devin Vassell has made big plays.
Yeah, he has.
And so if you add somebody to Chris's capabilities to a team, somebody has to play less. So we're already talking about Dylan Harper should be playing more, not less. We're already talking about, Stephon Castle shouldn't be playing less, right?
Definitely shouldn't be.
So it can be tricky sometimes with veteran guys that have higher levels of expectation because maybe they're still capable of it, but sometimes you can block your blessings in terms of like the growth of your young players. And so, De'Aaron Fox is a more veteran player than Harper and Castle. But it's just like asking the question, if Pop was coaching, would the Spurs have done A, B, or C? And it's like, well, sure, you could ask that question, but Mitch Johnson has coached the team to the NBA Finals. Mitch Johnson has coached a team that has been up by double digits in 3 games. Now, do they need to find a way to close these games more effectively? Yes, but they've done a good enough job to legitimately be NBA champions. So we don't necessarily have to go down these theoretical routes of like, well, would it have been different or better? Sure, we can have those conversations, but they've done a pretty darn good job of getting to the doorstep. And they're literally, again, 2 plays per game, 6 plays in 4 games maybe, or 6 plays to 8 plays in these 4 games, and everything would be very different. So I get the point of the question, but I wouldn't block the development of this young team and where they're headed at this point.
Yeah, and by the way, you mentioned that name, Stephon Castle, man. The way we were talking about OG and Brunson, I see the same thing in the eyes of Castle. He's just that guy. When he made those free throws in the fourth quarter, I just thought that guy is ice cold. I can't get enough of Stephon Castle. I feel like these playoffs, if nothing else, has been a serious coming out party for that guy. But you've heard what we think. What do you think, LA? 855-97 LA fan. And yeah, it is that time. We want you guys to give us a call because we got Sparks tickets to give away, ladies and gentlemen. In the anniversary, 30 years of the Sparks, we're giving away tickets right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And caller number 9 that calls in will get their hands on a pair of Sparks tickets, and you don't want to miss out. 855-97 LA fan. That's 855-975-2326. Give us a call right now, and you can win yourself some Sparks tickets. And coming up, what do Conor McGregor, Shohei Ohtani, Tarek Skubal have in common? A potential really big scandal is the answer. And what are we talking about? Well, you're going to have to just tune in and find out right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. fan, the voice of LA sports. And yes, you are listening to D Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1. And of course, we want to hear from you. 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Join the conversation. We're talking a lot of things NBA for the NBA Finals tomorrow night, Game 5. Not to mention, we've talked about the Dodgers and the night that they had. Of course, we'll discuss that a little bit more because last night's game possibly came at a very high cost. We will discuss. But right now, we have to talk about this. This is a story that is very much in its infancy, but it looks like it could become a very, very sizable issue because Major League Baseball has informed the press that they are going to investigate Dr. Neil Elatraj of Kerlan Jobe Institute here in Los Angeles, California. Those of you that don't know Dr. Neil Elatraj, I'm sure some of you have heard his name many times because he has been linked to just about every major surgery in Major League Baseball, a lot in basketball. I believe he is currently the Lakers doctor. He's the Dodgers doctor. D-Fish, he was my doctor. I had him when I tore my UCL when I was 13 years old here in Los Angeles, California. And every player I know has seen Dr. Elatraj. In fact, when a player gets hurt in any sport, D-Fish, the first thing that you always hear an announcer say, well, he'll have a nice little visit with Dr. Elatraj in the morning. Here's the issue, D-Fish. Dr. Elatraj being investigated by Major League Baseball is not coming from anything about Major League Baseball. No, it's actually coming from the world of MMA because Conor McGregor is getting ready to make his long-awaited return to the octagon. But despite all the countless legal issues this guy's had, there has been a lot of allegations thrown his way about PED use, specifically after 2021, after he broke his leg. And apparently he did put on a sizable amount of muscle, and it was noticeable. But now it looks like a New York Times investigation reveals that McGregor did take powerful banned drugs, according to two people with direct knowledge of the matter. And he did so with the support of one of the most prominent sports doctors in the world, according to the doctor himself. Here is the quote from Dr. Neil Elatraj. You are acting as if banned drugs are somehow illegal drugs, or that they have no legitimate therapeutic use and only have performance enhancement use. There are many banned drugs on the list which are necessary to medically treat various conditions which occur in people. That is why we have a therapeutic use exemption application that exists. D-Fish, this could be a very, very big problem because the names on the list of people that have worked with Neil Elatraj over the last several years, even very recently, Tarek Skubal, Jacob deGrom, and of course, most recently here in LA, Shohei Ohtani. So the question is, not only are they going to investigate, how deep can this investigation go? Because baseball is really scared to hear the word PEDs remotely linked to any of their stars.
Not really because anything wrong has actually happened, but remember, when it comes to professional sports, it's almost more about the perception than the reality. And so if it's the perception that, you know, superstar players in baseball that have seen Dr. Elatraj, who I've also seen as well. It was late in my career. I had an arthroscopic knee surgery basically and went through his office. But, you know, if it's the perception basically that if superstar players that have seen him have somehow benefited from the treatments or the medical, you know, procedures, then that's where you get into kind of muddy waters with having to clarify things and go back through and explain every single cc of any type of fluid or liquid or what, you know, everything that you did in those situations was then, you imagine with HIPAA laws and some of the things around medical and health information, he can't even share. And I don't even know if Major League Baseball could break through the red tape of HIPAA and health, you know, protections that all patients have. So, this could be a story, right? That gives us things to talk about and updates here or there. But I'm just not sure. Also know Dr. Neil Elatrash as a pretty high character person, as a man.
Me as well.
Outside of like what he does professionally. So I don't think he's the type of person that would knowingly or intentionally provide things for professional athletes that he knows would not just cause them harm in terms of how it may or may not impact them physically in their performance, but also impact them in terms of jeopardizing their professional careers and their ability to earn money and potential suspensions and all the things that would come with, things related to PEDs in any sport. And that's not who I know that would do those types of things. But,
agreed.
That's what the process would be for. And hopefully, things can be figured out and this can get behind us pretty quickly.
I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful of that as well. But he is not wrong in his quote about the TUE. And by the way, TUE is a therapeutic use exemption. There are TUEs that exist throughout Major League Baseball. For instance, diabetics have to, get insulin, and you're not supposed to be able to inject insulin. That's a TUE for those players, or something along the lines of some people might have a deficiency and actually are prescribed HGH through doctors, and it is approved through the sport and the league, and that's a TUE that exists as well. Now, we don't really know who has said TUEs, but I can tell you this: Major League Baseball is very, and I mean this, very strict with their TUEs. Therapeutic use exemptions is not something they take lightly, so much so that when I was playing Major League Baseball was taking TUEs away for something along the lines of Adderall. I played with a lot of guys who really needed Adderall, and Major League Baseball said no.
Yeah, I all pro sports are vehemently restrictive when it comes to exemptions around things that are even slightly related to performance enhancing. There were some guys on the basketball side that had, some difficulties. I think a couple guys ended up getting suspended for things that weren't even really related to athletic performance enhancement, but just in general, they had things in them that were on the list. And it didn't help them make more jump shots. I don't think they were running faster and jumping higher, but the restrictions are the restrictions when it comes to those particular, medical substances or banned substances. So it's not an easy conversation to have.
It's not.
But again, I think, Dr. Elatrash has worked with the best of the best, and there haven't been any issues historically. I'm sure MMA and where Conor McGregor was at that time, maybe he had different plans, did or didn't plan to participate in boxing again or MMA or right. So if you're not actively in a league or some sport that has these rules and you're just getting a surgery to get healthy, then you're not necessarily stopping short of allowing that doctor to do everything they can to help you get healthy. Yeah. And then, okay, 2 years later, you decide you're going to get into MMA or UFC, or you're going to go back to pro boxing. Okay, well, now we have to have a conversation about that surgery you had in 2021 and what was involved in that after that. But I don't see Dr. Elatrash doing a surgery on a active Major League Baseball player and knowingly doing something related to PEDs. I don't see that happening.
I don't see it at all. It would open up such a horrific can of worms for many sports if that was the case. But I will admit this: there is an aspect where I don't really know what injury work is being done these days, because I'll even use Luka as an example. Like, Luka went to Spain to get injections that we can't get as easily here. Like, I'm obviously not trying to make an assertion that he's taking PEDs, but it is interesting in how this all works and how injury prevention and now how injury recovery is done. I don't even actually know what the current rules are, or if there really are current rules on how this is done right now, Fish.
Great question. I mean, I believe there definitely are still rules around, like you said, PEDs, banned substances, et cetera. But I believe, just like in so many other industries, like science and data are also evolving in real time.
Oh,
And so I think it's putting performance teams, medical teams in hospitals, performance teams, medical teams with sports teams, and then also sports leagues in an interesting position where things that were perceived to be performance enhancing or things that were perceived to not be performance enhancing, a lot of those things are evolving and changing in real time. And so, yeah, I think, there are rules, but when you talk about the therapeutic use exemptions, and again, you talk about things that are medically and health related, it's hard as a league to envision yourself being the entity, that can block someone from getting healthy. Right. And so it's tricky, as long as it's really not enhancing someone's performance in terms of, all of a sudden they can, their vertical was 28 inches. Now it's 42 inches. Like, okay, now we got to have a conversation. But, for a guy's hamstring, or a knee tendon or something that is helping an athlete get healthy enough to return to play, those are more nuanced conversations around how much it's enhancing any type of performance.
Absolutely, and that is the key word right there, nuance. This is a very nuanced and tricky conversation to kind of navigate, especially as time goes forward. As you said, technology changes, medicine changes, we learn more, and we hopefully get better at recovery. But for the record, here is what Dr. Elatraj did say about it. I am very comfortable with the process that the league and I will complete to assure the public that I have followed every rule and regulation in my medical treatment of athletes without exception. My record is completely clean, including in this case. I will leave it to Major League Baseball officials to provide any further comment as they see fit. So we will keep you updated on this story as it continues, or hopefully maybe cooler heads prevail and it actually is as clean as can be and we can just move on with our nuanced days, D-Fish. So as of now, that's where we're at, and we will keep you guys posted. But coming up, what is next for the Los Angeles Dodgers? Especially after what happened last night. We will discuss right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker, right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, Los Angeles, and of course, the voice of LA Sports. D. Fish, Decker with you for the next hour right here. And of course, D. Fish, we got a Dodgers series coming up here, but real quick, I'd be remiss if we didn't at least mention the issues from last night. Yes, the Dodgers won the series against the Pittsburgh Pirates, the up-and-coming Pittsburgh Pirates. Make no mistake, not a bad baseball team. Still young, but definitely taking strides compared to where they were in the past. This has always been a franchise that's been underneath the 500 mark year in, year out, and right now they're hovering just one game over 500, but that is a pretty good mark in today's Major League Baseball. They are currently with their 35 wins, and the Dodgers take 2 of the 3 in the series. It did come at a cost, though. Shohei Ohtani in Game 2 pitched a solid outing, gave up 3 earned runs, as we mentioned yesterday, but last night Shohei came to the plate, went 2 for 2 with 2 walks, also hitting his 14th home run of the season, and looking like all things are going well for the Dodgers. But then Shohei Ohtani came out of the game, and it turns out he had some left knee inflammation that started when he was on the base path stealing a bag, and then later rounding second base, getting the third, was shown in very obvious discomfort, ended up coming in and scoring, but did not return to the field. That's not the only injury that took place. Also, starter Justin Robleski, who we talked about with Dave Roberts earlier this week on this show, about how much of an incredible job he's done, considering he is a up-and-coming young guy on major league minimum and doing what he's doing. And I believe Dave Roberts, Fish, his direct quote to us was, Ro's not getting paid right now, which I thought was a really funny way of saying it. But the play that happened is a play that we've seen too often. It was a play we saw last week and sparked a lot of controversy. There was a play at first base where Justin Robleski had to get over from the mound and try to cover the bag. He got to the bag a little late, leading to a collision with the runner at first base. Both of them went down, and Justin Robleski had to leave the game. The reason why it drives me nuts, just absolutely sticks in my craw, dude, in the worst possible way, is because we have a solve and a fix for the problem. And those of you Little League dads that are driving around going, no, that's not baseball, that's softball. Shut up. Are you kidding me? That is clown stuff if that's your thought. It's a simple fix, doesn't change anything in the game whatsoever, except solves like 9 problems. Oh, and also it can prevent injury. Why is it, Fish, we need like some superstar to go down for us to change anything in these sports?
Because it always comes back to, I know Raj doesn't have his fingers ready for the money sound, but it always comes back to the money, Cody. And so if it's not costly enough, then it's not necessarily worthy enough to explore or change or, adjust. My question would be, like, how many times does this happen per season, right? Like if Major League Baseball is looking at it and they're like, look, man, this happens, I don't know, in 162 games. Each team is playing 162. So that's what, thousands of games. So, out of that number, how many times does it happen? What are the ramifications, et cetera? This also doesn't seem to be something that teams are really leaning on the league to change.
Nope.
And if we all, kind of keep in mind, right, the league is in alignment more with the teams and the ownership groups because it's their club, right? And then the players are the talent that are hired and brought in to make the club look better, to add value to the club that can't be added without the players. But if there aren't enough teams that are making an issue out of a particular situation or a potential safety issue, then it's not at the top of the list for the league to really concern themselves with. And so, that's, like I said, you could tell me better how many times this happens, or, how players feel about this. Has the Players Association gone to the league, in a very strong way and said, players are tired of these collisions and want something to be done about this?
Yeah, and it's so mad. And here's the other thing about it that's very simple. I honestly think Major League Baseball should just put it in, not tell anybody. Because here's the thing with these type of things. We deal with this specifically with baseball because baseball has been so held in the past for 20, 30, 50, 150 years. And it's just been this last 5-6 years that Major League Baseball's kind of loosened up the belt a little bit because it used to be, oh no, we can't change these rules because of this, because of that. And finally, Major League Baseball starts changing the rules, modifying the game, making the game a little bit younger, making the game a little bit more accessible, making the game a little faster. And every rule implementation that they've done has been a massive success. So much so that it's now normal to us. And it's just the thing. The Yankees having a beard was a big problem, a huge controversy until 2 weeks after, and we just stopped paying attention to it because it didn't actually matter.
Yeah, I mean, facial hair historically, maybe those were the rules, but it's
so stupid.
Everything, everything changes, evolves, morphs into what it needs to be for the time that it's in, for it to operate at its highest levels, in the space that it operates in now. And so, I don't know, what it will take for the league to take a look at this.
It'll take somebody going down with a horrible injury. That's what it always takes.
Yeah, that's
Fish.
That's unfortunate that it would take something like losing a player that drives the business, drives revenue a lot. A lot of players. I mean, pitchers are involved in plays that go to first base a lot. As we're talking about Justin Robleski here. That changes things, man. Pitchers are like quarterbacks in football. All the rules in the NFL are to protect quarterbacks because you can't afford to lose superstar quarterbacks. So I'm not sure why, Major League Baseball wouldn't view it in a similar way in terms of just protecting, players in that situation.
And it's a big problem for the Dodgers right now, losing Justin Robleski right now and Shohei Ohtani. Now, keep in mind, luckily, it looks like they might both be okay. We're waiting to get final word on both of their injuries from last night. But that's a huge deal for the Dodgers because here's the thing. Justin Robleski got hurt on that play. Okay, he's one of the Dodgers starters. Dodgers are already missing starters. They're already missing Blake Snell. They're already missing Tyler Glass now. Both of those guys are on the 60-day IL. You can't lose Justin Robleski because Justin Robleski is one of the guys replacing those two guys on the mound. Oh, and Shohei Ohtani got hurt last night, and it wasn't from pitching. So that's two pitchers that the Dodgers had taken out of the game yesterday with two other starters already on the IL. So yes, this could be a very enormous problem for the Dodgers. That being said, they're heading over to Chicago, starting a series tonight with the Chicago White Sox down on the south side of Chicago. And here's the deal. I want to say this again. I'm going to change how I said that, D-Fish. The Dodgers are going to the south side to play the first place Chicago White Sox. That's right. The Chicago White Sox are in first place in the AL Central, and one man said it was going to happen. They all called me a madman.
You crazy, Dad.
They all said I was crazy, D-Fish, but I saw something brewing with this White Sox team, and they are a damn good team. And they got, of course, Roki Sasaki going on the mound for the Los Angeles Dodgers, who's been pitching really damn good as of late in his last 4 outings. Hopefully he can keep that going, taking on Sean Burke, a name you guys might not know, but a pretty damn good pitcher with a 3.88 ERA. Game 2 of the series taking place on Saturday, 4 p.m. our time. Pitching Yoshinobu Yamamoto, taking on the deadliest pitcher that exists, TBA. D-Fish. You never want to go up against TBA. You never know what you're going to get with that cat. Then, of course, Game 3, Emmett Sheehan taking on Eric Fetty. This is going to be a good series, but here's why it's also going to be a good series. Dodgers are a little short-handed right now, man.
You have me over here freaking out, bro. I'm still trying to up my baseball knowledge and understand the players and who are the top players and what they can do.
TBA
and
is
you start
TBA
talking about the White Sox, like, oh man, bro, TBA, and I'm like, TB, who?
Tobias
they got a Cy Young winner on the White Sox.
Anthony. No, TBA announced we have no idea who's throwing on the second game. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you there, D-Fish.
Yeah, I was like, oh man, I do not know this dude at all. He's a superstar pitcher.
TBA,
out
he's
here
got that
getting it done.
sweeper. He's got.
Yeah, man. No, the Dodgers. We've talked about this. Like the Dodgers are going to be overly cautious when it comes to injuries, bumps and bruises, etc. Left knee inflammation is like players feel that all the time, as you know. And so sometimes it runs a little hotter than others, and it's especially for somebody like Ohtani, you just need to take a step back and maybe provide an extra day of rest so it can calm down. You can get some extra treatment. The Robleski play, there was like an acute incident there that may have fired that hamstring up. So his situation might be a little different, although manager Dave Roberts has said he probably will make his next start. But the Dodgers are going to be cautious when it comes to these type of situations.
They are definitely going to be cautious. And of course, we will talk more about this and Rich Paul and LeBron making demands right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. That's right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. We are live right here on, of course, the great new 97.1 The Fan Los Angeles, and we thank you so much for joining the show today. We got plenty to discuss right here in the 9 o'clock hour, and we definitely want to hear from you. Our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855 975-2326. D Fish, Decker, and all of you get in the chat at the Fan LA, and of course go ahead and check us out in there and join the show on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. D Fish, still so much to cover today. Of course, earlier on in the show, if you missed it, we had Charlie Davies, of course, the former U.S. men's national team striker and former Olympian and current host and analyst on CBS Sports. We were talking all things World Cup, and if you missed it, don't you worry, because not only will we replay the interview this hour, we'll be having Charlie joining us throughout the World Cup as our new analyst for this series, so very excited.
We call it correspondent in the business, sir.
But he's an analyst. I feel good about it. It says right here, CBS host and analyst. So I like it. Got ourselves some Charlie Davies going forward in the future. Of course, we've also called our shots on Game 5. D-Fish, who do you got in Game 5, my guy?
Woof. This is hard, man. Elimination games are brutal. And I just, the Spurs are in a really, really challenging position. I think I want the Spurs to win. I'm gonna go with the Spurs for Game 5. I'll go with the Spurs. They'll figure out a way to win and push this back to the Garden. I think it still could be the Knicks' time, but they're gonna win at the Garden if they win it. That's the magic at Madison Square Garden is gonna have to happen in Game 6 if the Knicks are to win the title. I don't know if getting it done on the road will even do it justice what this is about to mean for sports if they finish this off.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you, dude. I'm with you on that. I think that they'll get themselves right. I think that they'll figure this out. And if they do, Game 6, I'll be a happy camper. And if the Knicks win it in Madison Square Garden, good for them. I'd like to see that. That being said, I'm hoping we're getting 7 games. I really, really am. I hope the Spurs get themselves right, and I'm looking forward to seeing where this series goes going forward. That being said, my guy, let's get into it, because LeBron James and Rich Paul, you and I have discussed it for weeks. We know exactly where the Lakers kind of need to go here to start. But as you've described it, is it Austin Reeves or is it LeBron James they have to handle first?
So I'll say it this way. You have to maintain a level of clear communication and sharing of the vision and the plan with LeBron. So you have to engage him throughout this process, but getting Austin Reeves' contract extension done so that you understand where things are going to land financially needs to come first, because that will impact your salary situation for this coming season. And in terms of the future for the Lakers, understanding how they're going to have to navigate some of their player personnel decisions beyond this season as they move into subsequent years. So getting Austin Reeves done first while also bringing LeBron and his team along with the plan. Let's get Austin done. That's our top priority. Okay, we're having active conversations with these players, these agents. This is the type of team that we want to put together. We feel like we need to add personnel in these positions or with these particular skill sets in order to compete with the Spurs and the Thunder in the Western Conference. We need some size up front because we're still going to have to battle, the Nuggets and the Rockets. And, obviously the Timberwolves aren't just going to go away with Ant Edwards. And so you're doing all of these things in real time with LeBron and his team. But also, if there are players that are of interest to the Lakers that also would excite LeBron, ideally you're engaging all of that at the same time, right? There are players out there, I would imagine, that if those guys show up in free agency or in some type of sign and trade scenario, that helps LeBron to feel like you're putting the right furniture in the house, and I want to live in that house again. And so if that is the case, then you want LeBron calling the guy himself, saying,
Oh yeah,
"Hey, man,
that's
if you
gonna be a much better phone call than Rob Pelinka calling you.
yeah, that's how a lot of player free agent transactions have happened in recent years. Like players have much more control and say so in how things are playing out in terms of communicating directly. Because if you're also a player looking at the Lakers potentially, you need to know and understand that Luka, Austin, LeBron, etc. Like those guys are going to welcome your addition. That they're going to be willing to share the ball or play a style of game that allows a new person to come into LA and have some success and get enough shots and have enough opportunity to have the ball in their hands as well. They don't want to just come out here and be a lamp standing in the corner. Like they want to be part of the room as well. And oftentimes players talking to each other themselves about how we can fit together, how good we can be on the court together. That goes much farther than just the agents or just the team trying to have that conversation with a free agent.
Completely. And by the way, it's been reported, by the way, LeBron and his agent, Rich Paul, are reportedly going to ask for the max from the Lakers and want to know how the Lakers plan to spend that money if they are offering less, which is a really complicated way of saying exactly what D. Fish just said. It's simply this. They just want to know what the Lakers' plans are. And I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. But you mentioned those like names that could be out there that could excite LeBron. Could you just touch on what one or two of those names that you think could potentially excite LeBron coming back? Because he'll be very excited, obviously, to play with Luka and Austin Reeves again. But who are some of those names that are out there that'd be like, I could play with that cat?
Yeah, don't get me started on that, man. Yeah, LeBron is an oldies but goodies type of guy. So I think, he enjoys familiarity. Guys at his caliber, there's a short list of people that they truly trust to be able to make the types of plays on the offensive end in terms of trusting their decision-making with the basketball, trusting their ability to make the right plays at the right time on the offensive end, and then players that you trust defensively, players that you trust in terms of their mental toughness, their attention to detail, their focus and discipline and commitment in the offseason to being in great shape and really being locked in on being a winner. That's a short list. I don't want to start throwing out names specifically, but it's more the characteristics, right? And LeBron learning entirely new teammates, he's capable of playing with anybody. I mean, you saw Marcus Smart come in to the Lakers. You saw DeAndre Ayton come in to the Lakers. You saw Luke Kennard join the Lakers in mid-season. And a lot of those things were pretty seamless in terms of how they fit into what the Lakers wanted and needed
and each
to be
one
done
was
out on
too.
the court. Yeah, I mean, DeAndre Ayton has some great moments. Yeah, his plus minus, Marcus Smart, his impact on this team this past season was through the roof. And so, but those are the questions, right? Like, do you pick up an option? Do you stick with Marcus Smart, or do you need to find a younger, more dynamic version of Marcus Smart, which that's easier said than done, because the things that he's capable of doing from an intangible perspective, you can't be measured. And then, we talked about a lot, like Marcus Smart's impact on the locker room was Mookie Betts-like in terms of that Dodgers locker room when he got there and kind of really was able to galvanize the clubhouse early in his Dodgers journey. That's huge. And Marcus Smart, it sounds like, we're not there, but it sounds like Marcus Smart's impact in the locker room, his leadership, his mental and physical toughness really was a catalyst to the success that the Lakers had this past season. So it's not as easy as just replacing names or getting quote unquote younger. They have to have a certain wiring, and that's what you're going to need to help LeBron feel comfortable with.
Yeah, and also, by the way, make no mistake, there are other teams that are looming. I mean, I think everybody's always kind of thinking when they think LeBron, well, he could always go back to Cleveland. Well, yeah, he's going to have to take a pay cut if he goes there too. The team that worries me all of a sudden is the team up north in San Francisco. The Golden State Warriors do worry me a tick because LeBron has shown in the past that he does like playing with some friends, and quite frankly, a LeBron, Jimmy Bucket, Steph Curry, Draymond Green starting lineup, I'm not going to pretend that isn't kind of alluring. Would I have liked it more 5 or 10 years ago as a basketball fan? Sure. That being said, I would watch the living hell out of it, angrily so, too, because I do not want to see that team coming in and playing the Lakers this year.
No, it would not be fun at all. I think, one of the things you have to keep in mind is the reason why players enjoy their Team USA experience in basketball is because, they actually are around a group of guys that they feel are on the same level as them from a basketball IQ standpoint. An ability to focus and execute certain aspects of play. It's, and so what a potential Golden State Warriors experience would be like for a player of LeBron's caliber in terms of his basketball IQ would be almost in alignment with a Team USA type experience where like Draymond Green and Steph Curry play chess when they're on the basketball court, right? They're not playing checkers, they're playing chess. And so you have to be mindful that there are certain type of guys they're going to want to play with.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you hear what we think. What do you guys think? 855-97-LA fan. Oh, the great. Talk to us. You're on with D-Fish and Deck.
What up, D-Fish? What up, Deck? What up, LA?
Yo, what's going on?
How y'all living, man?
Chilling, dude. It's another beautiful Friday here.
I know it is. Man, I know that chat is probably cracking. I can hear myself in the call, too. I don't know if I can hear myself.
Well, we hear you perfectly good, so talk to us. What do you got, my guy?
Here it is. Okay, first off, before I get into my point, Raj, I got to say this, man. I dig you. You're a great producer, programmer. You come back with bangers after break. But, bro, can you please spell my name right, man? You got me my name is giving me the O face. Oh. My name is not O-H, bro. It's O the Great.
Wait. In fairness to O the Great, who has called other shows I've worked on as well, your name's always been spelled O-H in every show that you've called in on, my guy.
No, it has not. It was O. You've known me for 3 years, Dak. It's O-T-H-A, great. That's it. I've never seen no O-H.
Well, what do you got on the Spurs, my man?
Okay, here it is. Hopefully, Raj will listen to me. What is it? Professionalism. See, come on, Raj. Hey. All right, professionalism, right? Mitch Johnson, after that loss, when they're doing the press conference, it sounded like a cheerleading competition in the background when this dude trying to answer these questions. If it was any regular person, I don't know why my mind went to this, but I think my man's name was Cody. You'll notice Al McRae or whoever that Royals manager was in the '80s who got sick of them questions and went off in his office and threw every damn thing. Remember what I'm talking about?
It was in his office. He had a regular phone. He was like, these damn questions. He slammed his phone.
And he went clear off.
Dude, I got to look that up. I don't remember that.
Oh, my God. You need to see it, Cody.
I will.
You'll love it.
I will.
Mitch is the complete opposite. I think these Spurs are the complete opposite, just like you and Fish have said. They will win on Saturday night. I got Knicks in 6, so it's over on Tuesday. But, man, for him to have that composure with the Knicks fans having a cheerleading competition in the background, to me, I thought was amazing. I give him props for that, even though he did not coach properly. Their team looks super inexperienced.
Yeah.
But watch how they look Saturday night. Saturday night, they're going to clown, and they're going to crush.
I love it.
I love y'all. Keep doing y'all thing. And hockey has been dope, too, by the way, y'all. For real, really good.
Well, thank you for bringing it up. As you know, this is a hockey show, D-Fish. You know that. So I will admit I did watch the Cup last night. You know why I watched Stanley Cup last night? Because there's no basketball. Damn it! I wanted to watch basketball last night.
Playoff hockey is actually pretty good.
It was a fun game. I will freely admit that. The Hurricanes and the Golden Knights, I believe they're called. I'm a diehard hockey guy, so as you can tell.
Yes, you are. Sure.
Well, D-Fish, what do you think of that? Oh, the Greats got this game, kind of going fully on the Spurs. The way he just described it is, wait till you see what they do to this team. I'm interested to see what they can do. We've seen what the Spurs can do, but the last series they were kind of had their backs up against the wall against OKC, and I will admit that was when the Spurs kind of really showed out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they respond to this situation in the NBA Finals compared to a Game 6 in San Antonio, down 3-2 to Oklahoma City, and they were able to win that game, get it to a Game 7, and then walk into Oklahoma City and get the job done. And so if you look at it that way, are the Spurs capable of winning Game 5 and then going into Madison Square Garden and winning Game 6 to push it to Game 7? Yes, all of those things are very possible, but it's not as easy as we say it. There's so many things that have to go right. There's so many guys that have to find a way to perform the most basic basketball movements and activities at a high level on Saturday night. And again, the Spurs are not just young in terms of the age of their guys, but young as a team being in these scenarios. And so you also have to keep that in mind as again, they're learning, like Victor Wembanyama is learning when the game is on the line and we're up 1 or down 1 or up 2 or down 2, and I get the ball at the high post, I get the ball at the left block, I get the ball at the top of the key. Like, where's the defense? Am I driving left and spinning over my right shoulder? Am I driving right and using my step back jumper? Am I driving right? And then when I see the help coming in, I'm skipping it to the left wing. Like, he's learning all of these things as a player in real time. And so the Knicks have the benefit of having a guy that's been a closer, is very comfortable closing games, and his team trusts him in every single situation, and he knows how to navigate them, whereas the Spurs they're figuring these things out. And so in an elimination game, sometimes when you're still trying to figure certain things out, it makes the game a little too hard, and a team is able to kind of go ahead and finish you off. That's not my hope. I want to see the Spurs come out and play well tomorrow night and finish this thing off and get it back to the Garden for Game 6.
Absolutely. Well, let's bring in the hype man, Raj. Raj, talk to me. Let's do a little final out, my guy.
Yeah, that's right, fellas. And of course, it's time for the final hour where you guys can show off your mental prowess and whatnot and how much you know. So in this one, earlier in the week, remember? See, I do the research on this very fine stationary
so good.
Yes. Earlier this week, we talked about LeBron. What was he on? Was it Time Magazine, the most influential?
Number 1.
Yes, the most influential. Was it athlete or a person? Athlete.
Athlete.
Yes. Okay. Well, gentlemen, there's another magazine. D-Fish, you remember Sports Illustrated? Yes, you do.
I do remember Sports Illustrated.
Yes. Well, there have been athletes that have been on the 10 athletes that have been on Sports Illustrated's cover the most times. Now, let me give you some hints.
Yeah.
Let me give you some hints. 5 of them are NBA players, okay? There are 2 golfers, 2 NFL players, and 1 boxer. Would you like to go first? Cody Decker. You look like, you're ready.
Well,
Sports Illustrated, most Sports Illustrated covers.
You said 2 golfers, so I'm starting there. Tiger Woods, unquestionably on that list.
Oh, unquestionably, he says. Let me scroll down. Number 9.
Okay.
Number 9.
Little scary there. You've scared me.
Yeah, he's been on there over 20 times. What you got for me, Fish? We got 5 NBA players, 2 golfers. Now 1 golfer left. 2 NFL, 1 boxing.
There's only 2 NFL.
Wow, Sports Illustrated's been around a long time too. I'll go with Michael Jordan.
Bonus points for Fish because Jordan is number 1. Good job, Fish. He is number 1 with 50 times he has been on a cover.
50 times!
50 times.
You said hockey on there?
I didn't even rhyme with hockey. Nothing even rhymed with hockey. No, I didn't say
There's no hockey on there? Sorry. Okay. Then.
Jesus. Who do you, Oda Great, calling about hockey?
No,
Get outta
I was
here.
asking if hockey was
No,
on there.
I would have said there was a hockey player if there was.
Is there a boxer on there?
I said there was a boxer on there.
It's either Tyson or Ali. I'm going Muhammad Ali.
Number 2 on the list, Muhammad Ali, 40 times.
That was a dangerous
He
one.
was number 1 forever until Jordan passed him up with the 50 times.
Okay.
Yeah, so the boxing out the way. Okay, what you got, Fish? We're looking for the athlete that has been on the cover of Sports Illustrated the most times. Number 1 is Jordan with 50. Number 2, Muhammad Ali with 40. And Tiger Woods, 20.
I'll go LeBron James.
I was going to do that next.
Still playing. But he's been on there 36 times.
36
That's right.
times?
36. So you guys got 1, 2, 3 out the way, and you got Tiger. That's correct. 36 times. Most times on Sports Illustrated cover. Ooh, it's getting down to it. We got more. We got 2 NFL. No one's taking a stab at the NFL players.
Then
Sorry, Ray
NFL.
Lewis.
I'll go Tom Brady.
Tom Brady, number 4, 33 times. Oh, y'all good. Y'all good today. Oh, y'all feeling it on a Friday. Most times
We're
on
running
the
out of
Sports
names.
Illustrated cover. Most times on the Sports Illustrated covers. What you got for me, D-Fish?
All right, we still got some NBA guys. We have one NFL
You
guy.
got 1, 2,
We got another
3.
golfer.
Yep, we got another golfer. Mm-hmm.
Oof, this is getting tough. I'll go Magic Johnson.
Say it with your chest. Don't stutter on me. Say it with your chest.
I didn't stutter. I said Magic Johnson. That's what I
Magic
said.
Johnson. Say it with your Magic Johnson. That's right. That's correct. That's correct. Magic Johnson, 23 times on the list. Woo, on the Sports Illustrated cover. Oh, we're getting down. We got 1 golfer left. 2 and there's a tie for 10th. So there's 1 golfer, 2 basketball players, and 1 NFL player. Will Cody take a shot at the NFL player?
No, I'm going to take a shot at the golfer. It has to be Jack Nicklaus.
Jack Nicklaus, you're
Has to be. There's no other answer.
That's right.
Okay.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Now I'm scared, though.
We down to 3
Now we're
names.
down to it.
Who will be the final out? What you got, Fish? Most times on Sports Illustrated. Who is it?
Woo! All right. If we're going back
No,
to
Ric Flair is not the
Jack
answer. Is that your
Nicklaus,
answer?
We're going back to okay, we'll go with Lou Alcindor, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Oh, I like that pick.
That is a great pick, but it was a different Lakers center that is on there. I would have gone with that as well. So Cody is the champion.
Woo!
Cody, you have done it. Let's play some music.
I've done
for
it
you.
again, baby.
Yes, you've done
Who else
it
is on
again.
this list? Who is the other Laker?
Yes, okay. Well, slow down. Let me get to it. You didn't pick your damn teammate, Derek Fisher?
Was it Shaq
Yeah,
or
Shaq.
Kobe?
Both. And Derek did not pick either of his teammates. You could have had it correct. How dare you, Fisher, not pick your own team? I thought you was a team player, boy. You didn't even pick your own guys. And then the football player,
Who
another
was it?
quarterback.
Peyton Manning.
Great with the meat. There you go.
It was it's Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
Seriously, no, Wayne Gretzky didn't start a cover of these?
No, if you did it a few years ago, it would have, but the Kobe, Shaq stuff and Tiger passed them up. But yeah.
Well,
Yeah, it is hockey, old to great.
yeah, no one cares about hockey. That's just what it comes
Yeah.
down to, I guess.
I mean, in fairness to Roger's hate, I didn't really pick up and read Sports Illustrated about my teammates that were my teammates, so I wouldn't have no idea whether they were on the cover of a magazine. I don't need to know that.
How bad would that have looked if he just showed up in the locker room, opened up the magazine, and was like, "Oh, I'm just reading this lovely article on you guys."
Whatever. All right. Well, good job. You're the last man standing now.
I did it again, man.
Good win, Cody.
I'm a
Good win,
genius.
Cody. Good win, Cody.
Thank you, my guy. Thank you, my guy. Appreciate it. That was actually a really good one right there. All right, guys. Coming up, we did it earlier. We're going to do it again. Charlie Davis, former U.S. men's national team striker, Olympian, and current analyst and host at CBS Sports, on to talk with us about all things World Cup. And that is next right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Oh, Raj. Yes. Little Radiohead. I dig it. You're on fire. Oh, the Gray was right. You are picking jams coming back from break, my man.
Although, because Tom York and company, they will never play this song live because this is when they first started.
They hate it.
They kind of had to make a song for radio. It's okay, but it's not my jam. But
listen,
I get you.
Listen, I understand that they hate it. They're just wrong. It's a great jam of a song. Welcome back to the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We got D Fish, you got Deck, and all of you. Our phone number 855-97-LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. And of course, the chat has been going on all show long. We asked the question to the poll. We want you to check it out at The Fan LA. It's right now on YouTube. What are you watching this weekend? Are you watching Stanley Cup Finals? Are you watching Dodgers baseball? Are you watching the NBA Finals? Or are you watching Team USA for the World Cup? Go ahead and get in the chat. Check it out. And of course, get your vote in right now. Only 5% are saying Dodger baseball. 32% are saying Team USA in the World Cup, and a whopping 63% are really into Game 5 of the Finals, yet 0% for the Stanley Cup. It's a hockey show. What can I say? Earlier on in the show, D. Fish and I had on the great Charlie Davis, former U.S. men's national soccer team striker, not to mention an Olympian, and a host and analyst for CBS Sports. And we asked him all kinds of questions when it comes to this upcoming World Cup, starting today in L.A. The first match was yesterday in Mexico City, and we had to ask him right out the gate, what was with the red card fest down in Mexico?
Yeah, I mean, let's say the energy is high and the environment, it's suffocating. Playing in Azteca, when I played in 2009 there was 110,000 Mexican supporters. And D-Fish, I know you know what these intense environments are like, but this felt like war. You're talking about altitude, heat, and the fans throwing batteries and coins and the chants that are being thrown at you throughout the match. But I knew South Africa just weren't ready. You could tell the inexperience and the magnitude of that match was going to be too much for them. So when they went down 2-0, I could start to see the frustration boiling over. You see a couple of the red cards. I mean, questionable, maybe the first one. Certainly the second one is a red card. And then the third one, Cesar Montez I don't just know what you're doing in that situation. I didn't think the ref would give a red card there, but I can see a scenario where you're saying, hey, he gets by this player, he's going to get a shot on goal.
Mm-hmm. We then continued with the conversation, and D. Fish, hearing just that right now, you hear what he just said right there? Like, what about, like, altitude? Have you ever played in altitude before, D. Fish?
Yes, I played in Salt Lake City for the Jazz one season. There's altitude there, and then at the Denver Nuggets, you're a mile high there. And it's real, just like we talk about that rust. that altitude is real, and you have to be able to make an adjustment. I mean, it starts with being in great shape to begin with, so that you can kind of turn that oxygen over and flush out the bad, bring in the good, be able to control your breathing, etc. But he said over 7,000 miles above. Yeah. Like, that's higher than Denver. That's tough. I don't know if I could deal with that one, especially outside in the heat.
Dude, especially outside in the heat. So we asked him about that because Mexico City, as you just mentioned, over 7,000 feet of elevation. How do they handle that for the World Cup? Well, we asked Charlie.
It was always my dream to play against Mexico. Since I first saw the U.S. men's national team play against Mexico in 1997. Fast forward to 2009, you fly right in the night before. They tell you all of these. It's almost like folklore. These legendary stories of the altitude and the heat and the fans. But they stormed our hotel with 1,000 fans with air horns. Then they're circling the hotel, 1,000, 2,000 cars deep, blaring music, flashing lights. Like, you understand what it means to the fans in Mexico. Then on game day, you're driving into the stadium. There's 10,000 fans outside the stadium. They delay the bus to getting to where you need to get to walk into the stadium. Finally, you get to your locker room. You see oxygen tanks at every locker. Then you're saying, you're 23 years old at the time. I'm thinking, I don't need oxygen tanks. I'm fit. I'm young. I'm ready to go. It's 98,000 fans in the stadium 2 hours before the game. So when you're talking about an intimidation factor, that's what Azteca throws at you. It's that intense environment where you feel the heat, but you also feel that support that the Mexican fans are giving to their side. And they play with a real intensity and aggressiveness. But you make a few runs, and all of a sudden, you're not getting that oxygen that you're used to. You can't recover. And by the end of the first half, you're praying for halftime. You're praying for that oxygen tank.
D-Fish, I gotta know this. Like, have you ever been harangued at one of your team hotels the way he was in Mexico?
Not to that level, not thousands of fans, but fire alarm emergencies, at 2, 3 in the morning, just random things, in Boston after the, beat us in the game, like we're riding back and people are like literally shaking the bus. I mean, the bus was felt like it was going to tip over. That's how aggressive the fans were on the way back to the hotel. And so some of these cities, Raj's friends in Boston, shaking the bus and causing issues, not being respectful.
Oh, we are not doing that today, Raj. Say something to your guy, Raj.
Unbelievable, man. I don't even know how. I don't know how he got past HR with these issues.
I really don't.
This is crazy.
Raj, how'd you get this job? How did you get this job? It's unbelievable.
I got about 3 names.
Yeah, crooked ass Raj is the real only 3 names that matter to you right now. We ended up. Here's the other thing, D-Fish. We talked to him about Pulisic, and the reason we brought him up, and it was actually quite amazing because right when we got Charlie on the show, immediately the chat, one guy immediately said, "Dude, Charlie was him back in the day," and right now the guy that they're saying is him is Christian Pulisic. Yet we haven't really seen that come to fruition yet. We asked Charlie about that subject, and here's what he had to say.
He should be, he can be, and I believe in him that this will be his World Cup.
All right.
He's got all the talent. It's time for him to really show that he's him.
Let's go. What do you think it's going to take though? Like, is it going to be just that moment? Is there something that you need to see from him that's really going to make him take that step? Because I know he's had a couple of rough months kind of leading into the World Cup.
He has. When you see the match against Senegal and he gets a goal and assist and he looks lively, you completely forget about what this past year has been for him in Italy. Germany, he had some really good moments, but what it's going to take for him to be him and for everybody to rally around Christian Pulisic and the rest of this U.S. men's national team is those big moments. We remember when Landon Donovan in 2010 scores that goal against Algeria, and you could feel the whole country get behind the team, and it was inspiring, and that goal inspired Christian Pulisic. So can he have some of those moments where he's inspiring the future players of this country? And we're talking about those big goals or those moves where he's beaten 3-4 players and creates a goal for someone else. That's what I'm hoping we see from him, and we see it from him consistently.
Looking very forward to having Charlie back on this show right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. He is going to be our World Cup correspondent going forward throughout the World Cup. So D-Fish and I, we're going to have a lot of great conversations with this cat, my man. So looking forward to it and looking forward to the future of Team USA Soccer. Of course, they have their first matchup tonight here in Los Angeles, taking on Paraguay. So everybody get all charged up for that. Find your soccer bar and don't let it go. As you all know, mine's O'Brien's on Wilshire.
It's called a pub.
We're in Los Angeles, California. I can call a pub a bar, my man.
Wear your kits, not your jersey.
You're such a absolute elitist, my man. Guys, coming up, it's that time. Brock and Alex, mid-morning show, will be joining us live right here for some crosstalk on the new 97.1 The Fan. Song this weekend. Welcome back to the new 97.1 The Fan. And yeah, I'm singing karaoke tonight at El Galleon over there in Catalina Island as I go and enjoy myself a lovely weekend watching soccer, watching Game 5 of the finals, and all of the above in Avalon. And if you're over there in Avalon, because Avalon is in Los Angeles, California, make sure you say hi to me. And also find out, are you allowed to say bar in Los Angeles, or are you an elitist like over there in the other room with crooked ass Raj, who says we only have to say pub because the World Cup is happening right now?
No.
I bet
Absolutely
when
not.
Raj refers to knighted Brits, he says sir too.
Oh, I bet he does.
I bet he says sir.
I bet he refers to people as Lord.
I bet he says sir Patrick
No,
Stewart.
it's bar. Let's go to a dive bar.
We're in Los Angeles,
We're
California.
going to a
I'm going
bar.
to a dive bar.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, fine. Important question then.
Okay.
If you're going out and you're supporting your little team,
Yes.
which is you guys probably Team USA people,
Are you
are
not
What do you
from
mean,
USA?
probably
Are you
Team
not
Little
American? Are you Brazilian?
I root for Brazil. This is
Are
my
you
team.
Are you from Brazil?
He likes
I am
Brazilian
asking the
women.
questions
That's
here,
a different
man.
thing.
I am asking the question. My question is, are you wearing a jersey or a kit this week? Or for the month?
Well, because I'm from here, I'm going to say Jersey. I know people say kid,
No.
but like that's not. I'm not like. I feel like a poser if I'm saying things that I didn't grow up saying.
But I did grow up saying these things.
Okay, then that's good
And you
for
guys,
you.
I'm trying to help you Americans out by just
What is
get you sophisticated to the game.
Also, like, okay, so it's the saying. Are you saying you're going on the pitch or are you going on the field?
I'm going
like,
on the pitch.
You're embarrassing.
Jesus.
You're embarrassing yourself.
Are you getting food in the stands, Raj, or are you getting scran?
I'm getting a scran and a pint.
No.
You are. Oh,
You're
you
getting
are
a strand of the
No.
If you order a pint, I swear to
D-Fish, I need you to yell at your boy Raj, because this guy is he's all over the place. Now he's calling it pints. He's like, what is with this guy? Yeah. He would have asked for so much more money. Man. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We're trying. We're trying.
I don't know if he can be helped at this point. This is who he is.
Oh, and
it's just acceptance at this point.
by the way, in case you're wondering, we are in the midst of crosstalk because yes, Brock and Alex have joined the show. They are our mid-morning show, and if you've never heard their show, you should. It's very good. How was Game 1 of the World Cup for you guys? How about all them fouls? Huh?
We were working. we were working. That was beautiful. You know, if you wanted a game,
I
that had
said
a
fouls, Raj. I'm going to say every American term I can think of
to have that
to
I didn't
ruin
even
your
catch
morning.
it. I didn't even catch
to
it.
have that many cards in a game was
Bunch of
just
fouls.
Beautiful.
I loved it, and
Beautiful.
I loved the second half surge of the second game. South Korea and who did they play? Don't say it. They played Czechia. They played Czechia. The second half of that game was nuts.
Yeah, I missed it.
Oh, yeah. I was watching it because we were trying to kill time before we went to see Disclosure Day.
And
Don't-
how was it?
Don't.
Just tell me if it was good or not. It wasn't good. I've heard from a few people it wasn't very good. I've heard from a few. You're not the first one to tell me this.
I will say this, and it's so devastating because it's like saying LeBron James lost his jump shot. You know, it's
No.
It's
D-Fish,
Steven Spielberg.
we're in trouble, dude.
And everything that Steven Spielberg has done is tenfold what most directors will ever do. But
Agreed.
I don't know what went wrong.
I really hope I have the opposite opinion of you
I do
on
too.
this.
The last 20 minutes are incredible. The 2 hours and 10 minutes leading up to that, twice I looked at what time it was.
Oh, D-Fish.
Yeah,
D-Fish.
I'm
it's
sorry.
happened.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. To put it in Gen Z terms, my goat might be washed.
Oh, no. Hate hearing that. By the way, D-Fish earlier and I in the show, we listed out our top 5 favorite movie aliens. Ooh. And you guys have any on that list? Because I got to say, our list was quite similar, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, we were even in the same number. What are any movie aliens coming to your minds?
I mean, it's hard that I'm being put on the spot, but I absolutely loved Project Hail Mary, the new one, Rocky.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he was, like, that was so cute.
It was adorable.
That was, like, my new favorite. And then, like, is Lilo and Stitch counting as an alien?
I guess.
I think he's an
got
alien.
that.
He's super cute and funny.
I forget the names of them, but the big pod things from Arrival. Did
Okay,
you guys
so
see
I don't
Arrival?
remember the name.
I love
That
those
was
things.
on my list,
Oh,
by
okay,
the way.
yeah, I like
Number
those.
5 on my list was Arrival,
Okay,
and
okay.
I was worried it was going to have deaf ears. D Fish gave me a lot of credit for throwing that one on there.
Okay, yeah.
Which
Men
I
in-
was really
Men
happy.
in Black?
Wasn't on my list.
What?
Wasn't on either of our lists. We left out Men in Black.
I bet D-Fish had
Whoa.
the Monstars on his list.
He did not.
What?
He did not have the
Oh,
Monstars on
whoa.
it. No, D Fish went kind of classic though, my guy, right?
What, E.T. was number 1 for you guys? Yeah. Of course.
For him. Yep.
There you go. Okay. Yeah. Ooh, is the Predator an alien?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Discussion about Star Trek. I was talking about the Vulcans, and then Raj and Cody went all the way into some other stuff that I don't even know what.
This is
how it
very
got
good
there.
because we know, Alex and Brock, that Wilt Chamberlain holds the world record for, let's say partners on the world.
Yes, sure.
But my man, Captain
Captain
Kirk
Kirk.
holds the galaxy record, baby.
You ever heard?
Talk about colorblind.
Yeah, Alex, you've heard about specifically like how men will start quote unquote family franchises, like guys that you know what I'm talking about, right?
No, I have no idea what you're
okay,
talking
so
about.
there's like men
Dude,
that
I'm
exist
so
in the world.
lost.
Yeah, see, he knows what I'm talking about. Here's the thing. So they're men. These are bad men. I want to make it abundantly clear.
Okay.
That have like second and third families with their other families not knowing about it, right?
Okay.
They're called franchise families, and you got them in different cities, right?
Oh.
Captain Kurt's done
There's
that
a
on
name for this?
galactic level.
Got it.
Yeah, there's a name for it.
Well, yeah. I mean, in pro sports, there's a name for it, too. So.
What's that?
Nope.
That's off the air.
No, you ain't baiting me in on that. You ain't baiting me in on that
I was
one.
so close. I almost got her.
I'm gonna throw the alien from Signs in there.
I thought about it.
Yeah,
I really
the alien
thought
from
about
Signs was scary.
Yes.
Big time scary. Good call, D-Fish, on, I believe it's the Xenomorph. Is the alien.
Xenomorph. That was my.
Xenomorph.
It was
that's
both
it.
of ours. We were both
what
our number
about
2.
Chewbacca?
We left Star Wars out of it entirely.
Well, technically, every character is an alien in Star Wars.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So Chewbacca.
I think that's why I left it out because technically Han Solo's an alien.
of
Right.
human form.
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Predator. Why is Predator not an alien in my head?
I
I
don't
feel like
know.
they go, but
He's
don't,
a
don't
monster.
they? Don't they go to
opens-
his planet?
No, well, in later movies, but the
Yeah.
first movie, it's literally opens up with a spaceship dropping off a predator.
Okay, because the one where they go to his planet is the firmest one in my head.
Okay, that's Predators, and that's a different movie. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
It is all cleared up now.
I love it. All right, so what do you guys got on Game 5 tomorrow? Both D-Fish and I, we're both going with the Spurs to get it back to Madison Square Garden.
Same. Curry does not seem convinced.
Man, I hope so. Like the thing is like the Spurs could have won every single game that happened, but the Knicks mentality is they've been doubted throughout this entire playoff run, and they've been doubted in every single game. And when they are down, which they have been in all the games that Spur.
I think every game that's been
literally
played.
all 4 games
like,
they've been down.
literally they've been down, and that almost is like. That's what they need to happen. Like that's what fuels their fire. That's what feeds their soul. Is like, oh, you guys are doubting us. Like, let me prove you wrong. And it's hard because the Spurs can have the biggest lead we've ever seen in NBA Finals history. Doesn't matter where they are or what's happening. It's just they have that dog mentality
it's
right
maddening.
now.
It's
The Knicks
maddening.
just have that dog mentality.
They really, really do. But D-Fish, what do you think? Backs against the wall. Spurs got this, my man.
Yeah, I hope they do. I want them to. I want it to go to Game 6. I think the Knicks winning the title at the Garden would be made for TV. And so I want to see that happen. I want to see the energy in the Garden for Game 6. But winning an elimination game where you're down this way is really difficult. and especially when it's your first time in the position that the Spurs are going to be in. It's also difficult for a Knicks team that, like, they have that dog mentality that Alex just mentioned, but you also know you have some house money to play with.
Yeah.
And so even if subconsciously, right, like you're urgent, but it's not the type of urgency that your life is on the line urgency. The Spurs are going to have it. The Knicks won't.
Absolutely.
And
love
we'll
it,
see how that
D-Fish.
balances
So,
out.
guys, that is it for us this weekend. D-Fish, Decker, be back with you after another wonderful weekend. Enjoy you some sports. Guys, stick around right here for Brock and Alex. And kick rocks. Enjoy your weekend. D-Fish, see you bright and early Monday morning, my guy.
My guy.
shirt material, but it was signed
Okay.
from Clint Dempsey, and I could not find it, and it's in the basement somewhere. So we opted for the Mighty Ducks because that was the next shirt that I thought of.
Dude, I'm into it.
Yeah.
All of my USA jerseys are framed on my wall and signed.
Oh, there you go. So maybe
yeah,
I
we're
should have
going-
framed it.
We
and not
went
put
with
it in the
like
basement.
LA. My shirt says LA with stars on it, so I
Yes.
felt like it was very USA LA
Mm-hmm.
vibes. But if you are going to the game tonight, you guys, let me just give you a heads up because it is starting early. Okay, parking lots open at 1 p.m. today. Gates open at 2 p.m. The stadium fan experience also opens at 2 p.m. Opening ceremony begins at 4:30 and kickoff at 6 p.m.
This is gonna be so much.
It is a
fun.
full day event. So it's getting started like right when we get off the air, basically. Like that's when the party is getting started.
I feel you nailed something just 3 minutes ago.
Okay.
This is Los Angeles. We don't really do build up,
No.
but we do show up when the thing
Oh, yeah.
starts. And that perfectly explains why we didn't feel a lick of excitement until I would say Tuesday. And now that we're here and the World Cup has officially launched,
Yeah.
it's everywhere. And I
Dude.
can't not see it now.
It's so fun and so beautiful. We had like one of my bestie of the show, Little Nikki K, was reporting live and doing hits from the Fan Fest down at the Coliseum, which is like how I first saw what was going down. You guys, it was electric. And I am so happy and excited because I've been to watch parties around LA, but like the World Cup atmosphere is just next level. Like Olympic atmosphere is rad, but there's just a different energy and like crazy level of excitement when it comes to soccer and the World Cup. And I am just so excited that was day one yesterday, just seeing where I'm getting chills right now, like just talking about it, just seeing everybody come together and celebrate the game and celebrate it being in here in LA. And it's just like, we were on a walk on the Strand, like walking the dogs and the baby, and it was just like you could see, like there were jerseys everywhere. There was different flag shirts, like everything. Like it is happening. It is taking over the city. It started yesterday, so that's when you really saw it go down. But I am so excited for USA versus Paraguay tonight. 6 p.m. kickoff. Remember, if you're going to the game, parking lot opens at 1, gates open at 2, fan experience at 2, opening ceremony at 4:30. And if you know anything about getting to SoFi, you guys, it is not easy. Traffic is going to be backed up. So if you're listening and you're not from here, give yourself hours. Like, plan ahead, because just getting from the freeway exit to the actual parking lot might take you an hour.
I will say, too, the tone has been set, USA fans, because the Mexican representation in Los Angeles is obviously robust, and they showed out. They showed out yesterday. You could not go anywhere without seeing a Mexico flag. And then from 3 p.m. onward, you could not go anywhere without seeing a South Korean flag. So Team USA has a lot of catching up to do in regards of fandom, because the precedent has been set that if your team is on, it is time to show up and show out. I heard fireworks. And I'm sitting there at home, fireworks going up. Like, this
How
is
close are
game
you?
one.
How close are you to? What did you say? Like Koreatown? You could hear it.
So no, these are just my neighbors.
Oh,
who were just
rad.
rooting for Team Mexico and South
Rad.
Korea.
Okay, I'm into that.
And we're just setting off fireworks for the
Okay.
hell of it. It was great. It
Oh.
was so cool.
Love that. Okay. Well, guess what? Today, you guys, we're also giving away Sparks tickets. So make sure you're paying attention, because top of hour 2. So in about like 50 minutes, we're going to be giving away a pair of Spark tickets to celebrate the 30th anniversary of their first game. All you're going to have to do is call 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Let's get to last night's game, because the Dodgers ended up taking the series in Pittsburgh, but that was not the story, you guys. Okay. I think everybody held their breath a couple different times during this game.
Going on?
But let's start with the one that was like, no, please don't let this be anything more than we think it is. So Shohei Ohtani was having a game, right? And this was the day after he pitched. And when he pitched, he also hit. And games past, we've seen Dave Roberts give Shohei Ohtani the day off. So this was a treat that he was able to be back in the lineup a day after he pitched. He reached base 4 times. He hit a home run. But then he was pulled in the 7th inning because of left knee inflammation. Now, I want you to hear Dave Roberts and what he had to say after the game, because it looked like it might have happened when he was trying to steal second base. Take a listen.
What is your level of concern with that?
Not high. I think that we tried to be smart about it and, talked to the trainer and said he had a little behind the knee, a little hamstring. So just wanted to be smart and not push it. So I feel good about him being in there tomorrow, but obviously with the travel tonight, we'll just kind of see how he comes in.
There's a lot to unpack here.
Yes.
Okay.
Where would you like to start?
The timing could not be worse. Yeah. The day after he pitches, which kind of goes towards Dave's original argument of he was trying to give him extra rest on days where he might be fatigued, where his body would be fatigued the day after that he pitches and hits on the same day. So I think once he's healthy, this is definitely going to solidify that argument moving forward, because that is, again, I understand when your body is fatigued, that's when injuries happen. But I think the biggest concern with this injury is that it's not new. Back in 2019, Ohtani had surgery on his left knee to address the, I don't know if I'm saying this right, the bipartite patella. It's
I'll Google it.
Okay. So basically, Ohtani has dealt with this since birth, which is a condition that means his knee is made up of two bones instead of one, since they didn't fuse together. Now, in 2019, it was causing discomfort, so he had the surgery. He was given like a 10 to 12 week timeline. So first thought is like, hopefully it's not that, and hopefully it's not again something that if you were born with and you've been dealing with throughout your entire life, like it is going to act up. And last time was 2019, so it's been a decent amount of time, but you gotta really be careful with him right now.
Yes. So first, you pronounced it correctly. The bipartite patella.
Petite. Great.
Yes, bipartite. Very, very French of them to name it that. So my alignment with Dave Roberts throughout the year on how to handle Shohei fell apart yesterday because this entire time I've been on the side of Dave Roberts has made some tough calls and some unpopular decisions, and in recent years, he has been right more than he's been wrong, and he has 2 World Series rings to show for it.
Yep.
The issue is, I feel the reason that Shohei played yesterday is because the series wasn't secured. I firmly believe that if the if the Dodgers won both games leading into yesterday, like they should have, and were up 2-0, Shohei would have sat. I feel that the reason that Shohei played was because of that collapse the day before, and Dave Roberts and the team felt we need to leave here with this series won. And my frustration is, if you have a rule, especially an unpopular one, you have to stick to it. You can't alter the rule to fit every single circumstance, because if a rule in place can be altered for each circumstance, it's not a rule at all. You're just picking it as the time goes on, and at that point, you may as well let Shohei decide when he plays. So I'm as frustrated as I am. 95% of it is with Dave Roberts, because like you and Shohei are maybe not butting heads, but you're on opposite sides of how to handle this thing throughout the season, and you've held firm, and you've held firm, and you've held firm. Why all of a sudden yesterday in a series against the Pirates, when you are up? I think they're up 8 games right now in the end. I was like, why yesterday was the day to break the rule that has kept Shohei healthy throughout this time? I would love to hear an explanation, and that we'll probably never get, as to why yesterday was the day, because now I feel like me and Dave Roberts were on the same side. Like, at the end of the last Fast and the Furious movie where like Paul Walker's car goes that way and Vin Diesel's car goes that way. Have you seen that one?
No, but keep going.
So I was in Dave Roberts' car going that way with, this is how you have to manage Shohei.
Okay.
And a lot of Dodgers fans were in the other car saying Shohei gets to call all the shots. But now I have to tell Dave Roberts to pull over and let me get out, because I don't know what you're doing, because now you're changing the rule. Like I just want an explanation as to why the rule was changed yesterday.
Do you know what's so funny? I was on the other side with Ohtani being like, yeah, let him ride. We ride at dawn, okay? If he wants to pitch the next day, let the man cook. And now I'm like, ooh, yeah, maybe we should have listened to Dad. Maybe we shouldn't have snuck out and, stolen the car and gone on a little joyride. Maybe
Swapped the mom's vodka with water.
Yeah, definitely did that when I was a kid. Maybe we should have listened to the leader in the group, and he's the manager for a reason. And that's why I said the timing of this injury. Again, we don't know how severe the injury it is, but he's been dealing with this patella, this bipartite patella issue, since he was born. So this is something that you manage, right? And there's different ways to manage it. And if this is something, again, we don't know exactly when it happened. We actually have Dave Roberts talking about when he thinks it might have happened. Take a listen.
I don't know which play, what caused it. My assumption is, I haven't talked to Shohei yet, but my assumption is it was trying to steal second base. But I don't know. Obviously, I think that we got to be smart on the bases and not take chances if we don't really need to. So if that was the cause, I don't really know right now.
Yeah. So you can't take chances with him, right? You cannot have this man miss 10 to 12 weeks. No. The last time that he had this injury. He should not play tonight. 100%. He should not be in the lineup tonight.
I don't want to see him this entire series.
Yeah, fair.
I don't want to see him there. You work to build up a lead in your division for moments like this. Now, you don't expect your entire roster to be injured, which the Dodgers kind of find themselves in. But what's the point of getting a lead early if you can't potentially sacrifice some games along the way for the sake of the long term, especially with swelling behind the knee, which is what Dave Roberts said. You have to be careful because when the swelling is behind the knee, you don't know if the hamstring is also part of that. You don't know if the calf is part of that. And if the calf is part of that, now the Achilles is at risk. If the hamstring's part of it, now the glute's part of it. Now your back may be this is.
You sound like the song. Knee bones connected to the bone.
This is a Friday anatomy lesson, and we're singing our way through. So when Dave Roberts says we have to be careful, I'm sure that's what the trainers are telling him is, hey man, there are certain places where if there is damage, everything near it is affected, and that whole chain gets affected. You build up a lead in your division for moments like this. I do not want to see Shohei at least until it is currently June 12th.
Yeah.
Why do we need to see Shohei before June 19th? Why not just give him a week and reevaluate some things?
Let's see. So so they have Chicago White Sox, who are currently first in their division.
They are rolling.
Wild. When I looked at that, I was like, did not see that coming, considering the last few seasons that they've had. And then they're home against Tampa Bay and Baltimore. But they have a day off in there. They have a Thursday off. So, again, if Ohtani wants to play, he's going to do everything in his power to try to convince Roberts to let him play. And this is where you said this and you were trying to convince me. The manager has to protect the player from himself, right? And I think this was, unfortunately, the timing was brutal for Ohtani's case of, hey, put me in, I'm fine. It's you were fatigued. You pitched and you hit yesterday. And they've been trying to find this balance all season. It was, in the beginning, he wasn't hitting on days he was pitching, and that just kind of takes away from, I think, the entire Ohtani experience and what makes him so special. Obviously, selfishly for the fans who get to go and watch this unicorn do something we've never seen before at the highest level. But also, Ohtani really wanted to be hitting on days he was pitching. So then the compromise was, okay, Ohtani, you can hit on days you pitch, but the day after, we're going to give you some rest, okay? So you're not going to be in the lineup the day after that you pitch. And they lined it up pretty nicely to days that they had off. So he wasn't necessarily missing a game. But the last few, they had long stretches of games without an off day. So he would miss a game. And I'm sure, and again, if you've never worked with or understand the mentality and the personality of Shohei Ohtani, he's never going to call out Dave Roberts. He has respect for his manager. He has respect for the team. Everything that you think is going on personally for him, all these accolades, awesome. His main goal is to win and to win a World Series and to help this team win a World Series. So if he believes that Dave is doing this for the betterment of the team, He's going to go along with it. But again, he's one of those people, actions speak louder than words. You're going to see him go out in that first game that he was back hitting when he was pitching, leadoff home run. Second one, leadoff home run. So it's hard and really unfortunate that this injury happened the day after that he was pitching and hitting. Because moving forward, I don't see how you can let him do it again.
You can't. And you mentioned how poorly the timing is. Not only are the White Sox somehow leaders of the AL Central and the third best record in the AL, Tampa Bay, now that Aaron Judge has been hurt, has eclipsed the Yankees. Like, Tampa Bay is the leaders of the AL East now. Like, this is poor timing. These were two series that were going to get real playoff atmosphere type of situation. Hey, let's get some big time looks. And Shohei, I do not want to see him involved in either of those series. It is just not worth it. That back of the knee swelling on your plant foot when you're pitching, like
There's so many things
so
that
much
surround
can go
it.
wrong. Yeah,
it's tough too. My college injury was IT band patella, and that lingers. That lingers. It's tough. We talked about this, the soft tissue, like those kind of injuries. There's no specific timeline, so it's just feel, and you can injure it so easily. So yeah, we're going to be on the lookout for that. We'll let you know as soon as the lineups come out, as soon as we get any sort of injury update on Ohtani. Couple other injuries that happened last night that we'll get into a little later in the show. But you guys, we are, I'm saying hours away. I mean, we're hours away from the parking lot opening and the gates opening for Team USA's first match against Paraguay. So coming up next, we're going to do a little like Team USA for Dummies, okay? If you are unfamiliar with the World Cup, if you are unfamiliar with Team USA, we got you. So when you're at the bar and you're watching the game with some of your friends, you're going to have a couple little nuggets that you're just going to sound like a professional. Okay, don't go anywhere. That's coming up next here on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. Let us know how you're feeling, what you're thinking. What game of this World Cup are you so excited to see, you guys? You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And guess what? In about 30 minutes, we're doing a Sparks game giveaway.
Yeah, we are.
So save that number, 855-97-LA-FAN, because at the top of hour 2, so again, in about like 35 minutes, we're going to be giving away 2 Sparks tickets celebrating the 30th anniversary of the first ever Sparks game. So stay tuned for that. But more importantly, you guys, happy USA Day. The World Cup kicked off yesterday while we were on the air, and it was just like, that was such an all-time epic first game to happen. Did we get 3 red cards? Like, that was insanity. Like, the aggression, the passion. You could feel like the whole build up to the World Cup, just like, boop, there you go.
It was perfect. Estadio Azteca is where they were playing in Mexico City. And anyone who is near a computer, just look up how beautiful that stadium looks, even without anyone in it, let alone packed to the brim, shoulder to shoulder, and seeing that place erupt. There was the first goal was in the 9th minute. Mexico ended up winning 2-0 over Republic of South Africa. And that eruption was an entire world saying we've waited 4 years for this.
Yeah.
And we finally get to release it, and the World Cup is here. What a cool sight that was.
It was so sick. And then if you were here in LA, the official FIFA watch party, you guys, is at the LA Coliseum, and it's down on the field. It was sold out, 40,000 fans there. And they had giant screens the size of these massive festival stages. So it felt like a festival with everyone down on the field. The place was rocking.
Oh, God, that's so cool.
Rocking. So if you're looking for a fun place to go watch a game, head over to the Coliseum. I think they also have a Fan Fest vibe out on the Exposition Park that's out in front of the Coliseum. You have BMO next door has some sort of Fan Fest. The Venice Beach House is also a fun place to go. But this is going to be insane, you guys. USA Game 1 today at SoFi. If you were listening earlier, get there early if you're going to the game. Parking lot opens at 1 p.m. The gates open at 2. The Fan Fest, the in-stadium Fan Fest starts at 2. And then the opening ceremonies are at 4:30.
They're not playing
Who do you
around.
think? Do we know who's performing? Have we heard?
Don't. My guess is always going to be Shakira.
She did.
Oh, she already performed. Okay, well, there you go.
Yeah, duh, that's what she does. Like Mrs. World Cup.
This is her thing.
Yeah.
If you are...
Do we know? Did they announce that, or is it a surprise?
I was going to say, if you are... If you were to guess right now, because who did the World Cup song that got canceled?
Jelly Roll.
Oh, yeah, so it's not Jelly Roll.
Not canceled.
Yes, he did not get in trouble.
People weren't a big fan of it. Producer Shay,
it
have
just
they
got
said
erased.
Do you want me to tell you, or do you want to guess?
Oh, so it is out.
I'm going to guess Future.
I saw something, but I don't know. Maybe she performed yesterday, but a Katy Perry.
Okay. Shay?
Okay, so you guys are both right. So there's a pregame entertainment lineup that features Katy Perry as the headliner. Future in the lineup.
Look at us.
Lisa, who I don't know who that is. Tyla, no idea.
Yeah.
Anita, no idea.
Oh, Anita's sick.
And then Rema
Dude.
and DJ Sinjoy.
Rad. Okay, so it's a full concert beforehand.
Good for us.
So that's why it's starting at 4:30. It's go to the pre-show before the game happens. That's actually I love that. That's a good call.
That's going to be great.
That's so fun.
And as a reminder,
yeah,
it's going to be very hot. Summer's here. Hydrate now so that when you're 8
Dad.
beers deep, you're not throwing up and missing the game.
Dad. That's not what it's about, Kay. That's not what it's about on game day. It's about how many drinks can you put down in a 90-minute
I'm trying to make sure they can make it to the game.
Oh, they will.
A lot of people are excited right now, thinking, oh man, this is going to be such a great time.
Okay.
And 3 hours from now, they're going to be blacked out.
Can
and
I
they're
have
going to wake up
VB
tomorrow
come out
wondering what
here,
happened.
Vereen Brothers come out instead of Papa Brock? Okay. Can you be fun? Can we be like Vegas fun, like Green Brothers in Vegas?
If this was 2015, we would probably be on drink 6 or 7.
Yeah, see?
And then we would take a break. I was really good at drinking hard and then taking a break and having a big lunch and then picking it back up once I made it to wherever I was going. Yes.
Good for you.
Yes.
It's so funny. I think back to like college days. The pregame before the pregame to go somewhere was insane. Like millennials are like next level when the pregame was the party, and it was like, how many pregame parties can you bounce to and from? So with that being said, it feels very on brand with soccer parties leading up to today. Like, I'm excited once I drive back into town to just see how much it's popping at every bar. Also, that was another thing. We were talking off the top of the show. Raj on the morning show, he was saying
Cricketer Raj.
Yeah, pubs.
Never.
Not in the U.S.
Never.
Not in the U.S. It is a bar. It is a dive bar.
If I say pub, it is meant to be
You're
cheeky.
or
it is supposed to be fun. Or I'm just in England.
Or you're in Ireland.
Yes.
Like, that is where they are called pubs. Or like, let's like, is there like an Irish pub? Like, I can get that.
Yeah.
If you're doing that.
But to go to a place that you call a bar and then just for this month you refer to it as a pub.
Absolutely
no way.
not.
Nope.
Get out of here.
Not a chance.
No, that's you like trying to put on an accent. Like, what are you doing? It's it feels like you're mocking someone opposed to being authentic.
It's when you go to your local coffee shop and someone says, "I'll have an Americano, a water, and a croissant." You are doing way too much, man. Please.
A croissant?
Please.
A croissant?
You don't just get to tap in and out of the accent.
That's
no.
really funny, though. That's really funny.
Ugh.
Okay. Well, we're going to have like a fun little.
Yes, let's do it.
Team USA for Dummies, you guys. You know those books, like the Sports for Dummies? Right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, you guys. I used to buy those for every single sport, even sports I played before working the broadcast. And I would make flashcards out of the index just so I like had all the correct terminology. And yeah, this was actually advice given to me from Erin Andrews.
Yeah.
The one great piece of advice she gave me.
Yeah.
And I stuck to it. I passed it along to a lot of other people. I was like, no, I have one. Signed by Howie Long, Football for Dummies. So, yeah,
That's
it's
incredible.
Great. He's a family friend, though. So it was like a fun little. Now we're going to do soccer. Not soccer for dummies, but Team USA for dummies, okay? So the World Cup for the U.S., you guys, starts tonight. So if you don't know anything about it, this segment is for you. So Team USA, the national team, plays at 6 p.m. at SoFi against Paraguay. And this is a really big deal, okay? Because this team has been called the Golden Generation, which means they are supposed to be the most talented group of American soccer players that we've ever had. Because this is... Obviously, if you're familiar with soccer here in the U.S., we have the MLS. Mm-hmm. But the MLS has always been, as thought, a step below all the European leagues.
Sure.
No knock on the MLS. There's just like it hasn't been around as long. There isn't that much history. They don't have the developmental programs that all of these European teams have. But now a lot of our U.S. men players play overseas. So they are getting that same training, that same game speed that a lot of these other countrymen are actually what they grew up playing.
Exactly.
So we're going to give you a couple names, okay, that you should know. Keep an eye out for. The first one being Christian Pulisic, the best player on the team. He is kind of the face of U.S. men's soccer. And if U.S. has a big moment, he should be the one involved. Okay?
Well said, yeah.
He should be the one involved.
Next, we have Folarin Balogun. If you want to sound smart at the bar, not the pub, the bar. Folarin Balogun, he is the main goal scorer. Pulisic is the best player, but Balogun will be the main goal scorer. And to put his job simply, finish chances and put the ball in the net.
All right, next up, Weston McKennie. I love Weston. I've actually been following him and had been covering like this very beginning part of his U.S. national team career. And he's big personality, big energy guy, midfielder who does a little bit of everything. So you're going to see him offense, defense, kind of involved in it all.
Okay, look out for Tyler Adams. He plays for AFC Bournemouth, or if you are overseas, Bournemouth. AFC Bournemouth.
Yeah.
Tough defensive midfielder, brings leadership, brings edge, and he is the tone setter. So if the red cards start flying, look out for Tyler Adams.
All right, next up, Serginho Dest. Flashy, creative player, really fun guy to watch. You'll know when he's on the field.
Okay. Tim Ream, old man Ream. He is 38 years old. He is the wise old dad of the team. Plays in the MLS with Charlotte FC. He's the captain. He's the veteran. He's the Max Muncy. So every reason that we love Max Muncy, that's why you love Tim Ream.
Love that. Chris Richards, defensive anchor, and one of the main guys to try to keep other teams from scoring if you're unfamiliar with how soccer works.
The Curry roll.
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go. Okay. So the other big move that the men's national team made in this like transition of trying to be a force in the World Cup was their new coach.
Okay.
Pochettino. Okay. So the biggest thing about Mauricio Pochettino is that he came from some of the biggest names, biggest clubs overseas in Europe. Tottenham, PSG, Chelsea. So when you get a guy that has been at the top of like the soccer royalty, you hope, hey, he's coming in. He can bring that same mentality for Team USA and get us to the promised land.
I love that. And as Bill Reiter of D-Mac and Reiter, which will be on right after us, be sure to stick around. He put it this way on Tuesday when we were talking about the World Cup, about how not only are there high expectations, but the flip side of that is there can be disappointment if this team does not go further than the U.S. team typically does. Usually, let's call it what it is, when we're watching the men's World Cup as opposed to the women who kind of run the show. With the men, it's just we just want to see a win. We just want to see a win, and we don't always get the win. Whereas what comes with expectation is a disappointment. So he says anything less than the round of 16 is considered a disappointment for Team USA. But that should excite you, and that should be a testament to how talented this team is.
Where are you watching the game tonight?
Tonight, I will be watching it at home.
Okay.
I should order some barbecue. My wife is headed to the lake with her family. I just realized I should order some barbecue.
Because you're going out of town. You're going to Germany's World Cup game in Houston this weekend.
I have a 5 a.m. flight tomorrow, so it will be a nice, low-key night, and I will be home by myself, which means I get to eat not so healthy. It's going to be great.
Love that. Yeah. Love that. We're doing a super early dinner.
Love it.
So we are done for kickoff.
Oh, you're getting it out of the way.
We're going out of the way. Yeah, we're going to our private club.
There we go.
Yeah. I want to be immersed. We got a nanny. Mama's night out.
Oh,
yeah. And
we're not getting home anytime soon.
No. We got it because we have that early drive down to San Diego for husband's show at Petco Park.
There you go.
Tomorrow. But we're going to have a time. Go USA.
Let's go.
Okay?
I'm hyped.
Let's go. Yeah. Okay, coming up next, guys, Do You Care? LA, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, and make sure you save that number, because at the top of the hour in about... let's say 20 minutes, we're going to be giving away some Sparks tickets. All you got to do is call 855-975-2326. I realize that sound kind of probably was not really over radio. The thinking, here we go. Also, happy USA Day, you guys. USA kicks off 6 p.m. tonight at SoFi against Paraguay. It's here. Let's go. And you know what? This leads right into our next segment. Producer Shay, are you ready for Do You Care, LA?
You know it. And I got a little friend with me right here.
Oh,
Who's
that? Please introduce.
Yeah, so I want to introduce our boy. Is your mic's on? You can introduce yourself.
Yeah. Oh, my name is Peyton Lodge, guys. Thanks for having me.
Wait, Peyton Lodge, as
yes,
in Roger Lodge?
Yes.
Yeah, yes. Legendary. I don't know if you listen to Angels Radio. Also
pretty familiar with the royalty we have in here right now.
Yeah, fun little, what was the dating show that your dad used to host back in the day?
That was Blind Date.
Blind Date,
yes.
The host of Blind Date.
Yes.
Iconic. Welcome to
Peyton.
the fam.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we need your music, Shay.
Yeah, welcome to the fam, and welcome to Do You Care, LA.
There it is.
The number one segment. Come on, I didn't want the music while he was introducing himself. It's his first time on the air in LA. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. But Do You Care, LA, the segment where I get to tell you guys everything you need to know about LA and LA sports.
Shay, closer to the mic so we can hear you.
Oh, is it that?
Well,
We're
maybe
using
use
a new
the
mic
other
today.
mic. Oh, that's why.
Was this better?
That's way
Is
better.
this way better?
Way
I gotta
better.
eat this thing.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Dude.
Do You Care, LA? We're getting right into it.
I'm going to refrain from what I almost just said.
I've had a lot of those things in radio.
Hey, Shane, let's just start the segment, huh?
Rams and Dodgers, baby. Rams and Dodgers team doctor is facing PED questions.
Oh.
So what do I mean by that?
Yeah.
Dr. Neil, I hope I say his last name. A trash. Horrible last name. God, I feel bad for him.
Ella Trash.
Oh, brutal.
It's okay. That's what Brock's for.
A prominent...
This is our man who reads the dictionary before he goes to bed, okay? If we need big words, if we need pronunciations, if we need descriptions, just say, Brock, call a friend, phone a friend.
He's the guy for us.
Yeah.
Nick
Everything.
always liked to say he reads his dictionary before he goes to bed.
That's what he said,
But
he
yeah,
does.
exactly.
Okay.
But yeah, he's reportedly expected to be questioned by MLB investigators after he supported Conor McGregor's use of PEDs. So this guy is the Rams doctor, the Dodger doctor, and he does a lot more than just that. But yes, he is under investigation currently. Do you care?
Okay, what do you mean he supported? Did he just say something saying he...
So that's what's tricky is
Okay.
I have yet to find a black and white exact version of what that means.
Yeah.
But I will say, if you are in the world of professional sports as a trainer,
Yes.
and you have access through your job, not as a sports trainer, but just as a doctor,
Yeah.
to steroids and physically enhancing things that have legal use outside of sports.
Okay.
Okay, if I am being accused of robbing banks, I can't go around saying, sometimes it's okay to rob banks, right? You just can't be associated with this. So,
Okay.
Conor McGregor is a live wire, and I'm on the side. One, I do care because Rams, Dodgers, obviously this is a guy who works with them and has done surgeries on some of your favorite athletes. Anyone who's listening who loves LA. However, Conor McGregor is a live wire who will say anything and do anything, and until I see exact specifications as to how Dr. Neil Trash was attached to this, I'm holding out any kind of blame here.
Yeah, I can't dive into this until I understand okay, what are the PEDs? What is he saying? He should be able to use them. I need a little more information before I go after a guy that is literally helping two of the best teams in their respective leagues.
Widely considered the best at what he does. Like, even the 49ers send their people down for him to work on. He is the best of the best.
So when, like, Baker Mayfield came out here to get surgery and things like that, is this
I
who
bet
he's
it was
going
him.
to see?
I bet it was Dr. Neal.
So like everyone comes out. Yeah.
You just can't be associated with this, even if it's just rumors, even if it's just Conor McGregor was maybe he was going on a bender and said something reckless.
Was it like supported his use like before a fight or just in general? Like, I got a lot of questions here before
no
we
one
dive
has
in.
specified. If anyone has specifications,
so this is clickbait.
Please let us know.
This is clickbait at the moment.
But I do have to care just because Rams and Dodgers, they if there's any truth to it at all, they have to get rid of them completely. And now the best of the best is no longer working on your people. So that's why I care. I don't believe it yet, but I do care.
Okay, so it's tough moving forward. You just don't want to lose the guy if this is his outlook and mindset on everything. Because then basically anyone he works on is going to get questioned of like, well, what'd you give him?
It's just a PR thing.
Is this why they're performing
Why is he so
well?
healthy all of a sudden?
Uh-huh.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, I mean, you can't really... I mean, the Dodgers are plagued with injuries right now. So, like...
Clearly, he's not giving them steroids.
Yeah. Like, that's maybe helping his case at the moment.
That's a good point, Alex. That's a good point.
On to the next one, guys.
All right.
So, and by the way, Conor McGregor hasn't fought in the UFC since 2021.
Okay.
He's done small events where he does like boxing fights and all that stuff.
Okay.
So it could be.
What was the one where you like snapped his ankle? How long ago was that?
I believe that was
That was the last one?
21.
That may have been the 2021.
Okay, I was like, that's
when he
like,
fought Dustin.
oh, that's
Yeah,
like,
so
like I
Conor's-
vividly remember that.
I believe the fights that Conor is still participating in recently don't
like-
have the same rules as
Oh, so then
maybe
it's like-
loosely regulated.
So then, yeah, he's
So it's
totally fine to be doing what
kind
he's
of this
doing.
gray area thing. But again, we will wait and see
Like
when
the
the details come
what
out.
are those games called?
Friendlies?
No.
Exhibition?
The steroid games.
Oh, the enhanced
The
games.
enhanced games.
yeah.
Connor's in the
He needs to be in the enhanced
next year.
games. That's a real thing, you guys. Look it up.
What else we got, Shay?
On to the next one,
Okay.
and this one is a woozy. Texas Tech is defending their quarterback,
No.
ruled ineligible for sports
No.
betting. You have to double down at this point.
No, you don't.
So Texas Tech
No, you
officials
don't.
released a 20-minute video defending their support of quarterback Brendan Sorsby, who was granted a temporary injunction allowing him to play this season despite being ruled ineligible by the NCAA for widespread sports wagering.
Why die on this hill? Are they that desperate for a quarterback that they can't go out and find someone else?
They are digging deeper and deeper and deeper. Have you heard of the Streisand effect? You know what that is?
No.
So
Explain.
the Streisand effect is when Barbara Streisand built this mansion on the cliff in Malibu.
Okay.
And she preemptively sent a memo to the PR and the LA gossip site saying, hey, please don't talk about my mansion.
Oh.
No one knew about it. So
Oh.
now everyone was talking about her mansion. So
Yeah.
the Streisand effect is when you just keep talking about something when in reality, if you stop talking about it, it would be quicker to disappear from the news cycle. A 20-minute video with your
What?
athletic director,
No.
head coach, and other representatives
No.
talking about gambling. It is embarrassing.
How
Texas
much
Tech
money?
just keeps digging.
How much money did what gambling site pay them to do this?
You might be
Like,
right.
who's bankrolling
Also,
Texas Tech?
How bad is the backup quarterback to where we are going? We are
Literally
not
dying on this
moving
hill
on from Brendan
of the
Sorsby.
one thing you are not allowed to do, which is bet on your own team
It is embarrassing.
while you're playing.
It is.
This
it
is unacceptable.
It's unacceptable. It's embarrassing. Brandon Sorsby cannot play football, and Texas Tech will do irreparable damage to their brand that in the past couple of years has gotten much better. Softball team's cooking, football team's cooking, basketball is always solid. Texas Tech used to be the villain, and they just kind of rebranded their thing, and now they are right back where they started, maybe even worse from where they started. It is impossible to root for them.
Who was the big quarterback that came out of Texas Tech?
They've had a couple.
Patrick
Mahomes
Mahomes?
was the most recent.
Oh yeah, Mahomie.
Yeah. There was USC's old offensive coordinator, Graham something. Graham Harrell.
This
played
is
there.
just, you guys. This is
it's
bad.
so bad, yeah, and it's only going to get worse because they won't stop talking about it.
Yeah, this is bad.
Your athletic director doing a 20-minute thing, and lastly on this, I know we got to take a break. They keep trying to play the victim role. As
Dude, you are not the victim.
Yes, and it's not working.
No.
And nobody has told them
Take
that the victim angle
responsibility.
is not working.
Like,
bad.
take responsibility. Like, that is insane.
It's only getting started, apparently.
I cannot believe this, you guys. In case you missed this, the Texas Tech quarterback got caught for betting and winning $90,000 on himself and on his own games. He needs to be banned. He needs to be banned. All right. We're obviously very heated about this, and we both care. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, Dodgers got some injuries. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your Friday with us. It's Friday. It's Friday night. Is that the song?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah? Okay. It's also USA Day, you guys. The World Cup is here. Vibes are high around LA. And I think it really kicked off yesterday with Mexico just setting the tone, you guys. That was insane. So if you're listening, you guys, on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, we appreciate you being here. If you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we want you to be a part of the show. Let us know where are you watching the World Cup games. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Ooh, also save that number, you guys, because you know what it's time for? Sparks tickets giveaway. WNBA's biggest celebration, you guys, is coming to Crypto Sunday, June 21st, when the Sparks take on the Liberty. They're going to have special guests, one-of-a-kind giveaways. It's going to be an unforgettable night celebrating the 30th anniversary of the first ever Sparks game. You can go get your tickets at sparks.com/1997, or you can call right now for a pair of LA Sparks tickets. No trivia, no games, just be caller number 4, 855-975-2326. Call right now for a pair of Sparks tickets, 855-975-2326. Good luck. All right. Back to the World Cup, though, you guys.
I have a video that you need to see.
What am I going to see?
I will show you it during the next break, but anyone who is safely near a mobile device or a computer. So Mexico and South Korea both won their matches yesterday.
Yes.
There is some FIFA celebration set up similar to the Coliseum and BMO and Exposition Park somewhere in Mexico City where a lot of fans are. And there are a bunch of Team Mexico fans and Team South Korea fans dancing to Gangnam Style in a massive pit of alcohol and frenzy, and that is what the World Cup is supposed to be.
So I saw
incredible.
this.
Oh, you saw it? Okay,
no, not that one, but that's kind of been like the theme. So if when the Koreans are out like in the bars or at restaurants, they keep putting on Gangnam Style. And I've seen it. It's gone viral. And everyone in the restaurant gets up and does like the Gangnam Style dance with them. And the Koreans are so happy about it. The Mexicans are so happy about it. It's just become this really funny thing that's happened. So the fact that they did it at the Fan Fest with thousands of people there makes my heart so happy. I forgot about that song.
Yes.
Gangnam Style.
I'm pretty sure statistically it's like the most popular YouTube video ever or most streamed song ever, something like that. It is way more popular than we think it is.
Think about like K-pop. Like K-pop Demon Hunters, is that what it's called? Like
yes.
I haven't seen it yet, but like that is like the hottest thing ever. Like Korean music like slaps and takes over the music scene anytime they put out absolutely anything. So I love that Gangnam Style is what just keeps getting brought up. Also, like, okay, you guys, if you're here, I know we talked about it, but the Coliseum watch party was insane. 40,000 people. I'm sure it's already going to be insanely hyped for today, USA Paraguay at 6 p.m. The vibes are insane, you guys. Just to put it into perspective, that opening World Cup match, okay, there were 3 red cards in the opener. The 2022 World Cup, 4 red cards through the entire tournament. There were 4 red cards in the entire tournament. 3 red cards were given out in that opening match.
Spicy. It's getting spicy. There's a lot on the line. No,
Dude.
I don't know what the Republic of South Africa's deal was, man. They were upset about a lot.
Spicy. Also, I've been seeing this. I took a screenshot of it so I could read it. I saw it and I didn't like totally understand it yesterday. I thought maybe it was like a quick flash. But soccer fans, like real soccer fans, are really laughing about this. The Fox broadcast was explaining kind of what's happening on TV with these red cards. And like under Mexico, it would had like highlighted down 10 players. Under South Africa had down to 9 players. And then they had a full description, you guys, on the broadcast. So like American U.S. watchers who don't follow soccer can understand. It said, down to 9 players because 2 have been removed from the game. They have both been shown red cards, which means they can no longer play in this match. As a result, South Africa must continue the game with only 9 players on the field. This is a major disadvantage and makes winning much more difficult. You guys, that was legitimately put up under the box score.
I love a paragraph when you could have like 5 words could explain everything. That is so overkill.
I missed that because we had it on the iPad while we were live on the air yesterday. But I could see, I was like, the box score looks like there's a lot going on there. I can't totally tell
That
like
is such overkill.
what it is. Also, like, I feel like there's probably a symbol for that. Like,
maybe
on
because
like,
it was the first game.
European broadcasts that like show soccer games like consistently. Like, there has to be something. And then once that went away, it just said like down 10 players, down to 9 players.
Down to 9 players.
Under each team, which beautiful. And you know what? Shout out to Fox Sports, because I've been a part of these World Cup broadcasts, and there is so much that goes into it, and everyone has been working so hard for months, years leading up to this moment, and to have it here, I know why they're doing it, because there's a lot of people in the United States who don't know these rules, but it's just funny to have like hardcore soccer fans who come in and this is what they like live and breathe for, and they're like, why are you explaining this? Why are they explaining like this on the broadcast? Like, so I understand why it's there. It's just really funny.
It is. If you were watching the White Sox and the Dodgers tonight, and below it said, Dalton Rushing has just hit a home run, this means that his team scores a run. This is supremely advantageous to the Los Angeles Dodgers and puts the Chicago White Sox at a disadvantage. That's basically...
advantageous, your word of the day. Go. This is Brock's dictionary word of the day. Explain the meaning. I know, like, when you use them in sentences, I know, but, like, your vocab is just, like, top-notch, Rock.
Well, thank you
This
so
is a man
much.
who reads the dictionary before he goes to bed. Okay, go.
I cannot believe that is actually getting legs. Nick, producer Nick, started a rumor that is continuing to grow legs about this dictionary.
It ain't a rumor.
Advantageous. It is when something happens that benefits me, but does not benefit you.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's great. So you're making us smarter every single day, Brock, and we are grateful for you.
I'm grateful for you all. I'm just trying to do my part.
All right, well, let's get to that Dodgers game that you were talking about. Because, again, they won the series, but it came at a cost, okay? And let's start with the man, the face of Major League Baseball, Shohei Ohtani. Because normally we would not see him in the lineup days after he pitched, because now he is both pitching and hitting on the same day, again, thankfully. But throughout the season so far, Roberts has been load managing. Be the best way to put it. But yesterday, it kind of was like what I had been talking about and rooting for, but I am now retracting after we saw what happened. But Ohtani reached base 4 times, hit a home run, and then he was pulled in the 7th inning because of knee inflammation. Now, we still don't know exactly why or when it happened, but the history of this, you guys, is that this isn't a new issue for Shohei Ohtani. He had surgery back in 2019 on his left knee to address the bipartite patella, which was causing discomfort. He was given a 10 to 12 week timeline, but he has been dealing with that since birth, which is a condition that means his knee is made up of 2 bones instead of 1, since they did not fuse together. So this is not a new thing. However, injuries usually occur when your body is fatigued and you are pushing yourself to the next level. And Dave Roberts talked after the game, and shared kind of what he had heard and what he thought was happening with Shohei Ohtani. Nope. Okay. We don't have it. Just kidding. Dave Roberts sound talking about Shohei Ohtani after the game. Maybe.
What is your level of concern with that?
Not high. I think that we tried to be smart about it, and talked to the trainer and said he had a little behind the knee, little hamstring. So just wanted to be smart and not push it. So I feel good about him being in there tomorrow, but obviously with the travel tonight, we'll just kind of see how he comes in.
So the timing of this. There's a lot to unpack here. The timing of the injury could not be worse, because of what we were talking about leading into this, is that Dave Roberts had been really strict about making sure that they were managing Shohei Ohtani's fatigue, whether that was limiting the workload, which is you're just going to pitch on days that you're on the mound, or, hey, we're going to give you a day off days after you pitch if we're going to let you be in the lineup and on the mound. And yesterday was the first time we just kind of saw everything get thrown out the window, and he was doing great, and he was swinging the bat well. However, I feel like this is going to solidify going forward that he's not going to hit after Daisy pitches.
Especially when you consider game 2 when he was pitching. He spent the entire time picking at the blister on his finger, and although they came out and said it was no big deal, Kirsten, during her report around the 7th inning, said no, after each individual inning, he comes to the side and he gets his blister looked at. And so it let us know it is a bigger deal than they want us to believe. That leads to yesterday's game, where, of course, he just disappears and Santiago Espinal is pinch hitting for Shohei, and us as viewers in the broadcast did not know it was happening until it happened, so it was a sudden-ish decision. And what makes it so scary is that behind the knee area, a lot of times you have to wonder is the hamstring involved because it's right above it, and then you have to wonder, is the calf involved right below it? And if you don't take enough rest and that injury starts to expand and affect other things, well, the hamstring and the calf are two things that you really don't want to jeopardize. So this is Shohei's left leg, meaning his plant leg, meaning when he pitches and throws that gas from the mound, that left leg is taking and absorbing all of that impact. You cannot play around with this. As also for the timing point, you are beginning a series with the White Sox, who are leading the AL Central right
Wild
after that.
line right there.
Yeah, I know.
Considering the last few seasons.
Words that have never been said
I have not been following the White Sox this season so far, full transparency. And obviously, when the Dodgers are heading to Chicago, I was like, oh, let's see how they've been doing. First in the division. Excuse me, what? Am I seeing this right? Refresh. Yeah, no, that's
Many
that's
people
right.
will be learning that for the first time like we did this morning. But right after this, you face the Tampa Bay Rays, who just took over the AL East.
Yeah, with Judge
moving
being out.
past the Yankees now that Aaron Judge is out. So timing is brutal, but there is no reason we should see Shohei Ohtani in either of those series. A full week of rest at minimum.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And it's hard because, again, you can't totally pinpoint when you think this happened. But Dave Roberts talked about that after the game, as well as when he thinks it might have happened.
You know, I don't know which play, what caused it. My assumption is, I haven't talked to Shohei yet, but my assumption is it was trying to steal second base. But I don't know. Obviously, I think that we got to be smart on the bases and not take chances if we don't really need to. So if that was the cause, I don't really know right now.
And you saw it, like, kind of, in his attempt to steal. And again, mine was like a long, like, overtime wear and tear injury. It wasn't like I was jumping, like, doing a sprint to my patella and IT band. But, like, if you were watching that as an athlete and you see him kind of, again, it's like the fast pace, like, trying to steal a base injury. Did you see anything in that moment?
I didn't see anything in that moment specifically, but Shohei, I mean, we are just 2 years removed when he had the 15-50 season. Like, stealing bases is something that he does very well. So, God forbid it happened in that moment. Now you have to wonder, well, is Shohei just not going to have the burst to be able to steal bases going forward either? It's just another thing that you have to wonder, is that going to be jeopardized going forward? No, I did not see anything specifically, but if I have to point my frustration at the situation somewhere, it does have to be at Dave Roberts, because there was a plan in place. It was an unpopular one, but you have to stick with your guns, and sticking with your guns was working. Yeah. And you can hear the disappointment in Dave Roberts' voice, and I don't want to say I empathize because I'm really upset at the situation. Yeah. But I can understand why Dave Roberts would be sitting there saying, shoot, is this on me? You know, it's sports, crazy things happen, but the very disappointed tone that Dave Roberts has is because he probably knows a lot of people are disappointed in the decision making or lack thereof, or maybe it's just why did you have to throw the rule book out that you had set for the Pirates? They should have been up 2-0, and I firmly believe that if the Dodgers were up 2-0, he would not have played yesterday. So if not wanting to play Shohei is tossed to the side because you have to win a series against the Pirates, then there's no point of rules at this point or ever again. So I'm really bummed that the manager kind of took a step back on what he was standing firmly on before.
Okay. Yeah. No, like I said, I think that's the most unfortunate part of the situation is the timing, because it happened the day after he pitched, when Shohei Ohtani has been very load managed this season. And this was like everything that they had done leading up to this point was thrown out the window yesterday. So again, woulda, coulda, shouldas. We can't live in that mindset. So we just hope Ohtani, it's not like something that's going to need surgery like he needed back in 2019, but also hope that he gets some rest and isn't rushed back, because again, this is the first full, healthy, two-way Shohei Ohtani we've ever seen on the Dodgers. And the Dodgers' goal isn't get to October, it's be at full strength in October.
Yes.
So, yeah, I hope he's not in the lineup tonight. Like, just give him at least a couple of days. But, you know, when you're dealing with the best of the best, they want to be in at all times.
They do. But look how scary this situation is with Shohei hopefully out for a week. Robleski having a scary moment.
Yeah, we'll get into that, I think, a little later.
Dave Roberts said that won't be as big of a deal. But just to lump it all into the fact of you are down Tyler Glasnow, Blake Snell, potentially Robleski, and we do not want to see Shohei for a week. I'm not going to say all of this could have been avoided, but losing Shohei, who is a pitcher and a batter and an incredible base stealer, you are losing
two of your top players.
And your pitching rotation is a scrapbook at this point.
Yeah, it also, it makes me think they might be aggressive in the trade market. Just putting it out there.
I would imagine strategy may have to be adjusted.
Shift it. What we say? Like, if there's any more pitching injuries, they're going to go hard in the paint for someone.
And we might have had two yesterday.
Yeah, and they're going to do it. All right, it is time for our Sparks giveaway. We have a winner. Juan, you are caller number 4. You are going to the Sparks game. How are we feeling?
Woohoo! Let's go!
Yeah,
I'm feeling great. Thank you.
I love that. Who are you going to bring with you?
My little daughter.
I love this so much. It's all been dads winning, and they're going to bring their daughters to the game. I am all for this. Juan.
She's 9 years old. She's 9 years old, and she's a hooper. So let's
go.
That's what I'm talking about. She's a baller. We love that. Oh, congratulations. I hope you and your daughter have the best time at the game, and thank you so much for listening.
Congrats, Juan.
Absolutely. I love the content. Keep talking Dodgers. Keep talking FIFA World Cup. I love it.
We appreciate you.
Thank you, Juan. I'm this is the most often that we're talking to new fans. Everyone loves something free, right? you say giveaway, you get free. You're gonna get people even
Dads
if you don't
are
need it
right now.
Dude, it's all girl dads.
It's so great.
It's been all girl dads, and I am so happy about this.
As a reminder for anyone who has yet to go to a Sparks game, there has been a complete overhaul in the game experience. It is not like an NBA game. Do not even try to compare it. It is, how did I word it yesterday? It is a family-friendly Vegas day party.
Yeah.
That's what it is. There is a DJ bumping. There are performances. It is an absolute party, and you are going to see a lot of dads and a lot of little girls who love basketball.
I love that so much.
It is so much fun.
I was like, how did we get to the Vereen brothers in Vegas yesterday? That's how it came up, because I was like, how are we talking about day parties in Vegas? It was because you used this analogy to describe the Sparks games.
So it's my fault. Got it.
It's not your fault. Now you just got me thinking we need a Brock and Alex remote show in Vegas on a Friday, so then we can have a day party with Cece and the Vereen brothers.
Let's add it to the list of family trips coming up.
Yeah. All right, Andrew, you listening? Jeff, are you listening? We make this happen for the show? Let's get CC and VB out to Vegas, baby! All right, we're going to take a quick break here, but when we come back, we are headed to Chicago, you guys. We're having Sammy P from Fox Chicago and Fox Sports to talk about this upcoming series. Don't go anywhere. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. Get in the comment section. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. But right now, you guys, we are heading to Chicago, and we are bringing in the man who's talking all Chicago sports on Fox. You can also see him on Fox Sports Bear Bets Pod. Sammy P, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, squad. Congrats on the new station. I just want to be a part of the Brock and Alex trip to Vegas, by the way. And I know Andrew's listening
You're
right
welcome
now.
coming along.
Andrew and I have been to Vegas multiple times, and we can't tell you half the stuff we did out there.
That's what I'm talking about. Off the air, I'm going to need some of these Andrew stories, okay?
Agreed.
So, but I am so excited. Okay, but Sam, I'm not going to lie, because when I looked at the standings of the White Sox, the Dodgers coming to town, first in the AL Central, a winning record. Both of those things have not been in the same sentence as the White Sox for quite some time now. So what changed the most this year for the Sox? Was it the talent, the energy, the belief in the team? Like, just paint the picture for LA fans right now.
It's a collection of things, but most importantly, it's Munetaka Murakami, who played with Shohei Ohtani on Team Japan. And this was a guy that most of the league, Alex, overlooked coming into the season. I mean, he got a bargain deal to come to the South Side. I mean, that really paints the picture. No free agents ever signed with the White Sox. And they got a guy who, at the end of May, was basically leading the major leagues in home runs. That was a boon for them. I'll tell you what, another big move that this front office made a couple of years ago, they traded Michael Kopech to the Dodgers, and that worked out because he won a World Series there. But the guy that the Sox got back, Miguel Vargas, who's been one of the best third basemen in baseball. Those two players have stabilized the middle of the lineup, but it's a youth movement. I mean, you got, on any given night, you've got 6 or 7 players that are barely old enough to drink, contributing every night. I mean, these kids are 22, 23, 24. You can't pick them out of a lineup, but it's been a power-packed lineup. They're top 4 in almost every single category, power-wise, home runs, RBIs, slugging. The pitching has been sort of an aberration. But the elephant in the room is that the AL Central sucks and the AL is kind of weak. But the White Sox have been a very good story.
Yeah, stick to the positives. Stick to the positives.
You know what? Sammy, now that you bring it up, I start thinking of the Spurs because you mentioned how young this White Sox team is. And while Murakami may develop into a Wemby-like figure down the road, is there something to this team is just so young they don't know any better but going out, trying hard, and seeing what happens?
Winning's contagious. I don't have to tell you that, Brock. You know that. When you start to figure it out, especially early in a season for a young team, you can start to roll things together. And they didn't start the season off gangbusters. April was kind of meh. But once the calendar turned to May, they just plowed through the month of May. I want to say 25-12 in their last 37 games. That's very, very solid. But they've called up 12 rookies this year, 12. Whew. And 9 or 10 of the 12 have made contributions almost instantaneously. They called up another Japanese kid, Nishida. In his first start in right field, he throws a guy out at home plate. You're like, this doesn't happen. Rookies don't come up and contribute right away, but it's a young team. It's an exciting team. And, the White Sox are good. I'm a White Sox fan. Now I cover the team, but I grew up here. They're good every 9 years. So I'll talk to y'all again in, 2035 or whatever. But here's the reality with this new wild card. And granted, they're leading the division. They're still not favored to win the Central. Cleveland's favored. But because of this expanded postseason with the extra wild card team, they're going to be aggressive at the trade deadline. And that has Southsiders salivating the fact that the White Sox are going to be buyers.
Yeah, it's been a long time. It's been a long time. But as you mentioned, this is a young team led by Murakami, how you mentioned, played with Ohtani. Now he has some of the biggest names in Japanese baseball on the Dodgers coming to town. What's the vibe like in the clubhouse right now, knowing that the back-to-back champs are coming?
So they called up another rookie the other day, Braden Montgomery. He was a part of the trade. The White Sox had Garrett Crochet, who was their alpha on the hill. They flipped him to Boston and got 4 prospects back. This kind of paints a picture of how the White Sox season has gone. Braden Montgomery was another prospect in that Crochet trade. His first major league game the other night, he hits a walk-off home run. You're just like, okay, come on up. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying not to be hyperbolic, but just so many young players making impacts right away. And you got a bunch of 23-year-olds chasing each other around the locker room with shaving cream pies trying to pelt each other.
Yes, I love that.
And when I was in Chicago the first time around, it was the Kenny Williams White Sox, where he would, he'd try and get Ken Griffey at age 40 or Manny Ramirez at age 41. He would get guys on the back end. This is a total role reversal with a young front office and a very, very young team.
Sammy, one thing that Californians like to do is find people who are local to root for, even if they are playing for the bad guys. So what about second baseman Chase Mideroth, hailing from Manhattan Beach? Dodgers fans love him. What has he contributed to the White Sox, really, for these past 2 years?
His glove has been exceptional up the middle, and he puts bat on ball. In a league where we talk about strikeouts, walks, and homers all the time, he's a singles and a doubles guy. He hits the ball to right field. When the runner's on second, he gets him over. If the runner's on third, he gets him in. He's a situationally sexy baseball player. He gets things done. He doesn't do the stupid things, doesn't make mistakes. And again, there's another kid. Maidroth has to be, without looking, he's 23, right, or 24. I mean, he's right there in that very early cusp of 20-year-old amateurism, if you will. I mean, he got called up, I believe, last year. So it's just another player that was a highly touted prospect in another organization. It's like all these kids on the White Sox were in different parts of the country, and they were all acquired because the White Sox traded the 4 or 5 good players they had in the last couple of years. And it's the ascension of kids coming through the minors, developing in double and triple A, being ready to attack the major league level. It's like a field trip, Brock. That's what it is. It's like a field trip, and they're all having a blast.
I can see the joy on your face as a White Sox fan with how well this team is doing right now. And you're kind of getting the Dodgers at a good time, who have just been plagued with injuries. We don't know the status of Shohei Ohtani, who left last night's game with knee inflammation. Robleski injury, obviously, Will Smith. They have the Dodgers IL just keeps growing right now. So do the White Sox feel like this is a Dodgers team, a group right now that they can take advantage of, even with Roki Sasaki on the mound?
I mean, they'll have to earn it for sure. Sasaki tonight, I believe Yamamoto tomorrow, and then Sheehan on Sunday. I mean, they've got their work cut off for them for sure. But at the same time, Alex, they just took 2 in a row. Last night got rained out. They took 2 in a row against Atlanta, the best team in baseball. So I don't think they're necessarily looking at the jersey on the other side of the field. It's so weird because in Vegas, and again, I brought up Vegas earlier. I lived in Vegas for 2 years. I worked with Andrew, covered sports betting. The White Sox had a win total this offseason. You know, Vegas puts a number on every team. The Dodger number is like, good grief, 103.5, over under. That makes sense. The White Sox number was 66. Whoa. They're on pace to win 88, guys.
Wow.
You don't beat Vegas by 22 wins. Nobody does.
Did you take that bet?
I did, but I bet the over almost every year. I'm not going to lie to you.
Good for you. Something to root for.
They were 40-1 to win the division. Now they're in first place. They were 500-1 to win the World Series. So this was unexpected. But at the same time, they just beat Chris Sale the other day. So they're gonna have some fun. Obviously, the Dodgers are a much better baseball team, but you're going to be excited watching these games the next 3 nights.
And speaking of the game tonight, Eric Fetty takes the mound. The Dodgers' story this season offensively is it's hot, it's cold, it's Jekyll and Hyde. What do the Dodgers' bats need to worry about regarding Fetty?
So they did actually. There were tornadoes ripping through Chicago yesterday. It was supposed to be Fetty, but because last night's game was postponed, they moved Fetty to Sunday. You're going to get lefty Anthony Kay tonight, who is a cast-off. Again, another cast-off from another team. Anthony Kay was playing in, like, Korea 2 years ago, and now he's got an ERA in the 3s for the White Sox. But he's a crafty lefty. He throws, mid-90s, has a really nice changeup. You got to be patient. He throws a lot of first-pitch strikes. He also tends to leave balls up. So that's something that's been an issue for him. Again, like all these White Sox success stories, they're facing a lot of bad teams. This is even at the current state, as banged up as the Dodgers are, they are loaded. So you can't walk guys. You can't make mistakes. They're going to have to work some counts tonight against Anthony Kay.
Sammy P, I want to switch gears real quick to the NFL because we were getting some mini camps, some OTAs, and Caleb Williams, former USC star, has just blossomed over there with the Bears, especially after last season. What's the feeling? What's the vibe going into this year around the Bears and Caleb Williams?
Bears fans are through the roof right now, expectation-wise. And usually when that happens, the team goes 5-12. I mean, I've been here my whole life for the most part. I know better. They don't sustain success like Shane Vereen's Patriots used to, right, Brock? You know about sustaining success. The Bears will win 12 and then they'll win 4. But for the longest time, I mean, I've been covering the team, 25 years. I can't ever remember a combination of coach and quarterback that made me this excited with Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson's a freaking killer, guys. And other coaches might not like him, might not want to go out to dinner with him, but he's a killer. They asked him yesterday. Good. We were at Hallis Hall. What are you doing after minicamp? I'm going to study the running game for the Dolphins last year. You're like, oh, this guy's a psychopath.
Dude,
but he's in the lab.
That.
He's in the lab all the time. And Caleb was a little erratic last year in the first half, but he engineered 7-8 comeback wins in the fourth quarter. So they feel like with him now having a second year under Ben Johnson, because last year Caleb is learning his third offense in 3 years. That's insane for a young quarterback in the NFL, right? Yeah, an offense in college, a new offense in your rookie year, and then here you go, take Ben Johnson's playbook in year 3. He mastered it at the end. So the hope here is that those two can take this to another level. And the letters they're talking about in Chicago for Caleb Williams, MVP. That's what the fans are thinking.
Ooh. Okay,
I was
Sam,
like, where are we going with letters?
Existence.
Nice lead up.
Now, I will say, while expectations, of course, are high for Caleb Williams and the Bears this season, as they should be, they've earned that. What is the vibe like around the city with the newest announcement regarding the stadium as it sits here now? You're going to be crossing state lines in a couple years. How is that being accepted around Chicago?
Well, a lot of Bears fans are saying, I'm never going to go again. And they'll go because they always do. Personally, let's think personally for a second. On Sunday, I ain't leaving the crib. I got my feet up. I got screens. I got all my snacks, all my booze. I don't care where you can play the game on Neptune for all I care. They did ask Caleb about that yesterday. He's like, as long as there's green grass and white lines, we're fine. The fans are upset, but then again, Southside fans are happy because they're closer to Indiana. If you take a fan from the northwest side of Chicago, he or she's probably pissed because now you got to go an extra half hour out of the way. But it's $1 billion business in a very, very crooked and very corrupt and bankrupt state. That's why the Bears are even on the precipice of leaving. There could be an emergency session. The Bears could stay in Chicago, but money talks in this state. Money does talk, and Illinois doesn't have any money. So that's a problem.
Sammy P, before we let you go, I'm actually coming to Chicago for a college reunion in July. What is like a must either, like what's like a go-to bar I have to go to? What is a must try eat? I think the Cubs are in town, so I think we're going to a Cubs game possibly, but just give me a little something.
I would go to Pequod's Pizza for sure. It is an unbelievable pie. It's a pan style where they caramelize the cheese over the crust. It's something to be experienced in person. And that's actually about 15 minutes from Wrigley. Are you doing the Friday 120 game?
So it's July 16th or 17th, whatever that.
Okay.
That's
a Thursday
game is.
Oh, Saturday.
Okay. Whatever the Friday game is.
Friday's the 17th. Yeah.
Okay.
Friday, if it's a Friday 120 game, you get to Wrigley at 10 o'clock and start popping beers because that's when the bars open on Friday. And Alex, in the fourth inning, it's a monopoly of bars. I mean, it's just like
I've never been. Yeah. Wrigley's like one of the few I haven't been to, which is why we're going.
Their liquor licenses in Chicago on Friday Cub games, I believe you can start pouring at 10 o'clock in the morning. Nobody knows the score in the fourth inning. I mean, you just ask somebody, hey, who's winning? I don't know. Pequod's Pizza, and then I have a feeling you like a good rooftop. Cindy's Rooftop, downtown Chicago.
Okay, love that. I'm writing them all down. I do. I love a good dive bar. Love a good rooftop, love a good like sports bar scene.
A dive bar you can still smoke cigarettes in is called Richard's.
All right, Sammy P, loving all this insight. Love having you on.
You're the man, Sammy.
Vibes, energy, great. Enjoy the series this weekend.
All right, thanks for having me again. Good luck with the new station. And tell Andrew I'm there in Vegas. Let him know.
Andrew, you hearing that? We're going to have like a big Vegas party. Get ready for it. We're planning it, and we haven't even got approval yet, but I'm really excited about it.
Sammy is the man. That is hopefully the first of many, many, many appearances of him.
Yeah, no, that was great. Thank you, Sammy P. That was, I'm excited about Chicago, but you've got history there too, obviously. That's like, you commute to Chicago during the football season.
I do.
Like, that's your weekly commute is to Chicago.
I've never heard it phrased that way, but
it is.
You're not wrong. I spend anywhere between 13 and 20 weekends in Chicago.
Yeah, you commute there.
Every single year, and it is always a good time.
I love that for you.
Yes.
All right. We're going to take a quick break here, you guys. When we come back, Game 5 is also tomorrow. We haven't even, touched on that yet because World Cup fandom is just, absolutely insane. USA playing tonight, the Ohtani injury. But, yeah, what do we think is going to happen tomorrow in San Antonio? That's next, coming up here on Brock and Alex. Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. Happy World Cup. Happy USA Day kickoff tonight at 6 p.m. at SoFi. If you guys are going to the game, make sure you get there early. Parking lot opens at 1, doors at 2, FanFest 2. And then they're having a full opening ceremony pregame concert. That's going down starting at 4:30 before kickoff at 6. But Brock just showed me because first game today is kicking off in about 7 minutes. Canada... who are they taking on? Canada, Bosnia.
Yeah.
You were showing me the streets of Canada right now are going off. Explain the scene.
So the scene in Toronto is maybe 1,000 Canadian flags and
smoke.
Thousands of people. There was a smoke bomb or two, and they are just marching through the through the streets of Toronto. I am assuming they're hosting this game, so this should be a lot of red and white in the arena today.
Dude, that's gonna be so sick. Now I'm asking, do we think we're gonna see stuff like that in LA for USA games?
So
I know they said no tailgating, and this feels like a parade tailgate, which does that kind of allow it to happen?
I will say this. I will say because LA is so spread out and there are so many people and there are so many events that can get in the way of traffic for unrelated non-World Cup reasons, we won't see chaos like that in LA until the round of 16 if Team USA is making a run.
I don't like that.
And everyone rallies behind. But I will say it's going to be random cities like Lawrence, Kansas that goes crazy. Cities
so
that have
LA.
less infrastructure and can just shut down the streets for a party.
Can go ham.
There's not many streets in LA that you can just shut down for a party.
So maybe this is what it might look like in the Coliseum for the fan fest?
Yes, exactly.
Can they bring in, what are those smoker things called? What do they have?
They're probably not going to let you bring in smoke bombs.
Is that what they're called?
No, but that's what
Don't say the B
visual
word.
is. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay,
can't say
you
the
definitely
B
can't say
word.
the B word in that stadium.
You're talking about flares?
No,
No,
it looks like, I don't know if the
there's
show, they're walking and it looks like smoke, but it's colored smoke.
Think of like a sage smoke. When you're holding the sage stick and it's...
I don't know what they're called. It looks rad.
It's not a flare because you don't want to inhale flare smoke. These are actually safe. There's a word for it. We're going to find it.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. That's fair. Lot to celebrate, you guys. Lot to celebrate across the United States right now. Obviously, game 1 for USA tonight at SoFi here in LA. Kickoff at 6 p.m. It is going to be incredible. But the United States, you guys, got a lot of things going on right now. So let's get to game 5. Knicks Spurs. Coming off, this is crazy. When you kind of wrap your head around the whole situation with both of these franchises, the Knicks are 1 win away from their first NBA championship since the 70s, 1973. And Game 5 is now back in San Antonio. And after what happened in Game 4, it's when you look at both sides, this is more than just a game at this moment because the Knicks pulled off the biggest comeback in NBA Finals history. But when you look at the other side, the Spurs, they could have won every single one of these games that they have lost because they had double-digit leads in all 3 of those games. All 3 of those games.
The Knicks could be sitting here saying we should have swept this team already, and the Spurs, to your point, could sit here saying we should have swept the Knicks already. It's such a unique finals in that way. Now, I do not see a world where you can emotionally recover from what happened the last time these two teams were on the court. That being said, I expect the Spurs to win, mostly out of pride. I've taken the Spurs this far, so I got to ride with Spurs in 7 now, since statistically they can't win it in 6. But I do not necessarily expect them to come out of the gates hot. There will be a hangover of sorts, and the crowd will rally around them. They're back in San Antonio, but I don't expect the Spurs to come out the gates hot like they have really in every other game. There's just an emotional toll and tax and hangover that will take time to get over. So I will take the Spurs, but I will take it in a pretty sloppy, closely played game for all 4 quarters.
So just listen to the final call real quick, okay, of Game 4.
Shot no good. The tip, it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. With 1.2 remaining. Knicks take the lead. OG Anunoby, and it's 107-106. No timeouts left. They have to get it in. Harper lobs it inside. Castle hasn't lost it. That's it. It's over. The greatest comeback in NBA playoff history. The Knicks pull off the miracle comeback.
Yeah, the Knicks just have that dog mentality. They've been doubted for decades. They were even doubted being here. They just have the it factor in this group where, I don't know, I think it's going to be hard to bet against the Knicks. Ooh. If they lose, though, and they win back in New York, it's going to be iconic. Don't go anywhere, you guys. We got much more coming up here on Brock and Alex. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen, hour number 3. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So get in the comment section. If you're watching the live stream, you can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Where are you watching Team USA today, you guys? It is World Cup Day here in LA. We are so excited. Brock was actually just showing me, you guys, the entire country. I love how we are all banding together and really just like diving into the teams that have made their city kind of like their home base. Brock, just paint the picture of what you were just showing me.
So we said earlier a phrase that we never thought we'd say is Chicago White Sox atop the AL Central. Another phrase you never thought you'd ever hear is Rock Chalk Algeria. Because in Lawrence, Kansas, the phrase out there when you're rooting for KU is Rock Chalk Jayhawk. And now the entirety of Lawrence, Kansas is rallying around Team Algeria because Team Algeria's home stadium, home in quotations, is in Kansas City. So they're staying in Lawrence, which is a brief drive. And the entire city is rallying around them because when you live in a college town and it is summertime and there are no sports and no students, it gets very quiet and quite honestly sometimes very boring. So they are just pouring in, and Algeria's first game will be Tuesday against Argentina. So they had an open practice today, and it was sold out.
Yes.
Kansas brought their band. There's not an empty seat in the place. They're just watching them go through a walkthrough, but everyone's going crazy. There are Algeria flags all through Lawrence, Kansas.
I got chills.
She's got chills again.
I love that so much. Again, this is my favorite thing about sports is just how it brings the most like opposite end of the world people together, all cheering for one common thing. And especially like they made their hometown like the home base.
Yes.
So they're invested. So on top of like obviously rooting for Team USA tonight, like now this entire town is like all in.
And one thing that can never be taken for granted, and it sounds ridiculous, but after this, there will be KU fans in Algeria.
Yeah, there will.
There is some 10-year-old who hears about the random American city he's never heard of that took care of his favorite team and his favorite players. And now he's just going to support Kansas all the time for no other reason than they embraced his people. I love that.
So wild. That's so cool. You guys, and we're off today. Canada and Bosnia just started. Where's your iPad?
Get it.
You're supposed to be playing the games for us. You're our dictionary man. You are our game man. So I'm gonna give you some game man. While I let you set that up, let's bring in producer Shay because it is time for our Gen Z word of the day. What do you got for us, Shay?
Let's do it, guys.
Kay.
Gen Z word of the day. It's funny because the two people sitting next to me are Gen Z, and they don't know what I'm talking about. But I know for a fact that this is a word that
Wait,
people
are you
out there
the
know.
youngest in the room?
No. I'm in the middle. I'm the sandwich.
Okay.
I'm the meat. You know, I'm the
Okay.
good stuff.
Hey.
We can do that. We can do that a lot with me, guys. All right? We can do that a lot with me.
What kind of meat we working with here, by the way?
Give us the word. For the love
The
of
word
God.
of the day is AFK.
What?
It's not a word.
Yeah, there it is. I knew this was coming.
Is this an acronym or a word?
It's an acronym, but think of how you people say LOL.
Yeah.
Think of it like that.
He just said you people because we're millennials. You people. What is going on with Shay today? My man says he's the meat of the sandwich, and now he refers to two millennials as you people. Okay.
I'm so bad at these like acronyms.
Okay,
too.
so we don't get it used in a sentence until the end of the hour, or is
next
it
segment.
next
Next
segment?
segment? Okay.
This is one I can't even make a guess until I hear it in a sentence.
Yeah,
But I like
AFK.
this. AFK.
But yeah, it's not a word, but like lol became a word.
Yeah, it
so
is.
like
Okay.
I get that.
It wasn't a word, but now people say it in sentences to
Like-
where it's like people
like
go
AFK, or they say like AFK.
I'll tell you next segment.
Okay.
Okay.
It's AFK. It's AFK.
Okay, AFK.
fine.
Interesting. I have not heard this one, nor have I even seen it written out. So
No.
we're going in blind. We will wait for the sentence.
Okay. Yeah, that's producer Shay's Gen Z word of the day, AFK. Don't tell us, so don't look in the chat if anyone there knows it, but also not totally a word. It kind of feels like a saying. That's okay, Shay. We'll forgive you.
I'm cheating.
We'll forgive you today. So yeah, Canada, Bosnia just kicked off. Looks like a beautiful day. Are those red seats, or is it just a sea of red? I can't see, Brock. You're closer.
But see, this is tricky.
Oh
no, those are all people.
That's a sea of red.
Yes, yeah. No,
okay.
Those are people wearing red
I was
shirts.
worried because, as you know, FIFA's ticket prices were so high that there was 180,000 unsold tickets. I'm hoping that they just drop them last minute to fill the seats.
I was gonna say, to anyone who lives walking distance or short Uber to SoFi, I would bet if you just went there and not go there, but look on your phone, even post start time of the match, I think you could snag a
Are
last
tickets still
second
available,
ticket.
or is it sold out?
I believe
Shay, do you know? Look
SoFi
into it.
was one of the non-sold out status because it was among the most expensive. So I think if you just want to say you went to a World Cup match, wait until the last minute before the kickoff time.
Well, I mean, if you're getting there with traffic, you're probably not going to get there until 7 anyway. You're going to get there at halftime.
Which is why I say, just for people who live a short Uber drive or even walking distance, I think you could snag a last second situation for a reasonable price that's not $5,000 or whatever the heck they're charging over there.
All right. Shay, do you see, are there tickets still available?
Yeah, so an article came out 5 hours ago, honestly, saying that tickets are available. I'm looking right now.
Yeah.
And I on Ticketmaster, it says tickets for this event are not currently available on Ticketmaster.
Okay.
So that's on Ticketmaster. But
That's great.
I'm gonna keep looking, and I'll interrupt you guys.
Maybe
with
be the
updates.
first one sold out then. Okay.
I mean, it's Team USA, I would hope for.
It is the first match. Yeah,
I would
it
hope
should be.
so.
It should be sold
Also,
out.
Okay, looking at SeatGeek now.
Okay.
We got tickets.
Okay.
Oh my God.
What, how much?
To get in the door, it's $1,500.
Oh my God! What?
$14.94 is the cheapest ticket I can
And those
find.
are row
Where
double
is
Z.
that?
Section 520, row 14, two tickets for $1,411.
No.
So maybe buy your tickets now if you want to do something. I don't know. This is kind of crazy.
Or go to the Fan Fest at the LA Coliseum.
And get $1,400 worth of beer.
Yeah,
There you go.
Brock, welcome back.
There you go.
Welcome back, Brock. Brock this morning was saying, get your water in. Don't be drinking too early.
It's gonna be
when we
hot.
were running in the hallway, because we have KNX News, they were talking about, someone was on the news talking about how fans have been out drinking since 10 a.m. So it is going to be wild out there today, you guys. I am so excited to see the scene and jump into the scene as soon as we get home in a couple hours, because we will be off for Team USA. Kickoff at 6 p.m. Remember, if you guys are going to the game, parking lot opens at 1. Gates open at 2. Fan Fest opens at 2 inside the stadium. And then their opening ceremonies, which is going to be a full concert. Yeah, okay, full concert is at 4:30, kickoff at 6. Producer Shay, what do you got?
Yeah, so I'm actually interested to see, because I'm going to go to the game on Monday at SoFi.
Hey.
Oh.
And that's Iran versus New Zealand.
Okay.
So I'm interested to see the prices on that. Maybe it's just a Team USA thing. So
Okay, and?
I do want to see, because I'm going to look at the prices on Monday before I leave there, and we can compare them.
Do you
and
have
see.
your tickets
I
already?
have my tickets
Okay.
already, but
Okay.
I got box seats. Come on.
Whoa.
Come on, we got
Dude,
that hookup.
Producer Shay is on one today.
He is.
Mama Shay came in clutch.
Oh,
Mama Shay
that's
came in
Shout out
great.
Mama Shay.
Yeah,
But
gotta
no,
support
she's
the home
got that
country.
inside. Come on,
Yeah,
she's
yeah,
that
yeah.
businesswoman.
Yeah.
But no, so I'm interested to see if maybe this is just a Team USA thing. So maybe if Belgium, Iran, if they're trying to get into just that kind of game, because obviously we all want to see Team USA being in US. But if you just want the experience and want the crowd, maybe it's a good idea to not go to a Team USA game. We'll see though.
Are you telling people not to go see USA,
I mean, if
Shay?
it's,
I think you need to rethink.
If it's $1,500 to get in the door, I don't think anyone's doing anything.
No.
If going to a World Cup game is on your bucket list and this is your best opportunity, I could see just, you know what, I just want to go see a game. So I'm going to find the cheapest ticket imaginable.
But also, that's probably why they're giving them a full concert today.
Yeah,
Yeah,
true,
they're
true.
Oh, I didn't even think about the concert
so
on
it's
top
a
of it,
full
though.
show and
Yeah.
the game. Can you list off who's performing again? Do you have that? I think
It
we
was
said
Katy
Perry's headlining.
Future.
Future,
Tyla.
Anita.
Anita.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be sick.
Those are some big
and that
names.
starts at 4:30. So it's like you get a full hour, and it's just bangers if it's only going to be like an hour of like music performances.
Yeah, this is like a full experience. Yeah. You know what? The tickets are definitely going to
And that was for
come
2
down.
tickets. The $1,500 was for 2 tickets.
Let me ask you guys something.
What?
Are you spending $1,500 to go to your son's graduation?
No.
Are you? I'm seeing what you guys would spend $1,500 on.
Oh.
Would you spend $1,500 to go on a all expensive paid vacation, but when you get there, it's all expensive paid, so it's $1,500, but you got to go to Mexico?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm doing it.
Would you
Yeah.
pay $1,500 to see the birth of your child?
I mean,
What is the metric that you're going off?
Just wait.
hold on,
I'm doing
hold
4
on,
things. Just
because
wait.
do
Just
you
wait.
know how much it costs to have a child,
Of
Shay?
course,
Because
yes.
that's nothing.
So
that was chump change
Of
right
course.
there.
So
Okay,
that's
I
a
just
yes.
did that. I paid
That's
a lot
yes.
of money to have my child come into this world.
Are you paying $1,500 to see Team USA? That's like an easy no.
No.
It's like when you're putting, obviously,
Shay,
your,
you be
your,
cray.
your son, you're going to see him every time. Obviously, with the graduation, $1,500, it's a little like crazy, but
My
you're still
daughter?
going to go because you care about it.
Yeah.
$1,500 for Team USA, yeah, people care about it, but not that much.
No,
man.
it's the experience.
No one
and
cares
it's the
about
game.
it that much.
is. They do.
All right,
You're not in the soccer world. They do.
We will take a screenshot of what the stadium looks like at kickoff for the match for Team USA. And if there are a lot of empty seats, Shay gets to come in here Monday and gloat. If that is sold out, Shay, you're going to catch hell.
Okay, let's put
All
a
right,
poll
let's do
out.
it. Let's do it.
We want to hear from you guys. Get over. Are we doing this in YouTube at the Fan
YouTube.
LA? Okay, would you pay $1,500 to go see Team USA at SoFi? Now that's for 2 tickets. Okay, 2 tickets. You're also getting a full concert beforehand. Yes, I want the experience of the World Cup. No, I'm sitting at home with my own snacks and my own drinks. Okay, you putting that up, Shay or Nick? Yeah.
Putting that up while we speak. So if you guys want to
Perfect.
vote, check
Okay.
us out on YouTube.
Before we
Fan
move
LA.
on,
Yeah?
I'm going to issue one correction. Like we mentioned, during the World Cup, you learn how we are told the names of countries and then how the countries actually prefer to be called.
Yeah.
It is Bosnia y Herzegovina. That is. So I'm
That's their
looking
full-
at the scoreboard, and it's BIH.
Yeah.
And it's Bosnia y Herzegovina. And I know that, quick little geography lesson.
Yes.
I
God,
know
Brock.
that Bosnia is the majority of the country, and then I believe it's the northwest corner. It's either the northwest or the southeast corner of the country is Herzegovina. And eventually they decided we're 2 different areas, but we're gonna like unite under the same.
So they
name.
did the opposite of Czechoslovakia, where it was
Yes.
Czech and Slovakia, and then they split. We're like, now we're 2
Yeah,
different.
wow.
Because I'm Czech.
It's the
so
exact
that's,
opposite.
I only
That's
know
a great
about
comparison.
that. It's because I have a little
We're
Czech.
a smart show, guys.
No,
Look
we
at
need like a
us.
Professor Brock. Like we need like some sort of
I
like
know, like
sound.
why spill the tea, like Professor Brock
rolling,
or something
like
like that. Yeah.
classes in session.
If you
Literally.
This
need-
is a man who reads the dictionary before he goes to bed.
People are gonna
so when
stop
you're
believing that.
They should. We walk in and he's listening to pronunciations like of every single thing we're about to go through in our pregame meetings, you guys. This man puts in the work. He cares. AP geography, that's what we keep
Shout out
getting
Coach Hayes.
reminded. Yeah. So, Brock, the fact that you just did that was beautiful. Okay.
Herzegovina.
But I will continue to say I'm so excited to meet Vegas. Vereen. Vereen Brothers in Vegas. We're going to keep pumping that. Wait. Okay. Just because we're going to stay on this segment, we're going to push this the topic we were supposed to talk about to the next
Agreed.
segment because it's just we're going off the rails here. On my drive-in, I have like a different vibe every single day.
Okay.
And today was like old school club vibes on
Okay.
my drive-in to kind of like pump me up. And it was Flow Rida, Right Round, which is like the song in The Hangover. You
Yes.
spin my head right. Yeah. So it got me hyped for our future Vegas trip, which is what made me think of this situation. But have I ever told you the story of when I interviewed Flow Rida?
You're gonna tell us right now.
Dude. So he was, he had a concert performance after the Angels game.
Okay.
At Angel Stadium, and so I interviewed him live on air before the game, and I had this like aha moment of like as I'm interviewing him, I'm like, Flo Rida, do you know your name sounds like Florida? The way he looked at me was like, yeah, that's the whole point, Alex.
It could have gone so bad, but instead he like kind of laughed at me a little bit, and then he goes, "You got to come up on stage with me." Like when I perform, I was like, "Okay, sick." So he brings me up for the song "Low," like low, 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 and he puts his chain over my neck. He has all of his backup dancers; they're twerking like crazy, and I'm like, "Okay, I'm on the jumbotron. I have all the players watching me. I have all the families. There's little kids everywhere. I can't twerk. I can't get low, low, low. What do I do?" I freaked you guys with Flo Rida's chain on me on stage on the jumbotron. I did the robot.
That footage exists, and we will find it.
I have a photo of it, and then the
We'll
last
find the
time I
video.
talked about this, it's on YouTube somewhere. But you guys, I full panicked. So I had two really funny Flo Rida moments.
That is
Florida.
incredible.
I was like, "Oh wow, your name sounds like Florida." He's like,
yeah.
I didn't.
I thought you knew that.
No, Flo Rida.
Also, if I'm not mistaken,
Today years old.
Flo Rida is sneaky, like 6'3", and like Flo Rida needs to be playing defensive end somewhere.
Yeah, he's a big fella.
He's a massive dude.
Super kind too. Did we just have a goal, or something happened over here? I'm seeing a freak out on replay for the Canada Bosnia game.
Okay, he was very upset about something.
Okay.
Shay, if something important happened,
I'll
please
come
let
in.
us
Yeah,
know.
nothing crazy, nothing crazy.
But a goal has not been scored yet. But people are upset about something.
Dude, I'm so excited.
You told Flo Rida his name as if he didn't come up with the name himself.
You guys, I have so many Curry moments like that. That was one of those like, ooh, yeah, you should have kept that in your head. Not say that out loud live on air on a broadcast. Like I said, he was so kind. And again, instead of like, making me feel sad about it, invited me on stage.
Come on stage
during his concert.
Hit that robot one time.
Blessed me with his
Come on
chain.
stage so I can make you look dumber.
No, everyone else was like twerking and stuff. Fans
No,
were
that's
there.
fine.
Like,
That's fine.
I was just like, I can't do this. I can't do that. Not here. Like maybe like, not at work and in a club or in Vegas. CC coming out in Vegas. All right, we're going to take a quick break here, you guys. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, we're going to get to what we were originally supposed to talk about. Dodgers, White Sox preview. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. Happy USA Day. Kickoff is just under 6 hours away. And remember, if you're going to the game, gates open at 2. Pre-game celebration. They're having like a full-blown concert is happening at 4:30. Kickoff at 6. Right now in the Canada-Bosnia game, Bosnia just scored. Did you see how it went down?
Did. We had a corner kick.
Sick.
I believe it was the 22nd, 23rd minute. It was a beauty. It was pretty, and unfortunately for that sea of red in Canada right now, there was a lot of blue and yellow that was celebrating, but a lot of match left.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a fun one, you guys. And today, the Dodgers are in Chicago for a 3-game set. But before we get into this series preview, if you are unaware, yesterday's game was kind of a scary series win. Like, yes, they won the series in Pittsburgh. But the biggest stories to come out of this is, are a couple of their star players going to be okay? And the biggest one being Shohei Ohtani, okay? Because normally, the last few outings, Dave Roberts has either planned his start around an off day that they had the next day, or he would be out of the lineup. However, last night, he was in the lineup, and he was looking great. Reached base 4 times, hit a home run, but then he was pulled in the 7th because of left knee inflammation. And this is what Dave Roberts had to say about the situation.
Your level of concern with that?
Not high. I think that we tried to be smart about it and, talk to the trainer and said he had a little behind the knee, a little hamstring. So just wanted to be smart and not push it. So I feel good about him being in there tomorrow, but obviously with the travel tonight, we'll just kind of see how he comes in.
Yeah. So the unfortunate part here is that is a sore left knee, right? And he said hamstring. However, the bigger concern is that we hope that this isn't the same issue that Ohtani dealt with back in 2019 when he had surgery on his left knee to address the bipartite patella. I said that right?
Yes, you did.
Thank you. Thank you, Brock. Which was causing discomfort. He was given a 10 to 12-week timeline. And Ohtani's been dealing with this since birth because it's a condition that means his knee is made up of 2 bones instead of 1 since they did not fuse together, which, who knows, it could be his superpower in some ways, but also something that he has to deal with and has been managing. So biggest thing to take out of this, regardless of how he's feeling today, rest the man. Rest the man this series, even though you are coming into a White Sox Chicago team that is first place in their division, that just took down the Braves and are red hot. They are young. They are a completely new team, which when we were checking the standings, I was like, White Sox are in first place? What? But we just had Sammy P, a sports broadcaster reporter out in Chicago, who just kind of talked about this is a completely revamped Chicago White Sox team. However, I think you need to, and obviously Dave Roberts knows this, the Dodgers coaching staff knows this. You are thinking about long-term and October and needing Shohei Ohtani to be at full strength.
Disappointed in Dave Roberts because he has won 2 rings and had a Hall of Fame managerial career because of his ability to make unpopular decisions and firmly stand on them. There is no reason Shohei Ohtani should have been playing yesterday. He initially had a plan. Him and Shohei were on opposite sides of the plan, but he stuck to his guns and said, after games that you pitch, you are going to rest. That was the rule. Now, why did Shohei play yesterday? Dave Roberts has not confirmed this, but we're left to think it was because they did not win that second game. They had the blow up in the second half of the game, and they lose. I feel confidently that if the Dodgers went into yesterday up 2-0, Shohei rests because you've already won the series and you're ready to move on. My issue is if Dave Roberts is going to continue making tough decisions, you have to stand by them. Because as a player, you know that sometimes you and your coach think on opposite sides of something. Shohei thinks he should do it this way. Dave Roberts thinks he should do it that way. We're going to do what Dave Roberts says because he's the manager. But now that you have shown that you are willing to bend the rule, it is more difficult to make similar tough decisions going forward because you've shown, hey, this is you've shown it's no longer this is how we're going to do it. I'm the manager, and what at the end of the day I get the final say. Now you've said, I'm the manager, but maybe sometimes we can actually do things differently. Like this, I hope this doesn't have a massive impact going forward because I hope the Dodgers aren't in situations where they have to make tough decisions going forward. But this is a big deal, and I'm curious how the dugout is reacting to, okay, so are there rules or are there not rules? Because if we would have stuck by our initial rules, Shohei's probably healthy right now.
Yeah, and it's tough, too, because I don't know if we can specifically pinpoint when it happened, but this is what Dave Roberts had to say about what they think of when it happened.
I don't know which play, what caused it. My assumption is, I haven't talked to Shohei yet, but my assumption is it was trying to steal second base. But I don't know. Obviously, I think that we got to be smart on the bases and not take chances if we don't really need to. So if that was the cause, I don't really know right now.
Yeah, be smart and don't take chances. Give them the weekend off. Make them rest. Again, you've been the one that's been preaching this to me for weeks of you need to protect the player from themselves because we know that Shohei Ohtani wants to be in there at all times. He is that dog kind of mentality where it's, yes, he might be having an incredible performance, but he always wants to help the team win no matter what he can do. And him being in that lineup is the best chance for this team to win.
Exactly. If Dave Roberts asked Shohei Ohtani to pitch all 162, he'd say sure. I'll find a way because I want to win and I know I'm really good at baseball.
I don't know that'd ever be physically possible. We saw what Yamamoto did in the World Series. And that was insane.
His arm would fall off, but it would fall off on the mound, right?
Yeah.
That's just who he is. So you have to be that buffer, and it's just disappointing. And we're still waiting if we ever get an explanation on why Dave Roberts decided to go back on his initial plan when the plan was working. There is no way we should see Shohei before June 19th. That is a full week. Yes, you have a series that starts tonight against the first in the AL Central Chicago White Sox. Right after that, you face off against first in the AL East Tampa Bay Rays. Does not matter.
No.
This is the bed you've made. Lie in it, scratch and claw, get as many wins as you can because all that matters is you have as healthy of a Shohei as you possibly can 1 week from now.
Yeah, and that wasn't the only kind of scare that we saw in last night's game. Justin Robleski left the game after first getting hit by a line drive and then colliding at first base, you guys. And unpopular opinion, but I've talked about this on the show before. That is the exact reason I hate watching pitchers cover first base. Okay, I know it's a standard play. I know it's what they're supposed to do, but I don't think it's worth it for one out to lose a starting arm. I have just seen way too many injuries, leg injuries from pitchers racing over to awkwardly try to touch the bag with a guy running full speed that can just clip their leg from behind. Even if they're not looking, they step on the bag wrong. I am still haunted, you guys. I witnessed Garrett Richards tearing his ACL covering first base, and that scream echoed in the stadium, and it still haunts my dreams. And if Major League Baseball doesn't adopt the double first base, which they should, you can avoid all of these collisions, all of these injuries, all of these crashes by just getting the double first base. It doesn't make the game any less, pure or hard. You're still getting the exact same play. You're just not getting two very valuable players running at full speed to a tiny little square at opposite directions. It's just, that is the hardest sprint you're going to see, swinging the bat, running. It's just...
You have been adamant about this because probably a little over a week ago now when Muncy in Game 4 against Arizona collided with their first baseman.
Yes.
Very scary. And you were sitting here, we were talking with Cody of D-Fish and Decker in the morning, and you were having this conversation saying, the instinct is for the pitcher to go over there, but I've seen some scary things. And the fact that Robleski is technically only being concerned over the right hamstring contusion due to the ball hitting him is as lucky as it gets. Because if you go back and watch that play, having that ankle extended in an awkward spot, because initially he reached back because he's facing away from the bag, and he missed the base the first time. So he reaches again and really extends and exposes that ankle, that calf, that Achilles, and the batter trips over. Like the fact that both of them got up seemingly with no major injuries is that could have gone so much worse.
I immediately texted the group
Yes, you
chat.
did.
Like, this is why I hate pitchers covering first base. This exact reason.
They are so lucky that it was not worse. So it sounds like Robleski will be fine. Dave Roberts said that he doesn't expect him to miss his next rotation appearance. That was
like
terrifying.
today, though. Like, today's when you're going to know. Because the day after is when swelling happens. Day after when... Because the ball also hit him, too. So
At 100-something miles an hour.
Yeah.
I'm sure that didn't feel very good.
No, but adrenaline's pumping after the game. You're getting some treatment. It's just... What did Shay say? The Dodgers are the most unlucky, successful team, I think is what you texted the group chat last night. It's a very expensive and crowded training room right now for Dodgers, the entire Dodgers lineup and rotation.
My long shot of Justin Robleski somehow sneaking out a Cy Young is put on standby. But people, All-Star voting is open. Not only does Pages deserve to be an All-Star, get Robleski in there too.
Nah, I'm going to get on the Andy Pages bandwagon. We need to get that man to the All-Star because he got snubbed last year.
He did, and for that standpoint, Pages may be more deserving. But if you are going to be head of the Pages All-Star fan club, I will lead the Robleski momentum because he needs to be in there as well.
That's fair. You can be a part of the show, you guys. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. Let's head to Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, it's been a minute. How you doing?
Good afternoon, guys. My favorite peeps. How's everything?
We're doing great.
Better now, Mitch.
How you feeling? Wait, what
Feeling
you got
good.
for us today?
The other day, I looked like Ohtani could get the MVP.
Okay.
It's like no one's having a great year, and so what? He doesn't have 162 wins. If he doesn't get the ERA,
I'm with
he
you.
still if he wins, two pitchers, Felix Hernandez and DeGrom.
Yeah.
They won Cy Youngs who just won 11, 12 games.
Let's
He
go.
wins 500.
Let's
It's
go.
hysterical.
Yeah.
If he has a phenomenal pitching stat that stands out, you give it to him. But of course, it's just our luck that two of our Cy Young candidates have to get kind of hurt. It's a little ding. And again, we're worried here. We have a great farm system. Let's bring them up. I'm tired when I see more than two utility players, more than two in the lineup. It worries me. But I like to worry. You know what that gets you.
Yeah.
You have a nice weekend. Enjoy the games. Knicks, finish them off.
Whoa!
Mitch,
there
you're
we
gonna leave
go.
us with that.
Mitch from New Jersey is a Knicks fan.
Thank you,
thanks
Mitch.
for
You have a
calling
great
in,
weekend.
I'm a
Mitch.
Knicks fan.
No, not a Knicks fan? Or you are a Knicks fan?
No. I'm a Lakers Kings.
Love that.
Sacramento Kings.
Fair.
You know, I'm West Coast. I'm the black sheep of the family.
Love that. Love that, Mitch.
Thank you, Mitch. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, we say, where's he calling? He's like, I live a little east.
I love that. I love
he's
that.
just a little east of LA, you guys, in New Jersey.
He does bring up a good point because we always talk about how, say, for the bullpen, right? It is great that the Dodgers system is so strong that they can just keep finding random arms of guys you don't know much about, and then they come in and give you a couple innings, and you're like, okay, now I know something about this guy. It's the same thing for the utility guys. Like at first it was Hassan Kim, and then we saw Alex Freeland. Miggy Rowe has been rotating through. Mookie had to sit out for a little bit. We still haven't seen Tommy Edman. We saw Kike Hernandez for 2 days. Alex Call, Ryan Ward. It's, on one hand, you celebrate the fact that there seems to be an endless list of guys who can contribute at multiple spots, but on the other hand, it's, God, I wish we didn't have to rely on an endless list of guys to contribute.
But you really got to hand it to him because everyone keeps talking about, like, in everything, like the Dodgers are, like, buying their championships. Like, the Dodgers are spending too much money. Have you guys seen who's been carrying this team? Like, it is not the millionaire players.
No.
Like Andy Pages, Ryan Ward. Dalton Rushing has been doing well now that Will Smith
but
is
initially
out.
was not even a starter.
No.
Alex Call,
Yep.
Freeland, Hassan Kim is back now in Oklahoma, but he was rocking with us for a solid
Your boy,
month.
you will bring him
Change.
in
He will
any
be
single
back.
time that you can.
He will return.
Yep.
I mean, Kike Hernandez is on a 1-year deal.
But he's going to be out for a bit.
He'll be out for a bit, but I just
He's
think
gonna be out for a
the
bit.
bulk of this lineup is not. I mean, the $60 million man, Kyle Tucker, is probably struggling more than anyone right now. It is a tired thing, and if there is any positive thing that you could take from these injuries is to put it immediately in the faces of people when the Dodgers are in the World Series. When they say, "Well, you bought your way here," it's like, "Well, you clearly weren't watching."
Did I though?
You weren't watching spring and summer.
Did we? So yeah, they game 1 in Chicago tonight. Roki Sasaki on the mound for the Dodgers. As soon as their lineups come out, we'll let you know. Chicago White Sox lineups just came out, so what we're keeping an eye on. Are they going to give Shohei Ohtani a couple days off, which we both believe that he should definitely get the weekend off after what happened last night? We'll let you know if he's going to be in the lineup. I am hoping he's not. That's the first time I think I've ever said that. I've argued hard against that.
Today has been a day of first time certain sentences have ever been said.
It
was Chicago,
White
atop
Sox,
the AL,
White Sox first in the
AL
division.
Central. It was
LA for the World Cup. We got Fan Fest. We got places you can go and just kind of enjoy the vibe of everything. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next right here on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we want you to be a part of the show. So get in the chat. Oh, you know what we forgot to do, Shay? You forgot to give us word of the day in a sentence.
Stop cheating.
You're supposed to give it to us in a sentence.
You guys were riffing. I didn't want to stop y'all. I didn't want to stop y'all. But the sentence is...
Okay, wait. Give the word of the day first.
AFK.
Okay, so this is the Gen Z word of the day. Okay.
Shay didn't respond to me all day. He was AFK.
Oh.
Okay. Shay didn't respond to me today. He was absolute. Are one of the letters a swear word?
No, there's no way you guys are good at this.
No, that's a no. Okay.
You know,
Dude,
are you setting us up? He's giggling.
Okay. Because of the three people in that room, the other two don't know the word. I believe we deserve 2 sentences. So
I will tell you another thing that will help you guys a lot.
Now we're at the top of the next hour.
So it is I'll give you a game. It's a gaming term.
Okay.
And it was a gaming term that has been adopted by people because gamers are everyday people now.
What? Like they weren't before?
Gamers are people now, according to Shay.
Gamers are people
we
too.
are loved.
Okay,
are you
so
gamer?
this is
Big
a
time.
gaming term. This is a gaming
What's your
gaming
game?
term.
It changes. I play MLB The Show right now, but like I'll
He
play
likes
COD,
Overwatch.
My husband does
Yeah.
Star
You know
Wars
Watch
and
Guy?
Red. Is it Red Dead?
Yes,
Red
Red
Dead?
is so much fun.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, one of the best games ever made. My opinion, the best.
I
best video game ever
I don't game. So like I'll he does it when I'm working late. So I come home and I'm like, oh, we're deep. We're deep in this. But they have to have colorblind mode because he's colorblind.
No way.
Yeah. So he only can play games that have a colorblind mode.
I always see the mode and I always think, who's doing this?
Yeah, my husband. Yeah.
It's cool. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so at the top of the next hour, we get another sentence. And then we will throw in some guesses.
Another sentence.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Well, let's get back to World Cup Day, you guys, because USA kicking off here in LA at 6 p.m. We are getting closer, you guys. Gates are open. Parking lots opening at 1 in like 10 minutes. Gates open at 2 in about an hour. And then you're having this crazy pregame celebration with, it's basically a concert. You're getting a mini festival concert at 4:30 before kickoff at 6. And it is going to be wild. We were talking about, there's still some tickets left. They're pricey. They are very pricey, you guys. $1,500 for 2 tickets. And it sounds like, I didn't see the map, but it sounds like they're pretty high up in the nosebleed section. However, in SoFi, they did a really good job where no seat really feels like you're that far away because they have that crazy giant screen in the middle where you can see anything. Even when I'm like close, I find myself watching that screen anyway because that's where you're going to get the best angles. We're spoiled in broadcast because it's like, even when you're down and you're at games, you're working games, I'm like, well, I want to see the replay. Where am I going to get to see the replay? So you're just looking up at the screen the whole time. So if you're not able to go to the game, okay, what we've been doing is we've kind of been sharing places that you can go, places that you can watch the game, vibes around LA. First of all, just be prepared. It is Friday. Okay, if you are not from here and you are listening to us, we appreciate that. On Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, we appreciate you being here because I've seen your boy Freddie, the German gentleman. He's just been, because I forget when a lot of tourists come to town, you don't have presets and you just kind of turn on the radio, see what's going on. That's how you kind of get to hear everything that's going on. He's blown up, by the way.
He spent the day with the New Orleans Saints.
Excuse me, what?
Freddie's gone Hollywood.
Dude, Freddie is so Hollywood.
The Saints invited him and gave him a tour of the facility, and if they're still in OTAs, maybe he was at practice or something. Yeah.
Dude.
Freddie's big time.
Wild. Freddie is so big time. Okay, so we have a couple cool places around town, around LA. I'm going to share the big ones because yesterday we got to see the official FIFA Fan Fest that's going on at the Coliseum for the Mexico game, and it was electric. Like, that is what I hope. When we're seeing like all these other cities like celebrating in the streets and in parks, we don't have that as much in LA. So I feel like that's the contained way to do it. in LA is like inside the Coliseum. Oh, look who we have out there, Mr. Soccer Man. Right now,
got some crosstalk. I got plenty of soccer questions for Mr. Bill
for
out there.
Bill Reiter. Like I heard him, he was early. He was out promoting, talking about the World Cup, like during morning show
it's a man
hours.
On a mission right there.
So I'm excited to have them in here in about an hour to talk about
Little
all
less,
of this. Yeah. Okay, so if you're in LA, the official fan fest at the Coliseum looks like a time. If there's still tickets, I think they sold out yesterday, but it is full festival vibe styles, you guys. Giant TV screens, like on a stage, like if you were at a festival. There's lots of food, drinks, games. They also have the Venice Beach House, which I think is a fun spot, not as big. So if you want like big vibes, you want to go to the Coliseum. You can also go to the Getty to watch. And then there's also been some fun. I've been to a couple of these places, but this was kind of like a World Cup watch party. Like they're all having official watch parties. So if you want to go to a place where like that is the focus, you got Tom's Watch Bar at LA Live. So there's a lot of LA Live. I feel like it would be like a fun little spot too. Lucky Strike is also saying that they're having a watch party. So I don't know, like maybe like you can bowl while watching the game. That feels a little dangerous for celebrations. For me, Common Space Brewery, that's actually a really fun spot. Cat and the Fiddle.
Okay.
Has anyone heard about that place?
Is that in Silver Lake?
O'Brien's Irish Pub in Santa Monica. The Greyhound Bar and Grill. The original Farmers Market is doing a watch party.
Okay.
That actually seems cool. Tiny's High Dive, which, okay, I talked about that one. That's a rad little in-between spot, that dive bar, but like great viewability.
Okay.
With TVs. Good vibes. Smorgasburg, LA.
Yes. That'll be downtown.
That's going to be downtown. So yeah, if you hear of any others, you guys...
Let me offer some advice to any of our European friends who are visiting, well, really anywhere, non-North American friends who are visiting, and make a common mistake when they come to America as a whole. Like if you are in Europe and you're in Paris, you could take a day trip to Brussels because you have a hyperspeed train.
Yes.
If you can live in Switzerland and work in Germany or vice versa, right? A lot of times you come over and there's stories of people who are visiting friends in San Francisco and they say, oh, I'm going to take a day trip to New York, because that's just how the brain works over there. It's like they don't realize how big America is. Take that same mindset to Los Angeles. You can't go to Disneyland and the beach in the same day. You can't go downtown to the beach and then hike and go to Disneyland in the same. The city is just too big, so my biggest advice to anyone who has just landed from your beautiful country and turned to the first station, and lucky enough you landed on us, cut down your itinerary in half. That's the first thing I always say to someone visiting LA on a busy weekend. Cut it in half, and you can have a stress-free weekend.
Yeah, and decide what you want to do. Do you want to be like in the city? Because remember, SoFi is not in, for people that are visiting, SoFi is not downtown LA. So, like, it's in the city, but it's not like, if you want to be.
Not quite at the beach, but not quite downtown.
You're going to have to kind of pick your location. Do you want to be close to the stadium? You want to be downtown, would be a little more of the LA Coliseum vibe. You want to go to a beach party, there's the Venice Beach House. Or if you just want some rad bars, you're going to find those throughout Santa Monica, Venice. I'm a little biased. I'm going to say the South Bay, go a little more like down south past LAX, and you're going to do Hermosa and Manhattan. Underground is going to be sick. Shellbacks is probably going to be going off today. The Deck is going to be so sick right on the Strand in Hermosa, just opened back up. So there's so many rad spots. You gotta pick the vibe. Also food. If you were telling someone to come to LA, In-N-Out has got to be like the first thing you got to try, right?
To any LA local, you're not getting In-N-Out this weekend. If you are nearby an In-N-Out that is next to a hotel or a popular Airbnb area or just a popular FIFA World Cup area, go to a different In-N-Out. Those lines are going to be miles long, and rightfully so, because they're visiting and they want to try the things that the Californians try.
All right. Well, just be Freddie.
Or just be Freddie.
Or just be Freddie and try it all. Plan your day around all the different food spots that you want to try. Go to the craziest events, but do like one a day, or you're going to be like up until like 1 a.m. like
Yes, you
Freddie
are.
going all these places. Don't go anywhere. Hour 4 coming up next here on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Hour number 4. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the show, you guys. We are getting closer, 5 hours away from kickoff of USA's first match against Paraguay here in LA at SoFi Stadium. We can't wait. USA, USA, USA.
We don't have the flag.
You know what? I wasn't going to call it
wave
out.
it.
Cody got that. He picked that team, and I don't know if maybe he took all of his flags.
He may have
It was the
taken
first
them.
thing I clocked, and we got in. And I was like, well, I can't call it out. We have USA playing today, and we don't even have the flag with all the other flags on the desk. But since you did, I will bring it up now because I'd been thinking about it throughout the entire show.
I mean, we have the French flag, which is the same colors.
No.
Okay.
No, don't even. Brock. Like, how could you even say that? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I will say, though, your boy Freddie, the German gentleman, you guys, almost at 500,000 followers.
He was at
455.2 thousand followers.
He's going to have a talk show after this.
Well, we don't know. No, he never shows his face.
Oh, yeah, that's true, which is smart by him.
He covers his face. But, as I just mentioned, he just went to Saints. The funniest thing, you guys, people are making fake accounts of him. People are okay. So if you're new to who Freddie is, he is a German fan who came over to the United States. Brock has been with him since the very beginning of his journey. Kind of give the timeline of where he started.
So the first tweet I saw would have been Monday, and I believe he was somewhere between 2,000 and 7,000 followers. So he's a big-time Ronaldo fan. So
yes.
he had a following. Initially, a humble following, because if you were a Ronaldo fan, you knew about this guy. So we'll say he had 7,000 followers. My first introduction to him was him driving through Gainesville, Florida, being amazed at how beautiful the homes were. And the joke was, shout out to Gainesville. I'm sure it's a lovely area, but that's not what that's not the best of real estate and architecture that America has to offer. So I said, oh, you know what? I'm going to follow along with this guy because he's going to follow the German team as they make their way to Houston. And he has just made stops in Tennessee. He made stops in Auburn, Alabama, Montgomery, Alabama, I believe. Now he is in Louisiana. He spent the day in New Orleans. And all of America is just following along his journey.
His drive to New Orleans, he just posted, the vibes are insane. Driving through the great state of Louisiana on our way to New Orleans. It's crazy how diverse this country is. Every day, the scenery looks different. He's gone from Florida to Georgia, Louisiana. 2.5 million views on this.
He is
blowing.
He is kayaking. He is eating all the fast food he can find.
He went back to Waffle House. Late night snack in New Orleans at Waffle House. Unfortunately, he had to eat in the parking lot because they closed the dining area. But so he's getting the full
Well, first off, if I could give a pro tip to Freddie,
please.
If you are at a Waffle House,
yeah,
and they have closed the dining area for the night, take that food to go, Freddie. Just going forward, Freddie, you got to get out of there,
dude. Speaking
you got to get out of there, Freddie. It's time to go home.
Speaking of food, we have not eaten yet. We are in the middle of a 4-hour show. Producer Shay is unwrapping the most gorgeous-looking burrito right in front of me.
You weren't supposed to see that. You weren't supposed to see that.
What do you mean I wasn't supposed to see that?
You weren't supposed to see that.
We need to have an honest conversation about Shay today. Shay has been bugging today. I don't know what's going on. Bro was talking about being the meat in someone's sandwich. He called us you people as millennials.
He also called himself the GOAT.
Yeah, he called himself the GOAT.
You can't do that.
Can't wait to put this burrito in my mouth. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Shay, you and the mouth.
What's wrong? What am I doing wrong? Come on. Liz, I'm just talking here. We're in radio. Come
We're
on.
just talking. I'm talking. Get closer to the mic. Well, it's all the way up in my mouth. Yeah, you've said a lot of questionable things today, Shay. Okay? I'm just going to put that in.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, you're on the That was my thing. Are you just trying to divert the attention by singing the song that I said
Yes, he
came
is.
into this?
Yes, he is.
This is wild. Anyway, we are so excited, you guys. USA kicking off today in about 5 hours against Paraguay. If you're going to the game, get there early. Parking lot just open. Doors open at 2. Fan Fest starts at 2. Then they're having a full-blown concert at 4:30 before 6 p.m. Kickoff. Canada and Bosnia is going on right now. Is it still 1-0?
It is still 1-0. Bosnia just attempted a crosser. It was unsuccessful. But during halftime of this game, which is now in the 47th minute, they just came back for the second half, if you're not near TV, they flashed to SoFi and had a brief little pre-game hit with Thierry Henry and Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
And Alexi Lawless.
Oh, I did not see him there. Okay.
He should have been. Was he not?
I'm sure he was.
Oh, he was there.
He
He
was
had
there.
a moment.
Okay.
He had a moment, I'll tell you that.
What did he do?
What
Check
happened?
it on Twitter.
Well, what happened?
No, I missed.
Can we not talk about it on air?
We can talk about it, but I don't know if
Tell
you
me.
want to talk about it. Just leave it on Twitter, and then we'll see if we want to talk about it
we
or
will.
not.
We will do the research. But my point was, I saw close-ups of Thierry and Zlatan, and SoFi looks immaculate. It looks beautiful.
Yeah.
It looks pristine. It is in World Cup shape.
Yeah.
Everything about it looks World Cup ready, and it was my next moment of, it's going to be really cool when USA takes the field.
It's going to be so sick.
They
Where
are
are you
so
watching
ready
the game?
over there.
Where are you watching the match?
The match, yes.
Are you
the
calling it a game or are you calling it a match? Oh, the monster match. It was a match. It was a great match. That's what match makes me.
The monster
match.
match.
It was a match.
I'm upset because that's going to be stuck in my head because it is very
It was
catchy.
a great big match.
Okay, why did you Eastern European on us? I love that.
Have you not heard the song? It's Dracula.
Yeah, it's Dracula. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a Transylvania.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
you're right.
You guys are not making it. Was
Hand
the
up, I'm
monster
wrong.
match.
Hand up. That
Just wasn't ready for it
one's
to be
all on
that
me.
good.
That one's all on me.
Oh, thank you.
I thought you were about to butcher it, but it was good.
Ouch. Okay, so
what is up with him today?
What did Alexi say on the air? Tell me.
Alexi said he goes. They're talking about one of the players, and he called him a full kit wanker.
Oh, you can't say that.
Yeah.
You can't?
No. So that is
don't know what that means.
over here. It's not a curse word, but
Okay.
it's definitely that is definitely a word that you're not supposed to say.
What is it describing? Like, who was he describing? Like someone on the U.S. team?
So it's not the person; it's just the use of the word wanker. You cannot say like it's. You know how certain words are swear words in some places, but not elsewhere.
Okay.
So I'm sure he got away with it because it's here. But if you were watching that show in London, you're
Ooh,
probably
it's like dropping an F-bomb?
maybe not as strong.
Okay.
But you're sitting there like, oh wait, can he say that?
Yeah.
So that is a pretty funny moment. But thanks to him, he's in Los Angeles.
Yeah. I wouldn't put that past Alexi, though. You
Yes.
guys, he's a former U.S. national team player. Like, he is about as good of a... Like, I loved working with him.
Mm-hmm.
He's wild. He's going to say whatever comes to his mind. And that's like... the best thing. That's the best thing ever for like these kind of broadcasts. But yeah, okay, you guys, we're getting closer and closer and closer. Did you say where you're gonna watch the game today? Did we get
I'll
to
be
that?
watching it at home. We have to pack still because very, very lucky, very fortunate to go to a World Cup game in Houston.
Yeah, you're going to Germany
But
this weekend.
Going to Houston to watch Germany.
Yeah, that's what
Not
I meant.
going to Germany.
That's what I meant.
How funny would
That's
that
what we
be?
meant.
How funny
See
would that
ya.
be if you went to Germany thinking, "Where the heck is the game? I thought they were
No,
supposed
you're
to
not,
be here today."
Brock.
No, but because of that, I have to pack. So
Okay.
I will be packing and blasting
Love.
that game at full volume. I will pretend that I am in the stadium, and windows open, maybe some barbecue. We'll see. It's gonna be great.
All right.
Yeah, you're going
Good
to the
for
beach,
you.
right?
I'm going to what?
You're going to the beach to watch it, right?
Well, I mean, I live at the beach.
But you're going
Brock.
like specifically, literally to the beach to watch the.
I mean, I live at the beach.
Right, but there's a
Okay.
difference between. I'm talking like your feet are in the sand
No.
to watch the game. No,
No.
Okay,
no,
I
no,
misunderstood
no.
what you said.
No,
earlier
I'm
then.
going to a very early dinner.
Yes.
Because my birthday dinner got canceled last minute.
Oh, that's no fun.
So we're making up that dinner very early, and then we're going to watch the game at our private club.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
so I can be there in time for kickoff. So I am pumped. We got a nanny. It's going to be a great night. We are going to have a time. I cannot wait to be immersed. But also, you guys, before the World Cup starts. We got Dodgers first pitch at 4:40 in Chicago. Roki Sasaki is on the mound. The lineups have not come out yet. We'll talk about that once it all comes out. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. We are switching from World Cup to baseball right now because LA, we've got great games. Now, the thing that we're all going to be looking for, right, is Shohei Ohtani going to be in the lineup tonight? Because if you missed it, he got pulled from the game last night after the 7th inning. However, there wasn't a specific, as we're hearing from Dave Roberts, there wasn't a, quote, specific time that he knows it happened. It was a left knee inflammation. However, it kind of looks like it might have gotten irritated when he was trying to steal second base. But he was looking great. He reached base 4 times. He hit a home run. However, it was the day after a pitching outing. Yes. And this season, the whole thing has been he's going to rest. He's either going to rest, like half rest on days that he's on the mound by not being in the lineup. That's what we saw beginning part of the season. And then once he was when Dave Roberts decided to put him back in the lineup, he was managing his days to where he would have him start a day before an off day. So then he had the day after off. However, they have had some long stretches and it wasn't lining up that way. And so he was missing games. And as we know, Shohei Ohtani wants to be in the game every single time that he can. And so he was in last night and he came out. He came out with left knee inflammation and there's a lot to unpack here.
There is. And Dave Roberts has to sit with the, in my opinion, clear fact that this is the situation that he created, because initially he was sticking to his guns, saying when Shohei pitches, he rests the next day. When he pitches and hits, he rests the next day. And yesterday he decided to abandon that plan for reasons unknown. And sports are unpredictable. The human body is unpredictable, especially high-level athletes who are doing things with their body that few else are capable of. But the fact remains, if Shohei was not playing yesterday, he would be healthy right now. And I'm frustrated that the rule that Dave Roberts put in place was removed. My thinking is because they had not secured the series against the Pirates after falling apart in the late innings of Game 2, they wanted to get their get back and make sure that they secured the series, which makes sense on paper. But I do have to sit here and point the finger at Dave Roberts for putting Shohei in this situation. And now you have a very tough White Sox team, and then you have a very tough Tampa Bay team, and I do not want to see Shohei for either of those series.
You guys, which is wild, the White Sox are first in their division right now. And we were talking to Sammy P earlier in the show, sports host, reporter for all things Chicago sports on Fox. And he was just talking about that this White Sox team right now, because in years past, I mean, it was bad. They were breaking records for like how bad a franchise could be. Like, and it was top to bottom. Like everything was bad. Like guys
they were
weren't
losing
showing up.
Like 13-1.
But it was just like the amount of losses. Yeah. Guys weren't showing up to the field in time. Weren't going. There was just like there wasn't a respect for the game, for the team, for the group. There was like no will to win. Yeah. Like it was tough. And this is the first time in years that they are in this position. And he talked a lot about the young core of this White Sox team that they have right now. And as hard as it is to think of the Dodgers resting Ohtani, especially when you're going against a top team in their division, former Dodgers Miguel Vargas, too, on their team as well, who's been doing great, kind of been like the veteran presence for that crew. It's going to be a much more interesting series, I think, than Dodger fans expected.
And if Shohei does have to sit for the entire series, again, I hope that's the case. The good news is that the White Sox are down their biggest bat as well. The rookie Munetaka Murakami, who had 20 home runs, I believe, leading into May 29th, where he suffered a grade 2 hamstring strain. Now, this team is still thriving. They just took 2 off of the Braves before yesterday's game was postponed due to weather. Yeah. Like they are still rolling. They've won 10 of their last 15. Plenty of those, of course, without their best bat. And as Sammy put it earlier, this year was supposed to be the rebuild year. Last year, they kind of just they were sellers at the trade deadline. They traded all their players with value, and they got a bunch of scrappy guys to figure it out, and they are rolling right now. So on the mound tonight will be Anthony Kay. He is sitting at 5-1. And fun thing about him, so he made his majors debut in 2019 with Toronto, played with Toronto, Chicago, and the Mets. After the 2023 season, where he was mostly a rotational guy and never pitched in more than 15 games a season, he went to Japan for the last 2 years and tore it up. And so now he is back in the majors, and the 11 games that he has started is more games than he started over his previous 7 years in the majors. So it is a really cool story.
He went and did like a rehab assignment in Japan.
That's exactly what he did, and tore it up. So, of course, I want Anthony Kay to get absolutely rocked today. Don't get me wrong. But if Dodgers fans are curious, hey, what's going on with this White Sox team? There is a really cool story in Anthony Kay on the mound today.
All right. That's fair, but we got Roki Sasaki on the mound tonight, you guys. And if you remember, a week ago from today was the best outing of his major league career. 7 scoreless, struck out 10, and had such a good feel of his forkball. And that's why after the game, when I talked to Dave Roberts and Freddie Freeman, everyone was saying this is the Roki Sasaki that we had heard about over in Japan. And we're finally seeing it come to fruition here in for us in Major League Baseball, someone who had been struggling last year and even in spring training, even the beginning of the season, to get to this form of, this is who we heard about. And Roki even said, I finally feel like I'm pitching like myself. I feel like I'm pitching with confidence. I'm not doubting my stuff. So this is a really big outing, I think, as well for Roki Sasaki, because each of his last 3 outings have been building up to what last Friday was. And I think tonight he needs to continue that going.
He does. And how the tables turn, right? Coming into this season, the only question mark in the starting rotation was Roki, because you had a healthy Glass now. You had, when he gets healthy, we're going to have Snell. And you have all of these names, Yamamoto and Ohtani, and Robleski's ready to rock. The only question mark, though, is can Roki be a starter? Does he need to go back to the pen? He was fine there. And now, hey, man, you're one of our final healthy starters. We need you. So not that puts pressure on Roki, but it kind of does. And it's funny how just in the span of a couple months, you go from the weakest link to, no, you are actually a foundational piece, because we do not know how many healthy arms we have in this starting rotation going forward. I hope he kills it. I know he'll kill it, and he will build off of last week's start.
Yeah, so that should be a good one. Roki Sasaki on the mound for Dodgers. First game against the Chicago White Sox tonight. First pitch at 4:40?
Yes.
4:40. So it's a little pregame. You're gonna have both. If you're at a bar, a little pregame with Dodgers, and get ready for Team USA.
There you go.
At 6 p.m. kickoff tonight, and then tomorrow, you guys, Game 5 of the NBA Finals. I am so excited because our next guest, Claire DeLune, I think she was at that game. She has been covering this NBA Finals. We're gonna get an inside perspective of everything going on. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next here on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry, who are Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here and being part of the show. Happy World Cup Day, you guys. There is so much going on in sports this weekend. Obviously, World Cup kicking off yesterday. USA playing in LA today and tomorrow, you guys. NBA Finals. Game 5. I am so excited to bring in our next guest, Lakers and NBA insider, Claire DeLune, joining us. You were at that Game 4, right?
Yeah, I was.
Oh my God. Okay. So that was the most insane thing to watch as a fan on TV, but take us inside Madison Square Garden. What was that energy like as everyone started to realize, oh, I think the Knicks are going to pull off the biggest comeback in NBA Finals history?
I mean, I've honestly never experienced anything like it. And I've been to so many basketball games and, NBA finals games even. And, the crowd was not in it for a bit. Mm-hmm. Like when they were down, I think like 30 at halftime, obviously, I think the crowd's right. It's a combination of people who can afford that ticket, who are not necessarily like the most diehard fans, but then also maybe fans who like mortgage their futures to attend a game that was going to be a blowout. So it's like that combination of people is not necessarily the most like, okay, we're going to stay loud no matter what happens. But they start like end of the third quarter. I think they cut it to like 17 or 19 or something like that. And you feel the crowd just like slowly start to get back into it. And by the time they cut it to like not, I think Kat hit a shot to cut it to single digits to 9. I think that was like maybe like 6 or 7 minutes left or something like that. It was like, the Garden was on fire and people were just losing their minds. It was so loud in there, electric. Every celebrity from New York you've ever heard of was courtside. Yeah. So yeah, it was a crazy experience.
And Claire, what about your experience seeing the San Antonio meltdown when you were watching Mitch Johnson on the bench or Wemby? What were you seeing? Just a young team absolutely spiraling and seemingly nothing that they could do could stop the comeback.
Yeah, there's so many people you could like point the finger to as far as like what contributed to that collapse. Like I know De'Aaron Fox has taken a lot of heat. Obviously, Wemby like missing those 2 free throws and kind of losing his composure a bit. Mitch Johnson is also a young, like I think he's a sophomore head coach. Seemed like he probably should have called a timeout sooner to like stop the run. So it was kind of a confluence of events, but you could tell like it was one of those things where, and I've watched the Knicks do this to other teams, but like by the time they realized, oh, this is actually happening, it was too late. I think they were in denial about the avalanche that was happening because it was such a big lead, because it was such an unprecedented comeback, that by the time it was like a single digit margin and all the momentum had shifted to the Knicks, at that point it was sort of too late to accept what was happening and start taking it seriously, because the Knicks had accumulated so much confidence and momentum by that point. It just felt almost like inevitable.
Yeah, and Claire, this is a young Spurs team, so that can also help you in situations like that, but it can also hurt you. And they're back now in San Antonio. Is this something that they can come back from energy-wise, mentality-wise, after losing such a pivotal game that way?
I don't personally think so. I think the series is over. I know maybe fans who are wanting a long series, I'm sure San Antonio fans don't want to hear that. I think the Knicks are going to close this out tomorrow night. They have not only won every potential closeout game all along this playoffs journey, but they've blown out their opponent in every first potential closeout game, all 3 series preceding this one. And just this team, not even just the way they won Game 4, but just the sort of character, the build, the makeup of this Knicks team, I don't think they're going to squander an opportunity to win the city's first NBA championship in 50-plus years. Like, I think they're going to take that opportunity and run with it.
And Claire, going back to that last game, if you are the Spurs, you could not script a better 10 minutes. Cat gets in foul trouble. He's out of the game. Right. You have the less athletic Mitchell Robinson having to play many more minutes. Everything that you could have scripted happened. So on the flip side of it, if you're the Knicks, what went right for them? What were they able to adjust to where not only are you missing one of your key players, but you were able to remain in the game and find a way to win when, on paper, that game should have been lost a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think it's just the character of this squad. I don't even know if they made that many adjustments beyond just like started making shots and like stayed in it. But like they've been on, I wrote a piece about this for The Guardian, but like they've been on the receiving end of like historical, insane comebacks. You know, even just last year against the Pacers in game 1 of the conference finals. So they know and believe that a game is never over until it's over. And you have to overcome a certain degree of human nature, I think, to keep fighting at the same level when you're down 30, you know, because there's part of you that's like, all right, this game's over. We'll get them next time. The series is still 2-2. Like, you know, it's not like it's an elimination game, but this has just been a team that's shown how resilient they are, you know, how level-headed, calm, composed they are, and they just have no quit. So I think that's what makes them unique is that, you know, after every single game they've won in this series, it's been the same refrain from everyone on the team, like it's 0-0. We still have more to do. You know, like down 30, it's like we have another half, cut it to 15, cut it to 10. So to me, that's the experience factor. And that's the big difference between the Spurs and the Knicks. I think they're very similar levels of talent, but like the Knicks have been there and been in these situations so many times. And that experience is what enables you to have that sort of calm in those moments.
They really do. It's crazy, Claire, because you've seen like they had the Spurs had double-digit leads in every game that they lost, and it's almost like the Knicks have this like dog mentality, this underdog mentality, and they kind of kick it into a different gear once they see like, okay, I got to come back and I got to win this. Their entire like personality has been, they have been doubted. Even being here, they're like, well, I don't know. Like whoever comes out of the West is probably just going to sweep them anyway. And it's been the complete opposite story of this group that might not necessarily have like the biggest one star, but it's the group that they brought together to do this. So do you see this happening again? Say the Spurs do come out and get a lead tomorrow night. Are we going to have another one of those comebacks, or are like, again, this comes down to obviously the mentality of everything, but is this something that we can expect to see?
I think so. I mean, I don't expect the Spurs to take an early lead in this game because I just think the way the Knicks have handled these closeout games, like they've approached the first quarter very differently. But I will say that something I was saying to someone sitting next to me when the Knicks were coming back in game 4 is like they have completely changed the dynamic of this series, whether or not they win this game. Because what they've shown is that it doesn't matter how many points they're down by, San Antonio's never safe. And they have to carry that with them. So even if the Knicks had lost that game, you know, they could have a 20-point lead, 25-point lead, 30-point lead, and they're always going to be looking over their shoulder in a different way. And I don't know mentally, especially as a really young team, like how you come back from knowing that there's literally no lead that the Knicks can't overcome.
Claire, whether it be through music or sports, I can't imagine how much time you have spent in New York City over the years. Out of 10, what was the vibe like in New York, just in general, from landing to leaving while you were there for those games?
Oh,
so
Claire?
good, left her speechless.
Yeah. Do we still have her? Yeah? Claire, you there? Are you on mute maybe? No? All right. Oh, there we go. Well, I mean, I can imagine the vibe was absolutely
out of this world,
insane, as we saw it. But being there too, just like the electric vibe. Interesting though that she said, because I didn't think about this. She's like, the vibe was so weird because people in the building were either like the uber rich that could afford everything, or was people who mortgaged like their life savings watching a blowout, and you're like, what did I just do? I didn't even think about that, but then got to witness the greatest comeback in history. So that was pretty cool. Anywho, you guys, so Dodgers lineup just came out, and as we wished and hoped, Shohei Ohtani is not in the lineup. Now, this is not necessarily a bad thing, you guys. If you know, he left the game yesterday with the left knee inflammation. And this is something that he has dealt with in the past. And because of the timing of everything, it happened the day after a start where he was two-way playing. He was in the lineup and he was on the mound. So this is a good thing in my eyes and Brock's eyes. Hopefully, I mean, I don't know if any further information has come out on the injury. So if that's going to be a whole other conversation if this injury is more than just the left knee inflammation. But for right now, he is out of the starting lineup. So Dodgers lineup is Alex Call leading off, Andy Pages batting second in center field, Freddie Freeman batting third, Mookie Betts batting cleanup, Kyle Tucker batting fifth, Miggy Rojas at second base batting sixth, Max Muncy batting seventh, Santiago Espinal DHing at eighth, and Chucky Robinson behind the plate.
Come on, Chuck.
You guys, we were talking about him in our pregame meeting.
Yes.
This is big.
So here is the story of the Chuckster, which I hope he does not mind me calling him. So he had a brief MLB stint with Cincinnati in 2022. He was with the White Sox, who he's facing off against today, of course, in 2024. And he had one at-bat with the Dodgers last year. He has mostly been with Oklahoma City, the Dodgers affiliate, since then. So a massive moment for Chucky Robinson and Dalton Rushing, who has played 5 consecutive games due to the Will Smith injury, getting a much-deserved day off. And I love any story with where a guy gets an opportunity.
Yeah, no, this is going to be awesome. But we got Claire DeLune back with us, Lakers and NBA Insider. Ask your question again, Brock. Claire, do you have us now? Maybe? No? Okay.
New York's just leaving her speechless.
I know. Every single time.
It's
okay.
just leaving her speechless.
We tried.
She's so excited for Chucky Robinson that she can't even speak. No, I'm very excited, and the same way that I gave people something to look at for Chicago with their pitcher not coming over from Japan, but coming over after spending the last 2 seasons in Japan. Root for Chucky Robinson, the catcher. It's an incredible story. He is a journeyman, as our video producer Nick, who spent many years playing professional baseball. He knows Chucky, and if Nick can vouch for him, I'm right along with him.
Oh, are we?
I'm a big Chucky fan.
BTS? I decided we're going to call him BTS. Everything behind the scenes that happens for this show
I like that.
Is BTS Nick. Nick, can you hear us? Nick, are you in there? Nick, you got any inside information for us on Chucky? I mean, he just talked about like how much of an honor this was when he was talking to Kirsten Watson of getting the call up again. So, yeah, I'm excited for him. I'm excited to see everything that's about to go down. Looks like Canada just tied the World Cup game against Bosnia. So it's 1-1 in the
78th minute.
78th minute. Are we behind?
I'm rewinding it so we can see, and it was just a defensive breakdown from Bosnia, and Canada takes advantage.
Look at this. Oh, great touch.
You know what? That is not a defensive breakdown. That is great offense.
That is insane.
Solid offense. So we are tied 1-1, and as you can imagine, Toronto's going crazy.
Dude, that's insane. 2 at this part of the game.
1-1.
Like last, we'll say about 15 minutes left because you know there's going to be stoppage time.
Always.
Added on to the end. Oh, that's exciting.
World Cup's here.
You guys, I'm so excited to go watch Team USA. We're getting closer and closer. We are about 4 hours away. You guys, gates are opening in about 20 minutes if you're heading over to SoFi for USA's Game 1 against Paraguay. Get there early. Gates open at 2. The Fan Fest starts at 2. The concert starts at 4:30. It is like a full-blown festival lineup, and then kickoff at 6 p.m. If you can't make it to the game, the LA Coliseum, you guys, looks hyped. I was watching the 40,000 fans that were there for Mexico's game. That feels like the next best place if you want to be like around a crowd of insane soccer fans.
I completely agree. And I want to do another quick shout out to the party in Koreatown. So they had one yesterday for the South Korea team. And 6/18, so June 18th, when when South Korea plays Mexico, there will be an event at Seoul International Park. Again, there is a stage with music acts. There are food trucks. It is a full-on party. And then June 24th versus South Africa, it will be back at Liberty Park where it was yesterday. So if you are Team Mexico, if you are Team South Korea, LA has got your back.
Dude, I can't wait to see the watch parties in Mexico for Mexico versus South Korea.
They've spent the last week becoming best buds.
It is the cutest thing I've ever seen in the world. Anytime there's been all these viral videos, anytime they're in like a restaurant or a bar and there's a group of Koreans, they start playing Gangnam Style and the whole bar starts laughing, like dancing and laughing together, like all together. They're doing cake stands. Like I can't imagine. Like it's such a fun, wild experience seeing all these cultures come together. It's like one of my, it's my favorite thing about all this. I'm so excited to jump into it because we're joining them in about 20 minutes.
Yes,
but don't go anywhere because joining us coming up next, D-Mac and Reiter, our soccer boys of the entire network. We're going to dive into all that next. Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here. And if you're watching us, you're seeing that we have a full table now. D-Mac and Reiter joining the show. Guys, dude, you've been up for a while.
I've been awake, bro.
I saw you
Where's the
up.
coffee?
You were up before we were even on. You've been up. You were over at the Hollywood Park on K-Earth?
K-Earth and KNX.
Damn.
Yeah.
What were the vibes that early, getting ready for USA game one?
The energy was good. Man, people were awake and they were ready to talk and they were like, let's engage. So, five in the morning, we were doing some talking.
Dude.
Yeah.
Good for you, man.
What are you taking? USA?
In terms of today?
Yeah, in terms of today,
I
USA
think-
Paraguay?
I think it's a
What do you
draw.
got?
I mean, look, I think USA can win
No.
1-0, 2-1.
God, we don't want that. That's not fun.
They're Paraguay. They're good. They're feisty. They're mean. They're physical, and they had a really unfriendly whenever last time they played 6-7 months ago, where it got ugly, and they're really well coached.
Where are you watching the match from?
So this is the problem. I was gonna go straight to a bar
because you end at 6,
right? But
and
then
kickoff's at 6.
If I do that, I'll have to fight traffic.
You will,
because I live in Manhattan Beach. I'll have to go around SoFi. So officer, it won't be YouTube, TV. It will be radio. I might listen on radio the first half, and then rock the second half.
Where are you gonna go?
Home.
Oh, just at home.
I think just
you're one of those. You need to be sitting. You don't want any disruptions.
If I get the other side of SoFi and I see a sports bar,
Yeah.
I'll come down the 405. I'm in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys have to help us with something.
Okay.
Shay's word of the day is kicking our tush, and we are completely lost. So
kicking our tush.
I have
kicking our tush, like as in kicking our butt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kicking our tush.
Yeah.
I've cussed too much on air today, so I'm trying to clean it up.
No, you have not. You have not said anything.
Okay. So I know you're not going to get this, but I have hope in our ringer right here.
Man, let's see.
Thank you for your confidence.
So you've been stumped all show. All show you've been
All of
stumped.
us.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Man, I should have watched your whole show today.
No,
Darn
that's
it.
good. Producer Shay, the Gen Z word of the day is
AFK.
Okay, Brad was correct.
That's why I said you're not going to get this.
AFK.
Falsely accused.
Use it in a sentence. Use it in a sentence.
The first sentence I gave them was, Shay isn't here right now. He's AFK. The second sentence I'm going to give you guys right now. Wait 1 second. I'm going to go grab a snack. I'll be AFK.
MIA. It's like MIA. Missing in action?
Close.
Okay.
Very close.
Away
Very
for
close.
kitchen.
Away for the kitchen.
But it's like,
I've heard this. This is
but
I
it
can't get
feels
this
like
one.
maybe
I can't,
it's
so
like
AFK.
Gen Z's like MIA. Like
Is it?
sorry, I was MIA.
Is that what it is?
You're very close.
Missing in action, which is like the millennial way of saying it.
I'm gonna say
Doug
I'm gonna
was
say
really close.
I'm gonna say words Doug has never said before. I don't know.
Okay. Something away from
So
kitchen.
It's not computer because it's K.
AFK.
Away
That's
from,
what I was thinking. That was my first guess too.
8,
away from
7.
All right,
Okay.
Shay, just hit us.
What is
Away
it?
from.
Away from
keyboard.
Keyboard.
So it started as a gaming term. You would be in a chat with your
So
friends,
close. Okay,
and
so
someone would
close.
ask them, "Hey,"
AFK.
you would try
I'm
to talk to this
AFK.
person.
Yeah, it's
Exactly.
MIA.
I'm AFK.
Okay,
I'm
so
MIA.
it's literally MIA.
Exactly. So people
So
now
I
use
nailed
it in
I got
everyday
it.
terms.
I have a similar
I
one.
like this.
Alex,
I got
you did
it.
not get
Yeah, I did. I said MIA, which is same.
giving
Same.
you a win.
No,
That's
you were-
what it is.
You were
AFK.
further. You were
Jeez.
actually worse in trying than me in silence.
No.
I have
That's a good one, though.
AFK.
I have AFD. It's a
What?
condition.
Uh-oh.
It's away from Doug. I get
Oh.
really sad.
You get sad, get emotional.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I did not want it. You guys, there's been some weird things being said
I
on
miss
air
Doug when
today.
he goes to get
Really?
water.
All around. I don't know if you saw Alexi Lawless and what he called James Corden on air.
Oh, I
I'm
didn't
not,
see that.
I'm not going to say it, but a full kit W.
Oh.
I'm just going to leave it there.
Yeah.
Is that?
I didn't realize that
You
was
know-
bad. I
do you
didn't know that
Does it
was
ramble
bad.
like
Do you know-
Lanker?
Yes,
Yeah.
it does.
Do you know
Ranker?
how you
Yeah,
know
yeah, yeah.
Alexi?
Wanker?
Do you know how you know Alexi's
Yeah, yeah.
going to say something he shouldn't?
Huh.
He's speaking.
Yeah. That's kind of what he does.
Stop.
No?
Stop. We both worked with him. I loved working with him.
Oh, Kid Wanker.
I've done a World Cup with him. I didn't know that was a bad word, but like when you watch it, it's gone viral. Like everyone else in the broadcast is like, and they're all like British, I think. So they were
Gasping.
like freaking out.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Brock keeps changing. Brock's
We're gonna
running the
start
show
over
right
here.
now.
We're gonna start over here, and I want to
AFK.
hear.
Yeah.
And I want to hear every single in and out favorite order from each one of you guys.
Oh,
So
that's easy.
if you were to pull up to In-N-Out right now,
Oh my God, making me hungry.
what is your favorite In-N-Out location,
Yep.
and what is your In-N-Out order? Hit me.
I'm in the Gundo, off Sepulveda, mustard fried, all the things. You can fry the onions or not. I don't care. It kind of depends on the vibe of the person who's actually taking the order.
Oh, it's on them?
Well, we're collaborating. How do you feel about it? Chocolate shake fries.
Okay.
Damn. Okay, so I'm going off Inglewood because that was our exit anytime we were coming home from a soccer tournament growing up, and that's when I was able to get In-N-Out. I am getting protein style with grilled onions, extra side of spread, French fries, extra crispy, and then an extra side of animal style fries that are just to kind of pick, and then a lemon up.
I am going double, no spread because it's gross. Just kidding.
What?
Double,
I want
no
extra.
spread. Ketchup and mustard instead, mustard fried, chopped chilies, raw onion because I like the crunch, and I am going fries. I could never do the animal style, but I do respect anyone who does it.
When you say no spread and you say with your eyes it's gross, do they judge you when they take the order?
Yeah. All the time.
Yeah.
Every time.
I
Every
ask
single
for
time.
3 extra sides of spread, and then I get like an extra of the fry dish, and that's what I dip my fries in.
To not get charged, just ask for Brock's spread.
See, I always tell myself I'm going to get protein style when I'm in the line, but then I get so hungry when I finally get to the line, I don't order the protein style, so I go 3x3 animal style chopped chilies, animal style fries, large Diet Coke, and a shake on the side. I know.
That
If I
is-
hate myself, if I want to eat my feelings.
What is the most amount of patties you've ever had on a burger?
I actually, so when I was rushing a frat back in Westwood, right, I did it 11 by 11, and they
No.
served it sideways.
No.
Now they don't go past 4 anymore. But the one on Westwood on Garvey, I went there on Gailey, went it there, and it was like boom, it was like 11. It took like 6 hours.
You
and I
finished
basically,
it?
I finished like parts of most of it. Like I'm still digesting as we
finished
speak, like a
parts
decade
of
later.
most of it.
And they just served on the side.
I'm like-
and they don't do it anymore. I don't think you can order more than 11. But back in the day, they were a
That's
little more
insane.
liberal with it. Yeah, I know.
Oh,
I look like crushed that one.
Favorite hamburger, favorite In-N-Out location. You guys said yours. Yours was the one in Gailey.
I would say the one also Baldwin Park, the OG one from 1948. They had the first ever intercom system, very innovative. So my family used to live by there. My uncle.
You're
so
making strong eye contact with me right now.
I know. I love the
He's-
history of In-N-Out.
you know,
I
and
love the
he's-
history of In-N-Out.
He's grabbing his arms really tight.
I'm hungry.
I will put on for the Valley kids. Then I will have the In-N-Out. My favorite In-N-Out was the In-N-Out on Hamburger Hill. I don't
Wait,
even
it's
know.
called Hamburger Hill?
I don't even
That's
know
the
what the
best.
street name is.
What?
It's in Stevenson Ranch, which is in Santa Clarita,
Wow.
California. And I don't even know the street it's actually on, but it's called Hamburger Hill because every fast food hamburger is on this street.
Okay.
And In-N-Out is sitting there at the top.
All right.
As it should be.
Yeah.
As it should
Dude,
be,
that's wild.
exactly.
Okay, we got questions for you because Raj on the morning show, producer of the morning show, was giving D. Fish and Decker a hard time about what they were calling things.
Oh, I
okay?
heard. No. Team
Yeah,
Raj
yeah,
on
yeah.
the. Yeah.
Your team, Raj?
Oh, yeah.
Hold on.
It's
Okay.
a pub.
Do you say
hear
game
that one.
or match?
Match. It's match.
I say game because
Yeah.
I'm bad
when
American.
When you're not pandering,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah.
I saw your pander look.
Yeah.
I saw you pander.
No, I'll say game, but then my friends will they'll correct me. Dude, it's match, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Match day. Match day
interchangeable,
one.
but
I
it's a
get
match.
it. Okay, kit or jersey?
I do kit just to kind of be annoying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
kid.
So you know.
Yeah,
You
I know. But you know
Think
what I'm
about
saying?
it. Field or pitch?
It's a pitch.
I'm big on the pitch. Yeah. I love saying the pitch.
Yeah.
All right, bar or pub?
Where are we in the
We're
world?
in the U.S.
It's a bar.
Yes.
I'm
Raj
rocking
was trying to
bars.
argue
I'm rocking
pub,
bars.
even though you're in the
yeah.
US.
It's a pub.
You're trying
when
too
you're
hard
in
if you're calling it
England
pub,
or
dude.
Ireland,
You hear that, Raj?
Or
Relax,
like going
bro.
to an Irish
Relax.
pub. I can get that.
Bangers and mash.
Classic,
It's a pub.
classic
USA,
Brazil fan.
you guys.
Give me a
We're
point.
so close, 4 hours away. Don't go anywhere. D-Mac and Reiter coming up next here on 97.1 The Fan. Happy Friday. We'll see you Monday.
Happy Friday. Welcome into the show. D-Mac and Reiter presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, call downtown.com. Again, visit calldowntown.com. One more time, visit calldowntown.com. What's up, buddy? Happy Friday, dude.
Happy Friday, man. You got the Spania jersey. I got Team USA, the
America?
World Cup vibes. America. You. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win.
I hope we do not draw. It's a little different.
I like that. Nice ring to it.
You know what I'm saying?
The World Cup vibes are electric, though. And you were all over the place. Sometimes you get up at like 1 a.m. Dude, you've been making your rounds, soccer expert, football expert.
I got up at 4 a.m, and the first thing I thought is, I'm so glad I'm not Derek Fisher or Cody Decker. That's the first. It's so early, dude.
Up and at 'em, dude.
Yeah, I've got 20 or 30 minutes. I got a little story to tell. Includes you. It's about you
wow.
too.
Really?
Yeah.
That's exciting.
The people at Hollywood Park Casino love the show.
Big fans of the show.
Yeah.
Rocking with us. That's what we want to hear, man.
I got free coffee.
You got free coffee. Was it good? You're not, I don't want to call you a coffee snob, but you're kind of a coffee snob. You have a high standard for coffee.
I am a coffee snob.
Yeah.
And the coffee was great. I've had a lot of coffee today because I did get up at 4 a.m. and I went to La La Land, waited in line for 2.5 hours for a latte.
You're wired, baby.
It's a lot of people there.
Oh, they are. You tell me it's like really, really big time.
There was a tourist behind me, and she tapped me on the shoulder, and I was like, here we go. First time I'm going to get recognized like D-Mac does every time it goes out. She goes, I'm like, yeah, D-Mac and Reiter. It's Reiter time. And she goes, is this really the line for the coffee place? And I'm like, yeah, tourist. Then she goes, do you know D-Mac?
Hey, big shout out.
Do you know Doug McCain? Phone
Crazy,
number,
man. You're nuts.
A little sleep deprived. 855-97 LA fan. 855-97 LA fan. If you're on the stream, the Fan LA at the Fan LA, hit the like button, hit the bell button, get in the comment section. I don't know if the speaking and the thinking is going to be interesting today. Because I'm operating in a whole other zone right now.
The adrenaline will pop in. Trust me. You're feeling it. I feel a buzz, a different buzz because it's World Cup Day for the U.S. And I know you're excited.
I am pumped.
Also, we're going to get into some of these, I think, continued conversations that we've had. No, but yeah,
No,
I'm so excited, man.
No, tell me about it.
Hey, that Bill Reiter energy, inject that into my veins, man. You could be on like no day's sleep and still be absolutely off the charts.
Can I lie detector?
Yeah.
Can I on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports? Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
A little warning for you. You won't recognize this part. Being sleep deprived can make me aggressive.
Ooh.
Yeah, which you've never seen me do before.
I've seen you aggressive.
Never.
Okay, maybe not this version of aggressive.
Many times. Many times. All right, so we have a lot of things that we're going to get to. There's some news on Austin Reeves that reflects what I have heard and talked about on the show and reflects a fear, Doug, that you have about where the Lakers could go. We'll talk about that. Lots of World Cup talk in the lead up to the United States opening its World Cup group stage play against Paraguay at SoFi at 6 o'clock. We'll talk about that every single hour. This is another day where we do our list. So we'll do what are we doing this week? Oh, we're doing our personal 5 favorite and 5 worst ever personal sports experiences we've been there for. Oh, by the way, can I tell you a personal thing? My son Henry's flying to see my parents in Iowa. 13, just put him on a plane by himself for the first time ever.
I saw we're doing some flight tracking.
I know, we are flight tracking.
He's chilling on the plane.
Dude, he's got the Airheads. He's got the Butterfingers. He's got so much.
Is he an aisle seat guy, middle seat guy? What do you think?
I'm an aisle seat guy.
Aisle seat guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Because of the social contact.
I like to trip people.
Do you?
Yeah, absolutely.
You trip me up on the show all the time.
Absolutely. Well, I'm definitely an aisle seat guy because then you have the flexibility. You can go in and out. Also, you get a little more leg room. So I'm all about that aisle seat.
Speaking of getting tripped up, and we'll get to all the things on the show. Again, lots of World Cup talk. There's a lot of things to talk about. There's a sort of non-story, sort of fake controversy. Maybe it's real, but we don't think it is. On an important doctor connected to the Dodgers. We will talk about that story. We'll talk about the Dodgers game today. But Shohei Ohtani, a little tripped up, and we know left yesterday's game. See, where's the adrenaline? It's coming. Left.
You got it, baby.
It's D-Mac and Reiter, and one of us is great. He's doing fine. Ohtani left yesterday's game, we know, with some concerns about the knee and some worries about maybe fatigue. And the message yesterday, right after the game from Dave Roberts was this.
Shohei, we saw that he left the game with knee inflammation. How is he feeling, and just what is your level of concern with that?
Not high. I think that we tried to be smart about it and, talk to the trainer and said he had a little behind the knee, little hamstring. So just wanted to be smart and not push it. So I feel good about him being in there tomorrow, but obviously with the travel tonight, we'll just kind of see how he comes in.
And some important context here. By the way, here's the latest news. He's not in the starting lineup. He's not hitting. He's not out there. The lineup is out. In fact, I think it is Alex Call who got the call for leadoff. Yeah, it's Call, Pajes, Freeman, Betts, Tucker, Rojas, Muncy, Espinal, and Chucky Robinson, who you noted would be the likely catcher to be called up with Will Smith's injury, and that is exactly the case. And just some context for people, and if you've been listening to 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, you know this because they've been talking about this on the other two shows. Shohei did have surgery on his left knee to address a condition that he has that about 1% to 2% of the population has. He's had it since birth. And the condition basically means that his knee is made up of two bones instead of one. They did not fuse together properly. It's not the end of the world, but it can cause inflammation and irritation, which some of the reports have is the reason for the Dodgers, just having him perhaps not play today. We need more news. We'll get more. It's the reason that he was taken out yesterday, and it's the reason that you were crowing with your eyes as you walked into the studio. You were. It's fine. No, it's fine, man.
Not even. Look, here's the thing.
Take your victory lap.
No victory. A victory lap for Shohei Ohtani being injured. No, I want to remind everyone that if you get a splinter just for picking up one of the wooden bats in the Dodgers dugout, they're going to put you on the injured list. They're going to sit you out, right? They're going to err on the side of caution. They're going to tread lightly. If there's any issue, especially when it's to their $700 million player, the best player to ever play. But this could be a sign of some fatigue, a little bit of overworking. And you look in Pittsburgh, it can be hot, it can be muggy. Talking to a lot of players that played in Pittsburgh, they love PNC Park, but they don't love the humidity. And when it's humid there, you have to keep up with the hydration. And let's not forget that this is a pitcher and a hitter. This is a player that threw 102 pitches and went 6 2/3 innings, and also hit a home run late in the game and could have hit a home run earlier in the game. He also hit a home run yesterday as well. But to go back to what you were touching on about Shohei and the knee, and this knee has been an issue for Shohei in the past, but it is a different issue. So he did have that, as you mentioned, the bipartite patella in his left knee that did require surgery in 2019, but that wasn't an injury necessarily as he was born with that, right? Like you mentioned, 1% to 2% of the population. This is different. From what I've been told is that this is in the back of the knee, in the hamstring. So there's some tenderness there, some soreness there. So even if it's not a huge deal right now, you want to nip this in the bud. You want to make sure that he's back and he's healthy because he generates a lot of power on the mound with his back leg. And this is the back leg. It's also a big part of your swing. So yesterday I said it. After Dave Roberts said what he said, I was like, I'm fluent in Dave Roberts. And when he said that he was going to be in the lineup today, that basically meant he was going to be out of the lineup because that's what Dave and this organization does.
Will they lie? I'm not trying to be. Wait, I don't understand.
I mean, look, if they say that, okay, basically how it works.
So if he was going to maybe be in the lineup, he would have not answered, said, we'll see?
So if he was going to be in the lineup today, he would have said, he said he's probably going to be, he said 100%. I would have followed up and said, so Dave, 100% he's going to be in the lineup. He would have said, well, we'll see how he feels tomorrow morning. There's no guarantees, but anytime there's an injury to a major significant player like a Shohei, really any of their players as far as its knee, it's something that could require some additional treatment. They're going to make sure that he is, even if 99% of him is ready to go, you give him the day off. And I think you treat this almost like the day off he should have had after when he pitched the other day.
D-Mac and Reiter on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Phone number is 855-97 LA Fan. D-Mac, please continue with your Dave Roberts translator mode for us. When he said last night, and obviously more information has come in, we're waiting for Dave Roberts to share whatever the information that he has with the media, and then we'll share it with you here on 97.1 The Fan. But based on him saying that he didn't think it was necessarily a big deal, that he wasn't overly worried, what does that hit your translator button like?
So that tells me that they're probably not going to get any imaging right away. And if typically they feel that, they'll make sure they get that done as soon as possible. They're going to go day to day, see how he feels. But just look at how Will Smith was, Bill. I mean, they said, oh, Will Smith, he hurt his neck when he was sleeping. And then a couple days later, they said that he kind of messed with a disc there, and then they could take some additional time. So really, they go by the communication with the player, what they're hearing from the trainers. But typically, you're going to see them with their veteran players, with their big-time free agents, and anyone really, they're going to go this route. And I will say that The candle that burns twice as bright burns half as long. From the great movie Blade Runner. I don't know if you're into Blade Runner, but
so
I am.
I love Blade
Yeah.
Runner. My wife hates it.
Really?
It's one of the few things where I look at her sometimes and I think, what happened to you?
Well, it's a great movie. And speaking of Blade Runner, it was when Shohei Ohtani was running.
It's a great analysis of my marriage. We're really connected there.
We did. We hit it deep, baby.
That was almost a hug.
It was virtual hug.
Virtual? I'm right across from you.
I was virtually going to go over there and hug you, but
which of us is sleep deprived?
So this really, I do think, big picture,
talk to me,
is a reminder. And I'm not going to take a victory lap here because that's not what I'm aiming to do here. But let's be honest here. This is a sign of fatigue. And when you're trying to have him go out there and throw 7 innings every 6th day in a 6-man rotation, whenever he's on the bump.
Who's trying to have him throw 7 innings, other than me?
Dave Roberts had him out there to try to finish 7.
One time.
It wasn't just one time.
That's a few times.
He's been out there. And this is, I think, going to be something where probably the Dodgers look at this situation and they ask themselves, hey, what is the big picture goal here? And if Shohei, for example, if he had suffered this a couple days ago before his last start, would he be out there in the 7th inning? I don't think he would. Or I think another thing you could look at is he doesn't skip a start, but then you start to bake in what it looks like as far as having him maybe get some additional time off if he needs it. Because look, even Superman goes back to the Fortress of Solitude. I don't think that he's been able to do that. I don't think that for the course of this season, he's had to carry Mookie Betts. He's had to carry Kyle Tucker. He's had to carry even Freddie Freeman early in the season. At some point, he can't just carry for 7 months every single year. He's going to turn 32, I believe, on July 5th this year. So I think that at this point, we have to come to the reality that it's about October. This is what I was hoping wouldn't happen, but did happen. And I think we're learning that this is something that I think needs to be managed maybe just a little differently.
Counterpoint.
Yeah.
Guys get hurt sometimes over the course of a baseball season. If this isn't the end of the world, maybe it's not the end of the world. I like that, but I will say, banger reference on the Fortress of Solitude.
Well, I love Superman.
I know. I've picked up on that. I am very curious how many Superman different things you're going to be able to drop over the course of the next month, because that's like the 4th. And it's
right.
good. It's good.
You know what?
I'm not trying to be kryptonite here. To your analogies.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, like,
was that yours, or did a pitching coach come up with that?
That's a good one.
Thank you.
That's a good one. I feel attacked. But look, I mean, the point is, I mean, look, it really is, Bill, though. I mean, it really, when I watch Shohei, I marvel at what he's able to do. And I think you are too. I mean, you're the biggest I thought I was a Shohei Ohtani fan until I met you, right? And we both want to see him do great things. We want to experience that level of greatness. But who's going to remember an afternoon game in June against the Pirates? I'm not. I mean, I probably will remember it if something significant happens, like a walk-off or something like that. And it does feel like yesterday it was kind of one of those moments where they panned over to Dave Roberts and he kind of has that look of concern, and Santiago Espinal comes in for him, and you almost kind of see your season flash before your eyes. And you're right. Guys get injured. This could be extremely minor. This is probably not a big deal. The dude is very resilient, and he's not someone that's been injury prone throughout his career. But can you imagine if we're in July, August, and the rest of these Dodgers aren't picking it up like they need to be,
fear.
And he has to continue to carry the weight?
I mean, jokes aside, shots aside, feeling attacked, my friend Doug McCain, D-Mac, and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan aside, I said this a week ago, and I think this is right. I think you and I both love Shohei Ohtani. And I think, like parents who both love their kid equally, but think they know what's best for their child, we just disagree or have different things that we sort of how we view this. And I don't know who's right or wrong. I don't doubt your love, and I appreciate you don't doubt mine for the insane greatness, the transcendent nature of what the guy does. I am with you. I hope it is minor. I hope he is okay. I hope Dave Roberts, feeling relatively optimistic yesterday after the win, the 8-6 win against the Pirates, holds, and that whatever information they get, and we'll give it to you here on the 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, when we get it, and hopefully that'll be in the next 30 minutes or hour with a 4:40 first pitch. I hope it's all good stuff. Can I drop some non-Shohei positivity on you before we get to the bullpen? And more worries about Shohei if you want to get there. Robo did not pitch well yesterday, but he had his own scare where he was running to first base. He was covering first. It didn't look like he stepped on on the Pirates' foot. I think he just kind of landed strange on the bag, hamstring soreness. He is expected to pitch in his normal spot next week, so that's relatively good news. Kyle Tucker, I might be stretching here because he was 1 for 5, did have a 2-out, 2-run double in that game, and he had a really good game for his standards a couple days ago where he had a couple hits, and the bullpen wasn't great, but Tanner Scott had a 4-out save, and that was something that was nice to see, and nice to see the Dodgers not blow another lead against the Pirates. And so if, and I know that it's an if Shohei Ohtani leaving in the 7th inning with this knee inflammation issue proves to be something that is minor and that is therefore manageable and does not derail in the ways you've talked to us about here on the show on DMAC and Reiter 97.1 The Fan, does not derail in any way his impact on the Dodgers. You get out of Pittsburgh with 2 out of 3 despite a bad game, and hopefully there are some good, other than the bullpen, that is not a good thing, but a few things that maybe can trend in a better direction.
Absolutely. And you're 100% right. That Pittsburgh team, for whatever reason, the Pirates have had the Dodgers numbers for the last couple of years. Since 2021, the Dodgers 17-14 against them was the first time they've taken 2 out of 3 in PNC since 2021. So this is a Pirates team that's always given this Dodgers team
that's a
fits.
crazy stat.
It's kind of wild, right? I mean, sometimes...
Can you say that again? Because I'm just
so since
slow
20...
today.
Hey, baby. The Gil's returning, baby. We've got the Pirates, they haven't been able to take 2 out of 3 in Pittsburgh since 2021. So think about that.
That's amazing.
It's like they turn into the 27 Yankees when they take on the Dodgers for whatever reason, and the offense is better, the pitching is better. But you're absolutely right. There definitely is some really positive takeaways from that series because they did win 8-6. You still have that lead in the National League West against the Padres, 8.5 games, and you're up on the Diamondbacks by almost 10 games. And the cool thing about yesterday was also the offense and the bullpen having pretty solid performances. Was just look at the depth. I mean, the guy that they plugged in that at-bat for Shohei, Santiago Espinal, he was able to get a single to center, and then Rushing scored on a wild pitch the very next batter. So they're able to get guys in situations to have success. I will say the bullpen performance does concern me for the moment because how this is linked to Shohei is if he feels like he has to be Superman again, right? And he has to get back out there and perform at the highest level every single night. Well, the bullpen has really, really struggled since they had their 38-inning streak where they didn't give up a run. But that's where this team really kind of looks at kind of compensating when sometimes the bullpen's hot and then the starting rotation picks them up. The offense, I think, is due to have a big pickup. And Kyle Tucker, is it fool's gold? It kind of feels like it.
It is the Pirates.
It is the
Whether
Pirates.
the 27 Yankees are not against the Dodgers, it does kind of feel like fool's gold, doesn't it?
It really does. It's kind of a little bit of a, okay. The good thing, though, is that for these guys, I mean, they're still big leaguers. They're still going against big leaguers in big league competition, but sometimes that's what you need to get things going. And Mookie got a hit. He goes 1 for 5. Kyle Tucker, he goes 1 for 5, had those 2 RBIs. So the offense, really not a massive level of concern. I will say the bullpen and the youth of the bullpen is starting to really show its issues. And for me, we talked about on yesterday's show, look, there was Dylan Hernandez saying, hey, we got to go out and get a bullpen piece. They do that every single year, right? They got Michael Kopech a couple years ago. He was a big piece. And you see, last year they went out and got Brock Stewart. There's going to be reinforcements on the way. You're going to get Evan Phillips back. You're going to get Edwin Diaz back.
I mean, that's a big one.
That's going to be a huge one. Yeah.
We should have Dylan on, and I will very kindly set up a clash between the two of you.
You want to set up a clash?
You guys are boys.
Yeah. By the way, we're boys for sure. UCLA, let's go.
I thought you were.
Yeah, well, for sure.
Well, you left.
I like to argue that, everyone. But can I throw out an idea?
I love ideas.
I don't like to talk about a problem without a solution.
Virtually, or should we do it in person?
Let's do it in person.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe I think the D-Fish Cody Dagger thing maybe threw me off. Maybe I thought maybe you were somewhere.
I'm not entirely here.
You're not.
Fairness.
There you go.
Yeah.
But here's my solution. Because the reason why Shohei has turned it up on the mound this year, the reason why he's been the best pitcher, at least performance rate-wise in the National League and really in all of baseball, is the legs. And that's the reason why you're seeing uptick in velocity. Just talking to coaches within the team, not just about analogies and things like that, but also about performance. They told me the number one biggest reason why he's throwing harder than ever is that downward torque of those legs and how he's using it to create that whip action, that coil on his release of the fastball. And that's why he's been able to dominate hitters at a higher rate than ever. So because it's a leg injury, and the leg injury is a part of the big reason why he's had the pitching success, I think they should sit him a start, and I think we know we should bring up River Ryan.
By the way, you and I obviously desperately want Shohei Ohtani to chase a Cy Young Award. I'm going to defend myself a little bit on this while I agree with what you just said. The reason I wanted Ohtani pitching some of those innings before is because it was an opportunity where he seemed fine. If there's a world where your analysis is right, where there is any kind of risk to him because of the way that he has made some adjustments on the mound with this injury, I'm with you on sitting him. And I understand what that jeopardizes. I don't want to chase the Cy Young Award when there's clear risk to Ohtani, even if it's minimally clear. I just want to chase it when that risk doesn't exist. And maybe we've shifted to a different gear here for this Dodgers team. D-Mac and Reiter, 97-1 the Fan. 97-1 the Fan. Game 1 tonight against the White Sox is Roki Sasaki going to the mound. So we'll do some of that later in the show. It's Roki, Yoshi, and Emmett Sheehan over these 3 games. Can I drop, before we get to a little U.S. men's national team World Cup talk and me being up at 2 a.m, can I do one more bit of positivity?
Yeah.
Just to we are very focused on the Dodgers. We have the top Dodgers expert literally anywhere sitting to my right, not virtually, in person, Doug McCain, D-Mac and Reiter. And so we get in the weeds on things. But this is still a Dodgers team that has a 7.89 OPS. That is the best in Major League Baseball. And they have a 628 OPS allowed, so the pitching staff, what's been done to them, also the best in Major League Baseball. That has not been done since 1974. Oh. For a bonus, for a team to finish with the best OPS and to limit opposing teams to the lowest OPS, would you like to guess which team did it in 1974?
Oakland A's?
The Dodgers.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. That's why I thought you were Dodgers and Yankees. I thought I'd give you a
yeah.
I hate when people do trivia stuff to me.
No, I could hit that one.
As evidenced by the flags the other day. What is America's flag? I would have gotten that wrong. I panicked. I definitely panicked. So, look, this is obviously still a really, really good baseball team, and we're going to break down a lot more on the Dodgers game tonight when we get some more information. When we hear from Dave Roberts, we'll let you know. But we do want to talk to you about the World Cup. USA has its first game at 6 o'clock tonight. I guess I keep calling it SoFi at LA State. We all know what it is. At the stadium and artist formerly known, that will be known again as SoFi when this World Cup is over. So we'll discuss that. Lots of World Cup talk next here on D-Mac and Reiter.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important, and honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Raj, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
Money! money. By the way, that's to get even like darker into it. Like private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, like, get him a trainer with that price and, like, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can't he get recruited because of how he hits? I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, like, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape. And whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to him, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the, like, now in basketball? There's you don't necessarily have to physically be somewhere to be seen always. Some events are live viewing events where college coaches can be there and see the players in person, and then some events are not. But they're all on some type of platform where coaches that want to see them or hear about them can go pull up the film, they can go pull up the video, and that's what's also changed a lot about recruiting and being seen, is that the video is, 2 seconds a coach can have a video of you playing in a game without actually having to be there. So there's pros to that and cons to that, because guess what? That means he can see thousands and thousands of more players than he used to, when he had to physically go from city to city to see a kid in person. Now, some kids will still get the opportunity to be seen in person, and that may make a difference, but it always comes back to, like, you just focusing on you and getting better and improving, as an athlete, and eventually, your game in a lot of ways will kind of do the talking and do the messaging more so than you trying to get onto a particular stage to say, look at me, when in reality you're not ready to be seen yet. Just focus on getting better, and then that opportunity will come.
And you know him, you love him. He is arguably the
Welcome back into the show. Doug McCain, Bill Reiter, D-Mac, and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. I don't know if I told you this the other day, and I'm really glad I didn't act on it. I was out. I know you're making fun of me for going to Arthur J like nine days in a row. After Arthur J the other night, the second time in Manhattan Beach, I went to a local dive bar, Ercles, and I went in there, and Tyler Glasnow was in there. And I took some photos. I took some creepy, like, pretending to take... You ever do, like, pretend to take a selfie? So I could send it to you guys. Did I send it? But I've been drinking a little bit. Did I send it? I almost went up to him and be like, hey, man, you want to come on D-Mac and Reiter? But I thought that was a poor idea. Did I fail the show, or did I make the right decision?
No, I think you failed the show.
You do?
I do, because if I were you, I'd be like, hey, Tyler, get on the mound. Why aren't you rehabbing, bro?
Oh, you think you're tall?
Wow. Tyler, glass full of beer now, right?
Oh, that's a good one.
No,
that was a good one.
No,
That was a good one. I'm not cheering it.
But
It was a good one.
So I will say, I want to learn from you.
Oh,
because,
you do?
Because, yeah, your story...
Where's the lie detector?
No, listen to me, though. Because your stories have visual backing.
Yeah.
So undeniable proof. Right. So
that was him.
That was
I
him.
saved the photos.
There was no doubt about it.
Okay.
Right. for me, I'd be like, I saw a Loch Ness monster. No pics though. I didn't take a picture.
But he would call and confirm.
Yeah. But yeah, no, Bill's out. Bill's in the streets. He's like living life, dude. Like he's at the hottest bars, hottest restaurants. Dude,
I slept in 3 weeks.
Doing 6 a.m. soccer spots, just living the life,
that was
baby.
5 a.m.
5 a.m. Sorry.
Time 5 a.m.
So call
okay,
time.
by the
5
way,
a.m.
a bunch.
Okay.
This is really cool. So several people that work here in the cluster, the Odyssey cluster, came up to talk. Several other people that I think were just people at the casino who sort of wanted to hang out, really liked the show. And which is very cool. And to all of you that are listening to the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, and to all the shows, but to those of you that talked to me today when I was on KNX, thank you for how much it sounds like some of the people like this show. And one of the people, so you know how when you're tired, and this is the expression you've introduced to my vocab, and I'm using all the time now, I'm stealing your term, but social battery. You know how when you're really tired, but you have to be, on a little bit? It's a lot of energy. So I was there and I was quiet and I was like trying to get coffee. And then people came over and I like being social. I'm like, I'm a social person. And then some poor person was like, where's D-Mac? And I go, he's bleeping sleeping. And they got to jump back. And I had this picture of you just in your bed like sleeping, happy.
Yeah.
I mean, you get up early, but I don't think you're up at 5:10 in the morning.
Yeah, I was up at 5:10. I really wasn't. I mean, I did think of you when I first got up because I think I saw something on, I want to say KNX.
Whenever I wake up.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say.
First thought.
Getting Bill Reiter's face tattooed on my eyelids, so I see him all day, dream of him. But I think someone posted you on KNX on Instagram.
Fun,
so I was like, dude, Bill's out and about early, and I know he's going to know exactly how many minutes he's spent in traffic, right? And I know you're very calculated with the way that you use your time in the morning. So, I mean, you're rolling, man.
It was fun, dude.
What was the energy like? I mean, World Cup.
It was real, dude. It was like I went to the Grove to get a coffee. I think I mentioned.
Did you hide your biases?
No, I wore this.
Okay. Oh, so you just rocked it. Okay.
There was two guys from an LAFC podcast, and they were really focused and intense. And one of them was wearing a German shirt, and he wasn't very social at first. And I thought, oh, maybe because he's German. And then we got off, and they were awesome dudes. They were great. It was really fun, man. And then I went on K Earth with Gary Bryan. That was like super cool too.
That's legendary stuff.
It was
right
great,
there.
dude. It was a vibe. Here's something that I've realized. So. I will say this, people are going to learn this about me. I think you're learning it. You may agree or disagree with the things that I say, but you would attest to the fact that I mean the things I'm saying.
Yes, I do.
I've been saying the same things about LeBron James for a long time. It hit me today at 5:30 or 5:40 in the morning that the things I say about LeBron James resonate in a different way when you say them on Los Angeles radio here on 97.1 The Fan, because every single person that came up to me today and said, I love the show. And I'm not just saying, like several people. I'm a big D-Mac fan. My wife's colleague actually goes, your husband works with D-Mac? And she goes, yeah, this is last night. Doug McCain? Yeah. I'm real. Every person that comes up, whether they say they like the show, I want to listen to the show's cool, I love the show, D-Mac's amazing, whatever, everyone will pause. And this happened 3 or 4 times today. And goes, man, you got LeBron, huh? And I go, and I was like, so today I was like tired. I'm like, what? And one guy's like, you go at, I got it 4 times. And I was thinking in this conversation, I think people have said this to me 30 times in the last 2 weeks. Derek Fisher kind of said it to me with his eyes the other day when someone else brought it up, D-Fish. And somebody goes, you kind of go with LeBron, huh? And I go, I'm kind of at a 5, really. Do I really go with LeBron that hard?
I'm almost to the point where I'm wondering if LeBron wants the max, but also you're part of the negotiation. Like, hey, if I'm going to play in LA, Bill's got to chill a little bit, right? Yeah, work that in there. Hey, Reiter's got to go a little light on me. But here's the thing, though. That's what I think people love about this show, and I've heard some incredible things, of course, about you and everything you bring, and they
Lie
like
detector.
that. No. Here's the thing.
I want to buzzer.
This is the people's show when it comes to LA sports.
That's
I
real.
mean that from the heart. We are speaking facts, truth bombs all day, and guess what? This is not clutch Rich Paul, LeBron James State TV here, right? This is the kind of shows and radio that I always wanted when I was in this town growing up, guys that can keep it 100. Because, I mean, the truth is, LeBron's complicated. I think that's where people, they don't know the truth about you and LeBron is you don't hate on LeBron. You just point out all the complicated nuances that are ever present on him.
I will say this, too, and this may be self-serving, but it's still accurate. And I can speak to this as someone that's covered the NBA for a long time. When I started covering the NBA, and I don't think this is true in baseball, you tell me. I know it's not true in the NFL because I covered that for a hot minute. I would go out to dinner and drinks with writers, and they would say things it's socially their view, and then they would write the opposite again about LeBron and again and again and again. I think part of my view on when I talk about LeBron is not that I hate him or that I'm trying to be a hot take artist or go after him. I am saying the things that many front office people say, that media members will say, the cowards behind the scenes sometimes, and they are. I mean, and cowards is not fair. You brought up Rich Paul, you brought up that agency, you brought up Clutch. They've done a good job of co-opting people. They've done there's games within the game, and if you get information and you get access, and look, Nick Wright's a very talented person. Nick Wright has been paid off with access to LeBron James, and good for that guy. He's made a bunch of money on it. But that doesn't make Nick Wright a reliable source of information on things where the nuance on LeBron becomes negative. And I think we're going to do that on every topic on this show. But I just want to address it because I realized this morning at 5:30 in the morning when the fourth person brought it up that I guess people are a little amused and startled about my LeBron commentary. I have covered LeBron since 2010. I have talked to LeBron many times. It's the things I'm saying I mean, and I would put my veracity on LeBron James ahead of almost anyone's on the face of the planet. But it's not out of mean-spiritedness, and I do like that it amuses people. And anyway, I just want to kind of bring it up because I was tired when it hit me like a ton of bricks. Like, oh, this is resonating with people.
Look, hating on LeBron's not your brand. I don't think it is. I think this is what I think. I think the more you know about something, the more complicated and nuanced conversations you can have about them. And I think that's what it stems down to. I mean, you could write a book on LBJ, and the truth is, he's acknowledged you multiple times, right? I mean,
yes, good and bad.
Good and bad, but he's acknowledged your existence, right?
Yes.
He's never once acknowledged the existence of Skip Baseless. Check that, Skip Baseless.
Is that true?
Never. Like that's a one-sided feud. It's always Skip, saying LeBron. And LeBron acts like he doesn't exist because he doesn't want to add fuel to the fire, try to empower him in any way. So I think that LeBron respects your opinion. When you talk LeBron, really he's interested.
Can I? This is the last time I'm gonna. It's a pat ourselves on the back Friday, so we're gonna have to pay. I'll pat you on the back a lot because I think you're amazing.
I think I hate LeBron.
I wrote. People think it. I went to see Bronny play. This is a perfect encapsulation of my LeBron James relationship. I went to see Bronny play in the NBA Combine 2 years ago. My brain is not firing on all cylinders. And I wrote a very, very long story. I mean, it must have been 5,000 words when I was still writing for CBSSports.com. And the very first part of it was some line that was, at first, Bronny James looked small. Like, he looked small. And that went crazy viral, and they cut a clip of it, and it, did 1 billion views. And LeBron's people sent me one of LeBron's people, I should name him because he's been such a jerk to me the last 2 years. I won't. I might actually. I'm in a mood. He sent me a really put out, pissed off, like, how dare you hate LeBron, you're a piece of crap, whatever. And if I scroll back, 4 months earlier or something nice. And then I just didn't respond. And then, or maybe I sent him the entire story. And then the next day he wrote back, it's like, actually, I'm sorry. I read the whole thing. That was a really nice piece. Because the piece was basically about the doubts that scouts had that Bronny could be good enough, but how impressive Bronny was in some ways. And my point is this. I will give you LeBron honest conversations on everything here, just like Doug does in the Dodgers. When Doug is saying something about Shohei Ohtani you don't like, or I am saying something about LeBron James that you don't like, our show is going to 1,000% bring that when we know the reaction's negative. It is not there to, we're not trying to engender negative reactions. We're going to give you the stuff that may make you mad, but that LeBron's people and the Dodgers people, when they actually consume the content and don't get it aggregated, will go, okay, that's actually nuanced enough that either I agree or disagree, but I respect the hell out of it. That's what this show's going to be.
Totally agree, 100%. Sometimes you got to have those conversations, right? Sometimes all your players aren't just sunshine and rainbows and everything's great. So, yeah, that's what I'm here for, man. That's absolutely what I'm here for.
I love doing this show. Very quickly, I know we have to get to Rooter Hero of the Day, and we have a lot of nominees, but there's a warning. So Paraguay. Did I get it?
Yeah, that works.
So bad at the pronunciation.
Why do you think I'm like Paraguay?
Paraguay. They're good.
Paraguay.
They're dangerous. Look, they're not going to win. Paraguay's not going to win, I don't think, a knockout game. But they can win tonight, and they can draw the USA tonight. Before you get mad and say that I hate America too, a warning today. Canada played their first match and against Bosnia Herzegovina. I'm so bad at pronunciations. Look, I don't work in radio or talk for a living here on 97.1 The Fan. Canada drew. They dropped points today. So the way it works, if you don't know, is that in these group stages, they play round robin, 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, obviously no points for a loss, and then the top 3 go through, and there's various tiebreakers. If you're Canada and you're on home soil and you're playing that match, you have to win that match. And the fact they had to chase points and they and they had a ton of shots on target, and there was an amazing save in the first part of the second half from a Bosnian defender who basically got his, I think it was right foot up, and just it hit the top of the bar. And it was crazy. But my point is not to criticize Canada. This is the World Cup, and everyone's bringing everything. And this is the moment of a lifetime for some of these teams, especially teams who have players who don't get to play on the big lights all the time. USA better bring it in a way Canada didn't, because the margins are thin. And you're wearing a USA men's national team jersey. That kit looks amazing. We can win tonight, but not if we are not 100% locked in.
It's at SoFi. It's the first game. I'm looking at the crowd. I'm very interested in how electric that crowd's going to be. And Christian Pulisic, we know, didn't have the greatest year in the for AC Milan, right? He recently said he kind of put that behind him, and he's locked in, and he's fit, and he's ready to go. 33 goals in 86 games for the U.S. men's national team. I'm hoping we see a star take a next big step in his career, right? I think that's what this country always gravitates towards. Great team, but great star on great team. I mean, look at Wembanyama, right? Forget that he's in San Antonio. It's like, it's Victor Wembanyama. They're immediately interesting. The U.S. needs a star to step up. And I think there's a lot of pressure on Pulisic, and let's see if he can be that guy.
D-Mac and Reiter, the new 97.1, the fan, the voice of LA Sports. Good news quickly, and then we're going to go to Rooter Hero of the Day nominees. Dave Roberts said Shohei Ohtani had imaging on his knee, but it came back clean. So came back clean, good news. Shohei won't be available tonight, so he's not in the lineup. We told you that earlier. If you missed that, Shohei Ohtani not in the lineup, won't be available at all. Dave Roberts said they'll see about tomorrow, but Roberts remains hopeful he'll be back this weekend, and as of now, said he's still on track to make his next pitching start Wednesday. Very quickly, D-Mac, you speak Dave Roberts. What does that mean?
That means that, hey, they thought that it was to the point where you had to get some imaging done. They wanted to make sure there was no issues, and I think if those images came back where they felt like, hey, maybe we should put him on the 10-day IL, they would have done so. So this is great news. This is good news. It also is a organization is going to be very, very cautious. This is another example of that. So hopefully he's back. Hopefully he's fine. And hopefully, too, when he does come back, maybe the playing style changes a little bit. Maybe you're not going first to third. Maybe you're not sliding into second base aggressively. Stealing bases, right. So maybe have the governor on a little bit when you're out there for the next couple of games when he does come back.
D-Mac and Reiter, I think I speak for all of LA when I say on that news and the positivity that D-Mac just gave us, thank God. We are going to... All right, I can thank God.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
I thank God.
Prayer circle for Shohei.
You just did it.
Yeah, I did.
You threw a prayer up there.
And I just love it how you're totally right. It's so serious, and we feel good about it.
I feel very good about it. You know what else I feel great about? Heroes. Rooter Hero of the Day nominees. Next here, D-Mac and Reiter.
best manager in Major League Baseball. He has been helming the Los Angeles Dodgers to championships and going for a third one as we speak. You know him, you love him. He is arguably the best manager in Major League Baseball. He has been helming the Los Angeles Dodgers to championships and going for a third one as we speak. In a row, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Dave Roberts joins D. Fish and Decker. Doc, how you speak? In a row, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Dave Roberts joins D. Fish and Decker. Doc, how you doing, my guy?
Oh, Deck, what's going on, man? It's been a long time, man. I love that you are paired up with D-Fish, man. I love the duo. It's fantastic.
Just legends, my guy. Just legends.
No doubt.
How is it over there in Pittsburgh, man? I mean, the game last night, especially seventh inning on, absolute offensive barrage. How was that?
It was unbelievable. You know, Skeens is he's one of the game's best. And, you know, with those guys, you sort of just got to wait them out. And we waited him out, got him out after 6, and then the barrage, as you said, happened, and we came to life. And so that was good. To a game that Paul Skeens starts and you get a team win, that's a good day.
Coach D-Fish here, man. We really appreciate you joining us, man, especially as you get locked in for the second game of the series tonight. Talk to us about, like, your experience as a player and how, as you transition into managing and coaching, how that's really influenced how you lead your guys now.
Well, I'll tell you, Fish, you know, it's like I love playing. Playing and actually I enjoy managing more than I did playing. And I say that because playing, you got a very micro look at life and performance, because a lot of it is about you and your individual performance. And yeah, you want the team to win, and you were a point guard. I was a leadoff hitter, so you're setting the table for guys. But still, you're still looking at individual performance. As a manager, you have a chance to set the culture, really impact lives, and get a different, wider lens. And so when we win championships, I can really now appreciate how many people were involved in winning versus, you know, you both know when you play, you only think that everything revolves around the players. And that is the most important piece, but you just have more of an appreciation for everyone else. So for me, honestly, my body feels better now that I'm not playing too. So that's another.
D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. And if you want to call us, we would love to hear from you. The phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-97-LA-FAN. Happy U.S. men's national team first group stage game day. Whew, it's a mouthful. It's quite a read. 6 o'clock tonight at the stadium formerly known as SoFi against Paraguay. See, I can't roll my R's. Can you roll your R's? If you could roll your R's, would you just be able to crush it?
Rocky.
That was good.
Baila la Rocky. That's his warm-up song.
Try it.
Let's hear it.
I'm wearing a Spain jersey.
Yeah.
I once spent a year on YouTube trying to learn how to roll my R's. And
after 6 months, man, I might want to call it.
I gave it a year.
Kind of crazy.
I couldn't do it, man. I looked it up.
Respect on the persistence, bro.
My buddies from Spain, I told him and a bunch of people, like some people just can't do it. And then I looked it up, no, man, everybody can do it. You're an idiot. You are an idiot. All right, it is time. I can't remember if we have imaging because I'm really good at radio. It is time for Rooter Hero of the Day. Bill Reiter's good at radio. D-Mac and Reiter. I don't think we have imaging. We don't.
Let's get into it.
I am not the Rooter. Yeah, Hero of the Day from Rooter Hero. Everybody needs a hero. RooterHero.com. I have a lot.
You do?
Can we just jump into it?
Go get it.
It's gonna sound like him. Being a little sycophantic. I'm gonna nominate our boss Andrew Williams, and I'm gonna tell you why. He showed up today. I showed up at 5 a.m. for this remote, and he was there, and I assume he had work to do, right? And then when I left, he was leaving. I go, "Don't, where are you going?" He's like, "I just came here to support you." That's a pretty baller boss move.
He's the man. He really is. Love that dude.
I was like, "Whoa, bro."
Yeah.
And you know what I didn't say to him? I would never do that for you.
Hey.
No, I
think you would.
Wait, think he's listening?
My man gets up
do
at
it.
4:45 sharp on the dot. Gets that workout in. Dude's done more in like before the sun comes up than most people ever do.
This is my Kiss the Boss's Behind segment. You want to do it? You do it yourself next time. Don't even do this like,
hilarious.
Man, he's yoked. It's next time.
Dude,
that's next time.
She's
He's working out with Cody Decker. Let's go.
Yeah.
It's next time, bro.
Dude's jacked.
Okay. So anyway, I'm nominating him.
All right. First one I'm nominating is I am nominating the U.S. men's soccer team tonight. Get that win. I feel the energy, feel the electricity. I know that this is a big-time long shot, and I know that it's unrealistic to think they're going to win, but that is what this is all about in this country.
Wait,
Dreams
you're
and hope.
nominating the U.S. men's national team?
Yeah.
Before they play?
Yeah.
What if they lose?
If they lose, I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win.
I believe, Sam, that should not be a finalist. But I'm just going to put it. I'm just put it out there. You're going to wait.
I mean, they've been playing exhibitions and friendlies, as you like to call them.
Yeah, this sounds like an exhibition. Like, what are we doing?
Hey, look, I just there's a buzz, there's electricity.
That's the lack of sleep talking.
There's a buzz
and
and electricity. And look, this is something that I think this country has been waiting for as far as just a coronation, maybe not to the championship level. I've said it on the show that anyone that thinks they have a realistic shot, it's not realistic at all. But still, if you get to the court, if you maybe win a knockout stage game, if you can advance past this group, it's time for this team to realize some potential.
All right, so can we throw Sam Medina up, please? And here, okay, so Sammy from Promotions and Events was awesome today at KNX and K-Earth, like amazing. He did a great job. But he let me know that we have been referring to Sam Medina, who does an amazing job on social media here, and I am sort of waiting for Sam to put herself up. She goes by Sammy. We've been calling Sam by the wrong name.
Oh, Sammy.
Sammy, you got to tell it. Look, no one's to blame. Doug is. But I'm going to nominate the other Sammy from Promotions and Events, who did an amazing job, for alerting me to our Sammy's name.
There we go. Okay, so it's Sammy. I like it. For a punishment, I hate to be called Dougie, so you can call me Dougie for like a week. How about that? That'll be the punishment. And how about you, Billy? No, that's a no.
I want to be Dunny with that.
You'll be Okay.
We're not doing the cheers, right?
Okay.
But I won.
Oh, there you go.
You can do it for me, Bert.
Get your
can't
dub.
do it for Dougie.
Get your dub. Okay, you know what my next hero is?
Yeah, I don't know.
There is a fan here from Germany who has gone viral because of his tweets, and his name is Freddie LA7, and he's embraced the culture of the United States, and he's got all these awesome tweets talking about Taco Bell as the Holy Land, and he had a tweet where he was like, morning, Waffle House, lunch, Taco Bell, dinner, Chili's in the NBA Finals. Like, he's all about American culture, and it's going crazy. He's loving it.
All right, so we got, I was going to write German guy. Is that
yeah,
sufficient?
It works.
Is it weird that I can't
talk about the Holy Land?
Here's one that I'm very excited about, and because I'm here for all of it. I'm here for anyone listening, even if they hate us. And this made me laugh out loud. This made words happen. Georgie on X wrote at the Fan LA, at DMac_LA, and at SportsWriter, Sports REITER, about you. Bro teamed up with Reiter and became equally as stupid. So I'm going to nominate that guy for, you know what? You're wrong. And there's an outside chance that that's a boomerang on you there, buddy. But I appreciate you listening to the show, and I'm here for all the heat you want to throw our direction.
Hey,
I'm a bad influence.
I'm absolutely here for it. I'm absolutely here for it. We had my friends in the group chat saying that ever since you've been working with Billy, you become a hot take artist. No, that's not true. I'm a big boy. I've got my own takes. Okay?
Honestly, your Wemby thing yesterday, I looked at you like I want a new partner.
I'll take it. All right.
I did.
Last hero, Bill Reiter. How about Bill Reiter waking up early, doing soccer hits, doing pre-show stuff, making sure everything's rocking and rolling. So, hey, Bill Reiter, you're my hero.
Okay, I'm going to put Tanner Scott in there.
You have Tanner Scott?
4 out.
Yeah, 4 out save.
That was very nice.
Yeah.
I'm
Tanner
not sure
Scott's the man.
I'm not sure how to respond to the kindness.
I know. I like it. You get it makes you uncomfortable.
I felt very uncomfortable. my face matched my shirt here. I have a Spain shirt. It's red. I got a little embarrassed. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, man, you were grinding today, man.
I'll tell you what, though. I love radio, dude. I love it. It is so much fun. So, all right, we have a lot of nominees. Sammy and Bursch are gonna narrow that down to 4. Please vote at the Fan LA over on the stream. You can also drop any comments you want in the stream, including how dumb I'm making Doug or whatever you want, and we'll read them. It's cool. We're here for it. Austin Reeves is here for all the money. A report says he could get it. What it means for the Lakers next on DMAC and Reiter.
They have this.
Welcome back into the show. D-Mac and Reiter on this Friday, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. Again, text injury help to 40222. Dude, I do love a Friday energy.
Yeah.
I do love a Friday vibe.
That Friday vibe, unmatched. And it's like, too, like they say the Friday sleep before the off day is so much better because you.
Wait, is that real?
Yeah, it's definitely real.
There's like a psychological effect.
Psychological, it feels better. You're kind of farther from Monday, but that sleep that hits on Friday night with the Saturday off is better than the Saturday sleep with Sunday off because you worked really hard on Friday, right? So you're still working, and then you shut it down. Feels awesome. You're like, hey, got nothing to do the next day. But Saturday, it's like, all right, it's already Sunday. The Sunday scaries are there, so that Friday sleep is unmatched. I mean, Bursch,
you're bringing
right?
this. You're bringing the science, man.
Right? I mean, I'm with me on that. I mean,
I love it. I love it. I'm ready to knock out tonight.
Bursch just became our sleep expert. You put him in a sleep expert time. Bursch, tell me about sleep.
I don't know why I made me laugh so much.
Well, that was something. Yeah. Bursch, sleep. Give me the sleep info.
He's like,
I like
he's
sleep
like breaking
too,
out
man.
pillows and mattresses. Was it the Friday sleep before the Saturday off?
It's Ryan Sleepinger over there. Let's go.
Okay. All right.
We okay? 855-97 LA fan. How many? So we're more.
How cruel is that for me to bring up sleep when you're deprived of it right now?
So
I feel so bad for doing that.
No, but here's the thing. By the way, talking about sports ain't work, right? So I love radio. It's a joyous day, and I'm gonna sleep so good tonight, dude. I'm gonna. Oh my god.
Yeah.
When I crash.
Yeah. That's the thing too. What does it mean to sleep hard? You're like, "Rrr." Like you always like wonder what does that even mean?
I do wonder sometimes the things that are happening here. And I love that about the show. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. If you want to call us and explain to us what we're talking about, that would be helpful. 855-97 LA Fan. How many? So a little bit less than 3 hours. Paraguay versus the USA. This is not an easy game. In fact, and we'll break this down for you in the 5 o'clock hour, but the USA to just win outright is plus 105, which is basically a coin flip. Now, draws, ties matter too. So it's basically 50% USA wins, but 50% they either lose or draw. You think they're going to win. You're wearing the USA, the cool American flag kit. How many goals will we score today?
I think that it's a 1-1 game, and in the 76th minute, I think we get a Pulisic goal to put the USA on top, and they get the win.
2-1. All right, so we're going to take, since it's 3 total goals that'll happen today at SoFi, not SoFi Stadium, but we're going to win. We're going to take caller number 3 to represent those goals as a part of the WNBA's biggest celebration, which is coming to Crypto.com Arena on Sunday, June 21st. From special guests to one-of-a-kind giveaways to an in-game performance by Warren G. It's going to be an unforgettable night celebrating the 30th anniversary of the first Sparks game on June 21st, 1997. Get your tickets now at www.lasparks.com/1997. LASparks.com/1997. And again, caller number 3, because of the 3 goals that Doug has prophesized. And if it doesn't happen, Gene will call and say, no, he said 4. That was mean. That was over the line.
That was good.
I like that prediction. I think that's a very doable sort of outcome, and I think a USA win feels kind of like 2-1.
A lot of pressure the first match, as we're calling them, right? Obviously, first match, and then a lot of pressure on USA to deliver. I want to see a tight game. I want to see a close game too, right? I mean,
do you want to feel the?
I need to feel it, right? Like I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm the biggest football fan and I'm the biggest USA fan, but when the Stars and Stripes go out there for anything, I'm going to be rooting hard. And I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on me because there's going to be electric at SoFi Stadium and a close game to have a big moment late. The magic will begin.
We have a fancy schmancy room, a cool room where we all hang out. It's like a green room. And I was in there watching Canada, Bosnia, and I was screaming at the television. And Bursch kind of got into it, right? You know, he was studying sleep stuff in case you asked him about it, but you know, sleep expert. But and he kind of saw the madness and the craziness. And I'm here. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for this USA game. Like I'm here for it, dude.
Me too. I'm here for either if they win, it's great. If they lose, it's like what's wrong with U.S. soccer, right? And all that stuff. Like that's
if they and there will be something
what's
wrong
up, Pochettino?
There will be something wrong. There's a lot wrong with
Poch.
I'm not a big fan.
Yeah, I can tell.
Pochettino.
You're not a big Poch guy.
Yeah, I'm not. He'll be Splotchetino if it doesn't go well. You know what I'm saying?
Screw the Poch.
We're not. Oh, like the
Pooch.
pooch.
Pooch. Yeah.
No, I got it, but it sounded a little dirty. I thought. I was just saying. Birch looked nervous, but I understood the expression.
Yeah.
Are we good?
We're totally good.
There's some news on the Lakers, and we're obviously waiting for LeBron James, and you're not allowed to. Teams can talk to their own would-be free agents once the finals are over. We've talked about the fact that the NBA, they do not want news to come out about free agency during the finals. They want the focus to be on the game while the games are still going on. But there is movement that happens. And Rich Paul, the CEO of Clutch, by the way, can I just give you a pet peeve? Every time that, if you notice, when NBA insiders write about Clutch Sports, they have to do Rich Paul's entire title. It's like 400 words long. CEO of Clutch Sports and glorious bringer of the basketball information of LeBron, whatever it is, bro.
Calm down.
You're Rich Paul. You don't just like you run Clutch Sports.
Dude could go with RP. We would get it.
It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
It's a whole thing.
It should be, hey, I got this job because I knew LeBron.
I butt dialed him once.
Did you?
I did.
Did you pick up?
Do you know what No, but
It's
when I
Rich.
realized what I was doing, you know what I wanted to do in the message?
What?
Hey, it's me. Like Adele. But I just frantically hung up the phone.
Hello?
There it is. I went, hey.
It's me.
That's not even the lyrics.
Yeah.
I turned it into a country song or something. Hi. All right. So Rich Paul has spoken, and he has given a little bit of insight. This is on the Pat McAfee Show. I want to credit properly. On the Pat McAfee Show, Rich Paul continued to put out some information about his client, LeBron James' sort of view of the world and what might happen in free agency.
Believe nothing that's out there because I haven't had one conversation with him. When you think about numbers that's being thrown out, what we're asking about and all these things, that's all false. We haven't had one conversation with anybody about anything. And so I'll continue to give him his time. And when he's ready to talk, I can tell you this. I tell you guys this. There has been incoming calls from every team. Without naming names, I would say, about 10 to 12.
Well, hold on. Every team and then 10 to 12. Is he just lying?
The math ain't math in there.
No, it's not.
I'll tell you that much.
Does he know how many teams are in the NBA?
Yeah.
He's not the CEO of math.
He's not.
He's the CEO of Clutch. Okay, I can see where it sounds like I don't like LeBron. I'm just kidding. Rich Paul's very, very good at his job. He really is. The way that they've leveraged the hell out of sort of LeBron's position.
I mean, but wouldn't every team take LeBron at a minimum? Like, so wouldn't that be every team's interested at the right price?
Yeah, so I'm going to do my semantics sort of annoying, very particular, specific thing that I'm put out by. But there will be reports sometimes, and this reminds me of that, where people will say breathlessly, phone call made about Giannis from team in the East. Every GM calls every other GM, sometimes just says, what's up? A phone call is not the same thing as interest, right? If you and I are trading our drafted, I know you did a trade, our drafted World Cup teams for the 97 won the fan competition, and I go, hey man, I'll trade you Mexico for whatever, Brazil, you're going to hang up the phone. That's not the same thing as a conversation where there's real interest in dialogue. So 10 to 12 teams calling is not the same things as 10 to 12 teams having a conversation that LeBron James is interested in, number one. And number two, I just don't believe Rich Paul hasn't talked to LeBron about it. That would make him the worst agent on the face of the planet. They haven't had conversations about what the plan is. This is the thing that I think annoys people. Why insult people's intelligence? Of course you've talked to LeBron. No one's expecting you to come out on the Pat McAfee Show and say, I've talked to LeBron and I'm not supposed to tell you, but he's going to the Spurs, right? But I don't understand their approach sometimes. And I think my experience covering LeBron is that when they don't have control of their world, when they're uncertain what's going to happen, they actually act a little louder and they act a little more demonstrably. And I think it's a reaction to not having control. Because when LeBron James went back to Cleveland, right? They did the secretive thing with Lee Jenkins. When he this is crazy. I got a text. I was walking through a park in Brooklyn, New York, in LeBron's last free agency, and I got a text from an unknown number. I didn't know it. It said, "Hey Bill, you know me. I can't tell you who I am. LeBron's going to the Lakers." And the news hadn't broken yet. And I texted Jeannie Buss, and I texted Rich Paul, and I texted a bunch of people, and no, I didn't hear back from anybody, and I couldn't report it because I didn't know who it was, right? Maybe it was fake Jay Moore guy. Maybe it was the same guy. I don't know. And then he went to L.A. But my point is, when LeBron has power and control, it's silence. When LeBron has power and control, it's crickets until Lee Jenkins drops a Sports Illustrated cover or the news comes out from Jeannie Buss. all of this talk to me tells me that LeBron doesn't feel certain what's going to happen. And I think Dan Wojcicki's story that dropped on Austin Reeves kind of speaks to this, because the actual reporting coming out there from actual NBA insiders, and Dan Wojcicki is a very good one, at The Athletic, covering the Lakers. He reported today that multiple front office sources around the league, granted anonymity to discuss things, expect Austin Reeves to have interest from the Brooklyn Nets with a 4-year, $178.5 million contract expected to be offered, Wojcicki reported. League sources said the Detroit Pistons and Atlanta Hawks are among a group of interested teams that can create space to make competitive offers. Obviously, if the going price is around $179 million, if the Hawks and the Pistons got involved, they're not going to be offering markedly less, they're probably offering the same or more. Other teams could also emerge. I think Rich Paul's out there saying that every team's calling and forgetting that he just said that 5 seconds earlier, and then saying it's 10 to 12 because they're waiting on Austin Reeves. And that has to be humiliating and frustrating for LeBron James. But I think that's where we are. I think the Lakers are prioritizing Reeves, and they have to figure out whether they want to pay him this kind of money. And I understand why that's not a slam dunk for the reasons you've talked about. That's almost $45 million a year, which I know, D-Mac, you don't, if it's the Lakers doing it, love.
There's going to be consequences if they sign him to a deal with that, but they have no choice. Like, they really do not have any other angle, any other players, any other positions of leverage that they can turn to, just for the simple fact that they haven't drafted well. There's no access to other players on this free agent market. All the guys that you would want, the Peyton Watsons, the Cody Kesslers, the really good restricted free agents, you're going to have to outbid by a lot, and you're probably not going to be able to get those players. So if you're Austin Reeves, you are in a very, very, very advantageous position, because the Lakers, really, only thing they have to decide now is about the 5th year and just the rest of the finances on the deal. If it's 5 years, $225, you can outbid the Nets, right? So if you are the Lakers, you can't lose that asset. If you do, you're going to be screwed. And on top of losing the asset, you can't piss off your best player, which is Luka Doncic. So the Lakers, the thing about the Lakers, the Lakers picked a bad time for their franchise player to become best friends and BFFs with Austin Reeves, because that's what happened. So Austin Reeves being great friends with Luka Doncic, whatever they did, I don't know if they went out to the movies, played video games, and whatever relationship that Austin Reeves created with Luka Doncic this year, it's going to get him paid. So guess what? Being a good person, being a cool dude in a locker room with Luka Doncic is actually going to get Austin Reeves a bag, and it's going to be for the Lakers.
D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan, everything you said is so spot on. And what I'm about to say in that context is less probable. So you'd have to go to Luka Doncic and probably get permission.
Yeah.
But the other takeaway I have from this, D-Mac, is that if the Brooklyn Nets are interested, as Wojcicki said, in a $179 basically million 4-year deal, and the Hawks and the Pistons are interested in making space to be able to do the same thing, that's 3 teams that highly value Austin Reeves. That is opportunity in a sign and trade if Reeves is open to some of these places in getting maybe more than you otherwise would. And so, to your point, he's an asset. He's an asset now if you have the guts or the willingness to move him despite Luka's resistance to that. And like, you could also talk to Luka, right? There's a world where you reach out to Luka and you sort of take his exact temperature on how put out he would be. Or you can bring Reeves in at a bunch of money and hope he plays well enough that it doesn't work. Other teams still think they can make it work.
And see, that's the $1 million question that we'll find out years from now is, does he emerge as a positive asset on a max contract, right? Of course, we know what he could get in certain years, and just the market has changed, right? Yesterday's price isn't today's price. Today's price for someone like Austin Reeves, someone that is a 23-point-per-game level scorer. The guy can play make. The guy would have been an all-star this season if he certainly went up and had the all-star season and didn't get injured, right? I mean, he was someone that was aiming for his best season ever. Unfortunately, got injured, came back a little early in the playoffs. I think he kind of, I'm not the biggest Austin Reeves guy. I mean, I've said on this show, he does feel like someone that is a really, really good TV actor that they're trying to make a movie star, right? And I do feel like even though that's the case, no matter what side you're on, keep Austin Reeves, let Austin Reeves go. It makes all the sense in the world to retain him, because if you don't, that's complete asset management and just complete mismanagement too if you don't bring him back. So they're in a tough spot, but he's going to get the bag. And to your point earlier, of course they're going to prioritize Reeves over LeBron, right? There's no way where you would go that route.
And the thing about the Reeves situation that I think becomes really interesting for LeBron James and for the Lakers managing LeBron, D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan, if you are open and interested to trading Austin Reeves in a sign and trade, which, as we've discussed, is not open and shut. Austin Reeves has to sign off on that. And LeBron James Luka Doncic has to sign off on that. And then you have to negotiate with the Hawks or the Pistons or the Nets or leverage them against each other. That delays decision-making. And every minute that decision-making is delayed on Austin Reeves starting June 30th when NBA free agency begins, further delays LeBron James feeling respected. Look, LeBron is, I'm guessing, I don't know, but I would imagine, having covered him, having all the information you and I have from the people that are doing on-the-ground reporting right now, that if it's 2 or 3 days and LeBron doesn't know what the Lakers are willing to offer him or what their plan is because they're still trying to figure out how to trade Austin Reeves or not, or they're just still negotiating with Reeves on money and they're far enough apart they don't know what they have to spend, that probably pushes LeBron James closer to a Warriors or a Cleveland or to if there's a surprise team out there. And so I don't know. I'll be very curious how much the Lakers want to manage LeBron's ego as they try to manage their first priority, Austin Reeves. I think that's a big storyline that'll be behind the scenes, but that could be important.
For sure, because if he comes back, he's going to be a big part of your team, one way or the other. I mean, he's going to be your second best player, your third best player, who knows? But as far as just the auction in the room that he's going to take up, and as far as the questions about this being his last dance, his retirement tour, that's going to definitely suffocate the Lakers in a lot of different ways. And I think, too, with the Austin Reeves thing, kind of going back to that just for a second, does this feel to you that this is being leaked to kind of just drive up the price for the Lakers and that we'll see the Lakers cave ultimately just because they have to sign him?
Look, I think that's a totally reasonable possibility. I think that could. These are the games within the games, but we've seen really smart front offices and some stupid ones think that's the case and then have their guy go sign a 4-year deal instead of a 5-year deal because they feel insulted and because there's just money, right? You've had teams who think that's right, who don't value the guy at a level that they believe reports like this, and then all of a sudden Austin Reeves I'm going to sign a 4-year deal with the Brooklyn Nets. Peace.
I'm out.
Deuces. And so it's a but that's why the leverage games work, and that's why the bluffs can work. All right, let's go negative here on D-Mac and Reiter just for a minute. But maybe it's realistic. And this leans into your perspective, which I love. So let's say that they give Austin Reeves 5 years and, $45 million a year, whatever it is. And it does not, where does he rank over the next year in this city, in Los Angeles, as just a risk factor? If you're going to rank the biggest worries, maybe that's a better way to put it, the biggest worries out there in LA sports, where does Austin Reeves fit in and who's in the conversation with him as we try to see whether he's worth $225 million?
So the difference between Reeves and some of these other players like the Kyle Tuckers who signed a $240 million deal with the Dodgers is you've got the aprons, right? You can't just go out there and throw money at players and just pay the penalties because of it, right? Kyle Tucker, if he's bad, if he sucks, if he's terrible, the Dodgers go out there and just buy some other players, right? They'll just find a way to acquire other talent. If Austin Reeves, if the Lakers go out there and they get Austin Reeves on a deal, $44 million, and he's injured or he regresses and people realize that he's a defensive liability and you can't bring in a lot of talent and ship him out for it, that's a major risk. So I would say the Myles Garrett one, I don't even think is going to be up there because I think it's going to be really, really good.
I don't think
Yeah, I mean,
I'm very comfortable.
There's a difference between a top 5 player in the league at the very worst and the best at his position versus Austin Reeves. Is he top 30, right? I mean, something in that range, 25, 30 as a player in the league.
No.
Exactly. So probably the 37th best player in the NBA, something in that range. So I think this could go down as the contract that's the riskiest because there's him, and we'll see if they get a new deal with Puka Nacua. His behavior, that might lead to that. But here's the thing.
That's a good one.
But here's the thing. This is a good exercise, a good thought exercise, because it's a reminder how some of these other guys that are signing big deals are right at the top of the food chain at their position. Puka, best receiver in the NFL, at least in the conversation. Myles Garrett, best defensive lineman in the NFL in the conversation for best player. Austin Reeves is nowhere near being the best player in the NBA, and he's going to get a max deal with the Lakers.
Can I put both quarterbacks in Vegas on the list, even though Vegas is not LA, but we have talked about how the Raiders are an LA story?
Yeah.
I mean, Kirk Cousins, I think, is washed. And I don't know if Nandalorian, so dumb, if the Nandalorian, I just don't know. So I think that's an interesting sort of dilemma. Because if both those quarterbacks are a problem, it doesn't matter how good Tom Brady is, which we talked about yesterday. I think that's on the list. Kyle Tucker's on the list for me. Puka's a great example. And I'm going to just remind people, and I know these are apples and oranges to a degree. When the Angels got Albert Pujols, people thought that was a steal, and it turned out it's the best thing that could have happened to the Cardinals and the worst thing that could have happened to the Angels. So there's never a lock when you give somebody money. Stuff goes wrong sometimes.
It really does. And that's why Austin Reeves has put himself in the best position because he's going to get paid because the Lakers know. He's getting so paid. I mean, and he wants to be a Laker, that's great, but this is a contract that could absolutely sink the Lakers. It could lead to Luka Doncic maybe wanting to get traded to another team. Could also lead to him being an all-star, to being a second option. And I think a lot of it factors into who else they can acquire. But I think this contract is going to be one of the most discussed ones and one of the most, and it's got really all on Austin Reeves, right? It's really dependent on him. But the interesting thing for Reeves is, what if he does play well next season, right? What if he does play well? Does he almost think to myself, wow, the better I'm playing, the higher the chance they're going to trade me? It's kind of a weird situation for him, right? So if you're the Lakers, I think the dream scenario is you sign Austin Reeves, $44 million, whatever it is per season, $225, $240 million, whatever it may be. He comes back, plays really well. Some other names become available that you feel like are better fits around Luka Doncic, and then explore how to upgrade, because I don't think they can win a championship with Reeves.
Same problem you're talking about now, but I'm with you where Luka's got to agree. D-Mac, I almost said Luka and Reeves. D-Mac, that'd be a show. D-Mac and Reiter here on 97.1, The Fan 97.1.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah, The Fan. U.S. men's national team playing Paraguay in about an hour and a half. It is a critical game. It is not a slam dunk. We're going to talk about that and how, we're just going to explain to those of you that maybe don't know, how the soccer bug can infect you in all the great ways that the beautiful game can. Next on D-Mac and Reiter.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents are, they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important, and honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Raj, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
Money! By the way, that's to get even darker into it. Like, private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, get him a trainer with that price and, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can't he get recruited because of how he hits? I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape. And whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to him, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the, now in basketball, there's you don't necessarily have to physically be somewhere to be seen always. Some events are live viewing events where college coaches can be there and see the players in person, and then some events are not, but they're all on some type of platform where coaches that want to see them or hear about them can go pull up the film. They can go pull up the video. And that's what's also changed a lot about recruiting and being seen, is that the video is, 2 seconds. A coach can have a video of you playing in a game without actually having to be there. So there's pros to that and cons to that, because guess what? That means he can see thousands and thousands of more players than he used to when he had to physically go from city to city to see a kid in person. Now, some kids will still get the opportunity to be seen in person, and that may make a difference, but it always comes back to like you just focusing on you and getting better and improving, as an athlete, and eventually, your game in a lot of ways will kind of do the talking and do the messaging more so than you trying to get onto a particular stage to say, look at me, when in reality you're not ready to be seen yet. Just focus on getting better, and then that opportunity will come.
And you know him, you love him. He is. Major League Baseball. He has been helming the Los Angeles Dodgers to championships and going for a third one as we speak in a row, ladies and gentlemen. The one, the only, Dave Roberts joins D-Fish and Decker. Doc, how you doing, my guy?
Oh, Jack, what's going on, man? It's been a long time, man.
Happy Friday, LA. What up? Welcome back into the show. D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. You like to drive, right? When you're driving around LA, like, what's your style? You driving fast? You driving slow? You aggressive?
I'm driving at the perfect speed. Yeah.
I saw you driving. You are driving.
I'm bumping 97 with the fan.
You are driving at the perfect speed. Too fast.
Yeah. I like to get to point A to point B as fast as possible.
Well, those Waymos? I was driving the other day, and there was a Waymo, and it had just stopped during rush hour at a four-way. I shouldn't laugh. Four-way stop sign, and going the other way, and the cars were backed up for miles. It was in a it was crazy. People, I shouldn't laugh, but it was a residential street, right? So I'm driving, the speed limit very slowly, and I'm looking to my left, and people are raging in their cars.
Oh, yeah.
And I laughed out loud.
They're crazy.
Bad person.
Those Waymos are good, though. Did you see the story where the Waymo was able to stop? The person fell off their bike, and the Waymo stopped perfectly, and the guy's head didn't get rolled over. But a human probably at that reaction speed would have had the worst possible scenario, basically. So Waymos are safe,
way to Waco.
I guess. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, come on, way to Waco.
That's a good way to go, Waymo.
That's a Hall of Fame level.
Yeah, that's great
stuff.
stuff.
Was that good?
Yep,
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I got in a Waymo once. A buddy of mine in San Francisco put me in a Waymo, and it freaked me out.
Dude.
It was cool, but it freaked me out.
I was in a Waymo once, and John Cena was my driver, which is crazy.
I don't get the joke.
Because I can't see him. Yeah.
Oh, my God. Wow.
I act like it the whole time, too. Come on.
Sam and Ryan just left on that joke. They're like, we're out of here. D-Mac and Reiter 97.1, The Fan. I can't even tell. You got me. 855-97 LA Fan. 855-97-LA fan. Bursch was asking me earlier how I became a soccer fan. Do you want to hear my soccer fan story? How did you become a soccer fan?
So, pretty classic story. Just went to Europe, and I was like, wow, this is really cool. Everyone likes it. And I went to a Tottenham Hotspurs. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, Spurs.
And versus Manchester United.
Spurs fan.
Really?
Yeah.
Tottenham Hotspurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. So, yeah, I went to this Manchester
Just laugh
United.
at your own joke.
I went to this Manchester United Tottenham Hotspurs game at Wembley Stadium, and I was wearing a red jacket because it was really cold, and I was in the Tottenham section, and the security from the stadium had me moved to another part of the stadium because they were afraid I was going to get beaten up. Yeah.
Were they playing Arsenal?
They were playing just Tottenham versus Manchester United, but I mean, it's very serious. They have the security in the aisles. I mean, they don't mess around.
Okay, so you're a PSG fan. This is how you became a soccer fan?
It is. So
Okay.
I was like, I was, and then I went to Paris after that. And I was like, I want to get the team that has no Champions League. I didn't want to jump on any bandwagons. So give me a team that's going to win Champions Leagues. And I joined PSG, and since I joined, they won 2 Champions Leagues. So you're welcome, PSG.
You were like, give me that oil money.
Yeah, give me that oil money. Put it in the car.
Petroleum, babe. What was that?
Yeah, you're talking about how we drive, but yeah.
I will laugh at your jokes for you.
So yeah,
think you're
that's
hilarious.
that's my story. And also, I hate to say this to you because I know you hate this guy, but I really liked Kylian Mbappe.
I don't blame
really
you.
loved him early on. So that was my guy. And I thought we were gonna be together forever. But when he went to Madrid, I was like, should I go to Madrid with him? And something told me to stay.
I would have not.
Something told me to stay.
The job.
And I stayed with Paris Saint-Germain, and the rest is history.
So my quick version here. And if you're gonna watch the World Cup, and I hope you will, and you're not really sure how to get into it, the best, and I told this to Bursch, and you can ask Bursch, I was screaming at the TV. Was it loud? Was it when just Canada? I'm into it.
It was heated. It was great.
I'm like, because I wanted Bosnia to win because whatever upset. I don't hate you, Canada. I just what?
You been stabbed here? What's popping?
Oh God! I almost yeah, there it is. You have to have a personal connection. You have to find a way, and you did. You had this sort of really cool trip, and you sort of the beautiful game, and you almost got murdered by Tottenham Hotspurs fans, and you went to PSG. For me, I was living in New York for the 2 years I was away from LA, which was awesome and brutal. We ran back as soon as my Odyssey, by the way, wonderful employer, allowed me to come back. And it was cold and it was miserable. And we were going to go to Miami for spring break. And it was like $2,000 to rent a car for 6 days.
Wow.
And so on a lark, I'm like, I've never been to Barcelona. It was affordable. It was February. There was not tourist season. The weather was 60 degrees and sunny-ish. It was great. We went there and we fell in love with Barcelona. Did not go to a soccer game. Didn't care about soccer. Didn't care that they called the sport football. Was like, this is dumb. And when I got home, I started Googling. We moved back to LA 3 days later, by the way. We went to Barcelona and we were moving back to LA. And so I started Googling like Barcelona and trying to just read about the city because I really liked it. And this stupid soccer team kept coming up. And for, 7 months, every time I tried to read about Barcelona, the city, I want to know about the city. I like the city. This stupid sport would come up. And then I don't know what happened. I'm like, because it was on Fubo back then, La Liga. I guess I'll get Fubo and I'll watch a little soccer. And it just, my love for the city of Barcelona became my love for Barcelona Football Club. And it snuck up on me the way that I imagine you do, right? Like that was a little shot. You can't do that. You did something else. And I woke up one day and I was totally obsessed with it. I have not missed, I've had to watch some on replay, but I've not missed a Barcelona match since 2020. I went through the Quique Setien era. And the thing about it is, I love Barcelona. I watch so much soccer now. It's on a different time than most American sports. It's on during the day for Champions League. So it's a really easy watch and not get in the way of NBA or NFL. And if the NFL games are on, if your team's on a Sunday, you watch the football game, the soccer game on a little bit of a delay a few hours later. It's only 2 hours. I love it, dude. I'm obsessed with it now.
That's amazing stuff. I did not know that you watch every single game. So
Never missed a Barca game.
So you're like one of those
6 years.
Like to compare it to like a Dodgers fan, like you're one of those freaks that's watching like every spring training game. You're watching every regular season game.
Yeah.
Like you get down with every tournament, La Liga, Champions
3
League.
in the morning, I wake up.
You're a beast, man.
There's gonna be a friendly coming up. It's like 4 weeks. That's gonna have all academy players for Barcelona. It's gonna be 3 in the morning because everyone's playing the World Cup, and I'm gonna watch that. I'm gonna not illegally stream it. I'm gonna legally find a way to watch it. And I'm gonna watch it at 3 in the morning.
Now, you found your home. I will say there's something about that. It feels like when you found your home, there's like no turning back.
By the way, speaking of which, I know we're supposed to be talking soccer because it's coming up an hour and 22 minutes. A really good friend of mine named Stu, who was a producer of mine years ago. He's still in radio. He's not even from LA, but whatever. He's an obsessive Laker. He fell in love with Kobe. He's a huge Lakers fan. He watched every Lakers game without missing a game, and most of them live from 2015 until 2021. And he will say it's not LeBron, but one day he's just like, I'm out. Not out on being a Lakers fan, just out on watching all of them. And I think it does sort of, and again, I know it sounds like I'm taking shots at LeBron. Maybe it was AD, but you tell me as a Lakers guy, there was this just sort of disconnect for it. He loves the Lakers, but his desire to watch and he's on the East Coast, he would stay up late. It was weird.
Yeah, when Kobe was doing his thing, it was appointment television. Even before that, mid-90s, Nick Van Exel and that team.
Well, this is like post-Kobe. He was still grinding on it for a while.
So, yeah, I mean, that team was fun. The young core with Lonzo Ball, with Brandon Ingram, with Julius Randle. I mean, those are some of the dark days, right? But the fact that he preferred that over the LeBron-era Lakers.
It's weird.
That tells you maybe he liked the journey, right? Maybe he liked the unfinished product. Maybe he wanted to see some young players trying to figure it out in this league because those guys were fun. They just didn't win. And they lost a lot of games. But there's something about it. It becomes part of your routine. And
yeah, that's right.
You really fall in love with the players themselves and just kind of the ups and downs. And I think we talk about the Dodgers, Roki and Andy Pajes, right? It's always great to have the Shohei Ohtanis and the Freddie Freemans and the Mookie Bettses, the finished products. But there's always something about seeing those players from start to finish and going through all the ups and downs of having to establish yourself in this league that just really makes a deep connection.
By the way, and this is a long time ago, and it's why you talk about old stuff, Mitch Kupchak actually did a pretty good job drafting those Lakers teams, and he was run out of town. I mean, it's fine. I'm not saying Mitch Kupchak is the greatest GM in the history of GMs, but all those names you just cited, most of those guys turned. And I'm trying to remember. I think they drafted it the number 2 spot 2 or 3 out of 4 years. That's a hard place to draft because a lot of times there's one guy that's the guy, and then there's 5 guys that could be the next guy. He did a really good job.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that whole entire run right there. Even D'Angelo Russell, when he was selected, was he a great player? But he was still an NBA player.
He was,
great.
An all-star. He was great in Brooklyn, dude. He
Yeah,
went to Brooklyn, was really good.
Exactly. And also, too, you got the capital to get a trade done with Anthony Davis. The one that does hurt is you took Lonzo Ball over Jason Tatum, but the truth is that you would have probably had to include him in a deal to get Anthony Davis anyway. But that's the one that does kind of really look at the universe differently. That's kind of the butterfly effect one.
It is crazy that Danny Ainge just called his shot. Like, I'm going to trade 1 for 3, and I'm going to get this same guy. That's wild. What do you say? That's crazy business?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's crazy business.
Did I quote you incorrectly?
No, that works.
Did I do it?
Oh, and that's nasty work.
There we go.
Yeah, that was nasty work by Danny Ainge. But yeah, I mean, all the hype about Markelle Fultz, Lonzo Ball, Magic Johnson, wanted Lonzo Ball to be kind of this era's Showtime point guard. And fortunately, injuries just didn't work out.
Yeah. He actually became a great player.
Yeah, with Lonzo.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like his analytics were off the charts for the 9 games that he felt like he played every year. I mean, the injuries, it is a bummer.
It really is.
His dad almost moved next door to me.
Really?
I found out. Like, there's like a big old house next to me that they rent, and he looked one day.
LeVar Ball's nuts. We should get him on the show.
I know him.
Yeah.
Do you want to have him on?
Let's do it. Big baller brand.
Is somebody going to text me, pretend to be somebody else I know? And be like, hey, it's Andy Roddick.
Go
ahead
and ask D. You're not on Landon Donovan.
Oh, D, that's a weird. I don't know that guy. They got me the other day. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan, 97.1 The Fan. We're going to do some hardwood headlines, including a dream for the Warriors involving a couple L.A. sports figures that could actually be a nightmare. That's next on D-Mac and Reiter.
Fernando Mendoza does care about something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Nandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Nandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't like
cringy.
it. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw out there, the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban, that people were going with. But I think this is a little safer than that,
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey,
The force.
I see it. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I just
that
didn't
was
know if you
banger.
caught
That was.
It's like a marathon, you know?
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's an amazing Yoda.
Yeah, but here's
Whoa!
that cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that didn't. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a
You don't say. Back into the show, D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. Calldowntown.com. I know you think that I'm mean to you, but
What?
I know you do.
That's a wild claim.
I saw your phone. I'm not going to even say what I saw.
What do you mean?
The call.
What do you mean you're not going to say you saw?
It's personal. It's so funny, though.
Yeah. The name?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Okay, so my dad has a similar
doing
name, and I just have OG DMAC as his name saved.
Okay, we're doing it.
Sure.
I didn't know this. You were talking, and your phone was turned up, and I heard, I sort of felt a vibrate. I'm like, oh, it's my phone. And it was your phone, and I looked down, and it said, the first thing I saw was DMAC, and I thought, how is he calling himself, and why would he have himself on the phone? Then I saw the OG. OG DMAC is hilarious, dude.
Yeah, I'll
That's
be
an
changing
amazing.
that after the
No,
show.
no, what,
yeah.
really?
Yeah, it's been exposed. It's out there. Yeah, it's all good. The truth is, why does he not know that I'm live here?
I have trouble. That's funny. I have trouble texting you sometimes because like I have you in my phone as Doug McCain, but I haven't changed it to D-Mac yet.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll keep the government name.
Do you know what else is really cool?
Hardwood headlines. I'm Doug.
I'm Bill.
He did say I'm Doug once, right?
Yeah, he definitely did.
I'm not making that up.
Maybe
it was like crazy. We're just like there's stuff going on, and all of a sudden you just leaned over and you got deep and you go, and you like side-eyed me like I didn't know. Like you're like I'm Doug.
I did not do that. I did not, but if you want to believe that, go for it.
It's very possible we've now Mandela affected this into
I think that's the case.
That's a good reference.
Like Luke, I am your father. That's not actually what Vader said. Hey,
Wait, is that also a part of the Mandela effect? Mandela effect's real.
yeah. There's some like prominent movie lines that never actually were said.
Wait. You're telling me that's not a part of our reality? Is the
like Darth Vader says, "No, I am your father." He doesn't say, "Luke, I am your father."
That's not right.
Yeah, like in Jaws, the line is, "You're gonna need a bigger boat," right? Instead of "We're going to need a bigger boat."
Yep. The Bernstein Bears is spelled wrong and stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, hey, this is Hardwood Headlines.
Crack the code, everybody.
We're talking the latest in the NBA. Of course, Game 5 of the NBA Finals is this weekend, and Victor Wembanyama still feels confident.
2 days later, do you have a better sense of whether or not the group actually thinks they can pull this off?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, everybody knows we're going to do it.
What's crazy about this is I actually think they might do it. I don't have the guts to say it, but I think they can. He shouldn't say it.
Really? I think he should. I did like the fact that, and I'm a little down on Wemby, but I think that the confidence, the mindset, it feels like he believes it. It feels like he believes it, and I think that's the most important thing. Kind of throwing it out there, saying, "Hey, don't make this about De'Aaron Fox. Make this about me right now." So I think that was a leader move by Wemby.
When you change my mind, I'm gonna do my own drop. You ready?
That's Doug.
You changed my mind.
Okay.
That's Doug.
Call it, man. Call the comeback right now. I believe in you.
I think they can. But I'm so stunned. I was convinced they were going to win Game 4. I was convinced they were going to win the whole thing easily after they did that, and I'm still just sort of not sure how to evaluate my belief in this team based on the collapse we saw. I can't, to quote, I can't remember who it was, I can't process that, dude.
I mean, now
I can't process that right now.
You can't. I mean, we talked about it. If he can do it, coming down 3-1 at 2022, all-time stuff.
Well, one of the reasons the Knicks were able to get the huge comeback win in Game 4 was De'Aaron Fox botching the breakaway play late, as you guys discussed yesterday. Well, things may be coming full circle for Mike Brown. Here is him criticizing a botched play by Fox when Brown was his coach with the Kings in 2024. Brown was fired by the Kings the day after this game.
I need to go back and watch the film to see exactly where.
How my audio doing?
Because De'Aaron Fox is running it.
Yeah,
that's
there
not
you
your
go.
fault. That's Steve Fox.
Let's try this again. Hey, play. Okay, that's good. Well, anyway, Mike Brown basically broke down how De'Aaron Fox incorrectly closed out on a three that caused a foul that the Kings lost that game because, and then Mike Brown was fired the next day.
Yeah, aggressively and repeatedly, we told him.
Full circle moment, right? Mike was right all along. That was the nicest way in basketball terms to say, hey, dude has low basketball IQ. So, yeah, Mike Brown he's got to finish the job, but looks like he was right about De'Aaron Fox.
One of my favorite quotes of all time is from Frank Sinatra, and it is, the best revenge is massive success. And Mike Brown is on the verge of that at the hands of De'Aaron Fox, helping provide it to him on a silver platter.
Certainly. I mean, the fact that he's saying that he would have to drive it, he would have to draw it for his visual learners. I mean, come on now. That's a shot at Fox for sure.
That is nasty work, Doug.
That's big time nasty work.
You're Doug.
The Kings are always going to be laughing stock of the league, by the way. Jeez.
That's so mean on the wedding night. I like it.
Well, the Lakers appear to have their sights set on addressing a major need. According to Heavy.com, one Western Conference executive said, quote, anything can happen and cap space gives you so much optionality, but in the end, they seem to be laser focused on a big man. You can't compete in the West with what they have in the middle.
The optionality makes me wonder if it's Andrew Friedman, even though it says it's another, right? Like,
yeah, so absolutely.
Optionality.
They love that word.
So I generally agree with this, but Mitchell Robinson's going to get overpaid. I don't know that I would make that move if I'm the Lakers, but Mitchell Robinson has been a really effective player for the Knicks, and he's not a superstar. And I know that Cat is the main guy at that position, but yes, a center. I don't think you need a highly paid center necessarily. I think you need to find a center and get value for that. That is the position for me where it's about value, not about domination. I don't need the best center on the planet.
You don't need prime Shaq, right? But you do need an upgrade because Aiden is not it, and also Jackson Hayes is not going to be that guy. I mean, the dream scenario is the Walker Kesslers of the world, the Jalen Durans of the world. But the truth is,
Khalil Ware would be great.
That would be a great piece right there. But the truth is that Luka Doncic needs that Daniel Gafford. I mean, we saw what it looked like when he had a rim-running, lob-catching big. Doesn't have that. Got to put the pieces around Luka Doncic. So, yeah, hopefully this is just – my whole thing is this should go without saying, right? Yeah, you should be laser-focused on adding a big. Like, what else would you be doing?
Sources say the Lakers would like to win more games than they lost last year.
Thank you.
For more of our content, check out obviouscrap.com. I'm Doug.
I'm Bill.
Well, this content is coming to you from Let'sGoWarriors.com. They tossed out.
I do.
They tossed out an idea that went viral yesterday. They presented a grand plan for the Warriors in which they sign LeBron to the $15 million exception and then trade Jimmy Butler, Brandon Podziemski, and 2 firsts for Kawhi Leonard.
I would jump. By the way, I would jump on this if I was the Clippers, and then I would move Butler as quickly as I could for other pieces.
That would be interesting. I mean, but I still think that what's the point? I mean, if
you're the Warriors.
If you're the Warriors.
I agree.
From that standpoint, it is the Golden State Unks. Like, we don't need to see this team assembled. I mean, Kawhi Leonard, who's really actively trying to bring Kawhi Leonard in the organization on that type of contract?
Golden Girls Warriors.
That's a good one. I like that one. Yeah.
Just saying. Oh, thank
you. Golden Girls. Yeah.
You hated it. Wow.
The Unks, man, you can't have them. But
it's a body shot.
They're trying to do. You know what's funny?
Do you like me to
I was gonna do the Golden Girls like a couple weeks ago. And I didn't pull it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't like it, but it coming from you, it worked.
Lie detector.
Lie detector. Pass.
I'm Doug.
That's a banger, bro.
Thank you, man. I'm full of them.
One more here. The Giannis to Boston smoke is very real, and the Celtics are looking to find a third team for Jaylen Brown, per longtime Heat writer Ira Winderman.
So I know Ira, and he is extremely good at his job. So if he's reporting that's real. Ira, is he a curmudgeon? Yes. Is he outstanding? And he's a good guy, but he's outstanding. That's really. I did not know that was an Ira Winderman report. That actually, wow. That's. I mean, I think
has some substance to it.
I think Jaylen Brown's a star, man. If Jaylen Brown's the second best player on your team, you and they have done this, you can win an NBA championship. I don't know. There's just no world where the Lakers, I think, can acquire Jaylen Brown. But every GM in the country should be calling based on that report. Jaylen Brown. I think Jaylen Brown is that good.
He's a really good player, very talented, and if he's going to move, they're definitely going to have to make something. Because there's a lot of money in the deal. You would have to move around the Hausers and the Pritchards, the Whites, the Gonzalez's. It's a complicated deal, but I will say the Celtics, they wanted Anthony Davis a long time ago before he went to the Lakers. They traded for KG. They make moves like this, so this would feel like a Celtics-type move.
I think Giannis Antetokounmpo could turn out to be a bad acquisition, by the way.
The injuries.
I once was talking to a GM about Kyrie Irving, and he walked me through all the ways he was a total disaster and a total mess and told me all these things. It may not be true, but whatever. Told me off the record. I mean, he basically walked me through a catastrophe of a player in Kyrie Irving, and I go, so you'd never trade for him? And he looked at me and he goes, are you crazy? I traded for him in a heartbeat. What choice would I have? That's how I feel about Giannis. Not in like a character way, just in a I worry about injuries kind of way. What I don't worry about is great content with D-Mac, on D-Mac and Reiter, on 97.1 The Fan. This might be our favorite segment we do. It's the list. Favorite and worst sports moments we've ever experienced, individually, each of us, next on D-Mac and Reiter.
And so, that can make things interesting for the Thunder. But we'll talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to like organize it to the point that people say, "Hey, man, we could keep going back for years," but. So anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, congratulations to you.
You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music, and now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are engaged in sports because sports is truth to a certain extent. It's organized. You can't come from nowhere and all of a sudden be something. So those are the things I always work on, especially my genre, hip hop and rap now. We don't want people to leave after they turn 25.
Man, those are great points. Chuck D, Derek Fisher here, man. Big time fan, and just so much respect for not just your journey as an artist, but just as a human being, bro. Man. Like you represent so much more than just music. So we appreciate you tapping in with us this morning. Talk to me about in sports. There's so much conversation about eras, and we were just having a conversation about Shohei Ohtani and Babe Ruth, and in basketball there's always these comparisons with eras. Where are you in terms of music now? How you feel about it compared to obviously in like your years when you were just super in the trenches with your music?
All the others are the caretakers, the curators, everybody in the administration, management, proper care and concern, outside of the artistry, they've all ran ship, They let, unsavory elements inside the music business. And I'm saying that it started kind of like from that way, but then it organized and fixed itself because they knew in order to have return, it's not about who just comes in, but it's who returns to it. And that's always been the sports motto. It's not how you get in the building, it's how they keep coming back to the building. And no matter what you do, and you got to prove to a fan base that what you do is worked on hard, and they can't do it. And that's one thing in sports. We could talk about Derek Fisher as a player and a coach, but one thing we know as a fan, we can't do that. In our minds, we could do it, but we can't do what's on that court, diamond, gridiron, or anything. You just fix in your mind that you think you can. So it's easy for you to just call somebody a bum when you have no idea of what level that level is. In music, people kind of feel that, I could do that. You can't play an instrument. You might not have a good voice, and you're only going to write the same thing over and over again. But they let them all in. So that's where it's gotten to a point. So you can't compare the eras because those eras before had everybody at every position taking care of the total game.
Just
I'm supposed to talk for a living here on 97.1 The Fan, Bill Reiter with Doug McCain, but D-Mac is making me laugh so much that I started choking. You were making me laugh so much in the break that I actually couldn't breathe for a second. And I thought, is he going to have to give me Heimlich or something?
And this is really awesome. You know what I just got here?
Talk to me.
It's a text from our boss, the great Andrew Williams. He said, Doug, thank you for the kind words and nomination for Reuter Hero of the Day.
He did not say that. Give me a break.
Yeah. Hey.
You know what?
Let's give it a shout to the GOAT. You know what I'm saying?
Can I
Not all heroes wear
can I
capes.
rescind the nomination? Did he make the finalist list?
Yes.
Oh, that's right.
Yes, he did.
Because Doug, you told me you didn't vote for him.
Vote for Andrew.
See what I did there?
Yeah.
D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. Text injury help to 40222. We're going to preview the Dodgers game in about 20 minutes. First pitch, 4:40 against the White Sox. NFL report, end of the hour. Lots and lots of World Cup talk coming, especially in the final hour of the show as we lead up as a pregame to USA's first group stage game at the stadium formerly known and will be known again as SoFi. That's at 6 o'clock tonight. Do you want to do the, we don't have any imaging.
The intro? The top five.
I lied.
Oh, we do?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
My bad. My B.
We get mogged.
The best, the worst. This is your top five, bottom five on D-Mac and Reiter.
All right, so we're doing best first.
We do best first?
Yeah. So
Okay.
do you want to go? You go first.
We go first. Okay.
But
Four.
You got to wait for the number though.
Start at number 5.
Number 5.
That guy loves numbers.
Number 5.
So for number 5, I was lucky enough to be at the 2001 NBA Finals Game 1, where Allen Iverson stepped over Tyronn Lue. First time I've ever been to an NBA Finals game. It was absolutely electric. I actually was wearing Iverson's shoes in a Kobe jersey, so I was a little conflicted because I loved Iverson and Kobe at the same time. And I just remember seeing these giants, Shaq, Kobe, AI, in their prime. It was an incredible game, and thankfully the Lakers would go on to win the next 4 and take it as a gentleman's sweep. But I'll never forget your first Finals game. Shout out to my mom. I don't know how we got tickets, but great tickets, and she'll never forget that iconic moment. And even though it was a loss, it was just a great game.
That's an amazing moment.
Good times.
Wow.
Number 4.
Number 4, I'm going 2018 World Series Game 3 against the Boston Red Sox. Dodgers versus the Red Sox. I went with my friend Joe. We were sitting in the pavilion, and there was this terrible Red Sox fan that kept heckling and this and that, and I was going at him saying that the Yankees are your daddy and the Yankees have so many World Series. That, at the time, was the big card to play against Red Sox fans, was how many more World Series the Yankees had. And it got so bad that the Dodger Stadium crowd was going against him, and they blamed me for having all these fans go at this Red Sox fan. So the Dodger Stadium security came up to me, and they kicked me out of the pavilion.
What?
They grabbed me from my seat, and they were like, "What are you doing? Get out of here. Why are you heckling fans from other teams?" And then right when we turned the corner, they showed me love. They're like, "Yeah, we love it, man. We're just going to give you better seats." So they actually relocated
That's
me
amazing,
to
dude.
the Loge, and I actually got upgraded because they actually liked that I was heckling the Red Sox fans. They all love me, but they just didn't want me to have any issues because this Red Sox fan was being kind of a jerk. So shout out to Dodger Stadium fans and the...
Can we get a cheer? That's one of the best. That is one of the great...
Yeah, it was good times.
Audibles.
I will go at you. I will go at you at a game. Heckling-wise, I will go at you yeah.
If we go to a game together, will you just heckle me?
I can heckle you all day, every day. So that was awesome because it was an 18-inning games over 7 hours, 7 hours and 20-minute game, and Max Muncy hit the walk-off in the 18th inning. Just an incredible moment. So that's what I got as number 4.
Number 3.
All right, next, I was at the Kobe game winner against the Suns. The bang! Bang! I was at that game when Mike Breen hit that shot, when Mike Breen made that iconic call. Kobe hit the one to tie it. He hit the one.
You're crazy, man.
And it was his first. I mean, he had the game winner against the Suns earlier in his career in the playoffs, but that's one of our most iconic moments for Kobe. That big game winner against the Suns in the first round when he was going to war with butter knives, right? It was the Smush Parkers, the Ronnie Turiafs, the Luke Waltons, and Kobe had that big moment, the game winner.
Can you give me that? I didn't quite catch the...
It was. I'll never forget. I mean, Kobe, first of all, he gets the tip, and then he goes to his spot, hits the jumper, and then Mike Breen goes, bang! bang! And it was so electrifying. It was just such a moment. What a call by Mike Breen.
That's a great call all the way around.
Yeah.
Number 2.
All right, number 2, oh, come on, I love it. Number 2, I'm going World Series Game 3 this past year, just because we saw Shohei reach base 9 times. We saw Shohei hit 2 home runs, have 2 doubles, 4 extra base hits. He set a record, and then Freddie Freeman hit the walk-off he hit the walk-off home run the 18th inning. And one thing I loved about the moment was Freddie Freeman, he became the first player to hit walk-off home runs in multiple World Series, but it was when he did it because it prevented the Dodgers from having to use Yoshinobu Yamamoto because the end of the game, because Yamamoto, having pitched a complete game, went to Dave Roberts, and then emerged in the bullpen, was going to pitch possibly the 19th. Freddie, he ended the game, and then Yamamoto was the hero later in the series, so he was able to be rested and ready to go in Game 6 and Game 7.
Dude, that's a goosebumps game from a television. That you were there is, this is why sports are the freaking best, man.
Yeah, the Dodger Stadium rocks like no other, man. It really does it. It's just unbelievable.
It is a rare and special place.
Number 1.
Number 1, I'm going Shohei Ohtani, NLCS, Game 4. The greatest game in the history of sports. The greatest individual performance we've ever seen. Shohei Ohtani was Superman that night at Dodger Stadium. 3 home runs, one that cleared the roof in the pavilion. And then also, he had 10 strikeouts, and the Dodgers swept the Brewers. It was incredible. He struck out 3 in a row, then hit a home run on the first at-bat. Just the all-time flex. It was just the most insane thing I've ever seen an athlete do. He looked like he was a superhero play amongst Little Leaguers. It was just incredible stuff that night. A special night. To me, it's on another level than Kobe's 81, Wilt's 100, whatever you say. The fact that it was in the NLCS when he did it, all-time stuff.
Do you know, D-Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan, we're doing our best and worst list, and we're doing our favorite and least favorite moments of sports events we've been to in person. Do you know there's just the go-to question at a party with a buddy, if you could go back in time and meet someone, who would you, whatever? In 20, 50 years, when people do that with sports, that will be on people's lists.
Absolutely. I have the most wild stat that'll blow your mind real quick. Since the mound moved to its current distance in 1893, 1,550 players have struck out 10 batters in a Major League game. In that stretch, 503 players have had 3 home runs in one game. Only one player has done both simultaneously, and it's the one, Shohei Ohtani.
That is a hell of a list. Love it. All right, I'm up. Here we go.
Number 5.
Mine are a little more further afield because of my career covering sports all over the place. But this one is on July 5th, 2012, at Dodger Stadium. The first time I ever took my son and my daughter to a baseball game was Dodger Stadium. I don't remember who won. I don't remember the moment. I don't remember the outcome of the game. All I remember is my kids falling in love with baseball and my son falling in love with the Dodgers. And it, as a father, as a parent, there are a few things you do with your kids that have immediate connective tissue that it reminds you of your time with your dad and your dad with his granddad and you with and that moment was one of them.
Number 4.
This was really crazy, and this is at 4. This is really hard to play. So I think I brought this up on the air. When I was covering the NBA full time, I had to decide. I spent the last 2 or 3 months of the NBA season in that 2016 season following the Warriors to see if they get to 72 wins. And they had a chance to get to 73. I had to decide, do I go to the Warriors game or do I go to Kobe's last game in LA? And then the last minute, I had a ticket. I had a ticket to the Bay. I had a credential to both. At the last minute, I thought, no, I'm going to go to Kobe's game. And obviously, this is the game where he scores 60 and he has this amazing farewell. And the thing about it that was magical is that in sports media, at least my sort of realm of sports media, you're not allowed to cheer in the press box. You're not allowed to be emotional. You do keep a separation. You want to have, a sense of humanity with the people that you cover and you talk to them, but you're not supposed to. And when they moved the press conference to it was basically set up like a finals. The crypto will set up the sort of loading dock area. It's sort of back to the left when you walk in the media entrance for finals where it's hundreds of people. It's the only time I've ever seen this where it wasn't a finals game, let alone a regular season game. And I walked in a little bit late because I was like doing a TV thing, but I got to before Kobe. Kobe was coming in when I was coming in, and I've never seen a media room be that electric with joy. in just a press conference, because press conferences have a different energy. It was special to be there to watch what Kobe did on the floor, and it was special to be in that room as basically he had this love affair goodbye press conference with the people that had covered him and sparred with him, and the mutual respect and love. It was really, really cool.
That's awesome stuff. I'll never forget, Bill, when he had that jersey on and the reporter asked him, hey, your jersey's still on. Do you not want to take it off? And Kobe kind of denied it, and then he started laughing. Like, you might be right. He didn't want to take that Lakers jersey off because the last time, but unbelievable. The Mamba out game, that's an all-timer.
Dude, it's one of those moments where it's easy to take for granted what you do for a living, even doing this for a living. That was one of those moments where I'm like, wow, I'm really, really blessed and lucky as hell to be not only doing this for a living, but be here right now.
Number 3.
Numbers. This will not resonate with most people, but as I noted, I became a huge Barcelona football soccer fan because we love the city. And Lori and the kids and I have gone back a lot. We've gone back 3 times a year. We've lived there over summers. I mean, we love it there. LA and Barcelona are the 2 greatest cities on the face of the earth. And the first time I took my family to Camp Nou to a game, they started singing the Catalan basically chant, and I turned to my wife was crying. Like, she was so for me, like, the first time going to Camp Nou for me is like an all-time moment, because it's the moment I realized, like, wow, this sport that I played my whole life, but I played at a very mediocre level that I gave up to do other things and I wasn't interested. I am totally all in love with again.
Number 2.
So I grew up a Cubs fan, and weirdly, I don't know why it's sort of waned on me. I kind of feel like a bad person. I just don't. I've watched more Dodgers games than I have Cubs games the last 3 years. But my grandfather, who I'm named after, always wanted the Cubs to win the World Series. It did not happen in his lifetime. Shortly after he passed away, the Cubs made the World Series. I covered that series. I was at the game in Cleveland when the Cubs won that thing, and I'm gonna get I'm trying to get emotional. It's cheesy, but like, I wasn't allowed to have any emotion, right? So I did my job. And then I went to the Cleveland airport bar and called my mom and dad and like burst into tears. And the lady at the bar, it was like 7 a.m, looked at me like, what a loser, because she had no idea a World Series had just happened. So for me, that moment, like calling my mom and dad, just like, oh my God, they won it for granted, was really cool.
Number 1.
Yeah, I'm not crying. You're crying, Doug. Shut your face, Doug.
I'm chopping onions over here. My eyes are sweating.
So this is about my son, and he's actually flying for the first time by himself, so he won't hear this. He gets sensitive. Henry's amazing. I love him. He's a great kid. But like a lot of kids, he had kind of a rough stretch, and kids weren't being nice to him, and he felt bad about himself as a soccer player. And we went to an LAFC game, which is an amazing place. And it happened to be, we got lucky with the tickets, the first time that Messi had come to LA when he came to Inter Miami. And Henry is obsessed with Leo Messi, best player in the world, obviously Argentinian player, and was a Barcelona player. And Messi saw, I don't remember, do you guys remember, was it Ant-Man? He saw one of the Marvel characters, and his kids love, I think it was Luke Wilson. Actually, he was in the Loki thing, or it was Owen Wilson. And Messi came over, and my son just kind of ran through the crowd. And Henry's really small for his age and kind of got underneath people. And if you watch the ESPN FC clip, there's this clip of Messi like talking to Owen Wilson and looking down and smiling. And Messi like got down, lowered down, and said something in Spanish to Henry, and signed. Henry had an Argentina Messi jersey on. And it was like this incredible moment where Henry's like, oh my God, good things happen in the world. And I love my son, but he wasn't exactly Pele at AYSO. He was the kid like the ball would go under his legs. And the next game, he came out, hand of God, and scored a goal. And we're like, what the hell? And the game after that, he dribbled around a guy and like bent up. Like, Messi touched him, and Henry scored 15 goals in AYSO. Went from being the worst player on the team to the best player on the team. And it's a crazy, like, simulation, God, all the above, the magic of Messi, like, I don't know. But it was, and that is a moment where a sporting event in Los Angeles transformed my son's life.
That's amazing. That's great.
Dude, I'm not going to show it, but like, I'm bad at my phone. I'll share the photos later where like we captured the moment on TV where Messi sees Henry and looks down and smiles. Because Henry's short, Messi's short, right? So like there was this, and Henry's just like earnestly staring up at him. It was, dude, I'm Messi for life, bro.
That is all-time stuff. That is stuff you'll never forget. And that's why sports are the best.
They are, man.
What if CR7 touched you? What if it was Ronaldo? You'd be like the most arrogant player ever, or
if CR7 had touched Henry, I would get an exorcism. I would call my priest.
The power of Christ compels you.
Oh my God. Oh, all right. Now we're doing. All right. Now you're. Oh,
we're doing bottom 5.
Yeah,
so,
that's funny.
So these are the 5 worst sporting events that I've ever attended, but doesn't mean that the game was bad. But for me,
Based
the worst
on
experience.
your own parameters.
Worst experience. All right. I'm ready to roll.
Do you like numbers?
I do. Let's hit number 5.
Number 5.
Drive, baby.
So my mom is a big Ohio State fan, and my granddad went to Ohio State, loves the Buckeyes, right? OHIO. Went to the 2002 National Championship game, Miami Hurricanes, Ohio State Buckeyes. It ended up being one of the greatest games of all time. Miami was riding a 34-game win streak. Ohio State won the game. Only issue was, at halftime, I was walking around the stadium in Tempe looking for food. I think I needed to get something for my camera, and I unintentionally left the stadium. And I actually left the stadium on accident, and I was trying to get back in, and they wouldn't let me back in, right? So they wouldn't let me back in, and I'm like in middle school at this point. They refused, dude, you left the stadium, sorry, there's no re-entry. And guess what I did? I played the crying card.
Hell yeah, you did.
Started crying, please, man, let me back in. I want to see the game. Thankfully, the tears worked. I was crying. The funny thing is the crying didn't work right away. They made me cry for 10 minutes. First tear, they should have let me in. But I was deep into it. I was singing the fight. So I was fight the team across the field. Show them Ohio's here. I was doing the whole thing. And thankfully, this really nice guy was the fourth quarter, let him in, man. Don't leave the stadium again. What are you thinking? You crazy? Lets me back in. I see the greatest game, but it was really scary at one point because my mom was where the heck is he? It was just me and my mom. So it was bad. It ended up being good. It was a really controversial game. It was a crazy call at the end, but Ohio State won their first national championship since 1978.
That is
68.
That is both shocking and the most Doug McCain thing I've ever heard.
Hey, I got back in, baby.
Yeah, he did.
Number 4.
Number 4, which is kind of crazy, but this one is, I would say, probably the most painful loss that I've ever experienced, and that is, of course, the Lakers' Game 4 choke against the Boston Celtics in the 2008 Finals. Was there, experienced it, and I've never felt more pain in a loss. I never felt more devastation. It really felt like, man, will Kobe ever get that title after Shaq? That one it burned me to the core because it was such a letdown. Thankfully, I want to give a big shout out to the Spurs now for now having the worst finals meltdown when they lost the other night. But that's one,
funny.
all-time terrible stuff. It's tough for me to even talk about right now.
That is very, very funny.
Number 3.
All right, number 3 was my senior year at UCLA. UCLA was playing USC on the road.
Where is this going?
I know, right? Shout out to the Jean. She was with me. And I was like, all right, we're going to go to the Coliseum. We're going to go to the Coliseum. It's it'll be my last game. And UCLA got absolutely boat raced. They lost 50-0, right? 50-0. And I was sitting in the section where all the UCLA parents were and where the coaches were. And by the third quarter, I was like, Joe Fourier sucks. Joe Fourier sucks. And that was the tight end for the team. And his mom came up to me and had her drink and poured it all over me in front of Gene. And Gene was like, I hate you. Why are you embarrassing me? Why can't we just lose and this and that? And I was like, I'm sorry. And I was like, fire Neuheisel. Fire Neuheisel. And guess what? They fired Neuheisel. So on Monday, even though Gene was mad at me, he's like, I told you I was right. I was right. Taking the victory lap. They fired Neuheisel, but that was the worst.
Were you married yet?
No.
The charm of Doug McCain on full display, dude.
All the players' families were yelling at me, like, get this guy out of here. Funny thing is, usually that's coming from a drunk guy, right? I was completely sober. I was still heckling like, oh my goodness, like fire Dan Guerrero. He was the AD at the time, and we call it the white flag game because UCLA broke out these white uniforms, and they just absolutely got destroyed by USC 50-0. Absolutely embarrassing.
Number 2.
All right, number 2. This one is an interesting one because this one's painful beyond belief too. Let's run some sound here.
Pitch on the way. Round ball right side into the shift to his left. Altuve has it in short right.
On to first, and the Houston Astros,
World Series champions. Who would have ever believed?
So this one hurts so badly. This is the last time I've ever actually cried as a fan, and it was a kind of a emotional experience. I wanted that team to win so bad. I remember just leaving that stadium so defeated. Just the worst. And then we found out about the cheating stuff. But the sad thing about that game, Bill, was that they weren't even in it. They lost 5-1. But now let's go to number 1.
That's real heartbreak, dude.
Number 1.
All right, for number 1, I think most Dodgers fans would say, wait, D-Mac, why is this number 1? After you hear the sound, you'll like, what the heck is he talking about?
Cortez delivers. Freeman hits the ball to right field. She is gone! Gibby, meet Freddie. Game 1 of the World Series.
So you're probably, wait, why was that a bad game? I'll tell you why. Well, because as media, the line was so long to get into the Dodgers clubhouse after the game that it became a habit to leave and go down there and get in line before the game was over, right?
Oh, no.
So I typically never did that. I used to always make fun of the media. I'd be like, those guys, what are they thinking? Let's not forget why we got in this business in the first place, because we're fans of this. Don't go and get in that line just to get a Shohei Ohtani interview and all this stuff. But unfortunately, I went down there, and I got in line, and I found out about the Freddie Freeman Grand Slam on my phone. I didn't even get to see it live. I don't even claim that I went to that game. It was so wrong. I'll never do it again. I didn't get to see the Freddie Freeman walk-off Grand Slam. It's a pain that burns. The first Grand Slam in World Series history, and I'm down there in line with the media, an absolute schmuck, man. Can't believe I did that.
You left the ballpark like you did the stadium, but this time you did it on purpose.
This time I did it on purpose, and I'll regret it for the rest of my life. It burns my soul.
That is.
I'm sorry, Freddie.
I will go fast.
Number 5.
Game 3 of the 2011 NBA Finals, in which the Mavs beat Miami Heat. Why, you ask? Because this was the first year that I was a national columnist covering the Heat, covering LeBron. Had kind of broken through. People knew who I was. You know what that's like, where you sort of start to have some success. And Zach Lowe, a couple times, like, hey, man, what's up? I'm like, oh, Zach Lowe's an enemy. So I got a really good seat because the Heat would put me up in the rafters because they hated me, and every other team would put me as close. I was basically sitting on the bench because they're like, we like your coverage of LeBron, because it was sort of inverted. And I'm walking to my seat, and I have an amazing seat, and Adrian Wojnarowski's to my left, and Zach Lowe's to my right. And Zach goes, hey, Bill, what's up? And I'm like, oh, he knows me. And I tripped, and I dumped my entire water directly onto his keyboard. Like upside down onto his keyboard. I'm like, wow. And I was not one of the cool kids.
Number 4.
Every NBA All-Star game that ever existed, I had to go to. I hate the NBA All-Star game. It is the worst event on the face of the earth. It's abstraction to some of all human knowledge. I won't belabor this other than that I had to cover everything, and I'll never forget going to the celebrity game. And when Justin Bieber did his third crossover that worked, and everyone knew it didn't work but him, and he thought he was a baller, I realized I hated all of existence in that moment.
Number 3.
I'm gonna go. This is a weird one. I'm gonna go with the Falcons collapse. I covered Super Bowl 51, and I didn't really have a dog in that hunt. But I had a lot of friends from Atlanta just randomly, and it's just like Tom Brady had enough. And watching that happen, and watching it's like watching the Chainsaw Texas Massacre. And you just observe it. It wasn't my team. I didn't really care. I wrote what I wrote. I was doing my job. But people were just to watch that kind of heartbreak for a random fan base for some reason just stuck with me, and I also hated Tom Brady at the time.
Number 2.
So the 2008 Final Four championship game in which Memphis lost to Kansas. I'll tell this as quickly as I can. I know we're a little bit over here on DMAC and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. There's a rule, or at least there used to be when I covered college basketball, that when the games end, the coach comes to the podium with 2 or 3 players. You are not allowed to ask the coach questions until the players they sort of tell you that you can't, even though the players still sit up there. Every time they say this 9 times, and every time some idiot goes, hey, coach, what are you? And they're like, hey, idiot, we just told you. So my assignment on deadline for the Kansas City Star was to ask Cal, this is way in the weeds, why he didn't foul Sharon Collins, who then passed the ball to Mario Chalmers and gave Kansas a chance to make this amazing comeback and win the game. Okay, that's not a fun question to ask Calipari. It's not, but it was my job. But I'm running around, it's deadline, I run in, and I sit down, and it's, you know what it's like in this energy where, like, you look like an idiot on the microphone, which is part of the job, and I turn to my colleague, who I won't name, I hate this guy, I'm like, can we ask coaches the questions? He's like, what? I'm like, can we ask coaches the questions? He's like, yeah, of course. I'm like, great. They're like, any questions? I didn't know it was the first question. Like, friends of mine I hadn't heard from years, texting me, like, you're an idiot, you're on ESPN. I raised my hand, like, hey, Bill Reiter, Kansas Star, why are you stupid? Why didn't you foul Sharon Collins? Why did you lose the whole thing? Okay, thanks. I gotta know why you're dumb. And there's this, I heard the gasp of the entire room, and I knew my soul was going to leave my body. And the guy was, "Sir, we're not asking coaches questions." So another 15 minutes went on, but the whole time, Cal just stared at me from the top of the dais, like his just temples throb. Just like I tried to look away and look back up, he murdered me with his eyes. And then after 15 minutes, like, all right, coach has questions. He's like, "I'll answer the question. You want answers?" And I'm like, "I don't want answers. You want the truth?" "No, not anymore." It was awful.
Wow.
It was a terrible moment.
Crazy.
It was not great.
Number 1.
Again, Cubs fan, I was at the Bartman game. I couldn't get tickets and didn't have the money. I drove from Des Moines, Iowa, 6 hours. I was on Waveland. I thought we were going to win a World Series. I heard the gasp of Wrigley Field because we were listening on the radio. There's a delay, obviously, and I knew something had gone wrong. I went with Cardinals fans. It was the worst moment of my life. I did cry. They made fun of me the entire 3-mile walk, even though they promised they wouldn't. On the way back to the car, I got in the car, drove back because I knew they were going to lose Game 7. I don't want to even be there. I was speeding. I was having trouble staying awake. I pulled into what I thought was a rest stop. It wasn't. It was a homeless encampment. They were banging on my windows. I got out of there somehow like The Walking Dead. Got back on the highway. Was going too fast. A cop pulled me over. Basically burst into tears. Told him the story. He's like, "I'm a Cardinals fan." Gave me the ticket. Got to an actual rest stop somewhere in Iowa. Fell asleep for 4 hours. Got back to my place in Des Moines in time to watch the Cubs blow another lead and lose the World Series. So that was it.
Pain.
The Cal one might have should have been one number one. That was
They're all great, man.
You want the answers? Not anymore. I'm sorry. All right, D-Mac and Reiter 97.1. The Fan will preview this Dodgers for you game next on D-Mac and Reiter. the show, DMAC and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. NFL report coming up in about 20 minutes, and we will do a deep dive preview of tonight's U.S. men's national team game against Paraguay at SoFi Stadium / LA Stadium at 6 o'clock tonight. Right now, though, it's time for the injury report brought to you by Ozeron Law, the injured worker hotline. Shohei Ohtani is out of the lineup with that knee injury, and Dave Roberts has spoken to the media, has given some perspective, and here is some of the information he shared with the media on what is going on with his superstar.
He's doing fine today. I think that we got some pictures. There was no findings. It's just the normal wear and tear. I thought initially it was a hamstring. It was the knee. So it just kind of got upset, swelled up a little bit. And so I think we were kind of getting ahead of it, smart, getting him out of the game, which I think was prudent. And then with the travel, it just to give him an extra day. And my hope is that he's in there tomorrow. But if not, he'll need another day. But it's something that I think that we can manage. Not an IL situation. And just seeing him today, he feels fine-ish. But again, just giving him an extra day is the smart thing to do.
Do you have a better idea as to when this happened?
There is no incident. We don't know. He doesn't know. And I asked him if it was during the pitching, was it, when he was hitting, when he was trying to steal a base, and there was no one, incident. So I don't know. I think that's maybe a good thing.
All right. So DMAC and Reiter here on the new 97.1, the voice of LA sports. You speak Dave Roberts. You are our translation machine with the Dodgers manager. What are you hearing here? What's his level and therefore your level and therefore our level of concern?
Well, the number one thing is that the image is coming back clean. That's the most positive development, that there's nothing there. But also, the story's changed, right? Yesterday, it was the hamstring and the back of the knee. Now it's just managing something that has existed for an extended period of time. And I think for me, we'll see. I mean, Dave Roberts has said certain things like this, and then the very next day he's on the IL. I mean, look at most recently with Will Smith. I mean, we literally can go a week ago to when Dave said the exact same thing about Will Smith, that he's confident he'll be back in the lineup, only to have him go on the injured list. I do think that there's probably a possibility if he doesn't wake up and say, hey, I'm at 100%, because Shohei's always going to want to play. He's going to want to be in there. We know he's chasing the Cy Young. We know he's chasing the greatest season in the history of baseball. But if he's not feeling 100%, they might give him an extra couple of days. But the fact this is not an IL situation, at least right now, definitely makes you feel good about it. But this is kind of the first time in a long time they were like, wait a minute, is Superman human? Shohei kind of looking human out there.
No, the Superman. D-Mac Runner, 97.1 The Fan. 90, you got to punch back.
You would have him in there.
Punch back. 97.1 The Fan. I don't think I've asked you this, and I'm really curious. You have the level of expertise I think is really germane to sort of this question that popped up while you were walking us through that. Obviously, Ohtani is one of one in terms of playing both ways, and there's a wear and tear factor. What is the degree to which you think Ohtani is capable of self-regulating, self-policing himself versus, despite the fact he's Shohei Ohtani, needing people to tell him no when he wants to hear yes?
I think at this stage of his career, he's better than he used to be. I think in his 20s with the Angels, when he knew that there was going to be no postseason, he just wanted to be out there. I think that he's here to win World Series titles. He's here to stack chips. Last year, after they won their second World Series in a row, the first thing he said was, okay, let's go for 3, right? So I think he understands the big picture. It should be easier now because also I think he trusts the Dodgers more than he trusted the Angels, right? I think he trusts Dave Roberts. I think he trusts Andrew Friedman and the trainers. So it would be an uncomfortable conversation to have him sit out if he felt like he could play, but they're like, wait a second, that probably wouldn't be fun for them to have. But I also think he'd be receptive to it just because he knows that they have his best interest in mind.
The White Sox are an interesting challenge compared to maybe what we expected. What's your worry level, concern level for a series, if it's a series without Shohei or with limited Shohei?
He's been the best hitter in baseball since May 12th, right? Anytime you lose that from the lineup, that's certainly going to put pressure on guys like Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts and Kyle Tucker and the rest of this lineup to go out there and score runs. Rogi Sasaki on the mound tonight, if he continues his trajectory where he's emerging into a young ace, a 1.48 ERA in his last 4 starts, if they can get a performance out of him like we've seen in recent weeks, they should feel good about that. But look, not having Shohei Ohtani in your lineup is a big deal. He is the big dog. And the other guys in the lineup, they're really good, but Shohei Ohtani, he's an MVP. And when he's not in the lineup, the run production goes down significantly.
In the attempt to just, I love all that. For my Pollyannish, it's Friday. This isn't going to be the vibe for me very often, but I'm gonna glass isn't half full. It's 3/4 of the way full, even though it's also half empty. You brought up Roki. That is a guy, as you noted, in current sort of form that you want in there when you're missing your top offensive weapon, and it is Yoshinobu tomorrow. So you've got back-to-back guys who, just based on the way they've been pitching, at least offer you a little more hope and protection that you may not need to generate as many runs without, if Shohei's not playing tomorrow, as you tend to because they've been pitching so well. I don't want to pick on the guy. I'm not trying to pick on the guy. Kyle Tucker had a couple hits a couple days ago. He only was 1 of 5 yesterday, but it was a big hit. He had a 2-run double with 2 outs, I think. Are we feeling any closer to feeling like at some point maybe we'll start to have a conversation about a Kyle Tucker who is not a big problem, question mark, worry, concern?
We are, but it still feels underwhelming. I mean, you see him get some knocks. You see him getting some better swings off in situations where they're producing runs. I mean, case in point, yesterday, that's what they need him to do. They need him to give some RBIs. They need him to produce with runners in scoring position. Is he going to catch fire soon? From what we've seen, I don't think that swing has been in there, but still, I mean, he's been better away than at home, so that's definitely a positive, and he needs to get going. And the White Sox are a team that he's familiar with, right? He played a lot in the American League when he was with the Astros, and now this White Sox team, all of a sudden, they're a first-place team. They're 36-31, a half game up on the Guardians in the American League Central, and it's a big game. Anytime the Dodgers come to town, they're going to always have that bullseye on their back. But for Kyle Tucker, this month hitting 206, right? I mean, a 624 OPS, did go 1 for 5 in the last game against the Pirates, had 2 RBI, and then before that, a 2-hit game. So he needs to stack a week of solid production and avoid those 2-3 consecutive games where he's putting up offers. That's the thing about Kyle Tucker. It just feels like the moment he's turning the corner, then all of a sudden he goes into another slump. But he's got to pick it up. And with Ohtani out of the lineup, it's a perfect night for him to step it up.
To your point, I did a rough count on Baseball Reference, so don't hold me to it.
I will.
Hold me to it.
Okay.
God, that's a punch back. Get used to it, Reiter. Punch back.
Now I'm really dug.
65 of the 65 games Tucker has played, he has gone hitless in 22 of them.
Ooh. It's not good.
That's a very poor.
That's not what you want.
A third of them is not great. Punch back.
Them numbers ain't numbering.
Do you know who else is punching back? A bunch of teams, players in the Rams division. The Rams are obviously the favorites. They're obviously the buzz. They're obviously the team to beat. But is it possible that some players are feeling a little arrogant about it, want to talk some smack, want to get after the Rams? We'll let you hear from them and decide yourself next here on DMAC and Reiter. Welcome back into DMAC and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Without further ado, let's do
the NFL report.
Crushed it. Crushed it, dude.
Well done. Well done.
Oh, no, hold on. Oh, you want to go?
Yeah.
Where's the
Go ahead,
guy? There we go.
You're the guy.
Okay, the NFL report. No.
Oh. All right, guys. This is the NFL report where we're talking all things in and around the NFL, focusing in Rams, Chargers, some Raiders. Now, during the NFL report, we've been playing different clips of people across the NFC West reacting to the Rams acquiring Myles Garrett. Some fear, some excitement. Well, Cardinal safety Mack Wilson is apparently completely unconcerned, and this is maybe my favorite piece of sound in a long time.
They gotta deal with us. At the end of the day, they got to deal with us.
Got to deal with the Cardinals.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I never thought of that way. But when Mack Wilson puts it that way, all roads go through Arizona.
I know, right? The NFC West runs through Arizona. No.
That's Lack Wilson.
There we go.
Lacks common sense.
Banger. I mean, you really think the Rams are shaking their boots about that? I don't think so. The Cardinals, like I said, the NFC West circle of life. The Seahawks, they beat the 49ers beat the Rams beat the Seahawks, and everyone beats the Arizona Cardinals.
Even Superman has to fight a non-super villain sometimes. No?
I'm out of Superman once. Oh, hey, man. I love this, man. The Cardinals, they're nothing in this division. And give them some bulletin board material. Give this to Myles Garrett, and he'll be ready to roll. Sorry.
Banger. Wait, can I do your thing? Banger.
They beat him by a combined score of 82-37 last year. I mean, they destroyed this Cardinals team.
Banger.
Don't go at Myles Garrett. That's a Cardinal sin. Okay.
Oh, my gosh, dude. Oh, really? That's a joke.
I'll give him one. Well, yeah, the Rams are currently the favorites to win the NFC West at plus 100. The team that just won the Super Bowl, the Seahawks, are at plus 205. I don't know what the Cardinals' odds are. I'd imagine they are 4th out of 4. Leonard Williams of the Seahawks had some thoughts on this.
I think I'd be lying if I said there wasn't a little extra motivation from hearing that type of stuff. There's a little extra chips on our shoulder. We just came off of a Super Bowl, winning season, and people are still, giving other people favorites over us. But at the same time, like I said, it's always about us. It's about our process. I think that is still adding fuel to the fire for guys, but at the same time, we're going to stick to our process regardless of what other people outside may think.
He started talking. He's like, oh, wait, I'm supposed to do cliches.
Exactly, right?
Process.
It's like Super Bowl champion from last season finds motivation in something from last season and upcoming season. It's like every year. It reminds me of when Tom Brady was like saying everybody thinks we suck before the year. It's like this always happens. They have to refuel that fire.
Also, it's not easy to be back-to-back NFL champion, so in some ways he's not making the argument that he thinks he is.
Exactly.
Oh, that was a banger.
That was.
I got facts. I'm learning your... Oh, wow. Thank you.
Round of applause. But seriously, though, this is...
Please be serious.
We've got... I'm waiting for the 49ers next, all right? We heard Trent Williams. Trent Williams is really the only guy to acknowledge that Myles Garrett was kind of striking some fear in them. So let's bring it on. I mean, the Seahawks, the Cardinals, a lot of attention for the Rams. I think this is good for them.
What? I liked it. Well, just waiting for the next one. Did I do the radio wrong?
No, it was good.
Our radio good. I'm done.
Guys, there are currently 2 first-round picks that still remain unsigned. Interestingly, those 2 players are Fernando Mendoza and Ty Simpson.
Who's going to be more successful?
Mendoza. Mendoza's going to get a bigger opportunity. He's in a system with Kubiak. I mean, I got to see what Ty Simpson in the longer run.
I like guys that sit and wait. I am Ty Simpson agnostic. In a vacuum, I'm a huge believer in someone sitting for 2 or 3 years if a team can afford that. And then you throw in a really good quarterback room, a really great head coach, a really great quarterback, and who's a good person, Matt Stafford. I think Ty Simpson's got a better chance in L.A. than any other place that could have drafted him.
I think his floor is potentially higher. I think the buzz factor is higher on Mendoza, but I also think the it factor is there with Mendoza too. I mean, if he actually can bottle up what we saw in Indiana, translate that to the pros, he could be special. There's a certain je ne sais quoi to Fernando Mendoza, like that it factor that he does have. I see it. You don't see the it factor in Mendoza? I see it.
Weirdly, you spoke French, and I started thinking about French onion soup.
Sounds delicious.
Close. We're close.
Last one here. So with the World Cup, every stadium is temporarily installing grass fields, which they will be playing on tonight at SoFi in about an hour. This has reignited the debate from NFL players and coaches on whether or not grass is more desirable than turf fields. Ram safety Quentin Lake is one of many who have weighed in on the changes to grass, saying, quote, "Can it be done? Yes, we know it's going to be done at the World Cup, so I would hope that one day, maybe in the near future, they can do it for us."
Can I reframe this, I think, properly, Doug? It's not a question of whether it can be done, it's whether you're going to pay for it. FIFA is willing to pay for it, right? They have all the money in the world, and some of that is for reasons that are off-putting. The question isn't whether it can be done, it's whether your NFL franchise wants to pay the cost, which is not nothing, of having grass.
Exactly. Here's the thing, too. Las Vegas, they have grass. They hold events all the time. It can and should be done. I hope that this happens. We saw in Super Bowl 56, Odell Beckham Jr. had a non-contact knee injury, blew up his knee. It impacted the Rams in that game, but also his future. So, other thing, too, Stan Kroenke, who does he own? Arsenal, right? Their stadium, they have natural grass. They know how to do this. Let's make this happen. Natural grass at SoFi Stadium. I don't like the field turf. Football should be played on grass.
You're saying the Arsenal owner should be gunning for grass in the States.
Yeah, I do. I would say that's definitely it.
You go with it. You co-sign.
I do, absolutely.
Also, if you can have grass in Vegas, you can have grass anywhere on the face of the earth and maybe on Mars. It's not as if Las Vegas is a natural habitat for all the grass. They're spending money on the water, man.
I mean,
they have
to get grass. I mean, I don't want it lawn and order, right? They have to bring it in there. They have to have that grass. I need to see it.
So, can I go back to the Mendoza thing? How long do you need? And we'll do this much more over the course of the coming weeks and months, but because we have a minute. But how long do you need to feel like you can evaluate a quarterback? Because I feel like after 8 or 9
once
weeks,
he starts,
once he starts playing
even as a rookie,
every game, yeah.
I think a full season for a rookie.
I think guys get ruined so often and so quick. See, my thing about Mendoza, my worry is not can he do it or not do it. That's part of it. I'm just worried, will the Raiders put him in a position not to ruin him? A lot of organizations ruin their guys.
And they do need to solidify the offensive line. I also think, too, they're so committed long-term that he's the number one pick. He's going to get years to figure it out. And we know, look at Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. I mean, you get the coordinator, you get the quarterback, and then you have a chance.
I mean, how's the arm talent there?
It's solid, but it's not elite.
Uh-oh.
But there's between the years.
Guy.
I am, but there's also some Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, and him, I think, too.
Who's the best player of all time to not have arm talent? Peyton Manning. You didn't say it yesterday. I'm going to say it for you. It's Peyton Manning.
I would say Peyton Manning.
It's all good.
Yeah, but he maximized.
Do you know what else is maximized? The opportunity for this U.S. men's national team to take advantage of home soil and the World Cup game that's in about an hour and 2 minutes. We'll break the whole thing down next on D-Mac and Reiter.
They have this.
You know him, you love him. He is arguably the best manager in Major League Baseball. He has been helming the Los Angeles Dodgers to championships and going for a third one as we speak. In a row, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Dave Roberts joins D. Fish and Decker. Doc, how you doing, my guy?
Oh, Dak, what's going on, man? It's been a long time, man. I love that you are paired up with D-Fish, man. I love the duo. It's fantastic.
Just legends, my guy. Just legends.
No doubt.
How is it over there in Pittsburgh, man? I mean, the game last night, especially the seventh inning on, absolute offensive barrage. How was that?
It was unbelievable. You know, Skeens is he's one of the game's best. And, you know, with those guys, you sort of just got to wait them out. And we waited him out, got him out after 6, and then the barrage, as you said, happened, and we came to life. And so that was good. To a game that Paul Skeens starts and you get a team win, that's a good day.
Coach D-Fish here, man. We really appreciate you joining us, man, especially as you get locked in for the second game of the series tonight. Talk to us about, like, your experience as a player and how, as you transition into managing and coaching, how that's really influenced how you lead your guys now.
Well, I'll tell you, Fish, you know, it's like I love playing. Playing and actually I enjoy managing more than I did playing. And I say that because playing, you got a very micro look at life and performance, because a lot of it is about you and your individual performance. And yeah, you want the team to win, and you were a point guard. I was a leadoff hitter, so you're setting the table for guys. But still, you're still looking at individual performance. As a manager, you have a chance to set the culture, really impact lives, and get a different, wider lens. And so when we win championships, I can really now appreciate how many people were involved in winning versus, you know, you both know when you play, you only think that everything revolves around the players. And that is the most important piece, but you just have more of an appreciation for everyone else. So for me, honestly, my body feels better now that I'm not playing too. So that's another bonus. And I sleep a lot better too.
Of course, we are being joined right now by the great Dave Roberts, manager of the Los Angeles Dodgers. And Doc, you know, you mentioned you like managing more than you liked playing. What have you learned during your tenure as a manager of this team? Because, you know how it happens early on. You lose late in the playoffs, and everybody's calling for your head. And then you get past that, and everybody's like, what? That wasn't me. I never would have said that about Dave Roberts.
Right. Yep. I'll tell you this, though, and honest admission, I will say that I've learned, because I think that it's like with anything, you're trying to learn the job as you do something new. And for me, I took too much to the analytics in the postseason early. And I think that it's like, I really do believe that the analytics has a place in the game. I really do. And to be fair, analytics have been part of the game forever. But now you just have words and ways to quantify it more. But I think that for the long haul, the marathon of a season, the long game, it is by far, it's the way to go. It is the long view. But I think to win 11 games in the postseason, it's just about people. It is. And I think that you got to get uncomfortable. It's not always going to look right, but I think at the end of the day, to win championships, you got to bet on people. And I think I've done a much better job of that.
Doug McCain and Bill Reiter. Wow, D-Mac.
You have just been around, just doing the heavy lifting on the soccer analysis. You're giving Alexi Lawless a run for his money. Landon Donovan, man, you're like the next great soccer analyst.
Did you notice I took a shot at Alexi? I thought it was funny. I don't think Alex Curry loved it. I don't think she loved it.
Maybe they're cool.
It was a good joke, though.
Alex, close to name a little bit. Maybe,
How do you know Alexi Lawless is saying something he shouldn't? He's talking.
He's talking.
It's a little humor.
It's not too bad.
You don't like it either. D-Mac and Reiter. You like it?
Yeah, it's cool. It's a nice little. It's a polite shot.
Somebody once told me when it comes to soccer, I'm your guy. T-Mac.
I nominate you.
T-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. Again, injury help to 40222. You're a funny guy.
Man.
Funny how? Funny like a clown? Like I make you laugh? I can't do a good Pesci.
Yeah, that's not bad. But yeah, you're going to do a lot of it. And you got to watch the games, though. That's a big thing about being an analyst. You got to watch the game. So
you do. You have to. There was an argument on the morning show today, D-Fish and Decker, where Cody Decker said that they were going to use, they had somebody on as a guest who's a former soccer player. They were going to use him as an analyst. And Raj said, no, he's our correspondent. And then they got a little argument. I'm Team Raj. I think it'd be a correspondent if you're having him on, right? That's a fancier name. It's a big, gussy that thing up.
You think there's a difference there as far as the prestige of that? Correspondent? I'd rather be an analyst.
You would?
Yeah, analyst sounds like, hey, this dude knows what he's talking about. This dude's an expert. Correspondent.
I think an analyst sort of connotates a certain level of longevity at a place, whereas a correspondent can be, here and there.
Okay.
We bring him in.
That's fair. Yeah, every now and then.
You know? Analyst, you're married.
Don't you ever call me a correspondent.
Correspondent is kind
That's
of
offensive.
you're dating.
Is that how you view it?
That's how I view it now. 855-97 LA Fan, 855-97 LA Fan. We will catch you up on the Dodgers game, what's kind of going on as it happens. We'll also talk to you about some disrespect thrown the Dodgers' way from a fairly big Major League Baseball operation, and we'll also get into it's not a false report, but a report about something that requires some nuance Doug can give us that was presented as a great controversy. We got you, Dodgers, and are actually maybe something else. We'll also do the Reiter hero of the day reveal. Who are the four nominees here? Let me get into the Andrew Williams, our boss. Sammy in promotions, who is not Sam in promotions. Sammy in promotions. We're not blaming anybody, Doug. Freddie from Germany. Oh, and me. I made the final. And me. I'm also nominated for getting up and doing my job. By the way, we do have some comments in the chat on the Dodgers. We'll get to those. We see those. It's not great for Kyle Tucker. What's you're wearing the USA kit. We're playing Paraguay in I'm bad at math. 53 minutes. This is such a critical match. It's so important. For those of you who don't know, every team in every group, including USA, will play the other three teams in the group. They do a round robin. It is 3 points for a win. It is 1 point for a draw. It is 0 points for a loss. And then the top two teams automatically advance, and 8 of the 12 third-place finishers in the 12 groups also advance. Obviously, it's weighted, so if you win your group, you have, in theory, an easier opponent on the next side because you play a second or third place finisher in whatever group you're assigned. In the third place cases, it depends on the points and all these tiebreakers. How's your optimism level? How you feeling about this game and just the general sort of group stage for USA?
I'm feeling good. I think they're confident. I think they're healthy. I think you look at some of those pre-tournament friendlies. I think they fared well in those. And you look at Paraguay, they have a really good defensive team. So that's
they really do.
Kind of what I'm looking for is, will we see a low-scoring match where just one goal wins it? That's something that could terrify me when you're that close, late. Some things happen, right? There's magic, and that's what's beautiful about soccer. That's what they call it a beautiful game, because it just things can happen. So I feel like the U.S. they've been waiting for this. They're amped up for this, and it would just really, really, really be a big vibe killer to take an L, and anything short of victory tonight is going to be a major, major disappointment. It's your look. You are the host nation, right? You are in Los Angeles. You are in this big moment. Live up to it and enjoy it. So I'm hoping for. I told you, 2-1 game. I got Pulisic in the 76th minute, getting a goal. Maybe I'll change it to Weston. I don't know, but it feels like tonight's a big night for U.S., and you got to capitalize on this.
And by the way, there are some levels of concern. There are some levels of worry. You noted that Paraguay is very good defensively. It's a country of 6 million people, but they're extraordinarily excited to be in the World Cup. They have a very sort of inspirational, well-regarded Argentinian manager who does a good job firing these dudes up. They played a friendly against the U.S. men's national team in the last year. I think it was 7-8 months ago, and it was a heated affair. We've also got the starting 11 out. It will be Matt Freese and not Matt Turner as the goalie, which is one of the big questions. And here's the thing, and I'm not going to pretend to be a goalie expert. I'm not a goalie expert. Neither Matt Freese nor Matt Turner inspire a ton of confidence. There is a concern about the back line of the U.S. men's national team. Now, Chris Richards, who's been a little banged up, is in there. That's really good news. I'm not pretending that Matt Freese is going to be a game-changing goalkeeper the way like Joan Garcia is a little versatile. But I prefer him to Matt Turner, so I think that's the right moves by Poch. And, kind of the names you'd expect. Serginho Dest, who's a very good sort of left-right back, who's been injured but has been back, is in. Tyler Adams, very good player. Anthony, is it Jedi Robert? They call him Jedi? Robinson, who had a golazo in the friendly. I love Weston McKennie. Christian Pulisic, Tim Reams in there. Alex Freeman, Tillman's in there, and Balogun, whose name I always mispronounce, but he's a really good striker. It's funny. I'm not very high on the U.S. men's national team. I think they can lose the group. Not lose the group. I think they can finish second or third in the group, certainly second. I really like Turkey. I look at the starting 11. Maybe I'm getting caught up in the moment the way that happens when they play the national anthem. And it's a very good team. It's not a team they're not going to be in a semifinal barring sort of a miracle run. They need to win tonight. And the odds on this, DMAC, and we talked about this earlier here on DMAC and Reiter 97.1 The Fan, they are actually plus money in terms of are they going to win the game. Will they win the game outright? They're plus 105, 110, depending where you look. Now, it's a little misleading because normally when we do that in a baseball game, say, or a basketball game, you can't tie. A tie in America terms, a draw is part of the equation. So it's basically 50% they're going to win, 50% they're going to either lose or draw. And Canada's a warning against Bosnia earlier today. You have to come out and you have to play really well. And for me, every single chance you get against, as you noted, a really good Paraguay defense, they're going to be compact. Every chance you get a shot on goal, you have to be efficient and you have to take your chances.
And that's what they're going to try to do, right? That's what their style is. They want to frustrate you. They don't want to possess the ball. And if you are the U.S., you have to take advantage of those situations. I'm a little worried, though. Just the style of play from Paraguay and the way that they try to possess the football and they're defensive-minded. Will the U.S. start pressing if they're not scoring early, if they're not scoring often? And does the pressure start to mount up? This does feel a little bit like a little bit of a trap for them early on with the Paraguayans. They're just so interested in their style and committed to it where you don't need to have the ball to dictate the possession. And for the U.S., defensively, have they fixed things with Chris Richards being back?
It's
nice
really
pull.
It's really
a good pull, DMAC.
I didn't catch it.
Chris Richards.
Yeah.
He's back.
Right, I said that a few minutes ago.
I know. Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
I did my homework on this one.
I thought you did a pun or something.
Oh, no, there's no pun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Threw me off.
Okay, sorry.
I also wonder. So this is the thing, right? We've seen this with the Knicks and with the Spurs, barring that miracle comeback. We saw almost for the first time in NBA Finals history, every single home team lose the first 4 games. It did not go that way. We know the Knicks are up 3-1 because of that collapse. But the pressure and expectations got to both of them. The other thing about this USA team, and I don't know the answer, is to what degree are they able to handle what are, I think, very legitimate expectations. Nobody is saying that they should win the World Cup. But you can't be nervy when you're playing Paraguay. You just can't be. They have to go out there and they have to play and believe that they belong. And the interesting thing about this is if things go a certain way, USA, I think it's around a 16, could play Argentina. Nobody thinks the USA is going to beat Argentina. I mean, miracles happen in sports. They happen. But if the USA gets to that stage, so if they play well enough in the 3 group games, including tonight's at SoFi at 6 o'clock, DMAC and Reiter 97.1 The Fan, that they advance to the round of 32. And we've talked a lot about they have very favorable. It's random, right? Wink, wink. Okay, maybe it's random. Sure, FIFA. They have a very favorable reality because They are, if USA wins their group, they play a third-place finisher, which will be a very, very, almost certainly favorable matchup. Most of the teams that finish second in their group, most play a first-place group team. And just put this in perspective, if either Argentina or Spain finish second in their group, which shouldn't happen, but neither should the USA, if that does happen to Spain or Argentina, they played the other one. One of them would go home. The USA, lucky enough that even if they finish second, they play a second-place team, which would almost certainly be Iran. So it's Iran or Egypt, which, again, not easy games, but very winnable games. And so I think in a lot of ways, if USA comes out against a side like Paraguay and plays well, I think it gives them the momentum and the confidence to make the round of 16. But if they come out and they're nervy, because if you get to the round of 32, you are confident. You've had some opportunities. You feel good about yourself. You're in your home country. You've had some moments. You've gotten to the place where you're kind of like the Knicks now, feeling good about yourself. If you come out against Paraguay and you draw, you do what Canada did. You don't take your chances. They have a couple moments of brilliance. You start to feel the pressure. The wheels could come off. And I'm not saying that'll happen, but this is not a best of 7 series. This is a very significant match tonight. It's in LA. I'm not saying it's a must win. It's really important for just USA to play like they're world class. If they're going to play like they're world class in this tournament, they got to play, at least believe they're world class tonight and get 3 points against Paraguay.
And that's the thing, too. How do you play world-class football, world-class soccer if you don't have a lot of world-class players? I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I just don't think, save for the patriotism and the delusion, we're the world-class players I think to get past Paraguay and to win tonight, certainly you have the ability to do that. I do think defensively, that's what I'm looking at as far as limiting the opportunities for the U.S., but it's going to be a lot of hype and anticipation for this one. We'll see how they handle it, but I'm with you. They need something big early. They need a moment. They need to feel good about this team because it's crazy to me that the expectations are sky high, but then it's like, what is the goal here? Just finish second in the group, lose in the knockout round. It's rinse and repeat with the U.S. men's soccer team. Prove me wrong. I'm not a believer. I'm not a big believer in this team, but I would love for them to have success.
Dude, I agree. D-Mac and Reiter. I'm going to give 2 positive sort of perspectives and comps here to get past what you're talking about. Because you're right. The U.S. men's national team is not a world-class team in terms of world-class superstar. Arda Güler, who's the Turkey sort of talisman, I think is he the captain? I'm not even sure. Is a world-class player. They'll play Turkey at some point in the group stage. You know how when Ryan Ward came up to the big leagues, he immediately had success? And that success, whether it's true or not, made him believe that, I'm a big leaguer. I am actually at this level. I can actually take, and he's played really well. That's what USA needs to do because there isn't a guy, if things go badly, there's not a guy who is good enough to say, you know what, the other 10 guys out here don't believe they belong, but I know I belong, so I'll just carry these guys for 30 minutes. I'll score a goal, I'll get it done. The best case scenario for this team, whatever that is, round of 16, you shock the world, you make it to the semis, I don't know, is the 2004 NBA final champion Detroit Pistons. And because I love Rip Hamilton as a guy. He's a great guy. I'm not sure Rip Hamilton's a all-world Hall of Famer. Really, really good player. He would disagree. I'm not sure Chauncey Billups is a Hall of Famer. Although did he get in? But I just, that's what the U.S. men's national team needs to be. The 2004 Pistons, which is the least superstar talented NBA championship team of this century in the NBA. Because there are a lot of guys who are borderline exceptional on that Pistons team. There's not one guy where you go, oh yeah, that's Kobe, that's Jordan, that's LeBron, that's Steph, that's Tim Duncan, that's Shaq, whoever I'm forgetting, that's Dwayne Wade, that's Dirk Nowitzki, that's Jokic. They don't have those level guys, but they had enough guys who are really good, and they worked as a team enough that obviously the Pistons had this run. Is Serginho Dest one of the best players in the world? No. But he's a European-level player. Is Tyler Adams one of the best players in the world? No, but he's a really good soccer player. Is Robinson that? Is McKinney that? Even Pulisic. And Pulisic can be really good. He's been okay at the AC Milan. No, but you put them all together, if they can get some momentum, they can get some vibes, they can Ryan Ward the hell out of this thing. I don't believe in either, but if I'm trying to construct a world where they win the group, which they can do, but I wouldn't bet on it, that's, I think, what it looks like.
Wow, that's a big sell. I'm
trying to get.
This feels like a 16 seed.
You're wearing the kit, and I'm not.
This is like a 16 seed in the NCAA tournament trying to talk themselves into a Final Four run.
It's a
8 seed, 9 seed.
I was going to go 8 to 10.
8 or 9 seed. Okay, that's fair. Look, I mean, you read about just the importance of the first round is not losing as much as it is winning, right? And that's kind of where the United States needs to be tonight. And I think the first goal, absolutely critical. If they score first, it's going to force Paraguay out of that shell. If Paraguay scores first, they're going to park the bus. It's going to be tough to break down. So that's what's going to be about, man. And just kind of going in there and watching the pregame, the pre-match festivities, all the hype surrounding it. I mean, it's going to be a great atmosphere. How do they handle that? We'll see. But I think it's kind of one of those things where hopefully you have a better understanding about where U.S. soccer is a month from now and where you need to go to level up. So to me, leveling up is winning a knockout stage game, and it starts tonight.
By the way, this will not necessarily be well regarded by or well sort of received by a lot of sort of U.S. men's national team inside, super fans. Gio Reyna's on the bench, and he should be. I do think Gio Reyna has massive talent. I also think can be massively underwhelming for a lot of reasons. That's the guy, and Pepe, who I really like as a player, who's a striker. Those are the two guys. If USA is at 0-0 or 1-1, or God help them, like Canada against Bosnia earlier, chasing the game and are down, because 0 points would be a total disaster. Those are the guys to look to come in the 60th or 65th minute and maybe try to spark a little bit of magic. So we're D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. We're updating you. U.S. men's national team starting 11 is out. It's the usual suspects. Matt Freese, though, is the goalkeeper. That was sort of a question between him and Matt Turner. I have another update. Henry Reiter, my son, flying by himself for the first time, has successfully landed. He's in Iowa. He's with the grandparents. He made it, and I showed you the photo. And you sort of ribbed me a little bit. He came off in shades, and he had a headphones on, music, but he also had something else on that you gave me a hard time for.
Coolest kid on earth. I mean, your kid has what they call main character energy. He does. He's got main character energy, and I couldn't help but notice the kit that he was wearing, and it was beautiful. It was great. It was blue. It was red.
Terrible.
And I noticed there was a crest in the middle. I think I saw the Eiffel Tower there. And I do believe he's dressed like a winner. PSG, Paris Saint-Germain. His son has great taste in soccer teams, especially on the club level, rocking that PSG jersey. We love it.
He packed an Argentina Messi jersey, the one that I wore the other day, to go to Iowa to see his grandparents. He packed 3 Barca jerseys, and he came out in the PSG jersey. And I tried this morning to get him to change.
He's got
the
great
jersey.
style, got great taste, man.
I will say this, though. I will say this. I spent a lot of time, basically. I don't shame my son on anything. I love my son, and I wanted to be him. I shamed him a lot on the PSG stuff. As soon as Mbappe left, I'm like, you can wear the PSG. All right.
It's fair.
You got that.
You can wear it now.
I was wrong.
I see it.
I got it. I mean, Paris is a great city.
So did you get him into soccer or vice versa, or did it happen at the same time?
It kind of happened at the same time. Honestly, he was not really into soccer, and then we started watching Barcelona matches, and then he started playing AYSO. And as a dad, we were in New York for 2 years. They didn't do sports. They did piano and stuff there. I'm like, bro, I don't know if you want to be doing because Manhattan Beach is crazy with the sports. Every other kid's parents think that they're going to be the next big thing. Yeah. It's wild. And I think I said earlier, he wasn't the world's best player, and then Messi signed his shirt, and then Henry started doing crazy stuff. It was crazy.
How he had been like 2 months old last time Barca won a Champions League? Was he born yet?
Why are we punching back on? Why
was he? No, but
body shot.
But who does he claim? Honest question: who does he claim? Like, does he rock with
First and foremost, he's going Barcelona.
Barcelona,
but he loves the city of Paris.
Yeah,
like he just thinks Paris is cool. And he likes the way the shirt looks. I'll say this a lot. We had to sort of have a conversation where, look, man, I know people wear hats because it's a cool looking hat. You can't do that with soccer jerseys, bro. Some of them you can't do.
You got to rap. You got to own it. You got to buy into it.
So this might make. I feel like I don't know if I'm a good dad, but I want to be, and I love my kids, and it's a priority for me. It's the priority. But I told my son, and I meant it. He went through a rebellious stage where if you bring a Real Madrid jersey into this house, I will burn it or use it as toilet paper.
Yeah,
I meant it.
Jeez,
is that wrong?
No, it's not wrong at all.
What would you do if your daughter just to be rebellious when she was 12 was like, I'm a Giants fan, I'm gonna bring Giants stuff into the house, I'm a Padres fan? You'd be like, not my house.
Yeah, I think that I might go the burn route. I think I might go, hey, this is good to wash the cars with, maybe a little dirty towel. But honestly, though,
was the toilet paper thing a little far?
No, that'd be fine.
Okay.
But Real Madrid, that crown, those 15 Champions Leagues.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's fine.
Sure,
all
But hey, I also
works the same.
I also am a believer though. Have your own team. Like for me, my whole thing would be if she went to USC, that would kill me. That would crush me.
See, I think that's funny. That stuff happens all the time. That you just put in the now that's where she's going.
Yeah,
you understand that's where she's going to attend now.
Like I'd rather her not graduate from college. I'd rather be like a high school dropout. Right. That's never even goes to go to college or whatever. Then go to USC and get like straight A's.
But now it's coming.
Yeah, probably.
Can you put that in the universe?
I probably did.
Is that the number one that you would not want?
Yeah, I'd probably say so. Because like the pro sports things, I mean, obviously the college, so it's kind of the Jerry Seinfeld things. Like it's not just laundry. That's it. It's like that's kind of what it is for pro sports. But it means something more for soccer, for football. But college, you really don't change teams, right? There's transfers there. But you look at like Johnny Damon, right, going from the Red Sox to the Yankees, right, and things like that.
That was wild. That's a good pull.
There's some weird, different rivals changing teams. But
Steve Garvey
went to the Padres. Yeah.
Should we call him the Garv?
The Garv. We could bring on the Garv. She's like a big politician now.
Can I bring up your daughter again?
Sure.
Real quick. You brought up main character energy. You've said a couple times just off the air how she'll come at you, and I didn't really believe you. And then you played a clip the other day of your wife talking about something in sports, and I heard in the background, "You're not. What was it? You're not in charge." But but it wasn't whiny. It was, "I'm in charge of you, Dad, and here are the rules."
Oh, yeah.
She also has main character energy.
She really does. Big recital to this Saturday at 3. She's got the other one. So
wait, at 3?
Yeah, 3.
Wait, tomorrow?
Yeah.
You're kidding.
It is at 3.
Do you understand why I'm saying this?
I do, but...
Hold on. On the air, you assured me that you were joining me and our boss, Andrew Williams.
I'm going to go. It's a short recital.
No. And I said, so you're not coming.
I'm coming because we're watching NBA Finals after. Right?
So you're skipping your daughter's recital?
Oh, yeah, I am.
You're skipping the recital?
Absolutely.
Content. Cut this for, I want Monday, I want proof that he said it.
I would skip her middle school, high school graduation, the birth of her first child, to be with Bill Reiter and Andrew Williams watching the World Cup. Absolutely
we got
would.
There. The new 97.
Send me pictures.
The voice of I won't have to.
No, Gene can.
Oh yeah.
I'll be there in spirit.
You'll be there. In spirit.
Yes.
Like last time.
I will.
Did she have a recital last time you didn't show up? That you no-showed? That you didn't come? That you broke our hearts? That you lied to us?
That was a party. I'm making up for it this week, and I promise you.
Know what the problem with punching back is?
What?
The other person punches back.
Hey, but I'm Teflon, baby.
The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, D-Mac and Reiter. Thank you for hanging out with us. We will reveal in about 20 minutes the Rooter Hero of the Day. There's still time to vote at the Fan LA, at the Fan LA over on the old YouTube. But first, we're going to update you on the Dodgers. We're going to tell you about a report out there that's not everything that Dodgers haters want you to believe. And we're going to also point to a very prestigious Major League Baseball broadcaster who need to watch themselves. That's next on D-Mac and Reiter.
And so, that can make things interesting for the Thunder. But we'll talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to like organize it to the point that people say, "Hey, man, we could keep going back for years." But so anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, well, congratulations to you.
You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music. And now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are engaged in sports because sports is truth to a certain extent. It's organized. You can't come from nowhere and all of a sudden be something. So those are things I always work on, especially my genre, hip-hop and rap now. We don't want people to leave after they turn 25.
Man, those are great points. Chuck D, Derek Fisher here, man. Big time fan, and just so much respect for not just your journey as an artist, but just as a human being, bro. Like you represent so much more than just music. So we appreciate you tapping in with us this morning. Talk to me about in sports. There's so much conversation about eras. And we were just having a conversation about, Shohei Ohtani and Babe Ruth. And in basketball, there's always these comparisons with eras. Where are you in terms of music now, how you feel about it compared to, obviously, in like your years when you were just super in the trenches with your music?
All the others are the caretakers, the curators, everybody in the administration, management, proper care and concern, outside of the artistry. They've all, ran ship, They let, unsavory elements inside the music business. And I'm saying that it started kind of like from that way, but then it organized and fixed itself because they knew in order to have return, it's not about who just comes in, but it's who returns to it. And that's always been the sports motto. It's not how you get in the building. It's how they keep coming back to the building. And no matter what you do, and you got to prove to a fan base that what you do is worked on hard, and they can't do it. And that's one thing in sports. We could talk about Derek Fisher as a player and a coach, but one thing we know as a fan, we can't do that. In our minds, we could do it, but we can't do what's on that court, diamond, gridiron, or anything. You just fix in your mind that you think you can. So it's easy for you to just call somebody a bum when you have no idea of what level that level is. In music, people kind of feel that, I could do that. You can't play an instrument. You might not have a good voice, and you're only going to write the same thing over and over again. But they let them all in. So that's where it's gotten to a point. So you can't compare the eras because those eras before had everybody at every position taking care of the total game.
Just,
If you had one moment.
This is a moment. No, do it. Dodgers expert Bill Reiter here. D-Mac and Reiter. Oh, boy. D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. Calldowntown.com. Hey, Bill.
What's going on?
You good, man?
Good. Dodgers up 2-1.
Happy Friday. What we got going on?
Dodgers up 2-1. Rojas at the plate.
Just kidding. What's the... I'll just say it for you. You're crazy, man. Okay. It's to me.
Yeah.
From you. All right. Dodgers up 2-1. What? Okay, so we'll catch you up here in a second. Do you want to talk about... you're going to go at a couple things here. Do you want to go at the story of the doctor who allegedly is under a serious investigation, or do you want to start with MLB Network?
Let's do the investigation. Let's see how that goes. I mean, there's a lot of people out there wanting to see the Dodgers downfall, and they're trying to use that. So
do you want to walk us through it?
Yeah, you could. Well, so basically what happened was, Bursch, the story was... The story
so basically, Dr. Elatrach is a renowned sports physician. He's a physician who works with lots of athletes and is very much associated with the Dodgers, although not just the Dodgers. If you have had a series of medical procedures done as an athlete anywhere in the world, it is very common that he has operated on you. In fact, I heard today driving in, listen to D-Fish and Decker, he operated once on Cody Decker. He's the guy, if you can get in, you go to this guy. And at a stage where Conor McGregor was injured in his career, so this was the initial report. He worked with him, and there was allegations of steroid use, and therefore MLB is investigating. And that was the big brouhaha, right? It's the old thing back in the newspaper days. They put the allegation on the front page, and they put the, this wasn't anything on page, A8. Kind of feels like that. The follow-up is that he worked with Conor McGregor. He's put out a statement, and he said, in effect, I'm summarizing, that I referred him to another doctor. I've talked to MLB already. Do you have more info, Bersh?
No, that's correct.
Yeah.
That, in fact, earlier today, Dr. Neil Elitrosh did, in fact, release a formal statement on the latest on. You get that?
It feels like exactly. Good work, dude. It feels like much ado. I don't want to say it's much ado about nothing. It sounds like there were T's to cross and I's to dot, given the fact there were allegations of Conor McGregor using performance-enhancing drugs. And since this doctor, who is renowned and incredibly well-regarded, did work with him, also worked with 438,000 other athletes, there was just a conversation that needed to take place. And you made the point, I hadn't thought of this way. It did feel like people out there just looking for a reason to go at the Dodgers.
Exactly. Most people were like, not reading this, the Dodgers are guilty, right? That's how they felt about this whole thing, just because this is the doctor that does a lot of high-profile surgeries, not just for the Dodgers, but for the Rams. And he's the guy, when you need Tommy John surgery, he's the guy that you go to. So for him to be linked to performance-enhancing drugs, I think a lot of people just ran with this thing. It was such a bizarre story. The New York Times writer had it as breaking news, as if this was some massive undertaking or as this massive expose of Dr. Neil Elitrosh. And he has cooperated as far as, hey, releasing statements. I'll answer any question. I'll answer any question from Major League Baseball.
You want me to read it to you?
Yeah, let's hit it.
Dr. Elitrosh, quote, I have spoken with MLB, and I am very comfortable with the process that the league and I will complete to assure the public that I have followed every rule and regulation in my medical treatment of athletes without exception. My record is completely clean, including in this case. I will leave it to MLB officials to provide any further comment as they see fit. Look, I've met Conor McGregor back in my very brief MMA coverage days. If I had, referred him to a sandwich shop and he stopped and got allegedly PEDs on the way there, that doesn't make me guilty of helping him get PEDs. Just because there's an association on one thing doesn't in any way associate Neil Elitrosh or anyone else with all the other things that Conor McGregor might do, allegedly.
And for him, he tried to reapply, right, for the UFC as far as the anti-doping and things like that. The guy was trying to get better, to try to maybe get back in the ring, but it's a totally different sport. It's a totally different avenue. I think if I'm Dr. Neil Elitrosh in all of this, I probably want to maybe limit those types of endeavors as far as those kinds of clients that might give you bad publicity in all of this. But it's kind of a big reminder that everyone is trying to get the Dodgers to have their downfall, right? I mean, right when this broke, everyone's like, yeah, give all the trophies that the Dodgers won in 2024 and 2025 to the second-place team. Let's ban the Dodgers and all this stuff. But the truth of the matter is there's nothing to see here. Nothing will come of this. There's no negative thing
They're not
towards
the
the Dodgers.
They're not the Los Angeles Astros.
Exactly. There you go.
Get out of here.
Yeah, and the thing, too, is, I mean, in these certain situations, they're isolated to a Conor McGregor who it was trying to push for this to try to get better.
Yeah, this felt like a con job involving McGregor. All right, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Thanks, pal. The new 97.1 Fan, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. You have I don't want to misrepresent it, but I feel like you have a bone to pick.
I do.
With MLB Network.
I do. So MLB Network, lots of very talented analysts over there. Mark DeRosa, Robert Flores, lots of very educated baseball minds. And of course, being in this business, I understand you need segments. You need producers that put against each other. But they had this whole segment where they were pushing for Kyle Schwarber to be the starting DH when the All-Star game was in Philly. And yes, Kyle Schwarber having a very, very good season. Yes, Kyle Schwarber is someone that's very powerful at the plate. He can slug 24 home runs, but he's still hitting .239. If you look at the overall offensive production, Shohei's is superior, and just because the home runs are there, there's no reason to have Kyle Schwarber at DH over Shohei Ohtani. Under no circumstances would that be the right decision. Just to appease fans in Philly, just to appease Kyle Schwarber, you got to do what's best for the game. Shohei Ohtani, even when pitching and doing it at a full-time or at a near full-time level like he has this entire season, has still been a better hitter than Kyle Schwarber. So I can't believe that they're even considering doing this or trying to push for this. To me, it feels like East Coast bias. It feels like, okay, let's try to get a conversation started when there's no doubt about it. Shohei Ohtani should be the starting DH over Kyle Schwarber. It shouldn't even be a conversation that's entertained for even a half a second.
Look, we get a reputation sometimes of not being, I don't know, nice enough or whatever here on DMAC and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. So I'll say this as nicely. It's like, I want to help. Maybe, Bursch, maybe you can reach out to MLB Network and I can talk to them and explain to them that the home soil advantage that's supposed to take place in sports is in fact the World Cup. That's how that. So that they might. Maybe they're just confused. Maybe they also didn't get a lot of sleep like I didn't. Right? They're conflating things. Hosting an All-Star game is really cool for your city. It doesn't make your players All-Stars if they're not, and it doesn't make your All-Stars the All-Star if they're not. Congratulations to Philadelphia. Very cool. They're hosting the event. I've covered a bunch of them. They're very cool. You've covered a bunch of them. They're very cool. That doesn't make someone, just because they happen to play for the team that is hosting the event, more important, more powerful, more star-powered than other players who have outperformed them. But I can explain. I'm a very reasonable guy. Put DeRozan or anybody on the producer. I'm happy to explain without any condescension in my voice why they don't know what they're doing, but we got them. It's fine. We'll take care of it. It's all good. So we got 2-1 here. Any sense of how Roki's doing? And we're kind of like half. Man, I love Roki. Is it weird how much I love Roki?
He's the man. He's giving up a run so far, but bottom of the third inning, 48 pitches so far for Roki, going up against Miguel Vargas, who, by the way, a former Dodgers player that was included in the Michael Kopech, Tommy Edman trade. He could be an all-star this year, so credit that Dodgers farm system. But yeah, to kind of go back to what you were saying about Kyle Schwarber versus Shohei Ohtani, I mean, they're not even comparable players, too. I mean, the home runs are there. He has that in his favor. 24 home runs to Shohei's 13, but Shohei's hitting 305, Schwarber's hitting 239. The on-base, Shohei is at 421, and Schwarber's at 358. The slug, that is even a number where he's at 575, and Shohei's not that far behind at 543, but offensive production, weighted runs created plus, he's at 165 for Shohei. And Schwarber, good year, a 154 weighted runs created plus. But this would be the most baseball thing from the last 20 years to say, wait, we got the greatest player of all time who's en route to having the best season in the history of the sport, where right now a 2.7 WAR as a hitter and a 2.7 WAR as a pitcher. He's on pace for 12.6 WAR, which would be the best in the 21st century. So could you imagine a world where Christopher Sanchez is the pitcher, the starting pitcher for the National League, and then Kyle Schwarber, he's the starting DH for the senior circuit, and Shohei Ohtani, having the best year ever, is not out there. Don't use the diamond as a paperweight, man. You've got Shohei Ohtani, the greatest in the game, at the peak of his prime. Do what's best for the fans and for the sport. Shohei Ohtani better be the starting DH in Philly.
DMAC and Reiter 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And I'll add a cherry on top of that masterclass of a Dodger Sunday that you just presented to us on this Friday evening. If Shohei Ohtani were the lesser player by a slight degree, if he were the Schwarber in this situation, I would still make the argument, even if I were doing this show in New York City, that Shohei Ohtani should start and be the guy in every situation, because it's a showcase, and he is the person to showcase to all of the world as the face of baseball. The fact, as DMAC just walked us through, he should be the guy. On top of the fact he is Shohei Ohtani means that if it goes the wrong way, baseball again has decided, about to win a race, to just shoot themselves in their own foot for absolutely no reason. So hopefully cooler heads prevail than the people operating Major League Baseball, MLB Network. Be better, guys. DMAC and Reiter 97.1 The Fan, 97.1 The Fan. It is time for the reveal for the Rooter Hero of the Day. Next here on your favorite show on 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. How you doing?
Doing great. Getting ready, get hyped.
Let's go, man. Let's go.
Let's go. Minutes away.
I'm actually a little nervous.
You got like 7 more hits to do, right? Before the game?
I might have a few more.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. I love
hits on hits on hits.
By the way, it was fun this morning. It was cool doing K-Earth and K-Nex.
Great experience?
It was a great experience. It wasn't actually it was awesome. Here's the other thing about being up that early. I'm not a morning person. It is pretty remarkable to get on for me as the 405, but to get, I got on the 105 to the 405. It's amazing to get on there and just to have absolutely no one on the road and to see what LA is like if you could just snap your fingers and there's no traffic.
That's a great feeling. That's an amazing feeling. I was saying earlier that Friday sleep. That Friday sleep when you're off Saturday hits different. That's the same thing. That LA no traffic.
Oh man,
it's smooth.
I was halfway there and I thought maybe I'll just get up really early and not have traffic. And then now happened. I changed my mind. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. It is time for the Rooter Hero of the Day.
For the Rooter Hero of the Day.
Hero of the Day from Rooter Hero. Everybody needs a hero. RooterHero.com. We have eliminated Sammy in promotions and Bill Reiter. as the would-be winners. Although, thank you for your nomination.
Wow.
Very nice of you.
That's right.
It's kindness.
And then I also nominated.
We have a tie.
We have a tie? Wow, lots of ties.
Freddie from Germany and Andrew Williams, our boss. And as we know, the tie goes to the fan. So congratulations to Andrew Williams, our boss, who I nominated. And then you're like, he's swole. He's a great champion.
Jack.
He's the Rooter hero of the day. Oh, I almost did something I should have done.
Wow.
Yeah, talk to me.
Oh, just reading the text again from Andrew. Said, Doug, thank you for the kind words and nomination for Rooter Hero of the Day.
You did it.
Yeah.
You
did it.
You landed those points.
Let's go.
You think he was like flexing? He's like, Doug's right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. How often do you work out? You workout guy?
These days, a couple days a week.
We got
get my swole on. So he gave a home run to Benintendi on a 3-1 count, and it was a fastball at 99. So the velocity was there, but you can live with the solo shot if you're Roki, right?
Yeah. I mean, look, you're not going to be perfect, and he's still, the little I'm able to sort of follow as we're watching this, he is still going to be able, he's still pitching really, really well, and his stuff looks pretty good. I am going through this weird sort of up and down, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I am really optimistic and excited about the U.S. men's national team's chances against Paraguay in about 8 minutes. And then I think that they're going to lose. And it's happening in 30-second intervals. I'm having a very weird sort of reaction to this moment. I think I'm actually more emotionally invested than I realized.
You're like rooting bipolar right now. Like, what is going on here, dude?
We're going to do it. We're screwed.
Yeah. They're going to win. They're going to lose.
It's over.
Come on. You got to feel the vibes. Maybe if you, so you still, are you still, if I gave you the chance, if I said Spain can win or the U.S. could win this year, you would still take Spain over U.S.?
You're telling me I have a genie and
yes.
And the odds are, whatever, 50% that each of them can win? Mm-hmm. I'll go USA.
So you would check your rooting interest to the U.S. if they had a real shot?
If they had a real, but they don't, right? So it's kind of like if you can ask the homecoming queen to the dance, or you can ask a really awesome sort of, a 7.5 who you like, and you get the same odds. I'll go for the homecoming queen. But if it's in reality, if you can only ask one person, I'll ask the person that's going to say yes.
That's why I kind of.
That was a bad analogy. You know what?
I can introduce you to a coach of the Dodgers if you want.
Yeah, that was the coach of the Dodgers who did that. That was wild. That was crazy. Do we have time to play that? They don't have it pulled up probably. That was a wild thing where you basically this whole analogy that was really good, and then you're like, this other guy, he did it, and I'm like, oh, that's really good. And you're like, yeah, that was me actually. I did the whole thing
because I knew that.
That was wild, bro.
It worked. It worked because I knew
that was wild.
You would give me credit for it.
Honestly, I think I woke up last night and just thought about it for 20 minutes.
Did you really?
I think I did. Yeah.
Wow. Always on the mind.
All right, you know what? Let's listen to it.
I mean, I look at the analytics. I once had a coach for the team tell me about analytics. Analytics is almost like GPS in the regular season, right? It'll get you to a certain spot, but in the postseason, sometimes that road is closed, the bridges, you have to go offline with it.
That's amazing.
So you kind of have to treat it a little differently. I got to take this off road, even though it feels weird. I go down this dark street, right? But I want to get to my spot. That's how I look at the postseason. And the cool thing about Dave Roberts
is... A coach said that to you?
Yeah. You want to know its name?
Tell
me I'll tell you if you tell me the Spurs party story.
Here's the thing. Yeah. Have you thought about working with that guy on analogies?
It was funny. I think that was actually mine, but I used that to explain to him. But
Wait, no, yeah, you can't now say I came up with it. You just said a coach told you.
It was collaborative. It was collaborative.
What do you mean?
Worked.
How is an analogy collaborative?
We collaborated.
Did you storyboard it?
We did. We fleshed
it out.
What
are you talking
52
about?
beats.
You're insane, dude.
Can I tell you a story too? When we ran this,
I don't know what to believe. You can tell. Words can come out of your mouth.
When we did this yesterday, I was looking down, and then you were talking to me after we played the clip, and I thought we were still playing the clip, but you were talking to me in real life for like a minute. And it was like, wow.
Oh, is that why you had...
Yes. That's why I was like, wait a second. I was so invested. I was like, wow, because it sounded exactly the same microphones, right?
It's weird. It's almost like it's the same person talking.
Yeah, it was. It felt like the same
That's
dude.
Why we can't do the show virtual anymore. Wait, no, I was there.
Exactly. I need the in-person treatment for sure.
That's such a funny. I don't even know if you came up with the initial analogy or someone else
I did.
I okay.
It worked. It worked because I guarantee if I did the same thing,